Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. Copyright 1939 by Will Durant. Copyright renewed 1966 by Will Durant. This recording of the full-length reading of The Life of Greece was published by arrangement with Monica Ariel Mehel, trustee Ethel B. Durant Trust, Monica Ariel Mehel and William James Durant Easton, and was produced in 1994 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape Incorporated. This book is read by Alexander Adams. Please observe the following procedures as you listen to these tapes. If you have borrowed this book from your local library, please return it to them at the end of the agreed period. If you are one of our regular rental customers, you may keep this book for 30 days from date of receipt by you, but after that time we charge additional rental of 25 cents per day. Dates are checked by postmark. Please return this book at the earliest possible time so another subscriber can have the use of this recording. To return cassettes to us, make sure they are all packaged in their plastic cassette cases and in proper order in the mailing container. Kindly seal the mailing container for return. Postage is already paid. Drop in any mailbox for return to Books on Tape. Should a cassette fail to play properly, hold it flat in the palm of your hand and slap it smartly against a hard, flat surface. If this does not work, or if you cannot otherwise free the reels, and if you are a library customer, please ask your local library to contact Books on Tape for a replacement cassette. If you are one of our rental customers, please call us at our regular customer service number. Give us the name of the book and number of the cassette. We will immediately send you a replacement at no charge. Discard the broken cassette. The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. This book consists of 30 chapters and is 671 pages long. The following material appears on the dust jacket of the book. In this magnificent survey of the culture of ancient Greece, you will discover the mysterious lost civilization of the island of Crete, land of the Minotaur and the Labyrinth, the violent society of Homer's Iliad, the rise of classical Greece, a society of traders and navigators, explorers and colonists, soldiers, sailors, and settlers, the origins of democracy and the political legacy to the Western world, the heroic battles against the Persians at Marathon and Salamis to preserve independence, tiny Greece in rebellion against the imperial tyranny from the East, the golden age of Athens, its architecture, poetry, dance, masked drama, religious mysteries, sculpture, and Olympic contests, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, and the birth of the Academy, the blossoming of philosophical thought amid a society still rooted in slavery and barbarism, Alexander the Great, the soldier king who was Aristotle's pupil, who could mount a chariot at full speed, who tamed the giant horse Bucephalus, who fought the enemy hand-to-hand beside his own troops, who traveled from northern Greece across the Near East, Iraq, and Persia to India, and died, having conquered it all in 9 years. The end of Greece's golden age in a bloodbath of civil war and disorder, and the collapse of democracy. In the course of his dynamic synthesis of world history, Will Durant attacks in this volume the absorbing, perennially fascinating problem of Greek civilization. The Life of Greece, Volume 2 of the Story of Civilization, is a large, generous book whose style recalls the golden age of historical writing before specialization had invaded the field. Dr. Durant tells the whole story of Hellas, from the days of Crete's vast Aegean Empire to the extirpation of the last remnants of Greek liberty, crushed under the heel of an implacably forward-marching Rome. The dry minutiae of battles and sieges, of tortuous statecraft of tyrant and king, are given less emphasis in what is preeminently a vivid recreation of Greek culture, brought to the reader through the medium of a supple and vigorous prose. Will Durant looked at the life of Greece and looked at it whole, quite as whole indeed as a cultivated 5th-century Athenian, with his eager, constantly searching mind, looked at the superb panorama of Periclean Athens. The best insight into Dr. Durant's method of writing history can be found in the following sentence from the section on the age of Pericles. When Pericles, Aspasia, Phidias, Anaxagoras, and Socrates attended a play by Euripides in the theater of Dionysus, Athens could see visibly the zenith and unity of the life of Greece. Statesmanship, art, science, philosophy, literature, religion and morals living no separate career as in the pages of chroniclers, but woven into one many-colored fabric of a nation's history. The familiar analogy between Athens and the great modern democracies is fruitfully enlarged upon in the life of Greece. The astute Pericles had to face much the same sort of problems that the astute Franklin D. Roosevelt had to face in the 1930s. The building of the Parthenon was part of Pericles' WPA program. Many lived on the dole, and the administration of the dole money was not without its scandals. Taxation and tax evasion were both as ingenious as they are today. The class war, family limitation, sexual freedom, and the conflict between religion and science played their part in a civilization resembling our own in everything except machines. The life of Greece teems with epigram and wit and a philosopher's considered judgment. A nation is born Stoic and dies Epicurean. The games of the young are as old as the sins of their fathers. This persistent effort to subordinate fancy to reason is the dominant quality of the Greek mind, even of Greek poetry. Therefore, Greek literature is modern, or rather contemporary. We find it hard to understand Dante or Milton, but Euripides and Thucydides are kin to us mentally, and belong to our age. And that is because, though myths may differ, reason remains the same, and the life of reason makes brothers of its lovers in all times and everywhere. Like a great drama, the life of Greece finds a climax in 5th century Athens, and Will Durant's picture of the city of Pericles is a masterpiece of synthesis, compressing into about 200 pages the high spots and eternal significances of what many have considered the most fruitful epoch in history. Dedication. To my friend, Max Schott. Preface. My purpose is to record and contemplate the origin, growth, maturity, and decline of Greek civilization, from the oldest remains of Crete and Troy to the conquest of Greece by Rome. I wish to see and feel this complex culture, not only in the subtle and impersonal rhythm of its rise and fall, but in the rich variety of its vital elements, its ways of drawing a living from the land and of organizing industry and trade, its experiments with monarchy, aristocracy, democracy, dictatorship, and revolution, its manners and morals, its religious practices and beliefs, its education of children, and its regulation of the sexes and the family, its homes and temples, markets and theaters and athletic fields, its poetry and drama, its painting, sculpture, architecture, and music, its sciences and inventions, its superstitions and philosophies. I wish to see and feel these elements not in their theoretical and scholastic isolation, but in their living interplay as the simultaneous movements of one great cultural organism, with 100 organs and 100 million cells, but with one body and one soul. Excepting machinery, there is hardly anything secular in our culture that does not come from Greece. Schools, gymnasiums, arithmetic, geometry, history, rhetoric, physics, biology, anatomy, hygiene, therapy, cosmetics, poetry, music, tragedy, comedy, philosophy, theology, agnosticism, skepticism, stoicism, Epicureanism, ethics, politics, idealism, philanthropy, cynicism, tyranny, plutocracy, democracy. These are all Greek words for cultural forms seldom originated but in many cases first matured for good or evil by the abounding energy of the Greeks. All the problems that disturb us today, the cutting down of forests and the erosion of the soil, the emancipation of woman and the limitation of the family, the conservatism of the established and the experimentalism of the unplaced, in morals, music, and government, the corruptions of politics and the perversions of conduct, the conflict of religion and science, and the weakening of the supernatural supports of morality, the war of the classes, the nations, and the continents, the revolutions of the poor against the economically powerful rich, and of the rich against the politically powerful poor, the struggle between democracy and dictatorship, between individualism and communism, between the East and the West. All these agitated as if for our instruction the brilliant and turbulent life of ancient Hellas. There is nothing in Greek civilization that does not illuminate our own. We shall try to see the life of Greece both in the mutual interplay of its cultural elements and in the immense 5-act drama of its rise and fall. We shall begin with Crete and its lately resurrected civilization, because apparently from Crete, as well as from Asia, came that prehistoric culture of Mycenae and Tyrans, which slowly transformed the immigrating Achaeans and the invading Dorians into civilized Greeks. And we shall study for a moment the virile world of warriors and lovers, pirates and troubadours that has come down to us on the rushing river of Homer's verse. We shall watch the rise of Sparta and Athens under Lycurgus and Solon, and shall trace the colonizing spread of the fertile Greeks through all the isles of the Aegean, the coasts of Western Asia and the Black Sea, of Africa and Italy, Sicily, France, and Spain. We shall see democracy fighting for its life at Marathon, stimulated by its victory, organizing itself under Pericles, and flowering into the richest culture in history. We shall linger with pleasure over the spectacle of the human mind liberating itself from superstition, creating new sciences, rationalizing medicine, secularizing history, and reaching unprecedented peaks in poetry and drama, philosophy, oratory, history, and art. And we shall record with melancholy the suicidal end of the Golden Age in the Peloponnesian War. We shall contemplate the gallant effort of disordered Athens to recover from the blow of her defeat. Even her decline will be illustrious with the genius of Plato and Aristotle, Apelles and Praxiteles, Philip and Demosthenes, Diogenes and Alexander. Then, in the wake of Alexander's generals, we shall see Greek civilization, too powerful for its little peninsula, bursting its narrow bounds and overflowing again into Asia, Africa, and Italy, teaching the cult of the body and the intellect to the mystical Orient, reviving the glories of Egypt in Ptolemaic Alexandria, and enriching Rhodes with trade and art, developing geometry with Euclid at Alexandria and Archimedes at Syracuse, formulating in Zeno and Epicurus the most lasting philosophies in history, carving the Aphrodite of Melos, the Laocoon, the victory of Samothrace, and the altar of Pergamum, striving and failing to organize its politics into honesty, unity, and peace, sinking ever deeper into the chaos of civil and class war, exhausted in soil and loins and spirit, surrendering to the autocracy, quietism, and mysticism of the Orient, and at last almost welcoming those conquering Romans through whom dying Greece would bequeath to Europe her sciences, her philosophies, her letters, and her arts, as the living cultural basis of our modern world. Acknowledgements. I am grateful to Mr. Wallace Brockway for his scholarly help at every stage of this work, to Miss Mary Kaufman, Miss Ethel Durant, and Mr. Louis Durant for aid in classifying the material, to Miss Regina Sands for her expert preparation of the manuscript, and to my wife for her patient encouragement and quiet inspiration. I am deeply indebted to Sir Gilbert Murray and to his publishers, the Oxford University Press, for permission to quote from his translations of Greek drama. These translations have enriched English literature. I am also indebted to the Oxford University Press for permission to quote from its excellent Oxford Book of Greek Verse in Translation. Chapter 1. Crete. 1. The Mediterranean. As we enter the fairest of all waters, leaving behind us the Atlantic and Gibraltar, we pass at once into the arena of Greek history. Like frogs around a pond, said Plato, we have settled down upon the shores of this sea. Even on these distant coasts, the Greeks founded precarious, barbarian-bound colonies many centuries before Christ. At Hemeroscopium and Ampurius in Spain, at Marseille and Nice in France, and almost everywhere in southern Italy and Sicily. Greek colonists established prosperous towns at Cyrene in northern Africa and at Naucratis in the delta of the Nile. Their restless enterprise stirred the islands of the Aegean and the coasts of Asia Minor then as in our century. All along the Dardanelles and the Sea of Marmara and the Black Sea they built towns and cities for their far-venturing trade. Mainland Greece was but a small part of the ancient Greek world. Why was it that the second group of historic civilizations took form on the Mediterranean, as the first had grown up along the rivers of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and India, as the third would flourish on the Atlantic, and as the fourth may appear on the shores of the Pacific? Was it the better climate of the lands washed by the Mediterranean? There, then as now, winter rains nourished the earth, and moderate frosts stimulated men. There, almost all the year round, one might live an open-air life under a warm but not enervating sun. And yet the surface of the Mediterranean coasts and islands is nowhere so rich as the alluvial valleys of the Ganges, the Indus, the Tigris, the Euphrates, or the Nile. The summer's drought may begin too soon or last too long, and everywhere a rocky basis lurks under the thin crust of the dusty earth. The temperate north and the tropic south are both more fertile than these historic lands, where patient peasants, weary of coaxing the soil, more and more abandoned tillage to grow olives and the vine. And at any moment, along one or another of 100 faults, Earthquakes might split the ground beneath men's feet and frighten them into a fitful piety. Climate did not draw civilization to Greece. Probably it has never made a civilization anywhere. What drew men into the Aegean was its islands. The islands were beautiful. Even a worried mariner must have been moved by the changing colors of those shadowed hills that rose like temples out of the reflecting sea. Today there are few sights lovelier on the globe, and sailing the Aegean one begins to understand why the men who peopled those coasts and isles came to love them almost more than life, and, like Socrates, thought exile bitterer than death. But further, the mariner was pleased to find that these island jewels were strewn in all directions, and at such short intervals that his ship, whether going between east and west or between north and south, would never be more than 40 miles from land. And since the islands, like the mainland ranges, were the mountain tops of a once continuous territory that had been gradually submerged by a pertinacious sea, some welcome peak always greeted the outlook's eye and served as a beacon to ships that had as yet no compass to guide them. Again, the movements of wind and water conspired to help the sailor reach his goal. A strong central current flowed from the Black Sea into the Aegean, and countercurrents flowed northward along the coasts, while the northeasterly Etesian winds blew regularly in the summer to help back to their southern ports the ships that had gone to fetch grain, fish, and furs from the Euxine Sea. Fog was rare in the Mediterranean, and the unfailing sunshine so varied the coastal winds that at almost any harbor, from spring to autumn, one might be carried out by a morning and brought back by an evening breeze. In these propitious waters, the acquisitive Phoenicians and the amphibious Greeks developed the art and science of navigation. Here they built ships for the most part larger or faster, and yet more easily handled than any that had yet sailed the Mediterranean. Slowly, despite pirates and harassing uncertainties, the water routes from Europe and Africa into Asia, through Cyprus, Sidon, and Tyre, or through the Aegean and the Black Sea, became cheaper than the long land routes, arduous and perilous, that had carried so much of the commerce of Egypt and the Near East. Trade took new lines, multiplied new populations, and created new wealth. Egypt, then Mesopotamia, then Persia withered. Phoenicia deposited an empire of cities along the African coast, in Sicily, and in Spain, and Greece blossomed like a watered rose. 2. The Rediscovery of Crete. There is a land called Crete in the midst of the wine-dark sea, a fair, rich land begirt with water, and therein are many men past counting, and 90 cities. When Homer sang these lines, perhaps in the 9th century before our era, all dates in this volume are B.C. unless otherwise stated, or obviously A.D., Greece had almost forgotten, though the poet had not, that the island whose wealth seemed to him even then so great had once been wealthier still, that it had held sway with a powerful fleet over most of the Aegean and part of mainland Greece, and that it had developed 1,000 years before the siege of Troy, one of the most artistic civilizations in history. Probably it was this Aegean culture, as ancient to him as he is to us, that Homer recalled when he spoke of a golden age in which men had been more civilized and life more refined than in his own disordered time. The rediscovery of that lost civilization is one of the major achievements of modern archaeology. Here was an island 20 times larger than the largest of the Cyclades, pleasant in climate, varied in the products of its fields and once richly wooded hills, and strategically placed for trade or war midway between Phoenicia and Italy, between Egypt and Greece. Aristotle had pointed out how excellent this situation was and how it had enabled Minos to acquire the empire of the Aegean. But the story of Minos, accepted as fact by all classical writers, was rejected as legend by modern scholars, and until 60 years ago it was the custom to suppose, with Grote, that the history of civilization in the Aegean had begun with the Dorian invasion or the Olympic Games. Then, in A.D. 1878, a Cretan merchant, appropriately named Minos Kalakaironos, unearthed some strange antiquities on a hillside south of Candia. The great Schliemann, who had but lately resurrected Mycenaean Troy, visited the site in 1886, announced his conviction that it covered the remains of the ancient Cnossus, and opened negotiations with the owner of the land so that excavations might begin at once. But the owner haggled and tried to cheat, and Schliemann, who had been a merchant before becoming an archaeologist, withdrew in anger, losing a golden chance to add another civilization to history. A few years later he died. In 1893, a British archaeologist, Dr. Arthur Evans, bought in Athens a number of milkstones from Greek women who had worn them as amulets. He was curious about the hieroglyphics engraved upon them, which no scholar could read. Tracing the stones to Crete, he secured passage thither, and wandered about the island, picking up examples of what he believed to be ancient Cretan writing. In 1895 he purchased a part, and in 1900 the remainder of the site that Schliemann and the French school at Athens had identified with Cnossus, and in 9 weeks of that spring, digging feverishly with 150 men, he exhumed the richest treasure of modern historical research, the Palace of Minos. Nothing yet known from antiquity could equal the vastness of this complicated structure, to all appearances identical with the almost endless labyrinth so famous in old Greek tales of Minos, Daedalus, Theseus, Ariadne, and the Minotaur. In these and other ruins, as if to confirm Evans's intuition, thousands of seals and clay tablets were found, bearing characters like those that had set him upon the trail. The fires that had destroyed the palaces of Cnossus had preserved these tablets, whose undeciphered pictographs and scripts still conceal the early story of the Aegean. Evans labored brilliantly at Cnossus for many years, was knighted for his discoveries, and completed in 1936 his monumental 4-volume report, The Palace of Minos. Students from many countries now hurried to Crete. While Evans was working at Cnossus, a group of resolute Italians, Halbert, Bernier, Savignoni, Paribeni, unearthed at Hagia Triada, Holy Trinity, a sarcophagus painted with illuminating scenes from Cretan life, and uncovered at Festus a palace only less extensive than that of the Cnossus kings. Meanwhile, 2 Americans, Seeger and Mrs. Hawes, made discoveries at Vasiliki, Maklos, and Gurnia. The British, Hogarth, Bosanquet, Dawkins, Myers, explored Palikastro, Sycro, and Zacro. The Cretans themselves became interested, and Xanthudidus and Hatsidicus dug up ancient residences, grottos, and tombs at Archelocori, Tylosus, Kumasa, and Kamaisi. Half the nations of Europe united under the flag of science in the very generation in which their statesmen were preparing for war. How was all this material to be classified, these palaces, paintings, statues, seals, vases, medals, tablets, and reliefs? To what period of the past were they to be assigned? Precariously, but with increasing corroboration as research went on and knowledge grew, Evans dated the relics according to the depth of their strata, the gradation of styles in the pottery, and the agreement of Cretan finds in form or motive with like objects exhumed in lands or deposits whose chronology was approximately known. Digging down patiently beneath Cnossus, he found himself stopped, some 43 feet below the surface, by the virgin rock. The lower half of the excavated area was occupied by remains characteristic of the Neolithic age, primitive forms of handmade pottery with simple linear ornament, spindle whores for spinning and weaving, fat-buttocked goddesses of painted steatite or clay, tools and weapons of polished stone, but nothing in copper or bronze. Classifying the pottery and correlating the remains with those of ancient Mesopotamia and Egypt, Evans divided the post-Neolithic and prehistoric culture of Crete into 3 ages, early, middle, and late Minoan, and each of these into 3 periods. The first or lowest appearance of copper in the strata represents for us, through a kind of archaeological shorthand, the slow rise of a new civilization out of the Neolithic age. By the end of the early Minoan age, the Cretans learned to mix copper with tin, and the Bronze Age begins. In Middle Minoan I, the earliest palaces occur. The princes of Cnossus, Festus, and Mallia built for themselves luxurious dwellings with countless rooms, spacious storehouses, specialized workshops, altars, and temples, and great drainage conduits that startled the arrogant Occidental eye. Pottery takes on a many-colored brilliance, walls are enlivened with charming frescoes, and a form of linear script evolves out of the hieroglyphics of the preceding age. Then, at the close of Middle Minoan II, some strange catastrophe writes its cynical record into the strata. The palace of Cnossus is laid low as if by a convulsion of the earth, or perhaps by an attack from Festus, whose palace for a time is spared. But a little later a like destruction falls upon Festus, Maklos, Gurnia, Palikastro, and many other cities in the island. The pottery is covered with ashes. The great jars in the storerooms are filled with debris. Middle Minoan III is a period of comparative stagnation, in which perhaps the southeastern Mediterranean world is long disordered by the Hyksos conquest of Egypt. In the late Minoan age, everything begins again. Humanity, patient under every cataclysm, renews its hope, takes courage, and builds once more. New and finer palaces rise at Cnossus, Festus, Tylissus, Hagia Triada, and Gornia. The lordly spread, the 5-storied height, the luxurious decoration of these princely residences suggest such wealth as Greece would not know till Pericles. Theatres are erected in the palace courts, and gladiatorial spectacles of men and women in deadly combat with animals amuse gentlemen and ladies, whose aristocratic faces, quietly alert, still live for us on the bright frescoes of the resurrected walls. Wants are multiplied, tastes are refined, literature flourishes. 1,000 industries graciously permit the poor to prosper by supplying comforts and delicacies to the rich. The halls of the king are noisy with scribes, taking inventories of goods distributed or received, with artists making statuary, paintings, pottery, or reliefs, with high officials conducting conferences, hearing judicial appeals, or dispatching papers stamped with their finely wrought seals, while wasp-waisted princes and jeweled duchesses, alluringly décolletés, crowd to a royal feast served on tables shining with bronze and gold. The 16th and 15th centuries before our era are the zenith of Aegean civilization, the classic and golden age of Crete. 3. The reconstruction of a civilization. If now we try to restore this buried culture from the relics that remain, playing Cuvier to the scattered bones of Crete, let us remember that we are engaging upon a hazardous kind of historical television, in which imagination must supply the living continuity in the gaps of static and fragmentary material artificially moving but long since dead. Crete will remain inwardly unknown until its secretive tablets find their Champollion. 1. Men and women. As we see them self-pictured in their art, the Cretans curiously resemble the double axe so prominent in their religious symbolism. Male and female alike have torsos narrowing pathologically to an ultra-modern waist. Nearly all are short in stature, slight and supple of build, graceful in movement, athletically trim. Their skin is white at birth. The ladies who court the shade have fair complexions, conventionally pale, but the men pursuing wealth under the sun are so tanned and ruddy that the Greeks will call them, as well as the Phoenicians, Phoinicians, the purple ones, redskins. The head is rather long than broad, the features are sharp and refined, the hair and eyes are brilliantly dark, as in the Italians of today. These Cretans are apparently a branch of the Mediterranean race. The men as well as the women wear their hair partly in coils on the head or the neck, partly in ringlets on the brow, partly in tresses falling upon the shoulders or the breast. The women add ribbons for their curls, while the men, to keep their faces clean, provide themselves with a variety of razors, even in the grave. The dress is as strange as the figures. On their heads, most often bare, men have turbans or tam-o'-shanters, the women magnificent hats of our early 20th century style. The feet are usually free of covering, but the upper classes may bind them in white leather shoes, which among women may daintily be embroidered at the edges with colored beads on straps. Ordinarily the male has no clothing above the waist. There he wears a short skirt or waistcloth, occasionally with a codpiece for modesty. The skirt may be slit at the side in working men. In dignitaries and ceremonies it reaches in both sexes to the ground. Occasionally the men wear drawers, and in winter a long outer garment of wool or skins. The clothing is tightly laced about the middle, for men as well as women are resolved to be, or seem, triangularly slim. To rival the men at this point, the women of the later periods resort to stiff corsets, which gather their skirts snugly around their hips and lift their bare breasts to the sun. It is a pretty custom among the Cretans that the female bosom should be uncovered or revealed by a diaphanous chemise. No one seems to take offense. The bodice is laced below the bust, opens in a careless circle, and then in a gesture of charming reserve may close in a Medici collar at the neck. The sleeves are short, sometimes puffed. The skirt, adorned with flounces and gray tints, widens out spaciously from the hips, stiffened presumably with metal ribs or horizontal hoops. There are in the arrangement and design of Cretan feminine dress a warm harmony of colors, a grace of line, a delicacy of taste that suggest a rich and luxurious civilization, already old in arts and wiles. In these matters the Cretans have no influence upon the Greeks. Only in modern capitals have their styles triumphed. Even staid archaeologists have given the name La Parisienne to the portrait of a Cretan lady with profulgent bosom, shapely neck, sensual mouth, impudent nose, and a persuasive, provocative charm. She sits saucily before us today as part of a frieze in which high personages gaze upon some spectacle that we shall never see. The men of Crete are evidently grateful for the grace and adventure that women give to life, for they provide them with costly means of enhancing their loveliness. The remains are rich in jewelry of many kinds, hairpins of copper and gold, stickpins adorned with golden animals or flowers, or heads of crystal or quartz, rings or spirals of filigree gold mingling with the hair, fillets or diadems of precious metal binding it, rings and pendants hanging from the ear, plaques and beads and chains on the breast, bands and bracelets on the arm, finger rings of silver, steatite, agate, carnelian, amethyst, or gold. The men keep some of the jewelry for themselves. If they are poor, they carry necklaces and bracelets of common stones. If they can afford it, they flaunt great rings engraved with scenes of battle or the chase. The famous cupbearer wears on the biceps of his left arm a broad band of precious metal, and on the wrist a bangle inlaid with agate. Everywhere in Cretan life, man expresses his vainest and noblest passion, the zeal to beautify. This use of man, to signify all humanity, reveals the prejudice of a patriarchal age, and hardly suits the almost matriarchal life of ancient Crete. For the Minoan woman does not put up with any oriental seclusion, any purdah or harem. There is no sign of her being limited to certain quarters of the house or to the home. She works there, doubtless, as some women do even today. She weaves clothing and baskets, grinds grain, and bakes bread. But also she labors with men in the fields and the potteries. She mingles freely with them in the crowds. She takes the front seat at the theater and the games. She sweeps through Cretan society with the air of a great lady bored with adoration. And when her nation creates its gods, it is more often in her likeness than in man's. Sober students, secretly and forgivably enamored of the mother image in their hearts, bow down before her relics and marvel at her domination. 2. Society. Hypothetically, we picture Crete as at first an island divided by its mountains among petty jealous clans, which live in independent villages under their own chiefs, and fight, after the manner of men, innumerable territorial wars. Then a resolute leader appears who unites several clans into a kingdom and builds his fortress palace at Cnossus, Festus, Tylissus, or some other town. The wars become less frequent, more widespread, and more efficient in killing. At last the cities fight for the entire island, and Cnossus wins. The victor organizes a navy, dominates the Aegean, suppresses piracy, exacts tribute, builds palaces, and patronizes the arts, like an early Pericles. It is as difficult to begin a civilization without robbery as it is to maintain it without slaves. The power of the king, as echoed in the ruins, is based upon force, religion, and law. To make obedience easier, he suborns the gods to his use. His priests explain to the people that he is descended from Velcanos, and has received from this deity the laws that he decrees. And every 9 years, if he is competent or generous, they re-anoint him with the divine authority. To symbolize his power, the monarch, anticipating Rome and France, adopts the double axe and the fleur-de-lis. To administer the state, he employs, as the litter of tablets suggests, a staff of ministers, bureaucrats, and scribes. He taxes in kind, and stores in giant jars his revenues of grain, oil, and wine. And out of this treasury in kind he pays his men. From his throne in the palace or his judgment seat in the royal villa, he settles in person such litigation as has run the gauntlet of his appointed courts. And so great is his reputation as a magistrate that when he dies he becomes in Hades, Homer assures us, the inescapable judge of the dead. We call him Minos, but we do not know his name. Probably the word is a title, like Pharaoh or Caesar, and covers a multitude of kings. At its height, this civilization is surprisingly urban. The Iliad speaks of Crete's 90 cities, and the Greeks who conquer them are astonished at their teeming populations. Even today the student stands in awe before the ruined mazes of paved and guttered streets, intersecting lanes and countless shops or houses, crowding about some center of trade or government in all the huddled gregariousness of timid and talkative men. It is not only Cnossus that is great, with palaces so vast that imagination perhaps exaggerates the town that must have been the chief source and beneficiary of their wealth. Across the island on the southern shore is Festus, from whose harbor, Homer tells us, the dark-prowed ships are borne to Egypt by the force of the wind and the wave. The southbound trade of Minoan Crete pours out here, swelled by goods from northern merchants who ship their cargoes overland to avoid a long detour by perilous seas. Festus becomes a Cretan Piraeus, in love with commerce rather than with art. And yet the palace of its prince is a majestic edifice, reached by a flight of steps 45 feet wide. Its halls and courts compare with those at Cnossus. Its central court is a paved quadrangle of 10,000 square feet. Its Megara, or reception room, is 3,000 square feet in area, larger even than the great Hall of the Double Axe in the northern capital. 2 miles northwest is Hagia Triada, in whose royal villa, as archaeological imagination calls it, the prince of Festus seeks refuge from the summer heat. The eastern end of the island, in Minoan days, is rich in small towns, ports like Zakro or Maklos, villages like Pressus or Syra, residential quarters like Palikastro, manufacturing centers like Gornia. The main street in Palikastro is well paved, well drained, and lined with spacious homes. One of these has 23 rooms on the surviving floor. Gornia boasts of avenues paved with gypsum, of homes built with mortarless stone, of a blacksmith's shop with extant forge, of a carpenter shop with a kit of tools, of small factories noisy with metalworking, shoemaking, vase-making, oil refining, or textile industry. The modern workmen who excavate it and gather up its tripods, jars, pottery, ovens, lamps, knives, mortars, polishers, hooks, pins, daggers, and swords marvel at its varied products and equipment and call it He Mechanike Polis, the town of machinery. By our standards, the minor streets are narrow, mere alleys in the style of a semi-tropical Orient that fears the sun, and the rectangular houses of wood or brick or stone are for the most part confined to a single floor. Yet some middle Minoan plaques exhumed at Cnossus show us homes of 2, 3, even 5 stories, with a cubical attic or turret here and there. On the upper floors in these pictured houses are windows with red panes of unknown material. Double doors, swinging on posts apparently of cypress wood, open from the ground floor rooms upon a shaded court. Stairways lead to the upper floors and the roof, where the Cretan sleeps when the nights are very warm. If he spends the evening indoors, he lights his room by burning oil, according to his income, in lamps of clay, steatite, gypsum, marble, or bronze. We know a trifle or two about the games he plays. At home he likes a form of chess, for he has bequeathed to us, in the ruins of the Cnossus Palace, a magnificent gaming board with frame of ivory, squares of silver and gold, and a border of 72 daisies in precious metal and stone. In the fields he takes with zest and audacity to the chase, guided by half-wild cats and slender thoroughbred hounds. In the towns he patronizes pugilists, and on his vases and reliefs he represents for us a variety of contests, in which lightweights spar with bare hands and kicking feet, middleweights with plumed helmets batter each other manfully, and heavyweights, coddled with helmets, cheek-pieces, and long padded gloves, fight till one falls exhausted to the ground and the other stands above him in the conscious grandeur of victory. But the Cretan's greatest thrill comes when he wins his way into the crowd that fills the amphitheater on a holiday to see men and women face death against huge, charging bulls. Time and again he pictures the stages of this lusty sport. The daring hunter capturing the bull by jumping astride its neck as it laps up water from a pool, the professional tamer twisting the animal's head until it learns some measure of tolerance for the acrobat's annoying tricks, the skilled performer, slim and agile, meeting the bull in the arena, grasping its horns, leaping into the air, somersaulting over its back, and landing feet first on the ground in the arms of a female companion who lends her grace to the scene. Even in Minoan Crete this is already an ancient art. A clay cylinder from Cappadocia, ascribed to 2400 B.C., shows a bull-grappling sport as vigorous and dangerous as in these frescoes. For a moment our oversimplifying intellects catch a glimpse of the contradictory complexity of man as we perceive that this game of bloodlust and courage, still popular today, is as old as civilization. 3. Religion. The Cretan may be brutal, but he is certainly religious, with a thoroughly human mixture of fetishism and superstition, idealism and reverence. He worships mountains, caves, stones, the number 3, trees and pillars, sun and moon, goats and snakes, doves and bulls. Hardly anything escapes his theology. He conceives the air as filled with spirits, genial or devilish, and hands down to Greece a sylvan ethereal population of dryads, Silene, and nymphs. He does not directly adore the phallic emblem, but he venerates with awe the genitive vitality of the bull and the snake. Since his death rate is high, he pays devout homage to fertility, and when he rises to the notion of a human divinity, he pictures a mother goddess with generous mammae and sublime flanks, with reptiles creeping up around her arms and breasts, coiled in her hair, or rearing themselves proudly from her head. He sees in her the basic fact of nature, that man's greatest enemy, death, is overcome by woman's mysterious power, reproduction, and he identifies this power with deity. The mother goddess represents for him the source of all life, in plants and animals as well as in men. If he surrounds her image with fauna and flora, it is because these exist through her creative fertility, and therefore serve as her symbols and her emanations. Occasionally she appears holding in her arms her divine child, Velcanos, whom she has borne in a mountain cave. Contemplating this ancient image, we see through it Isis and Horus, Ishtar and Tammuz, Cybele and Attis, Aphrodite and Adonis, and feel the unity of prehistoric culture and the continuity of religious ideas and symbols in the Mediterranean world. The Cretan Zeus, as the Greeks call Velcanos, is subordinate to his mother in the affections of the Cretans, but he grows in importance. He becomes the personification of the fertilizing rain, of the moisture that in this religion, as in the philosophy of Thales, underlies all things. He dies, and his sepulchre is shown from generation to generation on Mount Euctas, where the majestic profile of his face can still be seen by the imaginative traveler. He rises from the grave as a symbol of reviving vegetation, and the Curetes priests celebrate with dances and clashing shields his glorious resurrection. Sometimes, as a god of fertility, he is conceived as incarnate in the sacred bull. It is as a bull that he mates in Cretan myth with Minos' wife Pasiphae, and begets by her the monstrous Minos bull, or Minotaur. To appease these deities, the Cretan uses a lavish rite of prayer and sacrifice, symbol and ceremony, administered usually by women priests, sometimes by officials of the state. To ward off demons, he burns incense. To arouse a negligent divinity, he sounds the conch, plays the flute or the lyre, and sings, in chorus, hymns of adoration. To promote the growth of orchards and the fields, he waters trees and plants in solemn ritual, or his priestesses in nude frenzy shake down the ripe burden of the trees. Or his women in festal procession carry fruits and flowers as hints and tribute to the goddess, who is borne in state in a palanquin. He has apparently no temple, but raises altars in the palace court, in sacred groves or grottos, and on mountain tops. He adorns these sanctuaries with tables of libation and sacrifice, a medley of idols, and horns of consecration, perhaps representative of the sacred bull. He is profuse with holy symbols, which he seems to worship along with the gods whom they signify. First the shield, presumably as the emblem of his goddess in her warrior form, then the cross, in both its Greek and its Roman shapes, and as the swastika, cut upon the forehead of a bull or the thigh of a goddess, or carved upon seals, or raised in marble in the palace of the king. Above all, the double axe, as an instrument of sacrifice magically enriched with the virtue of the blood that it sheds, or as a holy weapon unerringly guided by the god, or even as a sign of Zeus the thunderer cleaving the sky with his bolts. Finally, he offers a modest care and worship to his dead. He buries them in clay coffins or massive jars, for if they are unburied they may return. To keep them content below the ground, he deposits with them modest portions of food, articles for their toilet, and clay figurines of women to tend or console them through all eternity. Sometimes, with the sly economy of an incipient skeptic, he substitutes clay animals in the grave in place of actual food. If he buries a king or a noble or a rich trader, he surrenders to the corpse a part of the precious plate or jewelry that it once possessed. With touching sympathy, he buries a set of chess with a good player, a clay orchestra with a musician, a boat with one who loved the sea. Periodically, he returns to the grave to offer a sustaining sacrifice of food to the dead. He hopes that in some secret Elysium, or islands of the blessed, the just god Rhadamanthus, son of Zeus Velcanos, will receive the purified soul, and give it the happiness and the peace that slip so elusively through the fingers in this earthly quest. 4. Culture. The most troublesome aspect of the Cretan is his language. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued. Cassette 1, Side 2. The most troublesome aspect of the Cretan is his language. When, after the Dorian invasion, he uses the Greek alphabet, it is for a speech completely alien to what we know as Greek, and more akin in sound to the Egyptian, Cypriot, Hittite, and Anatolian dialects of the Near East. In the earliest age he confines himself to hieroglyphics. About 1800 B.C. he begins to shorten these into a linear script of some 90 syllabic signs. 2 centuries later he contrives another script, whose characters often resemble those of the Phoenician alphabet. Perhaps it is from him, as well as from the Egyptians and the Semites, that the Phoenicians gather together those letters they will scatter throughout the Mediterranean to become the unassuming, omnipresent instrument of Western civilization. Even the common Cretan composes, and, like some privy councillor, leaves on the walls of Hagia Triada the passing inspirations of his muse. At Festus we find a kind of prehistoric printing, the hieroglyphs of a great disk unearthed there from Middle Minoan III strata are impressed upon the clay by stamps, one for each pictograph. But here, to add to our befuddlement, the characters are apparently not Cretan, but foreign. Perhaps the disk is an importation from the East. The clay tablets upon which the Cretan writes may someday reveal to us his accomplishments in science. He has some astronomy, for he is famed as a navigator, and tradition hands down to Dorian Crete the ancient Minoan calendar. The Egyptians acknowledge their indebtedness to him for certain medical prescriptions, and the Greeks borrow from him, as the words suggest, such aromatic and medicinal herbs as mint, mintha, wormwood, absinthon, and an ideal drug, daukos, reputed to cure obesity without disturbing gluttony. But we must not mistake our guessing for history. Though the Cretan's literature is a sealed book to us, we may at least contemplate the ruins of his theaters. At Festus, about 2000, he builds 10 tiers of stone seats, running some 80 feet along a wall overlooking a flagged court. At Cnossus he raises, again in stone, 18 tiers 33 feet long, and at right angles to them 6 tiers from 18 to 50 feet in length. These court theaters, seating 400 or 500 persons, are the most ancient playhouses known to us, older by 1,500 years than the theater of Dionysus. We do not know what took place on those stages. Frescoes picture audiences viewing a spectacle, but we cannot tell what it is that they see. Very likely it is some combination of music and dance. A painting from Cnossus preserves a group of aristocratic ladies, surrounded by their gallants, watching a dance by gaily petticoated girls in an olive grove. Another represents a dancing woman with flying tresses and extended arms. Others show us rustic folk dances, or the wild dance of priests, priestesses, and worshippers before an idol or a sacred tree. Homer describes the dancing floor which once, in broad Cnossus, Daedalus made for Ariadne of the lovely hair. There youths and seductive maidens join hands in the dance, and a divine bard sets the time to the sound of the lyre. The 7-stringed lyre, ascribed by the Greeks to the inventiveness of Terpander, is represented on a sarcophagus at Hagia Triada 1,000 years before Terpander's birth. There, too, is the double flute, with 2 pipes, 8 holes, and 14 notes, precisely as in classical Greece. Carved on a gem, a woman blows a trumpet made from an enormous conch, and on a vase we see the sistrum beating time for the dancer's feet. The same youthful freshness and light-hearted grace that animate his dances and his games enliven the Cretan's work in the arts. He has not left us, aside from his architecture, any accomplishments of massive grandeur or exalted style. Like the Japanese of samurai days, he delights rather in the refinement of the lesser and more intimate arts, the adornment of objects daily used, the patient perfecting of little things. As in every aristocratic civilization, he accepts conventions in the form and subject of his work, avoids extravagant novelties, and learns to be free even within the limitations of reserve and taste. He excels in pottery, gem-cutting, bezel carving, and reliefs, for here his microscopic skill finds every stimulus and opportunity. He is at home in the working of silver and gold, sets all the precious stones, and makes a rich diversity of jewels. Upon the seals that he cuts to serve as official signatures, commercial labels, or business forms, he engraves in delicate detail so much of the life and scenery of Crete that from them alone we might picture his civilization. He hammers bronze into basins, ewers, daggers, and swords, ornamented with floral and animal designs, and inlaid with gold and silver, ivory, and rare stones. At Gornia he has left us, despite the thieves of 30 centuries, a silver cup of finished artistry, and here and there he has molded for us rhytons, or drinking horns, rising out of human or animal heads that to this day seem to hold the breath of life. As a potter he tries every form, and reaches distinction in nearly all of them. He makes vases, dishes, cups, chalices, lamps, jars, animals, and gods. At first, in early Minoan, he is content to shape the vessel with his hands along lines bequeathed to him from the Neolithic age, to paint it with a glaze of brown or black, and to trust the fire to mottle the color into haphazard tints. In Middle Minoan he has learned the use of the wheel, and rises to the height of his skill. He makes a glaze rivaling the consistency and delicacy of porcelain. He scatters recklessly black and brown, white and red, orange and yellow, crimson and vermilion, and mingles them happily into novel shades. He finds down the clay with such confident thoroughness that in his most perfect product, the graceful and brightly colored eggshell wares found in the cave of Camares at Mount Ida's slopes, he has dared to thin the walls of the vessel to a millimeter's thickness, and to pour out upon it all the motifs of his rich imagination. From 2100 to 1950 is the apogee of the Cretan potter. He signs his name to his work, and his trademark is sought throughout the Mediterranean. In the late Minoan age he brings to full development the technique of faience, and forms the brilliant paste into decorative plaques, vases of turquoise blue, polychrome goddesses, and marine reliefs so realistic that Evans mistook an enamel crab for a fossil. Now the artist falls in love with nature, and delights to represent on his vessels the liveliest animals, the gaudiest fish, the most delicate flowers, and the most graceful plants. It is in late Minoan I that he creates his surviving masterpieces, the boxer's vase and the harvester's vase. In the one he presents us crudely with every aspect and attitude of the pugilistic game, adding a zone of scenes from the bull-leaper's life. In the other he follows with fond fidelity a procession probably of peasants marching and singing in some harvest festival. Then the great tradition of Cretan pottery grows weak with age, and the art declines. Reserve and taste are forgotten, decoration overruns the vase in bizarre irregularity and excess, the courage for slow conception and patient execution breaks down, and a lazy carelessness called freedom replaces the finesse and finish of the Camares age. It is a forgivable decay, the unavoidable death of an old and exhausted art, which will lie in refreshing sleep for 1,000 years, and be reborn in the perfection of the Attic vase. Sculpture is a minor art in Crete, and except in bas-relief and the story of Daedalus, seldom graduates from the statuette. Many of these little figures are stereotyped crudities, seemingly produced by rote. One is a delightful snapshot in ivory of an athlete plunging through the air. Another is a handsome head that has lost its body on the way down the centuries. The best of them excels in anatomical precision and in vividness of action, anything that we know from Greece before Myron's time. The strangest is the snake goddess of the Boston Museum, a sturdy figure of ivory and gold, half mammy and half snakes. Here at last the Cretan artist treats the human form with some amplitude and success. But when he essays a larger scale, he falls back for the most part upon animals, and confines himself to painted reliefs, as in the bull's head in the Heracleum Museum. In this startling relic, the fixed wild eyes, the snorting nostrils, the gasping mouth, and the trembling tongue achieve a power that Greece itself will never surpass. Nothing else in ancient Crete is quite so attractive as its painting. The sculpture is negligible, the pottery is fragmentary, the architecture is in ruins. But this frailest of all the arts, easy victim of indifferent time, has left us legible and admirable masterpieces from an age so old that it slipped quite out of the memory of that classic Greece whose painting, by contrast so recent, not one original remains. In Crete the earthquakes or the wars that overturned the palaces preserved here and there a frescoed wall, and wandering by them we moult 40 centuries and meet the men who decorated the rooms of the Minoan kings. As far back as 2500 they make wall coatings of pure lime and conceive the idea of painting in fresco upon the wet surface, wielding the brush so rapidly that the colors sink into the stucco before the surface dries. Into the dark halls of the palaces they bring the bright beauty of the open fields. They make plaster sprout lilies, tulips, narcissi, and sweet marjoram. No one viewing these scenes could ever again suppose that nature was discovered by Rousseau. In the museum at Heracleum, the saffron picker is as eager to pluck the crocus as when his creator painted him in Middle Minoan days. His waist is absurdly thin, his body seems much too long for his legs, and yet his head is perfect, the colors are soft and warm, the flowers still fresh after 4,000 years. At Aegina, the painter brightens a sarcophagus with spiral scrolls and queer, almost Nubian figures engrossed in some religious ritual. Better yet, he adorns a wall with waving foliage, and then places in the midst of it, darkly but vividly, a stout, tense cat preparing to spring unseen upon a proud bird preening its plumage in the sun. In late Minoan, the Cretan painter is at the top of his stride. Every wall tempts him, every plutocrat calls him. He decorates not merely the royal residences, but the homes of nobles and burghers with all the lavishness of Pompeii. Soon, however, success and a surfeit of commissions spoil him. He is too anxious to be finished to quite touch perfection. He scatters quantity about him, repeats his flowers monotonously, paints his men impossibly, contents himself with sketching outlines, and falls into the lassitude of an art that knows that it has passed its zenith and must die. But never before, except perhaps in Egypt, has painting looked so freshly at the face of nature. All the arts come together to build the Cretan palaces. Political power, commercial mastery, wealth and luxury, accumulated refinement and taste commandeer the architect, the builder, the artisan, the sculptor, the potter, the metal worker, the woodworker, and the painter, to fuse their skills in producing an assemblage of royal chambers, administrative offices, court theaters, and arenas, to serve as the center and summit of Cretan life. They build in the 21st century, and the 20th sees their work destroyed. They build again in the 17th, not only the Palace of Minos, but many other splendid edifices at Cnossus, and in 100 other cities in the thriving land. It is one of the great ages in architectural history. The creators of the Cnossus Palace are limited in both materials and men. Crete is poor in metal and quite devoid of marble. Therefore they build with limestone and gypsum, and use wood for entablatures, roofs, and all columns above the basement floor. They cut the stone blocks so sharply that they can put them together without mortar. Around a central court of 20,000 square feet, they raise to 3 or 4 stories, with spacious stairways of stone, a rambling maze of rooms, guardhouses, workshops, wine press, storerooms, administrative offices, servants' quarters, ante-rooms, reception rooms, bedrooms, bathrooms, chapel, dungeon, throne room, and a hall of the double acts, adding nearby the conveniences of a theater, a royal villa, and a cemetery. On the lowest floor they plant massive square pillars of stone. On the upper floors they use circular columns of cypress, tapering strangely downward, to support the ceilings upon smooth round capitals, or to form shady porticos at the side. Safe in the interior, against a gracefully decorated wall, they set a stone seat, simply but skillfully carved, which eager diggers will call the throne of Minos, and on which every tourist will modestly seat himself and be for a moment some inches a king. This sprawling palace in all likelihood is the famous labyrinth, or sanctuary of the double acts, or labrys, attributed by the ancients to Daedalus, and destined to give its name in aftertime to any maze of rooms, or words, or ears. As if to please the modern spirit, more interested in plumbing than in poetry, the builders of Cnossus install in the palace a system of drainage superior to anything else of its kind in antiquity. They collect in stone conduits the water that flows down from the hills or falls from the sky, direct it through shafts to the bathrooms and latrines, and lead off the waste in terracotta pipes of the latest style, each section 6 inches in diameter and 30 inches long, equipped with a trap to catch the sediment, tapering at one end to fit into the next section, and bound to this firmly with a necking of cement. Possibly they include an apparatus for supplying running hot water to the household of the king. Maso found similar drainage pipes in the villa at Aegina. One day, after a heavy downpour of rain, I was interested to find that all the drains acted perfectly, and I saw the water flow from the sewers, through which a man could walk upright. I doubt if there is any other instance of a drainage system acting after 4,000 years. To the complex interiors, the artists of Cnossus add the most delicate decorations. Some of the rooms they adorn with vases and statuettes, some with paintings or reliefs, some with huge stone amphorae or massive urns, some with objects in ivory, faience, or bronze. Around one wall they run a limestone frieze with pretty triglyphs and half-rosettes. Around another a panel of spirals and frets on a surface painted to simulate marble. Around another they carve in high relief and living detail the contests of man and bull. Through the halls and the chambers the Minoan painter spreads all the glories of his cheerful art. Here, caught chattering in a drawing-room, are ladies in blue, with classic features, shapely arms, and cozy breasts. Here are fields of lotus or lilies or olive spray. Here are ladies at the opera, and dolphins swimming motionlessly in the sea. Here above all is the lordly cupbearer, erect and strong, carrying some precious ointment in a slim blue vase. His face is chiseled by breeding as well as by art. His hair descends in a thick braid upon his brown shoulders. His ears, his neck, his arm, and his waist sparkle with jewelry, and his costly robe is embroidered with a graceful quatrefoil design. Obviously he is no slave, but some aristocratic youth proudly privileged to serve the king. Only a civilization long familiar with order and wealth, leisure and taste, could demand or create such luxury and such ornament. 4. The Fall of Cnossus. When in retrospect we seek the origin of this brilliant culture, we find ourselves vacillating between Asia and Egypt. On the one hand, the Cretans seem kin in language, race, and religion to the Indo-European peoples of Asia Minor. Here, too, clay tablets were used for writing, and the shekel was the standard of measurement. There, in Caria, was the cult of Zeus Labrandius, that is, Zeus of the double axe, or Labrus. There men worshipped the pillar, the bull, and the dove. There, in Phrygia, was the great Cybele, so much like the mother goddess of Crete that the Greeks called the latter Rhea Cybele and considered the two divinities one. And yet the signs of Egyptian influence in Crete abound in every age. The two cultures are at first so much alike that some scholars presume a wave of Egyptian emigration to Crete in the troubled days of Menes. The stone vases of Moklos and the copper weapons of early Minoan I are strikingly like those found in proto-dynastic tombs. The double axe appears as an amulet in Egypt, and even a priest of the double axe. The weights and measures, though Asiatic in value, are Egyptian in form. The methods used in the glyptic arts, in faience and in painting, are so similar in the two lands that Spengler reduced Cretan civilization to a mere branch of the Egyptian. We shall not follow him, for it will not do in our search for the continuity of civilization to surrender the individuality of the parts. The Cretan quality is distinct. No other people in antiquity has quite this flavor of minute refinement, this concentrated elegance in life and art. Let us believe that in its racial origins the Cretan culture was Asiatic, in many of its arts Egyptian. In essence and total, it remained unique. Perhaps it belonged to a complex of civilization common to all the eastern Mediterranean, in which each nation inherited kindred arts, beliefs, and ways from a widespread Neolithic culture parent to them all. From that common civilization Crete borrowed in her youth, to it she contributed in her maturity. Her rule forged an order in the isles, and her merchants found entry at every port. Then her wares and her arts pervaded the Cyclades, overran Cyprus, reached to Caria and Palestine, moved north through Asia Minor and its islands to Troy, reached west through Italy and Sicily to Spain, penetrated the mainland of Greece even to Thessaly, and passed through Mycenae and Tiryns into the heritage of Greece. In the history of civilization, Crete was the first link in the European chain. We do not know which of the many roads to decay Crete chose. Perhaps she took them all. Her once famous forests of cypress and cedar vanished. Today 2/3 of the island are a stony waste, incapable of holding the winter rains. Perhaps there, too, as in most declining cultures, population control went too far, and reproduction was left to the failures. Perhaps, as wealth and luxury increased, the pursuit of physical pleasure sapped the vitality of the race and weakened its will to live or to defend itself. A nation is born Stoic and dies Epicurean. Possibly the collapse of Egypt after the death of Ikhnaton disrupted Creto-Egyptian trade and diminished the riches of the Minoan kings. Crete had no great internal resources. Her prosperity required commerce and markets for her industries. Like modern England, she had become dangerously dependent upon control of the seas. Perhaps internal wars decimated the island's manhood and left it disunited against foreign attack. Perhaps an earthquake shook the palaces into ruins, or some angry revolution avenged in a year of terror the accumulated oppressions of centuries. About 1450 the palace of Festus was again destroyed, that of Hagia Triada was burned down, the homes of the rich burghers of Tylissus disappeared. During the next 50 years, Cnossus seems to have enjoyed the zenith of her fortune and a supremacy unquestioned throughout the Aegean. Then about 1400 the palace of Cnossus itself went up in flames. Everywhere in the ruins Evans found signs of uncontrollable fire, charred beams and pillars, blackened walls, and clay tablets hardened against time's tooth by the conflagration's heat. So thorough was the destruction, and so complete the removal of metal even from rooms covered and protected by debris, that many students suspect invasion and conquest rather than earthquake. In any case, the catastrophe was sudden. The workshops of artists and artisans give every indication of having been in full activity when death arrived. About the same time, Gornia, Pacyra, Zacro, and Palikastro were leveled to the ground. We must not suppose that Cretan civilization vanished overnight. Palaces were built again, but more modestly, and for a generation or two the products of Crete continued to dominate Aegean art. About the middle of the 13th century we come at last upon a specific Cretan personality, that King Minos, of whom Greek tradition told so many frightening tales. His brides were annoyed at the abundance of serpents and scorpions in his seed, but by some secret device his wife Pasiphae eluded these and safely bore him many children, among them Phaedra, wife of Theseus and lover of Hippolytus, and the fair-haired Ariadne. Minos having offended Poseidon, the god afflicted Pasiphae with a mad passion for a divine bull. Daedalus pitied her, and through his contrivance she conceived the terrible Minotaur. Minos imprisoned the animal in the labyrinth which Daedalus had built at his command, but appeased it periodically with human sacrifice. Pleasanter even in its tragedy is the legend of Daedalus, for it opens one of the proudest epics of human history. Greek story represented him as an Athenian Leonardo, who, envious of his nephew's skill, slew him in a moment of temperament, and was banished forever from Greece. He found refuge at Minos's court, astonished him with mechanical inventions and novelties, and became chief artist and engineer to the king. He was a great sculptor, and fable used his name to personify the graduation of statuary from stiff, dead figures to vivid portraits of possible men. The creatures made by him, we are informed, were so lifelike that they stood up and walked away unless they were chained to their pedestals. But Minos was peeved when he learned of Daedalus's connivance with Pasiphae's amours, and confined him and his son Icarus in the maze of the labyrinth. Daedalus fashioned wings for himself and Icarus, and by their aid they leaped across the walls and soared over the Mediterranean. Disdaining his father's counsel, proud Icarus flew too closely to the sun. The hot rays melted the wax on his wings, and he was lost in the sea, pointing a moral and adorning a tale. Daedalus, empty-hearted, flew on to Sicily, and stirred that island to civilization by bringing to it the industrial and artistic culture of Crete. More tragic still is the story of Theseus and Ariadne. Minos, victorious in a war against youthful Athens, exacted from that city every 9th year a tribute of 7 girls and 7 young men to be devoured by the Minotaur. On the coming of the third occasion for this national humiliation, the handsome Theseus, his father, King Aegeus, reluctantly consenting, had himself chosen as one of the 7 youths, for he was resolved to slay the Minotaur and end the recurrent sacrifice. Ariadne pitied the princely Athenian, loved him, gave him a magic sword, and taught him the simple trick of unraveling thread from his arm as he penetrated the labyrinth. Theseus killed the Minotaur, followed the thread back to Ariadne, and took her with him on his flight from Crete. On the island of Naxos, he married her as he had promised, but while she slept he and his companions sailed treacherously away. With Ariadne and Minos, Crete disappears from history till the coming of Lycurgus to the island, presumably in the 7th century. There are indications that the Achaeans reached it in their long raid of Greece in the 14th and 13th centuries, and Dorian conquerors settled there towards the end of the 2nd millennium before Christ. Here, said many Cretans and some Greeks, Lycurgus, and in less degree Solon, had found the model for their laws. In Crete, as in Sparta, after the island had come under Dorian sway, the ruling class led a life of at least outward simplicity and restraint. The boys were brought up in the army, and the adult males ate together in public mess halls. The state was ruled by a senate of elders, and was administered by 10 kosmoi, or orderers, corresponding to the ephors of Sparta and the archons of Athens. It is difficult to say whether Crete taught Sparta or Sparta Crete. Perhaps both states were the parallel results of similar conditions, the precarious life of an alien military aristocracy amid a native and hostile population of serfs. The comparatively enlightened law code of Cortina, discovered on the walls of that Cretan town in A.D. 1884, belongs apparently to the early 5th century. In an earlier form it may have influenced the legislators of Greece. In the 6th century, Thaletus of Crete taught choral music at Sparta, and the Cretan sculptors Diponus and Syllis instructed the artists of Argos and Sicyon. By 100 channels, the old civilization emptied itself out into the new. Chapter 2. Before Agamemnon. 1. Schliemann. In the year 1822, a lad was born in Germany who was to turn the spade work of archaeology into one of the romances of the century. His father had a passion for ancient history and brought him up on Homer's stories of the siege of Troy and Odysseus's wanderings. With great grief I heard from him that Troy had been so completely destroyed that it had disappeared without leaving any trace of its existence. At the age of 8, having given the matter mature consideration, Heinrich Schliemann announced his intention to devote his life to the rediscovery of the lost city. At the age of 10, he presented to his father a Latin essay on the Trojan War. In 1836 he left school with an education too advanced for his means, and became a grocer's apprentice. In 1841 he shipped from Hamburg as cabin boy on a steamer bound for South America. 12 days out the vessel foundered. The crew was tossed about in a small boat for 9 hours, and was thrown by the tide upon the shores of Holland. Heinrich became a clerk and earned $150 a year. He spent half of this on books, and lived on the other half and his dreams. His intelligence and application had their natural results. At 25 he was an independent merchant with interests on 3 continents. At 36 he felt that he had enough money, retired from commerce, and gave all his time to archaeology. In the midst of the bustle of business I had never forgotten Troy or the agreement I had made with my father to excavate it. In his travels as a merchant he had made it a practice to learn the language of each country he traded with, and to write in that language the current pages of his diary. By this method he learned English, French, Dutch, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, Russian, Swedish, Polish, and Arabic. Now he went to Greece, studied the language as a living speech, and was soon able to read both ancient and modern Greek as fluently as German. Henceforth, he declared, I should find it impossible to live anywhere but on classical soil. Since his Russian wife refused to leave Russia, he advertised for a Greek wife, laid down precise specifications for the position, and at the age of 47 chose a bride of 19 from among the photographs he received. He married her almost at sight and unwittingly in the ancient style of purchase. Her parents charged him for her a price commensurate with their conception of his fortune. When his new wife bore him children, he reluctantly consented to baptize them, but solemnized the ceremony by laying a copy of the Iliad upon their heads and reading 100 hexameters aloud. He named them Andromache and Agamemnon, called his servants Telamon and Pelops, and christened his Athenian home Bellerophon. He was an old man mad about Homer. In 1870 he went to the Troad, the northwest corner of Asia Minor, and made up his mind against all current scholarly opinion that Priam's Troy lay buried under the hill called Hisarlik. After a year of negotiations he secured permission from the Turkish government to explore the site. He engaged 80 laborers and set to work. His wife, who loved him for his eccentricities, shared his toil in the earth from sunrise to sunset. All winter long an icy gale from the north drove a blinding dust into their eyes, and swept with such violence through the cracks of their frail cottage that no lamp could be kept lit in the evening. Despite the fire in the hearth, the water froze nearly every night. We had nothing to keep us warm except our enthusiasm for the great work of discovering Troy. A year passed before they were rewarded. Then, blow by blow, a workman's pick exposed a large copper vessel, and this, opened, revealed an astonishing treasure of some 9,000 objects in silver and gold. The canny Schliemann hid the find in his wife's shawl, dismissed his workmen to an unexpected siesta, hurried to his hut, locked the door, spread out the precious things on the table, linked each one fondly with some passage in Homer, adorned his wife with an ancient diadem, and sent messages to his friends in Europe that he had unearthed the treasury of Priam. No one would believe him. Some critics charged him with having placed the objects where he found them. And at the same time the Sublime Porte sued him for taking gold from Turkish soil. But scholars like Virchow, Dürpfeld, and Burnouf came to the site, verified Schliemann's reports, and carried on the work with him until one buried Troy after another was uncovered, and the problem was no longer whether Troy had existed, but which of the 9 Troys exhumed had been the Ilios of the Iliad. In 1876 Schliemann resolved to confirm the epic from another direction, to show that Agamemnon too was real. Guided by Pausanias's classic description of Greece, He sank 34 shafts at Mycenae in the eastern Peloponnesus. Turkish officials interrupted the work by claiming half of the material that he had found at Troy. Unwilling to let the precious treasury of Priam lie unseen in Turkey, Schliemann clandestinely dispatched the objects to the State Museum at Berlin, paid the Porte 5 times more damages than were required of him, and resumed his digging at Mycenae. Again he was rewarded, and when he saw his workers carrying up to him skeletons, pottery, jewelry, and golden masks, he telegraphed joyfully to the king of Greece that he had discovered the tombs of Atreus and Agamemnon. In 1884 he moved on to Tiryns, and, guided again by Pausanias, unearthed the great palace and Cyclopean walls that Homer had described. Seldom had any man done so much for archaeology. He had the faults of his virtues, for his enthusiasm drove him into a reckless haste that destroyed or confused many exhumed objects in order to reach at once the goal that he sought. And the epics that had inspired his labors misled him into thinking that he had discovered Priam's hoard at Troy and the tomb of Agamemnon at Mycenae. The world of scholarship doubted his reports, and the museums of England, Russia, and France long refused to accept as genuine the relics that he found. He consoled himself with vigorous self-appreciation, and went on digging courageously until disease struck him down. In his last days he hesitated whether to pray to the god of Christianity or the Zeus of classic Greece. "To Agamemnon Schliemann, best beloved of sons, greeting," he writes. "I am very glad that you are going to study Plutarch and have finished Xenophon. I pray Zeus the Father and Pallas Athene that they will grant you 100 returns of the day in health and happiness." He died in 1890, worn out by climatic hardships, scholastic hostility, and the incessant fever of his dream. Like Columbus, he had discovered a world stranger than the one he sought. These jewels were older by many centuries than Priam and Hecuba. These graves were not the tombs of the Atridae, but the ruins of an Aegean civilization on the Greek mainland, as ancient as the Minoan age in Crete. Unknowingly, Schliemann had proved Horace's famous line, "Vixerunt fortes ante Agamemnona." There lived many brave men before Agamemnon. Year by year, as Dörpfeld and Müller, Zuntas and Stamatakis, Waldstein and Wass dug more widely into the Peloponnesus, and still others explored Attica and the islands, Euboea and Boeotia, Phocis and Thessaly, the soil of Greece gave up the ghostly relics of a culture before history. Here, too, men had been lifted from barbarism to civilization by the passage from nomadic hunting to settled agriculture, by the replacement of stone tools with copper and bronze, by the conveniences of writing and the stimulus of trade. Civilization is always older than we think, and under whatever sod we tread are the bones of men and women who also worked and loved, wrote songs and made beautiful things, but whose names and very being have been lost in the careless flow of time. 2. In the palaces of the kings. On a long low hill 5 miles east of Argos and a mile north of the sea stood, in the 14th century before our era, the fortress palace of Tiryns. Today one reaches its ruins by a pleasant ride from Argos or Nauplia, and finds them half lost amid quiet fields of corn and wheat. Then, after a little climb up prehistoric stone steps, the traveler stands before the Cyclopean walls built, said Greek tradition, for the Argive prince Proetus, 2 centuries before the Trojan War. The Greeks gave the name Cyclopean to such structures as in their mythical fancy could have been built only by giants like the one-eyed titans called Cyclopes, or Round Eyes, who labored at the forges of Hephaestus in the volcanoes of the Mediterranean. Architecturally, the term implied large unmortared stones, unhewn or roughly cut, and filled in at the joints with pebbles laid in clay. Tradition added that Proetus had imported celebrated masons called Cyclopes from Lycia. Even then the town itself was old, having been founded, said ancient memory, by the hero Tiryns, son of Argus of the 100 Eyes, in the infancy of the world. Proteus, the story went on, gave the palace to Perseus, who ruled Tiryns with the dusky Andromeda as his queen. The walls that protected the citadel rose from 25 to 50 feet in height, and were so thick that at several places they contained spacious galleries, vaulted and arched with immense overlapping horizontal slabs. Many of the stones, still in place, measure 6 feet in length by 3 in breadth and depth. The smallest of them, said Pausanias, could hardly be moved by a pair of mules. Within the walls, behind a propylon or gateway that set a style for many an acropolis, lay a broad paved court bounded with colonnades. And around this, as at Cnossus, was a medley of rooms gathered about the Megaron, a hall of state 1,300 square feet in area, with a pavement of painted cement and a ceiling supported by 4 columns enclosing a hearth. Here, in contrast to merry Crete, was established a lasting principle of Greek architecture, the separation of the women's quarters, or gynoeceum, from the chambers of the men. The king's room and the queen's room were built side by side, but so far as the remains reveal, they were eremitically sealed against intercommunication. Of this palace castle, Schliemann found only the ground plan, the column bases, and portions of the wall. At the foot of the hill were the remnants of stone or brick houses and bridges, and some fragments of archaic pottery. There, in prehistoric days, the town of Tyrins huddled for protection below the palace walls. We must picture the life of Bronze Age Greece as moving insecurely around and within such feudal fortresses. 10 miles farther north, perhaps in the 14th century before Christ, Perseus, if we wish to believe Pausanias, built Mycenae, the greatest capital of prehistoric Greece. Here, too, around a forbidding citadel, a town of several villages grew, housing a busy population of peasants, merchants, artisans, and slaves who had the happiness of eluding history. 600 years later, Homer called Mycenae a well-built city, broad-avenued and abounding in gold. Despite 100 despoiling generations, some parts of these also Cyclopean walls survive to attest the immemorial cheapness of labor and uneasiness of kings. In a corner of the wall is the famous Lion Gate, where, carved upon a stone triangle over a massive lintel, 2 royal beasts, now worn and headless, dumbly stand guard over a grandeur that is gone. On the Acropolis beyond are the ruins of the palace. Again, as at Tyrins and Cnossus, we can trace the divisions of throne room, altar room, store rooms, bathroom, and reception rooms. Here once were painted floors, columned porticos, frescoed walls, and majestic flights of stairs. Near the Lion Gate, in a narrow area enclosed by a ring of erect stone slabs, Schliemann's workers dug up 19 skeletons and relics so rich that one could forgive the great amateur for seeing in these shafts the burial chambers of the children of Atreus. Had not Pausanias described the royal graves as in the ruins of Mycenae? Here were male skulls with crowns of gold and golden masks on the bones of the face. Here were osseous ladies with golden diadems on what had been their heads. Here were painted vases, bronze cauldrons, a silver rhyton, beads of amber and amethyst, objects of alabaster, ivory, or faience, heavily ornamented daggers and swords, a gaming board like that at Cnossus, and almost anything in gold, seals and rings, pins and studs, cups and beads, bracelets and breastplates, vessels of toilet, even clothing embroidered with thin plates of gold. These were assuredly royal jewels, royal bones. In the hillside opposite the Acropolis, Schliemann and others discovered 9 tombs altogether different from these shaft graves. Leaving the road that comes down from the citadel, one enters at the right a corridor lined with walls of large, well-cut stones. At the end is a plain portal, once adorned with slim cylindrical columns of green marble, now in the British Museum. Above it is a simple lintel of 2 stones, one extending 30 feet and weighing 113 tons. Within, the traveler finds himself under a dome, or tholos, 50 feet high and as many wide. The walls are built of sawn blocks reinforced with decorative bronze rosettes. Each stratum of stones overlaps the one beneath until the uppermost layer closes the top. This strange structure, Schliemann thought, was the tomb of Agamemnon, and a smaller tholos nearby, discovered by his wife, was at once described as the tomb of Clytemnestra. All the beehive tombs at Mycenae were found empty. Thieves had anticipated the archaeologists by several centuries. These gloomy ruins are the reminders of a civilization as ancient to Pericles as Charlemagne to ourselves. Current opinion dates the shaft graves near to 1600 B.C., some 400 years before the traditional age of Agamemnon, and the beehive tombs about 1450. But prehistoric chronology is not a precision tool. We do not know how this civilization began, nor what people it was that built towns not only at Mycenae and Tyrins, but at Sparta, Amyclae, Aegina, Eleusis, Chaironea, or Orchomenos, and Delphi. Probably, like most nations, it was already composite in stock and heritage. Greece was as diverse in blood before the Dorian invasion of 1100 B.C. as England before the Norman conquest. So far as we can guess, the Mycenaeans were akin to the Phrygians and Carians of Asia Minor, and to the Minoans of Crete. The lions of Mycenae have a Mesopotamian countenance. This ancient motif probably came through Assyria and Phrygia to Greece. Greek tradition called the Mycenaeans Pelasgi. possibly meaning people of the sea, Pelagos, and pictured them as coming down from Thrace and Thessaly into Attica and the Peloponnesus in a past so distant that the Greeks termed them autochthanoi, aborigines. Herodotus accepted this account and ascribed the Olympian gods to a Pelasgic origin, but he could not say with any certainty what the language of the Pelasgi was. No more can we. Doubtless these autochthanoi were themselves latecomers into a land that had suffered cultivation since Neolithic days. There are no aborigines. In their turn, they too were overrun, for in the later years of Mycenaean history, towards 1600, we find many indications of a cultural, commercial, if not a military-political, conquest of the Peloponnesus by the products or emigrants of Crete. The palaces at Tiryns and Mycenae, except for the Gynoeceum, were designed and decorated in the Minoan manner. Cretan vases and styles reached into Aegina, Chalcis, and Thebes. Mycenaean ladies and goddesses adopted the charming fashions of Crete, and the art revealed in the later shaft graves is unmistakably Minoan. Apparently it was this stimulating contact with the higher culture that lifted Mycenae to the peak of its civilization. 3. Mycenaean Civilization. The remains of this culture are too fragmentary to give us a picture as distinct as those that take form in the ruins of Crete or the poetry of Homer. Life on the mainland was a little nearer to the hunting stage than in Crete. The bones of deer, wild boars, goats, sheep, hares, oxen, and pigs among the Mycenaean leavings, not to speak of fish bones and marine shells, indicate an appetite already Homeric and unfriendly to the Cretan waste. Here and there the relics reveal the strange contemporaneity of ancient and modern modes. Obsidian arrowheads lying beside a hollow bronze drill apparently used in boring dowel holes into stones. Industry was less advanced than in Crete. There are no signs on the mainland of such industrial centers as Gornia. Trade grew slowly, for the seas were troubled with pirates, including the Mycenaeans. The kings of Mycenae and Tiryns had Cretan artists engrave for them on their vases and rings a proud record of their achievements in piracy. To protect themselves against other pirates, they built their cities inland, far enough from the sea to guard against sudden attack, close enough to take readily to their ships. Lying on the road from the Argolic Gulf to the Isthmus of Corinth, Tiryns and Mycenae were well situated both to plunder traders with feudal tolls and to set out occasionally on buccaneering raids. Seeing Crete grow rich on orderly trade, Mycenae learned that piracy, like its civilized offspring, tariff dues, can strangle commerce and internationalize poverty. It reformed and allowed piracy to subside into trade. By 1400, its mercantile fleet was strong enough to defy the sea power of Crete. It refused to ship its Africa-bound goods across the island, but sent them directly to Egypt. Possibly this was the cause or result of a war that ended in the destruction of the Cretan citadels. The wealth that grew from this trade was not accompanied by any commensurate culture visible in the remains. Greek tradition credited the Pelasgians with having learned the alphabet from Phoenician traders. At Tiryns and Thebes, some jars have been found bearing unintelligible characters, but no clay tablets or inscriptions or documents have been discovered. Probably when Mycenae decided to be literate, it used perishable writing materials, as the Cretans did in their final period, and nothing has been preserved. In art, the Mycenaeans followed Cretan models, and so faithfully that archaeology suspects them of importing their major artists from Crete. But after Cretan art declined, painting flourished vigorously on the mainland. The decorative designs of borders and cornices are of the first order and persist into classic Greece, while the surviving frescoes indicate a keen feeling for moving life. The ladies in the box are splendid dowagers who might adorn any opera promenade today and be in full fashion of coiffure and gowns. They are more alive than the stiffly conscious ladies in the chariot who are out for an afternoon drive in the park. Better still is the boar hunt, a fresco from Tiryns. The boar and the flowers are unconvincingly conventional. The incredibly pink hounds are disfigured with stylized spots of scarlet, black, or blue, and the hindquarters of the plunging boar taper away into the likeness of some high-heeled maiden falling from her palace bower. Nevertheless, the chase is real, the boar is desperate, the dogs are in fast flight through the air, and man, the most sentimental and terrible of all beasts of prey, stands ready with his murderous spear. One may suspect from such samples the active and physical life of the Mycenaeans, the proud beauty of their women, the vivid adornment of their palaces. The highest art of Mycenae was in metals. This book is continued on Cassette 2, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 2, Side 1. The highest art of Mycenae was in metals. Here the mainland equaled Crete and dared to use its own forms and decoration. If Schliemann did not quite find the bones of Agamemnon, he found their weight in silver and gold. Jewelry of many kinds, in spendthrift quantities, stud buttons worthy of any king, intaglios live with scenes of hunting, war, or piracy, and a cow's head in shining silver, with horns and frontal rosette of gold. At any moment one expects from it the plaintive mooing to which Schliemann, never at a loss for explanations, traced the name Mycenae, Mycenae. The finest of these metal relics from Tiryns and Mycenae are two bronze daggers inlaid with electron and burnished gold, and elegantly engraved with wildcats chasing ducks, and lions pursuing leopards or fighting men. Most peculiar of all the remains are the golden masks apparently laid over the faces of dead royalty. One mask looks for all the world like the face of a cat. However, the gallant Schliemann ascribed it not to Clytemnestra, but to Agamemnon. The unquestioned masterpieces of Mycenaean art were found neither at Tiryns nor at Mycenae, but in a tomb at Vaphio, near Sparta, where a minor prince once emulated the magnificence of the northern kings. Here, amid another treasure of jewelry, were two thin cups of beaten gold, simply formed and yet worked with the loving patience of all great art. The craftsmanship is so like the best Minoan that most students are inclined to attribute these cups to some Cretan Cellini, but it would be a pity to deprive the Mycenaean culture of its most perfect memorials. The subject, the snaring and taming of a bull, seems characteristically Cretan, and yet the frequency with which such scenes are engraved upon Mycenaean rings and seals or painted upon the palace walls shows that the bull sport was as popular on the mainland as on the island. On one of the cups the bull is caught in a net of heavy rope. His mouth and nostrils gape with breathless anger and fatigue as he struggles to get free and imprisons himself the more. While on the other side a second bull gallops off in terror, and a third charges at a cowboy who catches it bravely by the horns. On the companion cup the captured bull is being led away. As we turn the vessel around, we see him already reconciled to the restraints of civilization and engaged, as Evans puts it, in amorous conversation with a cow. Many centuries were to pass before such skillful work would appear again in Greece. The Mycenaean himself, as well as most of his art, is found in the tombs. For he folded and buried his dead in comfortable jars, and seldom cremated them as the heroic age would do. Apparently he believed in a future life, for many objects of use and value were placed in the graves. For the rest, Mycenaean religion, so far as it reveals itself to us, gives every evidence of Cretan origin or kinship. Here as in Crete are the double axe, the sacred pillar, the holy dove, and the cult of a mother goddess associated with a young male deity, presumably her son. And here again are attendant divinities in the form of snakes. Through all the transformations of religion known to us in Greece, the mother goddess has remained. After the Cretan Rhea came Demeter, the Mater Dolorosa of the Greeks, after Demeter, the Virgin Mother of God. Today, standing on the ruins of Mycenae, one sees in the little village below a modest Christian church. Grandeur is gone, simplicity and consolation remain. Civilizations come and go, they conquer the earth and crumble into dust, but faith survives every desolation. After the fall of Cnossus, Mycenae prospered as never before. The rising wealth of the Shaft-Grave dynasty raised great palaces upon the hills of Mycenae and Tiryns. Mycenaean art took on a character of its own and captured the markets of the Aegean. Now the commerce of the mainland princes reached eastward into Cyprus and Syria, southward through the Cyclades to Egypt, westward through Italy to Spain, northward through Boeotia and Thessaly to the Danube, and found itself balked only at Troy. Like Rome absorbing and disseminating the civilization of Hellas, so Mycenae, won by the culture of dying Crete, spread the Mycenaean phase of that culture throughout the Mediterranean world. 4. Troy. Between the Greek mainland and Crete, 220 islands dot the Aegean, forming a circle around Delos, and therefore called the Cyclades. Most of them are rugged and barren, precarious mountain survivals of a land half drowned in the sea. But some were rich enough in marble or metal to be already busy and civilized, as the world goes, long before Greek history comes into our view. In 1896, the British School of Athens dug into the soil of Melos at Philokopi and found tools, weapons, and pottery remarkably akin, age by age, to the Minoan. and a like research in other islands, has built up a prehistoric picture of the Cyclades conforming in time and character, though never comparable in artistic excellence, with the bioscope of Crete. The Cyclades were cramped for land, totaling less than 1,000 square miles among them, and proved, like classic Greece, incapable of uniting under one political power. By the 17th century B.C., the little isles had passed in government and art, even here and there in language and writing, under Cretan domination. Then in the final period, 1400 to 1200, the imports from Crete fell away, and the islands increasingly took their pottery and their styles from Mycenae. Moving eastward into the Sporades, or scattered, islands, we find in Rhodes another prehistoric culture of the simpler Aegean type. In Cyprus, the rich deposits of copper that gave the island its name brought it a measure of wealth throughout the Bronze Age, 3400 to 1200, but its wares remained crude and undistinguished before the coming of Cretan influence. Its population, predominantly Asiatic, used a syllabic script akin to the Minoan and worshipped a goddess apparently descended from the Semitic Ishtar and destined to become the Aphrodite of the Greeks. After 1600, the metal industry of the island developed rapidly. The mines, owned by the royal government, exported copper to Egypt, Crete, and Greece. The foundry at Enkomi made famous daggers, and the potters sold their globular bowls from Egypt to Troy. The forests were cut into timber, and cypress, from Cyprus, began to compete with the cedars of Lebanon. In the 13th century, Mycenaean colonists founded the colonies that were to become the Greek cities of Paphos, sacred to Aphrodite, and Citium, birthplace of the Stoic Zeno, and Cyprian Salamis, where Solon paused in his wanderings to replace chaos with law. From Cyprus, Mycenaean trade and influence crossed to Syria and Caria, and thence, as well as by other rowing stones, they moved up the coasts and islands of Asia until they reached Troy. There, on a hill separated by 3 miles from the sea, Schliemann and Dörpfeld found 9 cities superimposed each upon its predecessor, as if Troy had had 9 lives. 1. In the lowest strata were the remains of a Neolithic village coming down to 3000 B.C. Here were walls of rough stones, mortared with mud, clay whorls, bits of worked ivory, tools of obsidian, and pieces of hand-polished black pottery. 2. Above this lay the ruins of the second city, which Schliemann believed to have been Homer's Troy. Its enclosing walls, like those of Tiryns and Mycenae, were of Cyclopean stones. At intervals there were fortresses, and at the corners great double gates, of which 2 are well preserved. Some houses survived to a height of 4 feet, their walls built of brick and wood upon a stone foundation. The red-painted pottery, wheel-turned but crude, indicates a lifespan for this city from approximately 2400 to 1900. Bronze has replaced stone for tools and weapons, and jewelry abounds, but the statuettes are unprepossessingly primitive. The second city was apparently destroyed by fire. Signs of conflagration are numerous, and persuaded Schliemann that this was the work of Agamemnon's Greeks. 3 to 5. Above the burnt city are the relics of 3 successive hamlets, small and poor, and negligible in archaeological content. 6. About 1600 another city rose on the historic hill. Through the passionate haste of his work, Schliemann mixed the objects of this stratum with those of the second, and dismissed the 6th city as an unimportant Lydian settlement. But Dörpfeld, continuing the excavations after Schliemann's death, and for a time with Schliemann's money, revealed a town considerably larger than the second, ornate with substantial buildings in dressed stone, and enclosed by a 30-foot wall, of whose 4 gates 3 remain. In the ruins were monochrome vases of finer workmanship than before, vessels like the Minian ware of Orchomenos, and potsherds so like those found at Mycenae that Dörpfeld considered them to be importations from that city, and therefore contemporary with the Shaftgrave dynasty, 1400 to 1200. On these and other shifting grounds, current opinion identifies the 6th city with Homer's Troy, and assigns to it the treasury of Priam that Schliemann thought he had found in the second city: 6 bracelets, 2 goblets, 2 diadems, a fillet, 60 earrings, and 8,700 other pieces, all in gold. The 6th city, too, we are assured, perished by fire shortly after 1200. Greek historians traditionally assigned the siege of Troy to 1194 to 1184 B.C. Who were the Trojans? An Egyptian papyrus mentions certain Dardanui as among the allies of the Hittites at the Battle of Kadesh in 1287. It is likely that these were the ancestors of the Dardanoi, who in Homer's terminology are one with the Trojans. Probably these Dardani were of Balkan origin, crossed the Hellespont in the 16th century with the kindred Phrygians, and settled in the lower valley of the Scamander. Herodotus, however, identified the Trojans with the Teucrians, and the Teucrians, according to Strabo, were Cretans who settled in the Troad, perhaps after the fall of Cnossus. Both Crete and the Troad had a sacred Mount Ida, the many-fountained Ida of Homer and Tennyson. Presumably the region was subject at various times to political and ethnic influences from the Hittite hinterland. All in all, the excavations indicate a civilization partly Minoan, partly Mycenaean, partly Asiatic, partly Danubian. Homer represents the Trojans as speaking the same language and worshipping the same gods as the Greeks, but later Hellenic imagination preferred to think of Troy as an Asiatic city, and of the famous siege as the first known episode in an endless contest between Semite and Aryan, east and west. More significant than the racial complexion of its people was the strategic position of Troy near the entrance to the Hellespont and the rich lands about the Black Sea. Throughout history, that narrow passage has been the battleground of empires. The siege of Troy was the Gallipoli adventure of 1194 B.C. The plain was moderately fertile, and precious metals lay in the soil to the east, but this alone would hardly account for the wealth of Troy and the tenacious attack of the Greeks. The city was admirably placed to levy tolls upon vessels wishing to pass through the Hellespont, while it was too far inland to be conveniently assailed from the sea. Perhaps it was this, and not Helen's face, that launched 1,000 ships upon Ilium. On a likelier theory, the southward current and winds in the strait persuaded merchants to unload their cargoes at Troy and ship them overland into the interior. From the charges exacted for this service, Troy may have derived its wealth and power. In any case, the city's trade grew rapidly, as may be judged from the varied provenance of its remains. From the lower Aegean came copper, olive oil, wine, and pottery. From the Danube and Thrace came pottery, amber, horses, and swords. From distant China came so great a rarity as jade. In return, Troy brought from the interior and exported timber, silver, gold, and wild asses. Seated proudly behind their walls, the horse-taming Trojans dominated the Troad and taxed its trade on land and sea. The picture that we derive from the Iliad of Priam and his household is one of biblical grandeur and patriarchal benevolence. The king is polygamous, not as a diversion, but as a royal responsibility to continue his high breed abundantly. His sons are monogamous, and as well behaved as the fictitious Victorians, excepting, of course, the gay Paris, who is as innocent of morals as Alcibiades. Hector, Helenus, and Troilus are more likable than the vacillating Agamemnon, the treacherous Odysseus, and the petulant Achilles. Andromache and Polyxena are as charming as Helen and Iphigenia, and Hecuba is a shade better than Clytemnestra. All in all, the Trojans, as pictured by their enemies, seem to us less deceitful, more devoted, better gentlemen than the Greeks who conquered them. The conquerors themselves felt this in later days. Homer had many a kind word to say for the Trojans, and Sappho and Euripides left no doubt as to where their sympathies and admiration lay. It was a pity that these noble Dardans stood in the way of an expanding Greece, which, despite its multitude of faults, would in the end bring to this and every other region of the Mediterranean a higher civilization than they had ever known. Chapter 3. The Heroic Age. 1. The Achaeans. Modest Hittite tablets from Boghaz Kui of approximately 1325 B.C. speak of the Ahiava as a people equal in power to the Hittites themselves. An Egyptian record towards 1221 B.C. mentions the Akaiwasha as joining other peoples of the sea in a Libyan invasion of Egypt and describes them as a roving band fighting to fill their bellies. In Homer, the Achaeans are specifically a Greek-speaking people of southern Thessaly. Often, however, because they had become the most powerful of the Greek tribes, Homer uses their name for all the Greeks at Troy. Greek historians and poets of the Classic Age called the Achaeans, like the Pelasgians, autochthonous, native to Greece as far back as memory could recall, and they assumed without hesitation that the Achaean culture described in Homer was one with that which has here been termed Mycenaean. Schliemann accepted this identification, and for a brief while the world of scholarship agreed with him. In 1901, an unusually iconoclastic Englishman, Sir William Ridgway, upset this happy confidence by pointing out that though Achaean civilization agreed with the Mycenaean in many ways, it differed in vital particulars. 1. Iron is practically unknown to the Mycenaeans. The Achaeans are familiar with it. 2. The dead in Homer are cremated. In Tyrans and Mycenae they are buried, implying a different conception of the afterlife. 3. The Achaean gods are the Olympians, of whom no trace has been found in the culture of Mycenae. 4. The Achaeans used long swords, round shields, and safety-pin brooches. No objects of such form appear in the varied Mycenaean remains. 5. There are considerable dissimilarities in coiffure and dress. Ridgway concluded that the Mycenaeans were Pelasgians and spoke Greek, that the Achaeans were blond Celts, or Central Europeans, who came down through Epirus and Thessaly from 2000 onward, brought with them the worship of Zeus, invaded the Peloponnesus about 1400, adopted Greek speech and many Greek ways, and established themselves as feudal chieftains, ruling from their fortress palaces a subjugated Pelasgian population. The theory is illuminating, even if it must be substantially modified. Greek literature says nothing of an Achaean invasion, and it would not be wise to hang a rejection of so unanimous a tradition upon a gradual increase in the use of iron, a change in modes of burial or coiffure, a lengthening of swords or rounding of shields, or even a safety pin. It is more likely that the Achaeans, as all classic writers supposed, were a Greek tribe that, in its natural multiplication, expanded from Thessaly into the Peloponnesus during the 14th and 13th centuries, mingled their blood with the Pelasgo-Mycenaeans there, and towards 1250 BC became the ruling class. Probably it was they who gave Greek to the Pelasgians, instead of receiving it from them. In such place names as Corinth and Tyrans, Parnassus and Olympia, we may have echoes of a Creto-Pelasgo-Mycenaean tongue. In the same manner, presumably, the Achaeans superimposed their mountain and sky gods upon the chthonic or subterranean deities of the earlier population. For the rest, there is no sharp line of separation between the Mycenaean culture and that later phase of it, the Achaean, which we find in Homer. The two ways of life seem to have mingled and melted into one. Slowly, as the amalgamation proceeded, Aegean civilization passed away, dying in the defeat of Troy, and Greek civilization began. 2. The heroic legends. The legends of the heroic age suggest both the origins and the destinies of the Achaeans. We must not ignore these stories, for though a sanguinary fancy enlivens them, they may contain more history than we suppose, and they are so bound up with the Greek poetry, drama, and art that we should be at a loss to understand these without them. The Cambridge Ancient History states, Perseus, Heracles, Minos, Theseus, Jason, it has been common in modern times to regard these and the other heroes of this age as purely mythical creations. The later Greeks, in criticizing the records of their past, had no doubt that they were historical persons who actually ruled in Argos and other kingdoms. And after a period of extreme skepticism, many modern critics have begun to revert to the Greek view as that which explains the evidence most satisfactorily. The heroes of the tales, like the geographical scenes in which they moved, are real. We shall assume that the major legends are true in essence, imaginative in detail. Hittite inscriptions mention an Atarisius as king of the Ahiavas in the 13th century BC. He is probably Atreus, king of the Achaeans. In Greek story, Zeus begat Tantalus, king of Phrygia, who begat Pelops, who begat Atreus, who begat Agamemnon. Pelops, being exiled, came to Elis in the western Peloponnesus about 1283 and determined to marry Hippodamia, daughter of Enamaeus, Elis's king. The east pediment of the great temple of Zeus at Olympia still tells us the story of their courtship. The king made a practice to test his daughter's suitors by competing with them in a chariot race. If the suitor won, he would receive Hippodamia. If he lost, he was put to death. Several suitors had tried and had lost both race and life. To reduce the risks, Pelops bribed the king's charioteer, Myrtilus, to remove the linchpins from the royal chariot and promised to share the kingdom with him if their plan succeeded. In the contest that ensued, the king's chariot broke down and he was killed. Pelops married Hippodamia and ruled Elis, but instead of sharing the kingdom with Myrtilus, he threw Myrtilus into the sea. As Myrtilus sank, he laid an ominous curse upon Pelops and all his descendants. Pelops' daughter married Sthenelus, son of Perseus and king of Argos. The throne passed down to their son Eurystheus, and after the latter's death to his uncle Atreus. Atreus's sons Agamemnon and Menelaus married Clytemnestra and Helen, daughters of King Tyndareus of Lacedaemon. And when Atreus and Tyndareus died, Agamemnon and Menelaus between them ruled all the eastern Peloponnesus from their respective capitals at Mycenaean Sparta. The Peloponnesus, or island of Pelops, came to be called after their grandfather, whose descendants had quite forgotten the curse of Myrtilus. Meanwhile, the remainder of Greece was also busy with heroes, usually founding cities. In the 15th century before our era, said Greek tradition, the iniquity of the human race provoked Zeus to overwhelm it with a flood, from which one man, Deucalion, and his wife Pyrrha alone were saved, in an ark or chest that came to rest on Mount Parnassus. From Deucalion's son Hellen, Hellen, had come all the Greek tribes and their united name, Hellenes. Hellen was grandfather of Achaeus and Ion, who begot the Achaean and Ionian tribes, which, after many wanderings, peopled respectively the Peloponnesus and Attica. One of Ion's descendants, Cecrops, with the help of the goddess Athena, founded, on a site whose acropolis had already been settled by Pelasgians, the city that was named after her, Athens. It was he, said the story, that gave civilization to Attica, instituted marriage, abolished bloody sacrifices, and taught his subjects to worship the Olympian gods, Zeus and Athena above the rest. The descendants of Cecrops ruled Athens as kings. The fourth in line was Erechtheus, to whom the city, honoring him as a god, would later dedicate one of its loveliest temples. His grandson, Theseus, about 1250, merged the 12 demes or villages of Attica into one political unity, whose citizens, wherever they lived, were to be called Athenians. Perhaps it was because of this historic synoikismos, or municipal cohabitation, that Athens, like Thebes and Mycenae, had a plural name. It was Theseus who brought order and power to Athens, ended the sacrifice of her children to Minos, and gave her people security on the roads by slaying the highwayman Procrustes, who had liked to stretch or cut the legs of his captives to make them fit his bed. After Theseus's death, Athens worshipped him too as a god. As late as 476, in the skeptical age of Pericles, the city brought the bones of Theseus from Skyros and deposited them as sacred relics in the temple of Theseus. To the north, in Boeotia, a rival capital had equally stirring traditions, destined to become the very substance of Greek drama in the Classic Age. Late in the 14th century B.C., the Phoenician or Cretan or Egyptian prince Cadmus founded the city of Thebes at the meeting of the roads that cross Greece from east to west and from north to south, taught its people letters, and slew the dragon, perhaps an ancient phrase for an infecting or infesting organism, that hindered the settlers from using the waters of the Orion spring. From the dragon's teeth, which Cadmus sowed in the earth, sprang armed men who, like the Greeks of history, attacked one another until only 5 survived. These 5, said Thebes, were the founders of her royal families. The government established itself on a hill citadel called the Cadmea, where in our own time a palace of Cadmus has been unearthed. There, after Cadmus, reigned his son Polydorus, his grandson Labdacus, and his great-grandson Laius, whose son Oedipus, as all the world knows, slew his father and married his mother. When Oedipus died, his sons quarreled over the scepter, as is the habit of princes. Eteocles drove out Polynices, who persuaded Adrastus, king of Argos, to attempt his restoration. Adrastus tried, in circa 1213, in the famous War of the Seven against Thebes, and again 16 years later in the War of the Epigoni, or Sons of the Seven. This time both Eteocles and Polynices were killed, and Thebes was burned to the ground. Among the Theban aristocrats was one Amphitryon, who had a charming wife, Alcmene. Her Zeus visited while Amphitryon was gone to the wars, and Heracles, or Hercules, was their son. Hera, who did not relish these jovial condescensions, sent 2 serpents to destroy the babe in the cradle, but the boy grasped one in each hand and strangled them both. Therefore he was called Heracles, as having won glory through Hera. Linus, oldest name in the history of music, tried to teach the youth how to play and sing, but Heracles did not care for music and slew Linus with the lyre. When he grew up, a clumsy, bibulous, gluttonous, kindly giant, he undertook to kill a lion that was ravaging the flocks of Amphitryon and Thespius. The latter, king of Thespii, offered his home and his 50 daughters to Heracles, who rose to the occasion manfully. He slew the lion and wore its skin as his garb. He married Megara, daughter of Creon of Thebes, and tried to settle down. But Hera sent a madness upon him, and unwittingly he killed his own children. He consulted the oracle at Delphi, and was instructed to go and live at Tiryns and serve Eurystheus, the Argive king, for 12 years, after which he would become an immortal god. He obeyed and carried out for Eurystheus his famous 12 labors. Released by the king, Heracles returned to Thebes. He performed many other exploits. He joined the Argonauts, sacked Troy, helped the gods to win their battle against the giants, freed Prometheus, brought Alcestis back to life, and now and then killed his own friends by accident. After his death he was worshipped as hero and god, and since he had had countless loves, many tribes claimed him as their progenitor. His sons made their home at Trachis in Thessaly, but Eurystheus, fearing lest they depose him in revenge for the unnecessary labors that he had laid upon their father, ordered the Trachinian king to exile them from Greece. The Heraclidae, that is, children of Heracles, found refuge in Athens. Eurystheus sent an army to attack them, but they defeated and killed him. When Atreus came against them with another force, Hyllus, one of the sons, offered to fight any of Atreus's men in single combat, on condition that if he won, the Heraclidae should receive the kingdom of Mycenae. If he lost, the Heraclidae would depart and not return for 50 years, after which time their children were to receive Mycenae. He lost and led his partisans into exile. 50 years later a new generation of Heraclidae returned. It was they, not the Dorians, said Greek tradition, who, being resisted in their claims, conquered the Peloponnesus and put an end to the heroic age. If the tale of Pelops and his descendants suggests the Asia Minor origin of the Achaeans, the theme of their destiny is struck in the story of the Argonauts. Like so many of the legends that served as both the historical tradition and the popular fiction of the Greeks, it is an excellent narrative with all the elements of adventure, exploration, war, love, mystery, and death woven into a fabric so rich that after the dramatists of Athens had almost worn it bare, it was rewoven into a very passable epic in Hellenistic days by Apollonius of Rhodes. It begins in Boeotian or Kamenos, on the harsh note of human sacrifice, like Agamemnon's tragedy. Finding his land stricken with famine, King Athamas proposed to offer his son Phrixus to the gods. Phrixus learned of the plan and escaped from Orchomenos with his sister Helle, riding with her through the air on a ram with a golden fleece. But the ram was unsteady, and Helle fell off and was drowned in the strait which, after her, was called the Hellespont. Phrixus reached land and found his way to Colchis, at the farther end of the Black Sea. There he sacrificed the ram and hung up its fleece as an offering to Ares, god of war. Aeetes, king of Colchis, set a sleepless dragon to watch the fleece, for an oracle had said that he should die if a stranger carried it off. And to better assure himself, he decreed that all strangers coming to Colchis should be put to death. His daughter Medea, who loved strange men and ways, pitied the wayfarers who entered Colchis and helped them to escape. Her father ordered her to be confined, but she fled to a sacred precinct near the sea and lived there in bitter brooding till Jason found her wandering on the shore. Some 20 years before, Greek chronologists said about 1245, Peleus, son of Poseidon, had usurped the throne of Aeson, king of Iolcus in Thessaly. Aeson's infant son Jason had been hidden by friends and had grown up in the woods to great strength and courage. One day he appeared in the marketplace, dressed in a leopard skin and armed with 2 spears, and demanded his kingdom. But he was simple as well as strong, and Peleus persuaded him to undertake a heavy task as the price of the throne, to recover the golden fleece. So Jason built the great ship Argo, the Swift, and called to the adventure the bravest spirits in Greece. Heracles came with his beloved companion Hylas, and Peleus, father of Achilles, Theseus, Meleager, Orpheus, and the fleet-footed maiden Atalanta. As the vessel entered the Hellespont, it was halted, seemingly by some force from Troy, for Heracles left the expedition to sack the city and kill its king Laomedon and all his sons but Priam. When, after many tribulations, the Argonauts reached their goal, they were warned by Medea of the death that awaited all strangers in Colchis. But Jason persisted, and Medea agreed to help him gain the fleece if he would take her to Thessaly and keep her as his wife until he died. He pledged himself to her, captured the fleece with her aid, and fled back to his ship with her and his men. Many of them were wounded, but Medea quickly healed them with roots and herbs. When Jason reached Iolcus, he again asked for the kingdom, and Peleus again delayed. Then Medea, by the arts of a sorceress, deceived the daughters of Peleus into boiling him to death. Frightened by her magic powers, the people drove her and Jason from Iolcus and debarred him forever from the throne. The rest belongs to Euripides. A myth is often a bit of popular wisdom personified in poetic figures, as the story of Eden suggests the disillusionment of knowledge and the liabilities of love. Legend is often a fragment of history swelling with new fictions as it rolls down the years. It is probable that in the generation before the historic siege of Troy, the Greeks had tried to force their way through the Hellespont and open the Black Sea to colonization and trade. The story of the Argonauts may be the dramatized memory of that commercial exploration, and the Golden Fleece may refer to the woolen skins or cloths anciently used in northern Asia Minor to catch particles of gold carried down by the streams. A Greek settlement was actually made about this time on the island of Lemnos, not far from the Hellespont. The Black Sea proved inhospitable despite its propitiating name, and the fortress of Troy rose again after Heracles' visitation to discourage adventures in the strait. But the Greeks did not forget. They would come again, 1,000 ships instead of one, and on the plain of Ilion, the Achaeans would destroy themselves to free the Hellespont. 3. Homeric Civilization. How shall we reconstruct the life of Achaean Greece, 1300 to 1100 BC, out of the poetry of its legends? Our chief reliance must be upon Homer, who may never have existed, and whose epics are younger by at least 3 centuries than the Achaean age. It is true that archaeology has surprised the archaeologists by making realities of Troy, Mycenae, Tiryns, Cnossus, and other cities described in the Iliad, and by exhuming a Mycenaean civilization strangely akin to that which spontaneously takes form between the lines of Homer, so that our inclination today is to accept as real the central characters of his fascinating tales. Nonetheless, it is impossible to say how far the poems reflect the age in which the poet lived rather than the age of which he writes. We shall merely ask, then, what did Greek tradition, as gathered together in Homer, conceive the Homeric age to be? In any case, we shall have a picture of Hellas in buoyant transit, from the Aegean culture to the civilization of historic Greece. 1. Labor. The Achaeans, that is, the Greeks of the heroic age, impress us as less civilized than the Mycenaeans who preceded them, and more civilized than the Dorians who followed them. They are above all physical, the men tall and powerful, the women ravishingly lovely in an unusually literal sense. Like the Romans 1,000 years after them, the Achaeans look down upon literary culture as effeminate degeneration. They use writing under protest, and the only literature they know is the martial lay and unwritten song of the troubadour. If we believe Homer, we must suppose that Zeus had realized in Achaean society the aspiration of the American poet who wrote that if he were God, he would make all men strong and all women beautiful, and would then himself become a man. Homeric Greece is Kalaginaika. It is a dream of fair women. The men, too, are handsome, with their long hair and their brave beards. The greatest gift that a man can give is to cut off his hair and lay it as an offering upon the funeral pyre of his friend. Nakedness is not yet cultivated. Both sexes cover the body with a quadrangular garment folded over the shoulders, tied with a clasp pin, and reaching nearly to the knees. The women may add a veil or a girdle, and the men a loincloth, which, as dignity increases, will evolve into drawers and trousers. The well-to-do go in for costly robes, such as that which Priam brings humbly to Achilles in ransom for his son. The men are bare-legged, the women bare-armed. Both wear shoes or sandals outdoors, but are usually barefoot within. Both sexes wear jewelry, and the women and Paris anoint the body with rose-scented oil. How do these men and women live? Homer shows them to us tilling the soil, sniffing with pleasure the freshly turned dark earth, running their eyes with pride along the furrows they have plowed so straight, winnowing the wheat, irrigating the fields, and banking up the streams against the winter floods. He makes us feel the despair of the peasant whose months of toil are washed out by the torrent at the full, that in swift course shatters the dikes, neither can the long line of mounds hold it in, nor the walls of the fruitful orchards stay its sudden coming. The land is hard to farm, for much of it is mountain or swamp or deeply wooded hill. The villages are visited by wild beasts, and hunting is a necessity before it becomes a sport. The rich are great stock breeders, raising cattle, sheep, pigs, goats, and horses. One Erecthonius keeps 3,000 brood mares with their foals. The poor eat fish and grain, occasionally vegetables. Warriors and the rich rely upon great portions of roast meat. They breakfast on meat and wine. Odysseus and his swineherd eat, between them, a small roast pig for luncheon and a third of a 5-year-old hog for dinner. They have honey instead of sugar, meat fat instead of butter. Instead of bread, they eat cakes of grain, baked large and thin on a plate of iron or a hot stone. The diners do not recline, as the Athenians will do, but sit on chairs, not at a central table, but along the walls with little tables between the seats. There are no forks, spoons, or napkins, and only such knives as the guests may carry. Eating is managed with the fingers. The staple drink, even among the poor and among children, is diluted wine. The land is owned by the family or the clan, not by the individual. The father administers and controls it, but he cannot sell it. In the Iliad, great tracts are called the king's commons, or domain, temenos. In effect, it belongs to the community, and in its fields any man may pasture his flocks. In the Odyssey, these common lands are being divided and sold to, or appropriated by, rich or strong individuals. The commons disappears in ancient Greece precisely as in modern England. The soil might yield metal as well as food, but the Achaeans neglect to mine the earth, and are content to import copper and tin, silver and gold, and a strange new luxury, iron. A shapeless mass of iron is offered as a precious prize at the games held in honor of Patroclus. It will make, says Achilles, many an agricultural implement. He says nothing of weapons, which are still of bronze. The Odyssey describes the tempering of iron, but that epic probably belongs to a later age than the Iliad. The smith at his forge and the potter at his wheel work in their shops. Other Homeric craftsmen, saddlers, masons, carpenters, cabinet makers, go to work at the home that has ordered their product. They do not produce for a market, for sale or profit. They work long hours, but leisurely, without the sting and stimulus of visible competition. The family itself provides most of its needs. Everyone in it labors with his hands. Even the master of the house, even the local king, like Odysseus, makes bed and chairs for his home, boots and saddles for himself. And unlike the later Greeks, he prides himself on his manual skill. Penelope, Helen, and Andromache, as well as their servant women, are busy with spinning, weaving, embroidery, and household cares. Helen seems lovelier when she displays her needlework to Telemachus than when she walks in beauty on the battlements of Troy. The craftsmen are freemen, never slaves, as in classic Greece. Peasants may in emergency be conscripted to labor for the king, but we do not hear of serfs bound to the soil. Slaves are not numerous, nor is their position degraded. They are mostly female domestics and occupy a position in effect as high as that of household servants today, except that they are bought and sold for long terms instead of for precariously brief engagements. On occasion they are brutally treated. Normally they are accepted as members of the family, are cared for in illness or depression or old age, and may develop a humane relation of affection with master or mistress. Nausicaa helps her bondwomen to wash the family linen in the stream, plays ball with them, and altogether treats them as companions. If a slave woman bears a son to her master, the child is usually free. Any man, however, may become a slave, through capture in battle or in piratical raids. This is the bitterest aspect of Achaean life. Homeric society is rural and local. Even the cities are mere villages nestling against hilltop citadels. Communication is by messenger or herald, or over long distances by signal fires flashing from peak to peak. Overland traffic is made difficult and dangerous by roadless mountains and swamps and bridgeless streams. The carpenter makes carts with 4 wheels, boasting of spokes and wooden tires. Even so, most goods are carried by mules or men. Trade by sea is easier, despite pirates and storms. Natural harbors are numerous, and only on the perilous 4-day trip from Crete to Egypt does the ship lose sight of land. Usually the boat is beached at night, and crew and passengers sleep on trusty land. In this age the Phoenicians are still better merchants and mariners than the Greeks. The Greeks revenge themselves by despising trade and preferring piracy. The Homeric Greeks have no money, but use as media for exchange ingots of iron, bronze, or gold. The ox or cow is taken as a standard of value. A gold ingot of 57 pounds is called a talent, talenton, or weight. Much barter remains. Wealth is computed realistically in goods, especially cattle, rather than in pieces of metal or paper that may lose or alter their value at any moment through a change in the economic theology of men. There are rich and poor in Homer as in life. Society is a rumbling cart that travels an uneven road, and no matter how carefully the cart is constituted, some of the varied objects in it will sink to the bottom and others will rise to the top. The potter has not made all the vessels of the same earth or strength or fragility. Already in the second book of the Iliad, we hear the sound of the class war, and as Thersites flies oratorically at Agamemnon, we recognize an early variation on a persistent theme. 2. Morals. As we read Homer, the impression forms that we are in the presence of a society more lawless and primitive than that of Cnossus or Mycenae. The Achaean culture is a step backward, a transition between the brilliant Aegean civilization and the dark age that will follow the Dorian Conquest. Homeric life is poor in art, rich in action. It is unmeditative, buoyant, swift. It is too young and strong to bother much about manners or philosophy. Probably we misjudge it by seeing it in the violent crisis or disorderly aftermath of war. There are, it is true, many tender qualities and scenes. Even the warriors are generous and affectionate. Between parent and child there is a love as profound as it is silent. Odysseus kisses the heads and shoulders of the members of his family when, after their long separation, they recognize him, and in like manner they kiss him. Helen and Menelaus weep when they learn that this noble lad, Telemachus, is the son of the lost Odysseus who fought so valiantly for them. Agamemnon himself is capable of tears so abundant that they remind Homer of a stream pouring over rocks. Friendships are firm among the heroes, though possibly a degree of sexual inversion enters into the almost neurotic attachment of Achilles to Patroclus, especially to Patroclus dead. Hospitality is lavish, for from Zeus are all strangers and beggars. Maids bathe the foot or the body of the guest, anoint him with unguents, and may give him fresh garments. He receives food and lodging if he needs them, and perhaps a gift. "Lo," says fair-cheeked Helen, as she places a costly robe in Telemachus's hands, "I too give thee this gift, dear child, a remembrance of the hands of Helen, against the day of thy longed-for marriage, for thy bride to wear." It is a picture that reveals to us the human tenderness and fine feeling that in the Iliad must hide themselves under the panoply of war. Even war does not thwart the Greek passion for games. Children and adults engage in skillful and difficult contests, apparently with fairness and good humor. Penelope's suitors play draughts and throw the disc or javelin. The Phaeacian hosts of Odysseus play at quoits, and a strange medley of ball and dance. When the dead Patroclus has been cremated according to Achaean custom, games are played that set a precedent for Olympia: foot races, disc-throwing, javelin-throwing, archery, wrestling, chariot races, and single combat fully armed, all in excellent spirit, except that only the ruling class may enter, and only the gods may cheat. The other side of the picture is less pleasing. As a prize for the chariot race, Achilles offers a woman skilled in fair handiwork, and on the funeral pyre horses, dogs, oxen, sheep, and human beings are sacrificed to keep the dead Patroclus well tended and fed. Achilles treats Priam with fine courtesy, but only after dragging Hector's body in mangled ignominy around the pyre. To the Achaean male, human life is cheap. To take it is no serious matter. A moment's pleasure can replace it. When a town is captured, the men are killed or sold into slavery. The women are taken as concubines if they are attractive, as slaves if they are not. Piracy is still a respected occupation. Even kings organize marauding expeditions, plunder towns and villages, and enslave their population. Indeed, says Thucydides, this came to be the main source of livelihood among the early Hellenes, no disgrace being yet attached to such an occupation. But some glory, very much as in our times great nations may conquer and subjugate defenseless peoples without loss of dignity or righteousness. Odysseus is insulted when he is asked, is he a merchant, mindful of the gains of his greed, but he tells with pride how, on his return from Troy, his provisions having run low, he sacked the city of Ismarus, and stored his ships with food, or how he ascended the river Aegyptus, to pillage the splendid fields, to carry off the women and little children, and to kill the men. No city is safe from sudden and unprovoked attack. To this light-hearted relish for robbery and slaughter, the Achaeans add an unabashed mendacity. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 2, Side 2. To this light-hearted relish for robbery and slaughter, the Achaeans add an unabashed mendacity. Odysseus can hardly speak without lying or act without treachery. Having captured the Trojan scout Dolon, he and Diomed promise him life if he will give them the information they require. He does, and they kill him. It is true that the other Achaeans do not quite equal Odysseus in dishonesty, but not because they would not. They envy and admire him and look up to him as a model character. The poet who pictures him considers him a hero in every respect. Even the goddess Athena praises him for his lying, and counts this among the special charms for which she loves him. Cunning must he be and knavish, she tells him, smiling and stroking him with her hand, who would go beyond thee in all manner of guile, aye, though it were a god that met thee. Bold man, crafty in counsel, insatiate in deceit, not even in thine own land, it seems, wast thou to cease from guile and deceitful tales, which thou lovest from the bottom of thine heart. In truth, we ourselves are drawn to this heroic Munchausen of the ancient world. We discover some likable traits in him, and in the hardy and subtle people to which he belongs. He is a gentle father, and in his own kingdom a just ruler, who wrought no wrong in deed or word to any man in the land. Never again, says his swineherd, shall I find a master so kind, how far soever I go, not though I come again to the house of my father and mother. We envy Odysseus his form like unto the immortals, his frame so athletic that though nearing 50, he throws the disk farther than any of the Phaeacian youths. We admire his steadfast heart, his wisdom like to Jove's, and our sympathy goes out to him when, in his despair of ever seeing again the smoke leaping up from his own land, he yearns to die, or when, in the midst of his perils and sufferings, he steels himself with words that old Socrates loved to quote. Be patient now, my soul, thou hast endured still worse than this. He is a man of iron in body and mind, and yet every inch human, and therefore forgivable. The secret of the matter is that the Achaeans' standard of judgment is as different from ours as the virtues of war differ from those of peace. He lives in a disordered, harassed, hungry world, where every man must be his own policeman, ready with arrow and spear, and a capacity for looking calmly at flowing blood. A ravening belly, as Odysseus explains, no man can hide. Because of it are the benched ships made ready that bear evil to foemen over the unresting sea. Since the Achaean knows little security at home, he respects none abroad. Every weakling is fair play. The supreme virtue in his view is a brave and ruthless intelligence. Virtue is literally virtus, manliness, arete, the quality of Ares or Mars. The good man is not one that is gentle and forbearing, faithful and sober, industrious and honest. He is simply one who fights bravely and well. A bad man is not one that drinks too much, lies, murders, and betrays. He is one that is cowardly, stupid, or weak. There were Nietzscheans long before Nietzsche, long before Thrasymachus, in the lusty immaturity of the European world. 3. Sexes. Achaean society is a patriarchal despotism tempered with the beauty and anger of woman and the fierce tenderness of parental love. Theoretically, the father is supreme. He may take as many concubines as he likes. He may offer them to his guests. He may expose his children on the mountain-tops to die or slaughter them on the altars of the thirsty gods. Such paternal omnipotence does not necessarily imply a brutal society, but only one in which the organization of the state has not yet gone far enough to preserve social order, and in which the family, to create such order, needs the powers that will later be appropriated by the state in a nationalization of the right to kill. As social organization advances, paternal authority and family unity decrease, freedom and individualism grow. In practice, the Achaean male is usually reasonable, listens patiently to domestic eloquence, and is devoted to his children. Within the patriarchal framework, the position of woman is far higher in Homeric than it will be in Periclean Greece. In the legends and the epics, she plays a leading role, from Pelops' courtship of Hippodamia to Iphigenia's gentleness and Electra's hate. The Gynoeceum does not confine her, nor does the home. She moves freely among men and women alike, and occasionally shares in the serious discourse of the men, as Helen does with Menelaus and Telemachus. When the Achaean leaders wish to fire the imagination of their people against Troy, they appeal not to political or racial or religious ideas, but to the sentiment for woman's beauty. The loveliness of Helen must put a pretty face upon a war for land and trade. Without woman, the Homeric hero would be a clumsy boor with nothing to live for or die for. She teaches him something of courtesy, idealism, and softer ways. Marriage is by purchase, usually in oxen or their equivalent, paid by the suitor to the father of the girl. The poet speaks of cattle-bringing maidens. The purchase is reciprocal, for the father usually gives the bride a substantial dowry. The ceremony is familial and religious, with much eating, dancing, and loose-tongued merriment. Beneath a blaze of torches they led the brides from their chambers through the city, and loud rose the bridal song. The young men whirled in the dance, and high among them did sound the flute and the lyre. So changeless are the essentials of our life. Once married, the woman becomes mistress in her home and is honored in proportion to her children. Love, in the truest sense, as a profound mutual tenderness and solicitude, comes to the Greeks as to the French after marriage rather than before. It is not the spark thrown off by the contact or nearness of two bodies, but the fruit of long association in the cares and industries of the home. The Homeric wife is as faithful as her husband is not. There are 3 adulteresses in Homer, Clytemnestra, Helen, and Aphrodite, but they do injustice to the mortal average, if not to the divine. Formed out of this background, the Homeric family, barring the enormities of legends that play no part in Homer, is a wholesome and pleasing institution, rich in fine women and loyal children. The women function not only as mothers, but as workers. They grind the grain, card the wool, spin, weave, and embroider. They do little sewing, since garments are mostly without seams, and cooking is normally left to men. Amid these labors they bear and rear children, heal their hurts, pacify their quarrels, and teach them the manners, morals, and traditions of the tribe. There is no formal education, apparently no teaching of letters, no spelling, no grammar, no books. It is a boy's utopia. The girl is taught the arts of the home, the boy those of the chase and war. He learns to fish and swim, to till the fields, set snares, handle animals, aim the arrow and the lance, and take care of himself in all the emergencies of a half-lawless life. When the oldest boy grows up to manhood, he becomes, in the absence of his father, the responsible head of the family. When he marries, he brings his bride to his father's home, and the rhythm of the generations is renewed. The individual members of the family change with time, but the family is the lasting unit, surviving perhaps for centuries, and forging in the turbulent crucible of the home the order and character without which all government is in vain. 4. The arts. The Achaeans leave to merchants and lowly scribes the art of writing, which has presumably been handed down to them from Mycenaean Greece. They prefer blood to ink and flesh to clay. In all of Homer there is but one reference to writing, and there in a characteristic context. A folded tablet is given to a messenger, directing the recipient to kill the messenger. If the Achaeans have time for literature, it is only when war and marauding allow a peaceful interlude. The king or prince gathers his retainers about him for a feast, and some wandering minstrel, stringing the lyre, recounts in simple verse the exploits of ancestral heroes. This is for the Achaeans both poetry and history. Homer, perhaps wishing like Phidias to engrave his own portrait upon his work, tells how Alcinous, king of the Phaeacians, calls for such song in entertaining Odysseus. Summon hither the divine minstrel, Demodocus, for to him above all others has the god granted skill in song. Then the herald drew near, leading the good minstrel, whom the muse loved above all other men, and gave him both good and evil. Of his sight she deprived him, but gave him the gift of sweet song. The only art except his own that interests Homer is taurutics, the hammering of metals into plastic forms. He says nothing of painting or sculpture, but calls up all his inspiration to describe the scenes inlaid or damascened upon Achilles' shield, or raised in relief upon Odysseus' brooch. He speaks briefly but illuminatingly about architecture. The common dwelling in Homer is apparently of sun-dried brick with a footing of stone. The floor is ordinarily of beaten earth and is cleaned by scraping. The roof is of reeds overlaid with clay and slopes only enough to carry off the rain. The doors are single or double and may have bolts or keys. In the better dwellings the interior walls are of painted stucco with ornamental border or frieze, and are hung with weapons, shields, and tapestries. There is no kitchen, no chimney, no windows. An opening in the roof of the central hall lets out some of the smoke that may rise from the hearth. The rest finds its way through the door, or settles in soot on the walls. Rich establishments have a bathroom, others content themselves with a tub. The furniture is of heavy wood, often artistically carved and finished. Icmalius fashions for Penelope an armchair set with ivory and precious metals, and Odysseus makes for himself and his wife a massive bedstead, designed to last for a century. It is characteristic of the age that its architecture ignores temples and spends itself upon palaces, just as Periclean architecture will neglect palaces and lavish itself upon temples. We hear of the sumptuous home of Paris, which that prince had built with the aid of the most cunning architects in Troy; of King Alcinous's great mansion, with walls of bronze, frieze of blue glass paste, doors of silver and gold, and other features that may belong rather to poetry than to architecture. We hear something of Agamemnon's royal residence at Mycenae, and a great deal about Odysseus's palace at Ithaca. This has a front court, paved in part with stone, surrounded by a palisade or plastered wall, and adorned with trees, stalls for horses, and a heap of steaming dung on which Odysseus's dog Argos makes his bed in the sun. A large pillared porch leads to the house. Here the slaves sleep and often the visitors. Within, an anteroom opens upon a central hall supported by pillars, and sometimes lighted not only by the opening in the roof, but by a narrow clerestory or open space between the architrave and the eaves. At night, braziers burn on tall stands, giving an unsteady illumination. In the center of the hall is the hearth, around whose sacred fire the family gathers in the evening for warmth and good cheer, and debates the ways of neighbors, the willfulness of children, and the vicissitudes of states. 5. The state. How are these passionate and vigorous Achaeans ruled? In peace by the family, in crisis by the clan. The clan is a group, genos, literally a genus, of persons acknowledging a common ancestor and a common chieftain. The citadel of the chieftain is the origin and center of the city. Here, as his force subsides into usage and law, clan after clan gathers and makes a political as well as a kinship community. When the chieftain desires some united action from his clan or city, he summons its free males to a public assembly and submits to them a proposal which they may accept or reject, but which only the most important members of the group may propose to change. In this village assembly, the one democratic element in an essentially feudal and aristocratic society, skilled speakers who can sway the people are valuable to the state. Already in old Nestor, whose voice flows sweeter than honey from his tongue, and in wily Odysseus, whose words fall like snowflakes upon the people, we have the beginnings of that stream of eloquence which will reach greater heights in Greece than in any other civilization, and will finally submerge it in ruin. When all the clans must act at once, the chieftains follow the lead of the strongest of their number as king, and report to him with their armies of freemen and attendant slaves. Those chieftains who are nearest to the king in residence and respect are called the king's companions. They will be called that again in Philip's Macedonia and in Alexander's camp. In their boule, or council, the nobles exercise full freedom of speech, and address the king as merely and temporarily first among equals. Out of these institutions, public assembly, council of nobles, and king, will come in 100 varieties and under 1,000 shibboleths and phrases, the constitutions of the modern Western world. The powers of the king are narrowly limited and very wide. They are limited in space, for his kingdom is small. They are limited in time, for he may be deposed by the council, or by a right which the Achaeans readily recognize, the right of the stronger. Otherwise his rule is hereditary, and has only the vaguest boundaries. He is above all a military commander, solicitous for his army, without which he might be found in the wrong. He sees to it that it is well equipped, well fed, well trained, that it has poisoned arrows, lances, helmets, greaves, spears, breastplates, shields, and chariots. So long as the army defends him, he is the government, legislature, executive, judiciary. He is the high priest of the state religion, and sacrifices for the people. His decrees are the laws, and his decisions are final. There is as yet no word for law. Below him the council may sit occasionally to judge grave disputes. Then, as if to set a precedent for all courts, it asks for precedents and decides accordingly. Precedent dominates law because precedent is custom, and custom is the jealous older brother of law. Trials of any kind, however, are rare in Homeric society. There are hardly any public agencies of justice. Each family must defend and revenge itself. Violence abounds. To support his establishment, the king does not levy taxes. He receives now and then gifts from his subjects. But he would be a poor king if he depended upon such presents. His chief income is derived, presumably, from tolls on the plunder that his soldiers and his ships gather on land or sea. Perhaps that is why, late in the 13th century, the Achaeans are found in Egypt and Crete, in Egypt as unsuccessful buccaneers, in Crete as passing conquerors. Then, suddenly, we hear of them inflaming their people with the tale of humiliating rape, collecting all the forces of all the tribes, equipping 100,000 men, and sailing in a vast and unparalleled armada of 1,000 ships to try their fortunes against the spearhead of Asia on the plains and hill of Troy. 4. The Siege of Troy. Was there such a siege? We only know that every Greek historian and every Greek poet and almost every temple record or legend in Greece took it for granted, that archaeology has placed the ruined city generously multiplied before our eyes, and that today, as until the last century, the story and its heroes are accepted as, in essence, real. An Egyptian inscription of Ramesses III reports that the Isles were restless toward 1196 B.C., and Pliny alludes to a Ramesses in whose time Troy fell. The great Alexandrian scholar Eratosthenes, on the basis of traditional genealogies collated late in the 6th century before Christ by the geographer-historian Hecataeus, calculated the date of the siege as 1194 B.C. The ancient Persians and Phoenicians agreed with the Greeks in tracing the Great War to 4 abductions of beautiful women. The Egyptians, they said, stole Io from Argos, the Greeks stole Europa from Phoenicia, and Medea from Colchis. Did not a just balancing of the scales require that Paris should abduct Helen? Stesichorus, in his penitent years, and after him Herodotus and Euripides, refused to admit that Helen had gone to Troy. She had only gone to Egypt under constraint, and had merely waited there a dozen years for Menelaus to come and find her. Besides, asked Herodotus, who could believe that the Trojans would fight 10 years for one woman? Euripides attributed the expedition to excess population in Greece and the consequent urge to expansion. So old are the youngest excuses of the will to power. Nevertheless, it is possible that some such story was used to make the adventure digestible for the common Greek. Men must have phrases if they are to give their lives. Whatever may have been the face and the shibboleth of the war, its cause and essence lay, almost beyond doubt, in the struggle of 2 groups of powers for possession of the Hellespont and the rich lands lying about the Black Sea. All Greece and all Western Asia saw it as a decisive conflict. The little nations of Greece came to the aid of Agamemnon, and the peoples of Asia Minor sent repeated reinforcements to Troy. It was the beginning of a struggle that would be renewed at Marathon and Salamis, at Issus and Arbela, at Tours and Granada, at Lepanto and Vienna. Of the events and aftermath of the war we can relate only what the poets and dramatists of Greece have told us. We accept this as rather literature than history, but all the more for that reason a part of the story of civilization. We know that war is ugly, and that the Iliad is beautiful. Art, to vary Aristotle, may make even terror beautiful, and so purify it by giving it significance and form. Not that the form of the Iliad is perfect. The structure is loose, the narrative is sometimes contradictory or obscure, the conclusion does not conclude. Nevertheless, the perfection of the parts atones for the disorder of the whole, and with all its minor faults the story becomes one of the great dramas of literature, perhaps of history. In the first book, at the opening of the poem, the Greeks have already besieged Troy for 9 years in vain. They are despondent, homesick, and decimated with disease. They had been delayed at Aulis by sickness and a windless sea. And Agamemnon had embittered Clytemnestra, and prepared his own fate, by sacrificing their daughter Iphigenia for a breeze. On the way up the coast, the Greeks had stopped here and there to replenish their supplies of food and concubines. Agamemnon had taken the fair Chryseis, Achilles the fair Briseis. A soothsayer now declares that Apollo is withholding success from the Greeks because Agamemnon has violated the daughter of Apollo's priest, Chryses. The king restores Chryseis to her father, but to console himself and point a tale, he compels Briseis to leave Achilles and take Chryseis's place in the royal tent. Achilles convokes a general assembly and denounces Agamemnon with a wrath that provides the first word and the recurring theme of the Iliad. He vows that neither he nor his soldiers will any longer stir a hand to help the Greeks. In the second book we pass in review the ships and tribes of the assembled force, and in the third we see bluff Menelaus engaging Paris in single combat to decide the war. The 2 armies sit down in civilized truce. Priam joins Agamemnon in solemn sacrifice to the gods. Menelaus overcomes Paris, but Aphrodite snatches the lad safely away in a cloud, and deposits him, miraculously powdered and perfumed, upon his marriage bed. Helen bids him return to the fight, but he counter-proposes that they give the hour to dalliance. The lady, flattered by desire, yields. In Book 4, Agamemnon declares Menelaus victor, and the war is apparently ended. But the gods, in imitative council on Olympus, demand more blood. Zeus votes for peace, but withdraws his vote in terrified retreat when Hera, his spouse, directs her speech upon him.
She suggests that if Zeus will agree to the destruction of Troy, she will allow him to raze Mycenae, Argos, and Sparta to the ground. The war is renewed. Many a man falls pierced by arrow, lance, or sword, and darkness enfolds his eyes. In Book 5, the gods join in the merry slicing game. Ares, the awful god of war, is hurt by Diomed's spear, utters a cry as of 9,000 men, and runs off to complain to Zeus. In Book 6, in a pretty interlude, the Trojan leader Hector, before rejoining the battle, bids goodbye to his wife Andromache. "Love," she whispers to him, "thy stout heart will be thy death, nor hast thou pity of thy child or me, who shall soon be a widow. My father and my mother and my brothers all are slain, but Hector, thou art father to me and mother, and thou art the husband of my youth. Have pity then, and stay here in the tower." "Full well I know," he answers, "that Troy will fall, and I foresee the sorrow of my brethren and the king. For them I grieve not, but to think of thee a slave in Argos unmans me almost. Yet even so I will not shirk the fight." His infant son Astyanax, destined shortly to be flung over the walls to death by the victorious Greeks, screams in fright at Hector's waving plumes, and the hero removes his helmet that he may laugh, weep, and pray over the wondering child. Then he strides down the causeway to the battle, and, in Book 7, engages Ajax, king of Salamis, in single combat. They fight bravely, and separate at nightfall with exchange of praise and gifts, a flower of courtesy floating on a sea of blood. In Book 8, after a day of Trojan victories, Hector bids his warriors rest. "Thus made harangue to them Hector, and roaring the Trojans applauded. Then from the yoke loosed their war steeds sweating, and each by his chariot tethered his horses with thongs. And then they brought from the city hastily oxen and goodly sheep, and wine honey-hearted gave them, and corn from the houses. Firewood they gathered withal, and then from the plain to the heavens rose on the winds the sweet savour. And these by the highways of battle hopeful sat through the night, and many their watch-fires burning. Even as when in the sky the stars shine out round the night orb, wondrous to see, and the winds are laid, and the peaks and the headlands tower to the view, and the glades come out, and the glorious heaven stretches itself to its widest, and sparkle the stars multitudinous, gladdening the heart of the toil-wearied shepherd. Even as countless, twixt the black ships and the river of Xanthus, glittered the watchfires, built by the horse-taming Trojans by Ilium. Meanwhile, the war-wearied horses, champing spelt and white barley, close by their chariots, waited the coming of fair-throned dawn. In Book 9, Nestor, king of Aeolian Pylus, advises Agamemnon to restore Briseis to Achilles. He agrees and promises Achilles half of Greece if he will rejoin the siege. But Achilles continues to pout. In Book 10, Odysseus and Diomed make a two-man sally upon the Trojan camp at night and slay a dozen chieftains. In Book 11, Agamemnon leads his army valiantly, is wounded, and retires. Odysseus, surrounded, fights like a lion. Ajax and Menelaus cleave a path to him and save him for a bitter life. In Books 12 through 14, when the Trojans advance to the walls that the Greeks have built about their camp, Hera is so disturbed that she resolves to rescue the Greeks. Oiled, perfumed, ravishingly gowned, and bound with Aphrodite's aphrodisiac girdle, she seduces Zeus to a divine slumber, while Poseidon helps the Greeks to drive the Trojans back. In Book 15, advantage fluctuates. The Trojans reach the Greek ships, and the poet rises to a height of fervid narrative as the Greeks fight desperately in a retreat that must mean death. In Book 16, Patroclus, beloved of Achilles, wins his permission to lead Achilles' troops against Troy. Hector slays him, and in Book 17 fights Ajax fiercely over the body of the youth. In Book 18, hearing of Patroclus' death, Achilles at last resolves to fight. His goddess mother Thetis persuades the divine smithy, Hephaestus, to forge for him new arms and a mighty shield. In Book 19, Achilles is reconciled with Agamemnon. In 20, engages Aeneas and is about to kill him when Poseidon rescues him for Virgil's purposes. In Book 21, Achilles slaughters a host of Trojans and sends them to Hades with long genealogical speeches. The gods take up the fight. Athena lays Ares low with a stone, and when Aphrodite, going for a soldier, tries to save him, Athena knocks her down with a blow upon her fair breast. Hera cuffs the ears of Artemis. Poseidon and Apollo content themselves with words. In Book 22, all Trojans but Hector fly from Achilles. Priam and Hecuba counsel Hector to stay behind the walls, but he refuses. Then suddenly, as Achilles advances upon him, Hector takes to his heels. Achilles pursues him 3 times around the walls of Troy. Hector makes a stand, and is killed. In Book 23, in the subsiding finale of the drama, Patroclus is cremated with ornate ritual. Achilles sacrifices to him many cattle, 12 captured Trojans, and his own long hair. The Greeks honor Patroclus with games, and in Book 24, Achilles drags the corpse of Hector behind his chariot 3 times around the pyre. Priam comes in state and sorrow to beg for the remains of his son. Achilles relents, grants a truce of 12 days, and allows the aged king to take the cleansed and anointed body back to Troy. 5. Here the great poem suddenly ends, as if the poet had used up his share of a common story and must leave the rest to another minstrel's lay. We are told by the later literature how Paris, standing beside the battle, slew Achilles with an arrow that pierced his vulnerable heel, and how Troy fell at last through the stratagem of the wooden horse. The victors themselves were vanquished by their victory and returned in weary sadness to their longed-for homes. Many of them were shipwrecked, and some of these, stranded on alien shores, founded Greek colonies in Asia, the Aegean, and Italy. Menelaus, who had vowed that he would kill Helen, fell in love with her anew when the goddess among women came to him in the calm majesty of her loveliness. Gladly he took her back to be his queen again in Sparta. When Agamemnon reached Mycenae, he clasped his land and kissed it, and many were the hot tears that streamed from his eyes. But during his long absence, Clytemnestra had taken his cousin Aegisthus for husband and king, and when Agamemnon entered the palace they slew him. Sadder still was the homecoming of Odysseus, and here probably another Homer has told the tale in a poem less powerful and heroic, gentler and pleasanter than the Iliad. Very probably the narrative in this instance has less basis in history than the Iliad. The legend of the long-wandering mariner or warrior, whose wife cannot recognize him on his return, is apparently older than the story of Troy, and appears in almost every literature. Odysseus is the Sinuhe, the Sinbad, the Robinson Crusoe, the Enoch Arden of the Greeks. The geography of the poem is a mystery that still exercises leisurely minds. Odysseus, says the Odyssey, is shipwrecked on the island of Ogygia, a fairyland Tahiti, whose goddess queen Calypso holds him as her lover for 8 years, while secretly he pines for his wife Penelope and his son Telemachus, who pine for him at Ithaca. In Book 1, Athena persuades Zeus to bid Calypso let Odysseus depart. The goddess flies to Telemachus, and hears with sympathy the youth's simple tale, how the princes of Ithaca and its vassal isles are paying court to Penelope, seeking through her the throne, and how meanwhile they live gaily in Odysseus's palace and consume his substance. In Book 2, Telemachus bids the suitors disperse, but they laugh at his youth. Secretly he embarks upon the sea in search of his father, while Penelope, mourning now for both husband and son, holds off the suitors by promising to wed one of them when she has completed her web, of which she unweaves at night as much as she has woven by day. In Book 3, Telemachus visits Nestor at Pylos, and in Book 4, Menelaus at Sparta, but neither can tell him where to find his father. The poet paints an attractive picture of Helen, settled and subdued, but still divinely beautiful. She has long since been forgiven her sins, and remarks that when Troy fell she had grown tired of the city anyway. In Book 5, now for the first time Odysseus enters the tale. Sitting on the shore of Calypso's isle, his eyes were dry of tears, and his sweet life ebbed away as he longed mournfully for his return. By night, indeed, he would sleep by Calypso's side perforce in the hollow caves, unwilling beside the willing nymph, but by day he would sit on the rocks and the sands, rocking his soul with tears and groans, and looking over the unresting sea. Calypso, having detained him one more night, bids him make a raft and set out alone. In Book 6, after many struggles with the ocean, Odysseus lands in the mythical country of Phaeacia, possibly Corcyra Corfu, and is found by the maiden Nausicaa, who leads him to the palace of her father, King Alcinous. The lass falls in love with the strong-limbed, strong-hearted hero, and confides to her companions, "Listen, my white-armed maidens. Erewhile this man seemed to me uncomely, but now he is like the gods that keep wide heaven. Would that such a one might be called my husband, dwelling here, and that it might please him here to abide." In Books 7 and 8, Odysseus makes so good an impression that Alcinous offers him Nausicaa's hand. Odysseus excuses himself, but is glad to tell the story of his return from Troy. In Book 9, he tells the king that his ships were borne off their course to the land of the lotus-eaters, who gave his men such honey-sweet lotus fruit that many forgot their homes and their longing, and Odysseus had to force them back to their ships. There they sailed to the land of the Cyclopes, one-eyed giants who lived without law or labor, on an island abounding in wild grain and fruit. Caught in a cave by the cyclop Polyphemus, who ate several of his men, Odysseus saved the remnant by lulling the monster to sleep with wine and then burning out his single eye. In Book 10, the wanderers took again to the sea and came to the land of the Laestrygonians, but these too were cannibals, and only Odysseus's ship escaped them. He and his mates reached the next isle of Aeneia, where the lovely and treacherous goddess Circe lured most of them into her cave with song, drugged them and turned them into swine. Odysseus was about to slay her when he changed his mind and accepted her love. He and his comrades, now restored to human form, remained with Circe a full year. In Book 11, setting sail again, they came to a land perpetually dark, which proved to be the entrance to Hades. There Odysseus talked with the shades of Agamemnon, Achilles, and his mother. In Book 12, resuming their voyage, they passed the island of the Sirens, against whose seductive strains Odysseus protected his men by putting wax into their ears. In the straits, Messina, of Scylla and Charybdis, his ship was wrecked, and he alone survived to live for 8 long years on Calypso's isle. In Book 13, Alcinous is so moved with sympathy by Odysseus's tale that he bids his men row Odysseus to Ithaca, but to blindfold him lest he learn and reveal the location of their happy land. On Ithaca, the goddess Athena guides the wanderer to the hut of his old swineherd Eumaeus, who, in Book 14, though not recognizing him, receives him with gargantuan hospitality. In Book 15, when Telemachus is led by the goddess to the same hut, Odysseus, in Book 16, makes himself known to his son, and both wailed aloud vehemently. He unfolds to Telemachus a plan for slaying all the suitors. In Books 17 and 18, in the guise of a beggar he enters his palace, sees the wooers feasting at his expense, and rages inwardly when he hears that they lie with his maidservants at night, even while courting Penelope by day. In Books 19 and 20 he is insulted and injured by the suitors, but he defends himself with vigor and patience. In Book 21, by this time the wooers have discovered the trick of Penelope's web, and have forced her to finish it. She agrees to marry whichever of them can string Odysseus's great bow, which hangs on the wall, and shoot an arrow through the openings of 12 axes ranged in line. They all try, and all fail. Odysseus asks for a chance and succeeds. In Book 22, then with a wrath that frightens everyone, he casts off his disguise, turns his arrows upon the suitors, and, with the help of Telemachus, Eumaeus and Athena, slays them all. In Book 23, he finds it hard to convince Penelope that he is Odysseus. It is difficult to surrender 20 suitors for one husband. In Book 24, he meets the attack of the suitors' sons, pacifies them, and re-establishes his kingdom. Meanwhile, in Argos, the greatest tragedy in Greek legend was pursuing its course. Orestes, son of Agamemnon, grown to manhood and aroused by his bitter sister Electra, avenged their father by murdering their mother and her paramour. After many years of madness and wandering, Orestes ascended the throne of Argos Mycenae, circa 1176 BC, and later added Sparta to his kingdom. But from his accession the house of Pelops began to decline. Perhaps the decline had begun with Agamemnon, and that vacillating chieftain had used war as a means of uniting a realm that was already falling to pieces. But his victory completed his ruin, for few of his chieftains ever returned, and the kingdoms of many others had lost all loyalty to them. By the end of the age that had opened with the siege of Troy, the Achaean power was spent, the blood of Pelops was exhausted. The people waited patiently for a saner dynasty. 6. The Dorian Conquest. About the year 1104 BC, a new wave of immigration or invasion came down upon Greece from the restlessly expanding north. Through Illyria and Thessaly, across the Corinthian Gulf at Naupactus, and over the Isthmus at Corinth, a warlike people, tall, round-headed, letterless, slipped or marched or poured into the Peloponnesus, mastered it, and almost completely destroyed Mycenaean civilization. We guess at their origin and their root, but we know their character and their effect. They were still in the herding and hunting stage. Now and then they stopped to till the soil, but their main reliance was upon their cattle, whose need for new pasturage kept the tribes ever on the move. One thing they had in unheard-of quantity, iron. They were the emissaries of the Hallstatt culture to Greece, Hallstatt being a town in Austria whose iron remains have given its name to the first period of the Iron Age in Europe. And the hard metal of their swords and souls gave them a merciless supremacy over Achaeans and Cretans who still used bronze to kill. Probably from both west and east, from Elis and Megara, they came down upon the separate little kingdoms of the Peloponnesus, put the ruling classes to the sword, and turned the Mycenaean remnant into Helot serfs. Mycenaean Tirans went up in flames, and for some centuries Argos became the capital of Pelops's isle. On the isthmus the invaders seized a commanding peak, the Acrocorinthus, and built around it the Dorian city of Corinth. The surviving Achaeans fled, some of them into the mountains of the northern Peloponnesus, some into Attica, some overseas to the islands and coasts of Asia. The conquerors followed them into Attica, but were repulsed. They followed them to Crete and made final the destruction of Cnossus. They captured and colonized Melos, Thera, Kos, Cnidus, and Rhodes. Throughout the Peloponnesus and Crete, where the Mycenaean culture had most flourished, the devastation was most complete. This terminal catastrophe in the prehistory of Aegean civilization is what modern historians know as the Dorian Conquest, and what Greek tradition called the return of the Heraclidae. For the victors were not content to record their triumph as a conquest of a civilized people by barbarians. They protested that what had really happened was that the descendants of Heracles, resisted in their just re-entry into the Peloponnesus, had taken it by heroic force. We do not know how much of this is history and how much is diplomatic mythology designed to transform a bloody conquest into a divine right. It is difficult to believe that the Dorians were such excellent liars in the very youth of the world. Perhaps, as disputants will never allow, both stories were true. The Dorians were conquerors from the north, led by the scions of Heracles. Whatever the form of the conquest, its result was a long and bitter interruption in the development of Greece. Political order was disturbed for centuries. Every man, feeling unsafe, carried arms. Increasing violence disrupted agriculture and trade on land and commerce on the seas. War flourished, poverty deepened and spread. Life became unsettled as families wandered from country to country seeking security and peace. Hesiod called this the Age of Iron and mourned its debasement from the finer ages that had preceded it. Many Greeks believed that the discovery of iron had been to the hurt of man. The arts languished, painting was neglected, statuary contented itself with figurines, and pottery, forgetting the lively naturalism of Mycenaean Crete, degenerated into a lifeless geometrical style that dominated Greek ceramics for centuries. But not all was lost. Despite the resolution of the invading Dorians to keep their blood free from admixture with that of the subject population, despite the racial antipathies between Dorian and Ionian that were to incarnadine all Greece, there went on, rapidly outside of Laconia, slowly within, a mingling of the new stocks with the old. And perhaps the addition of the vigorous seed of Achaeans and Dorians with that of the more ancient and volatile peoples of southern Greece served as a powerful biological stimulant. The final result, after centuries of mingling, was a new and diverse people in whose blood Mediterranean, Alpine, Nordic, and Asiatic elements were disturbingly fused. Nor was Mycenaean culture entirely destroyed. Certain elements of the Aegean heritage, instrumentalities of social order and government, elements of craftsmanship and technology, modes and routes of trade, forms and objects of worship, ceramic and Tarutic skills, the art of fresco painting, decorative motives and architectural forms, maintained a half-stifled existence through centuries of violence and chaos. Cretan institutions, the Greeks believed, passed down into Sparta, and the Achaean assembly remained the essential structure of even democratic Greece. The Mycenaean Megaron probably provided the ground plan of the Doric temple, to which the Dorian spirit would add freedom, symmetry, and strength. The artistic tradition, slowly reviving, lifted Corinth, Sicyon, and Argos to an early Renaissance, and made even dour Sparta, for a while, smile with art and song. It nourished lyric poetry through all this historyless dark age. It followed Pelasgian, Achaean, Ionian, Minian exiles in their flight emigration to the Aegean and Asia, and helped the colonial cities to leap ahead of their mother states in literature and art. And when the exiles came to the islands and Ionia, they found the remains of Aegean civilization ready to their hands. There, in old towns a little less disordered than on the continent, the Age of Bronze had kept something of its ancient craft and brilliance, and there on Asiatic soil would come the first reawakening of Greece. In the end, the contact of five cultures, Cretan, Mycenaean, Achaean, Dorian, Oriental, brought new youth to a civilization that had begun to die, that had grown coarse on the mainland through war and plunder, and effeminate in Crete through the luxury of its genius. The mixture of races and ways took centuries to win even a moderate stability, but it contributed to produce the unparalleled variety, flexibility, and subtlety of Greek thought and life. Instead of thinking of Greek culture as a flame that shone suddenly and miraculously amid a dark sea of barbarism, we must conceive of it as the slow and turbid creation of a people almost too richly endowed in blood and memories, and surrounded, challenged, and instructed by warlike hordes, powerful empires, and ancient civilizations. Book 2. The Rise of Greece, 1000 to 480 B.C. Chapter 4. Sparta. 1. The environment of Greece. Let us take an atlas of the classic world and find our way among the neighbors of ancient Greece. By Greece or Hellas we shall mean all lands occupied in antiquity by peoples speaking Greek. We begin where many invaders entered, over the hills and through the valleys of Epirus. Here the ancestors of the Greeks must have tarried many a year, for they set up at Dodona a shrine to their thundering sky god Zeus. As late as the 5th century the Greeks consulted the oracle there, and read the divine will in the clangor of cauldrons or the rustling leaves of the sacred oak. Through southern Epirus flowed the river Acheron, amid ravines so dark and deep that Greek poets spoke of it as the portal or very scene of hell. In Homer's day, the Epirots were largely Greek in speech and ways, but then new waves of barbarism came down upon them from the north and dissuaded them from civilization. Farther up the Adriatic lay Illyria, sparsely settled with untamed herdsmen who sold cattle and slaves for salt. On this coast, at Epidamnus, the Roman Dyrrachium, now Durazzo, Caesar disembarked his troops in pursuit of Pompey. Across the Adriatic, the expanding Greeks snatched the lower coasts from the native tribes and gave civilization to Italy. In the end, those native tribes would sweep back upon them, and one tribe, almost barbarous till Alexander's time, would swallow them up, along with their motherland, in an unprecedented empire. Beyond the Alps ranged the Gauls, who were to prove very friendly to the Greek city of Massalia, or Marseille. At the western end of the Mediterranean lay Spain, already half-civilized and fully exploited by the Phoenicians and Carthaginians, when, about 550, the Greeks established their timid colony at Emporium, or Ampurias. On the coast of Africa, menacingly opposite Sicily, was imperial Carthage, founded by Dido and the Phoenicians, tradition said, in 813. No mere village, but a city of 700,000 population, monopolizing the commerce of the western Mediterranean, dominating Utica, Hippo, and 300 other towns in Africa, and controlling prosperous lands, mines, and colonies in Sicily, Sardinia, and Spain. This fabulously wealthy metropolis was fated to lead the Oriental thrust against Greece in the west, as Persia would lead it in the east. Farther east on the African coast lay the prosperous Greek city of Cyrene, against a dark Libyan hinterland. Then Egypt. It was the belief of most Greeks that many elements of their civilization had come to them from Egypt. Their legends ascribed the foundation of several Greek cities to men who, like Cadmus and Danaus, had come from Egypt or had brought Egyptian culture to Greece by way of Phoenicia or Crete. Under the Saite kings, 663 to 525, Egyptian commerce and art revived, and the ports of the Nile were for the first time opened to Greek trade. From the 7th century onward, many famous Greeks, Thales, Pythagoras, Solon, Plato, and Democritus may serve as examples, visited Egypt and were much impressed by the fullness and antiquity of its culture. This book is continued on Cassette 3, Side 1.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant, continued, Cassette 3, Side 1. From the 7th century onward, many famous Greeks, Thales, Pythagoras, Solon, Plato, and Democritus may serve as examples, visited Egypt and were much impressed by the fullness and antiquity of its culture. Here were no barbarians, but men who had had a mature civilization and highly developed arts 2,000 years before the fall of Troy. "You Greeks," said an Egyptian priest to Solon, "are mere children, talkative and vain, and knowing nothing of the past." When Hecataeus of Miletus boasted to the Egyptian priests that he could trace his ancestry through 15 generations to a god, they quietly showed him in their sanctuaries the statues of 345 high priests, each the son of the preceding, making 345 generations since the gods had reigned on earth. From the Egyptian cults of Isis and Osiris, in the belief of Greek scholars like Herodotus and Plutarch, came the Orphic doctrine of a judgment after death, and the resurrection ritual of Demeter and Persephone at Eleusis. Probably in Egypt, Thales of Miletus learned geometry, and Rhecus and Theodorus of Samos picked up the art of hollow casting in bronze. In Egypt, the Greeks acquired new skills in pottery, textiles, metalworking, and ivory. There, as well as from the Assyrians, Phoenicians, and Hittites, Greek sculptors took the style of their early statues, flat-faced, slant-eyed, close-fisted, straight-limbed, stiff. In the colonnades of Saqqara and Beni Hassan, as well as in the remains of Mycenaean Greece, Greek architects found part of their inspiration for the fluted column and the Doric style. And as Greece in its youth learned humbly from Egypt, so when it was exhausted it died, one might say, in the arms of Egypt. At Alexandria it merged its philosophies, its rites, and its gods with those of Egypt and Judea, in order that they might find a resurrected life in Rome and Christianity. Second only to Egypt's was the influence of Phoenicia. The enterprising merchants of Tyre and Sidon acted like a circulating medium in the transmission of culture, and stimulated every Mediterranean region with the sciences, techniques, arts, and cults of Egypt and the Near East. They excelled and perhaps instructed the Greeks in the building of ships. They taught them better methods in metalworking, textiles, and dyes. They played a part with Crete and Asia Minor in passing on to Greece the Semitic form of the alphabet that had been developed in Egypt, Crete, and Syria. Farther east, Babylonia gave to the Greeks its system of weights and measures, its water clock and sundial, its monetary units of obol, mina, and talent, its astronomical principles, instruments, records, and calculations, its sexagesimal system of dividing the year, the circle, and the 4 right angles that are subtended by a circle at its center, into 360 parts, each of the 360 degrees into 60 minutes, and each of the minutes into 60 seconds. It was presumably his acquaintance with Egyptian and Babylonian astronomy that enabled Thales to predict an eclipse of the sun. Probably from Babylonia came Hesiod's notion of chaos as the origin of all things, and the story of Ishtar and Tammuz is suspiciously like those of Aphrodite and Adonis, Demeter and Persephone. Near the eastern end of the commercial complex that united the classic world lay the final enemy of Greece. In some ways, though few, the civilization of Persia was superior to that of contemporary Hellas. It produced a type of gentleman finer than the Greek in every respect except that of intellectual keenness and education, and a system of imperial administration that easily excelled the clumsy hegemonies of Athens and Sparta, and lacked only the Greek passion for liberty. From Assyria, the Ionian Greeks took a measure of skill in animal statuary, a certain thickness of figure and flatness of drapery in their early sculpture, many decorative motives in friezes and moldings, and occasionally a style of relief, as in the lovely stela of Aristion. Lydia maintained intimate relations with Ionia, and its brilliant capital Sardis was a clearinghouse for the traffic in goods and ideas between Mesopotamia and the Greek cities on the coast. The necessities of an extensive trade stimulated banking, and caused the Lydian government about 680 to issue a state-guaranteed coinage. This boon to trade was soon imitated and improved by the Greeks, and had effects as momentous and interminable as those that came from the introduction of the alphabet. The influence of Phrygia was older and subtler. Its mother goddess, Cybele, entered directly and deviously into Greek religion, and its orgiastic flute music became that Phrygian mode so popular among the populace and so disturbing to the moralists of Greece. From Phrygia this wild music crossed the Hellespont into Thrace and served the rites of Dionysus. The god of wine was the chief gift of Thrace to Greece, but one Thracian city, Hellenized Abdera, sought to even the balance by giving Greece 3 philosophers, Leucippus, Democritus, and Protagoras. It was from Thrace that the cult of the Muses passed down into Hellas, and the half-legendary founders of Greek music, Orpheus, Musaeus, and Thamyris, were Thracian singers and bards. From Thrace we move southward into Macedonia, and our cultural circumvallation of Greece is complete. It is a picturesque land where the soil, once rich in minerals, plains fertile in grain and fruit, and mountains disciplining a hardy stock that was destined to conquer Greece. The mountaineers and peasants were of mixed race, predominantly Illyrian and Thracian. Perhaps they were akin to the Dorians who conquered the Peloponnesus. The ruling aristocracy claimed Hellenic lineage from Heracles himself, and spoke a dialect of Greek. The earlier capital, Edessa, stood on a vast plateau between the plains that stretched to Epirus and the ranges that reached to the Aegean. Farther east lay Pella, capital to be of Philip and Alexander, and near the sea was Pydna, where the Romans would conquer the conquering Macedonians and win the right to transmit Greek civilization to the Western world. This, then, was the environment of Greece. Civilizations like Egypt, Crete, and Mesopotamia that gave it those elements of technology, science, and art which it would transform into the brightest picture in history. Empires like Persia and Carthage that would feel the challenge of Greek commerce and would unite in a war to crush Greece between them into a harmless vassalage. And in the north, warlike hordes recklessly breeding, restlessly marching, who would sooner or later pour down over the mountain barriers and do what the Dorians had done, break through what Cicero was to call the Greek border woven on the barbarian robe, and destroy a civilization that they could not understand. Hardly any of these surrounding nations cared for what to the Greeks was the very essence of life, liberty to be, to think, to speak, and to do. Every one of these peoples, except the Phoenicians, lived under despots, surrendered their souls to superstition, and had small experience of the stimulus of freedom or the life of reason. That was why the Greeks called them all, too indiscriminately, barbaroi, barbarians. A barbarian was a man content to believe without reason and to live without liberty. In the end, the two conceptions of life, the mysticism of the East and the rationalism of the West, would fight for the body and soul of Greece. Rationalism would win under Pericles, as under Caesar, Leo X, and Frederick, but mysticism would always return. The alternate victories of these complementary philosophies in the vast pendulum of history constitute the essential biography of Western civilization. 2. Argos. Within this circle of nations, little Greece expanded until its progeny peopled nearly every Mediterranean shore. For the gaunt hand that stretched its skeletal fingers southward into the sea was but a small part of the Greece whose history concerns us. In the course of their development, the irrepressible Hellenes spread into every isle of the Aegean, into Crete, Rhodes, and Cyprus, into Egypt, Palestine, Syria, Mesopotamia, and Asia Minor, into the Sea of Marmara and the Black Sea, into the shores and peninsulas of the northern Aegean, into Italy, Gaul, Spain, Sicily, and northern Africa. In all these regions they built city-states, independent and diverse, and yet Greek. They spoke the Greek tongue, worshipped Greek gods, read and wrote Greek literature, contributed to Greek science and philosophy, and practiced democracy in the Greek aristocratic way. They did not leave Greece behind them when they migrated from their motherland. They carried it with them, even the very soil of it, wherever they went. For nearly 1,000 years they made the Mediterranean a Greek lake and the center of the world. The most discouraging task faced by the historian of classic civilization is that of weaving into one pattern and story these scattered members of the body of Greece. We shall attempt it by the pleasant method of a tour. With a map at our elbow and no expenditure but of the imagination, we shall pass from city to city of the Greek world and observe in each center the life of the people before the Persian War, the modes of economy and government, the activities of scientists and philosophers, the achievements of poetry, and the creations of art. The plan has many faults. The geographical sequence will not quite agree with the historical. We shall be leaping from century to century as well as from isle to isle, and we shall find ourselves talking with Thales and Anaximander before listening to Homer and Hesiod. But it will do us no harm to see the irreverent Iliad against its actual background of Ionian skepticism, or to hear Hesiod's dour plaints after visiting the Aeolian colonies from which his harassed father came. When at last we reach Athens, we shall know in some measure the rich variety of the civilization that it inherited, and which it preserved so bravely at Marathon. If we begin at Argos, where the victorious Dorians established their government, we find ourselves in a scene characteristically Greek. A not too fertile plain, a small and huddled city of little brick and plaster houses, a temple on the Acropolis, an open-air theater on the slope of the hill, a modest palace here and there, narrow alleys and unpaved streets, and in the distance the inviting and merciless sea. For Hellas is composed of mountains and ocean. Majestic scenery is so usual there that the Greeks, though moved and inspired by it, seldom mention it in their books. The winter is wet and cold, the summer hot and dry. Sowing is in our autumn, reaping is in our spring. Rain is a heavenly blessing, and Zeus the rainmaker is god of gods. The rivers are short and shallow, torrents for a winter spell, dry smooth pebbles in the summer heat. There are 100 cities like Argos in the gamut of Greece, 1,000 like it but smaller, each of them jealously sovereign, separated from the rest by Greek pugnacity, or dangerous waters, or roadless hills. The Argives ascribed the foundation of their city to Pelasgic Argus, the hero with 100 eyes, and its first flourishing to an Egyptian, Danaus, who came at the head of a band of Danae and taught the natives to irrigate their fields with wells. Such eponyms are not to be scorned. The Greeks preferred to end with myth that infinite regress which we must end with mystery. Under Temenus, one of the returning Heraclidae, Argos grew into the most powerful city of Greece, bringing Tyrans, Mycenae, and all Argolis under its sway. Towards 680, the government was seized by one of those tyrannoi, or dictators, who for the next 2 centuries became the fashion in the larger cities of Greece. Presumably Phidon, like his fellow dictators, led the rising merchant class, allied in a passing marriage of convenience with the commoners, against a landowning aristocracy. When Aegina was threatened by Epidaurus and Athens, Phidon went to its rescue and took it for himself. He adopted, probably from the Phoenicians, the Babylonian system of weights and measures, and the Lydian plan of a currency guaranteed by the state. He established his mint on Aegina, and the Aeginetan tortoises, coins marked with the island's symbol, became the first official coinage in continental Greece. Phidon's enlightened despotism opened a period of prosperity that brought many arts to Argolis. In the 6th century, the musicians of Argos were the most famous in Hellas. Lasus of Hermione won high place among the lyric poets of his time, and taught his skill to Pindar. The foundations were laid of that Argive school of sculpture which was to give Polykleitos and its canon to Greece. Drama found a home here in a theater with 20,000 seats, and architects raised a majestic temple to Hera, beloved and especially worshipped by Argos as the goddess bride who renewed her virginity every year. But the degeneration of Phidon's descendants, the nemesis of monarchy, and a long series of wars with Sparta weakened Argos and forced it at last to yield to the Lacedaemonians the ownership of the Peloponnesus. Today it is a quiet town, lost amid its surrounding fields, remembering vaguely the glories of its past, and proud that in all its long history it has never been abandoned. 3. Laconia. South of Argos and away from the sea rise the peaks of the Parnon range. They are beautiful, but still more pleasing to the eye is the Eurotas River that runs between them and the taller, darker, snow-tipped range of Taygetus on the west. In that seismic valley lay Homer's hollow Lacedaemon, a plain so guarded by mountains that Sparta, its capital, needed no walls. At its zenith, Sparta, the scattered, was a union of 5 villages totaling some 70,000 population. Today it is a hamlet of 4,000 souls, and hardly anything remains, even in the modest museum, of the city that once ruled and ruined Greece. 1. The expansion of Sparta. From that natural citadel the Dorians dominated and enslaved the southern Peloponnesus. To these long-haired northerners, hardened by mountains and habituated to war, there seemed no alternative in life but conquest or slavery. War was their business, by which they made what seemed to them an honest living. The non-Dorian natives, weakened by agriculture and peace, were in obvious need of masters. So the kings of Sparta, who claimed a continuous lineage from the Heraclidae of 1104, first subjected the indigenous population of Laconia, and then attacked Messenia. That land, in the southwestern corner of the Peloponnesus, was relatively level and fertile, and was tilled by Pacific tribes. We may read in Pausanias how the Messenian king, Aristodemus, consulted the oracle at Delphi for ways to defeat the Spartans, how Apollo bade him offer in sacrifice to the gods a virgin of his own royal race, how he put to death his own daughter and lost the war. Perhaps he had been mistaken about his daughter. 2 generations later, the brave Aristomenes led the Messenians in heroic revolt. For 9 years their cities bore up under attack and siege, but in the end the Spartans had their way. The Messenians were subjected to an annual tax of half their crops, and thousands of them were led away to join the Helot serfs. The picture that we are to form of Laconian society before Lycurgus has, like some ancient paintings, 3 levels. Above is a master class of Dorians, living for the most part in Sparta on the produce of fields owned by them in the country and tilled for them by helots. Socially between, geographically surrounding the masters and the helots, were the Pereisi, dwellers around. Freemen living in 100 villages in the mountains or on the outskirts of Laconia, or engaged in trade or industry in the towns, subject to taxation and military service, but having no share in the government and no right of intermarriage with the ruling class. Lowest and most numerous of all were the helots, so named, according to Strabo, from the town of Hellas, whose people had been among the first to be enslaved by the Spartans. By simple conquest of the non-Dorian population or by importing prisoners of war, Sparta had made Laconia a land of some 224,000 helots, 120,000 Pereisi, and 32,000 men, women, and children of the citizen class. The helot had all the liberties of a medieval serf. He could marry as he pleased, breed without forethought, work the land in his own way, and live in a village with his neighbors, undisturbed by the absentee owner of his lot, so long as he remitted regularly to this owner the rental fixed by the government. He was bound to the soil, but neither he nor the land could be sold. In some cases he was a domestic servant in the town. He was expected to attend his master in war, and when called upon to fight for the state. If he fought well, he might receive his freedom. His economic condition was not normally worse than that of the village peasantry in the rest of Greece outside of Attica, or the unskilled laborer in a modern city. He had the consolations of his own dwelling, varied work, and the quiet friendliness of trees and fields. But he was continually subject to martial law and to secret supervision by a secret police, by whom he might at any moment be killed without cause or trial. In Laconia, as elsewhere, the simple paid tribute to the clever. This is a custom with a venerable past and a promising future. In most civilizations, this distribution of the goods of life is brought about by the normally peaceful operation of the price system. The clever persuade us to pay more for the less readily duplicable luxuries and services that they offer us than the simple can manage to secure for the more easily replaceable necessaries that they produce. But in Laconia, the concentration of wealth was effected by irritatingly visible means, and left among the helots a volcanic discontent that in almost every year of Spartan history threatened to upset the state with revolution. 2. Sparta's Golden Age. In that dim past before Lycurgus came, Sparta was a Greek city like the rest, and blossomed out in song and art as it would never do after him. Music, above all, was popular there, and rivaled man's antiquity, for as far back as we can delve, we find the Greeks singing. In Sparta, so frequently at war, music took a martial turn, the strong and simple Doric mode, and not only were other styles discouraged, but any deviation from this Doric style was punishable by law. Even Terpander, though he had quelled the sedition by his songs, was fined by the ephors, and his lyre nailed mute to the wall, because to suit his voice he had dared to add another string to the instrument. And in a later generation Timotheus, who had expanded Terpander's 7 strings to 11, was not allowed to compete at Sparta until the ephors had removed from his lyre the scandalously extra strings. Sparta, like England, had great composers when she imported them. Towards 670, supposedly at the behest of the Delphic oracle, Terpander was brought in from Lesbos to prepare a contest in choral singing at the festival of the Carnea. Likewise, Thaletus was summoned from Crete about 620, and soon after came Tartius, Alcman, and Polymnestus. Their labors went mostly to composing patriotic music and training choruses to sing it. Music was seldom taught to individual Spartans. As in revolutionary Russia, the communal spirit was so strong that music took a corporate form, and group competed with group in magnificent festivals of song and dance. Such choral singing gave the Spartans another opportunity for discipline and mass formations, for every voice was subject to the leader. At the feast of the Hyacinthia, King Agesilaus sang obediently in the place and time assigned to him by the choral master, and at the festival of the Gymnopaedia the whole body of Spartans of every age and sex joined in massive exercises of harmonious dance and antistrophal song. Such occasions must have provided a powerful stimulus and outlet to the patriotic sentiment. Terpander, that is, delighter of men, was one of those brilliant poet-musicians who inaugurated the great age of Lesbos in the generation before Sappho. Tradition ascribed to him the invention of scholia, or drinking songs, and the expansion of the lyre from 4 to 7 strings. But the heptachord, as we have seen, was as old as Minos, and presumably men had sung the glories of wine in the forgotten adolescence of the world. Certainly he made a name for himself at Lesbos as Kytharidos, that is, a composer and singer of musical lyrics. Having killed a man in a brawl, he was exiled, and found it convenient to accept an invitation from Sparta. There, it seems, he lived the remainder of his days, teaching music and training choruses. We are told that he ended his life at a drinking party. While he was singing, perhaps that extra note which he had added at the top of the scale, one of his auditors threw a fig at him, which, entering his mouth and his windpipe, choked him to death in the very ecstasy of song. Tertius continued Terpander's work at Sparta during the Second Mycenaean War. He came from Aphidna, possibly in Lacedaemon, probably in Attica. Certainly the Athenians had an old joke about the Spartans that when the latter were losing the second war they were saved by a lame Attic schoolmaster whose songs of battle woke up the dull Spartans and stirred them to victory. Apparently he sang his own songs to the flute in public assembly, seeking to transform martial death into enviable glory. "It is a fine thing," says one of his surviving fragments, "for a brave man to die in the front rank of those who fight for their country. Let each one, standing squarely on his feet, rooted to the ground and biting his lips, keep firm. Foot to foot, shield to shield, waving plumes mingling and helmets clashing, let the warriors press breast to breast, each sword and spear point meeting in the shock of battle." Tertius, said the Spartan king Leonidas, was an adept in tickling the souls of youth. Alcmon sang in the same generation as friend and rival of Tertius, but in a more varied and earthly strain. He came from far-off Lydia, and some said that he was a slave. Nevertheless, the Lacedaemonians welcomed him, not having yet learned the xenolasia, or hatred of foreigners, which was to become part of the Lycurgian code. The later Spartans would have been scandalized at his eulogies of love and food, and his roster of Laconia's noble wines. Tradition ranked him as the grossest eater of antiquity, and as an insatiable pursuer of women. One of his songs told how fortunate he was that he had not remained in Sardis, where he might have become an emasculate priest of Cybele, but had come to Sparta, where he could love in freedom his golden-haired mistress, Megalostrata. He begins for us that dynasty of amorous poets which culminates in Anacreon, and he heads the list of the 9 lyric poets chosen by Alexandrian critics as the best of ancient Greece. He could write hymns and paeans as well as songs of wine and love, and the Spartans liked especially the Parthenia, or maiden songs, which he composed for choruses of girls. A fragment now and then reveals that power of imaginative feeling which is the heart of poetry. "Asleep lie mountain top and mountain gully, shoulder also and ravine, the creeping things that come from the dark earth, the beasts that lie upon the hillside, the generation of the bees, the monsters in the depths of the purple sea, all lie asleep, and with them the tribes of the winging birds." We may judge from these poets that the Spartans were not always Spartans, and that in the century before Lycurgus they relished poetry and the arts as keenly as any of the Greeks. The choral ode became so closely associated with them that when the Athenian dramatists wrote choral lyrics for their plays, they used the Doric dialect, though they wrote the dialogue in the Attic speech. It is hard to say what other arts flourished in Lacedaemon in those halcyon days, for even the Spartans neglected to preserve or record them. Laconian pottery and bronze were famous in the 7th century, and the minor arts produced many refinements for the life of the fortunate few. But this little renaissance was ended by the Mycenaean Wars. The conquered land was divided among the Spartans, and the number of serfs was almost doubled. How could 30,000 citizens keep in lasting subjection 4 times their number of Paraeci and 7 times their number of helots? It could be done only by abandoning the pursuit and patronage of the arts, and turning every Spartan into a soldier, ready at any moment to suppress rebellion or wage war. The constitution of Lycurgus achieved this end, but at the cost of withdrawing Sparta, in every sense but the political, from the history of civilization. 3. Lycurgus. Greek historians from Herodotus onward took it for granted that Lycurgus was the author of the Spartan code, just as they accepted as historical the siege of Troy and the murder of Agamemnon. And as modern scholarship for a century denied the existence of Troy and Agamemnon, so today it hesitates to admit the reality of Lycurgus. The dates assigned to him vary from 900 to 600 B.C., and how could one man take out of his head the most unpleasant and astonishing body of legislation in all history, and impose it in a few years not only upon a subject population, but even upon a self-willed and warlike ruling class? Nevertheless, it would be presumptuous to reject on such theoretical grounds a tradition accepted by all Greek historians. The 7th century was peculiarly an age of personal legislators. Zaleucus at Locris, circa 660, Draco at Athens, 620, and Corondus at Sicilian Catana, circa 610, not to speak of Josiah's discovery of the Mosaic Code in the Temple at Jerusalem, circa 621. Probably we have in these instances not so much a body of personal legislation as a set of customs harmonized and clarified into specific laws and named for convenience's sake from the man who codified them and in most cases gave them a written form. Lycurgus, however, was believed to have forbidden the writing of his laws. We shall record the tradition while remembering that it has in all likelihood personified and foreshortened a process of change from custom to law that required many authors and many years. According to Herodotus, Lycurgus, uncle and guardian of the Spartan king Charalaeus, received from the oracle at Delphi certain retra, or edicts, which were described by some as the laws of Lycurgus themselves, or by others as a divine sanction for the laws that he proposed. Apparently the legislators felt that to alter certain customs or to establish new ones, the safest procedure would be to present their proposals as commands of the god. It was not the first time that a state had laid its foundations in the sky. Tradition further relates that Lycurgus traveled in Crete, admired its institutions, and resolved to introduce some of them into Laconia. The kings and most of the nobles grudgingly accepted his reforms as indispensable to their own security. But a young aristocrat, Alcander, resisted violently and struck out one of the legislators' eyes. Plutarch tells the story with his usual simplicity and charm. Lycurgus, so far from being daunted or discouraged by this accident, stopped short and showed his disfigured face and eye beaten out to his countrymen. They, dismayed and ashamed at the sight, delivered Alcander into his hands to be punished. Lycurgus, having thanked them, dismissed them all, excepting only Alcander, and taking him with him into his house, neither did nor said anything severely to him, but bade Alcander to wait upon him at table. The young man, who was of an ingenuous temper, without murmuring did as he was commanded, and being thus admitted to live with Lycurgus, he had an opportunity to observe in him, besides his gentleness and calmness of temper, an extraordinary sobriety and an indefatigable industry, and so, from being an enemy, became one of his most zealous admirers, and told his friends and relations that he was not that morose and ill-natured man they had taken him for, but the one mild and gentle character of the world. Having completed his legislation, Lycurgus, says a probably legendary coda to his story, pledged the citizens not to change the laws till his return. Then he went to Delphi, retired into seclusion, and starved himself to death, thinking it a statesman's duty to make his very death, if possible, an act of service to the state. 4. The Lacedaemonian Constitution. If we attempt to specify the reforms of Lycurgus, the tradition becomes contradictory and confused. It is difficult to say which elements of the Spartan code preceded Lycurgus, which were created by him or his generation, and which were added after him. Plutarch and Polybius assure us that Lycurgus redistributed the land of Laconia into 30,000 equal shares among the citizens. Thucydides implies that there was no such distribution. Perhaps old properties were left untouched, while the newly conquered land was equally divided. Like Cleisthenes of Sicyon and Cleisthenes of Athens, Lycurgus, viz. The authors of the Lycurgian Constitution, abolished the kinship organization of Laconian society and replaced it with geographical divisions. In this way, the power of the old families was broken and a wider aristocracy was formed. To prevent the displacement of this landowning oligarchy by such mercantile classes as were gaining leadership in Argos, Sicyon, Corinth, Megara, and Athens, Lycurgus forbade the citizens to engage in industry or trade, prohibited the use or importation of silver or gold, and decreed that only iron should be used as currency. He was resolved that the Spartans, that is, the landowning citizens, should be left free for government and war. It was a boast of ancient conservatives that the Lycurgian constitution endured so long because the three forms of government, monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy, were united in it and in such proportions that each element neutralized the others against excess. Sparta's monarchy was really a duarchy, since it had concurrently two kings descending from the invading Heraclids. Possibly this strange institution was a compromise between two related and therefore rival houses, or a device to secure without absolutism the psychological uses of royalty in maintaining social order and national prestige. Their powers were limited. They performed the sacrifices of the state religion, headed the judiciary, and commanded the army in war. In all matters they were subordinate to the Senate, and after Plataea they lost more and more of their authority to the ephors. The aristocratic and predominant element of the constitution resided in the Senate, or gerousia, literally and actually a group of old men. Normally, citizens under 60 were considered too immature for its deliberations. Plutarch gives their number as 28 and tells an incredible story of their election. When a vacancy occurred, candidates were required to pass silently and in turn before the assembly, and he who was greeted with the loudest and longest shouts was pronounced elected. Perhaps this was thought to be a realistic and economical abbreviation of the fuller democratic process. We do not know which of the citizens were eligible to such election. Presumably they were the homoioi, or equals, who owned the soil of Laconia, had served in the army, and brought their quota of food to the public mess. The Senate originated legislation, acted as a supreme court in capital crimes, and formulated public policy. The assembly, or appella, was Sparta's concession to democracy. Apparently all male citizens were admitted to it upon reaching the age of 30. Some 8,000 males were eligible in a population of 376,000. It met on each day of the full moon. All matters of great public moment were submitted to it, nor could any law be passed without its consent. Few laws, however, were ever added to the Lycurgian constitution, and these the assembly might accept or reject, but not discuss or amend. It was essentially the old Homeric public meeting, listening in awe to the council of chiefs and elders or to the army-commanding kings. Theoretically, sovereignty resided in the appella, but an amendment made to the constitution after Lycurgus empowered the Senate, if it judged that the assembly had decided crookedly, to reverse the decision. When an advanced thinker asked Lycurgus to establish a democracy, Lycurgus replied, "Begin, my friend, by setting it up in your own family." Cicero compared the 5 ephors, that is, overseers, to the Roman tribunes, since they were chosen annually by the assembly, but they corresponded more to the Roman consuls, as wielding an administrative power checked only by the protests of the Senate. The ephoret existed before Lycurgus, and yet is not mentioned in such reports of his legislation as have reached us. By the middle of the 6th century, the ephors had become equal in authority to the kings. After the Persian War, they were practically supreme. They received embassies, decided disputes at law, commanded the armies, and directed, absolved, or punished the kings. The enforcement of the government's decrees was entrusted to the army and the police. It was the custom of the ephors to arm certain of the younger Spartans as a special and secret police, the cryptaia, with the right to spy upon the people, and in the case of helots to kill at their discretion. This institution was used at unexpected times, even to do away with helots who, though they had served the state bravely in war, were feared by the masters as able and therefore dangerous men. After 8 years of the Peloponnesian War, says the impartial Thucydides, the helots were divided by a proclamation to pick out those of their number who claimed to have most distinguished themselves against the enemy, in order that they might receive their freedom, the object being to test them, as it was thought that the first to claim their freedom would be the most high-spirited and the most apt to rebel. As many as 2,000 were selected accordingly, who crowned themselves and went round the temples, rejoicing in their new freedom. The Spartans, however, soon afterwards did away with them, and no one ever knew how each of them perished. The power and pride of Sparta was above all in its army, for in the courage, discipline, and skill of these troops it found its security and its ideal. Every citizen was trained for war, and was liable to military service from his 20th to his 60th year. Out of this severe training came the hoplites of Sparta, those close-set companies of heavy-armed, spear-hurling citizen infantry that were the terror even of the Athenians, and remained practically undefeated until Epaminondas overcame them at Leuctra. Around this army Sparta formed its moral code. To be good was to be strong and brave. To die in battle was the highest honor and happiness. To survive defeat was a disgrace that even the soldier's mother could hardly forgive. "Return with your shield or on it," was the Spartan mother's farewell to her soldier son. Flight with the heavy shield was impossible. 5. The Spartan Code. To train men to an ideal so unwelcome to the flesh, it was necessary to take them at birth and form them by the most rigorous discipline. The first step was a ruthless eugenics. Not only must every child face the father's right to infanticide, but it must also be brought before a state council of inspectors. and any child that appeared defective was thrown from a cliff of Mount Taygetus to die on the jagged rocks below. A further elimination probably resulted from the Spartan habit of inuring their infants to discomfort and exposure. Men and women were warned to consider the health and character of those whom they thought of marrying. Even a king, Archidamus, was fined for marrying a diminutive wife. Husbands were encouraged to lend their wives to exceptional men so that fine children might be multiplied. Husbands disabled by age or illness were expected to invite young men to help them breed a vigorous family. Lycurgus, says Plutarch, ridiculed jealousy and sexual monopoly, and called it absurd that people should be so solicitous for their dogs and horses as to exert interest and pay money to procure fine breeding, and yet keep their wives shut up to be made mothers only by themselves, who might be foolish, infirm, or diseased. In the general opinion of antiquity, the Spartan males were stronger and handsomer, their women healthier and lovelier than the other Greeks. Probably more of this result was due to training than to eugenic birth. Thucydides makes King Archidamus say, "There is little difference, at birth presumably, between man and man, but the superiority lies with him who is reared in the severest school." At the age of 7, the Spartan boy was taken from his family and brought up by the state. He was enrolled in what was at once a military regiment and a scholastic class, under a paidomenos, or manager of boys. In each class, the ablest and bravest boy was made captain. The rest were instructed to obey him, to submit to the punishments he might impose upon them, and to strive to match or better him in achievement and discipline. The aim was not, as at Athens, athletic form and skill, but martial courage and worth. Games were played in the nude under the eyes of elders and lovers of either sex. The older men made it their concern to provoke quarrels among the boys, individually and in groups, so that vigor and fortitude might be tested and trained, and any moment of cowardice brought many days of disgrace. To bear pain, hardship, and misfortune silently was required of all. Every year at the altar of Artemis Orthia, some chosen youths were scourged till their blood stained the stones. At 12 the boy was deprived of underclothing and was allowed but one garment throughout the year. He did not bathe frequently like the lads of Athens, for water and unguents made the body soft, while cold air and clean soil made it hard and resistant. Winter and summer he slept in the open, on a bed of rushes broken from the Eurotas's banks. Until he was 30, he lived with his company in barracks and knew none of the comforts of home. He was taught reading and writing, but barely enough to make him literate. Books found few buyers in Sparta, and it was easy to keep up with the publishers. Lycurgus, said Plutarch, wished children to learn his laws not by writing, but by oral transmission and youthful practice under careful guidance and example. It was safer, he thought, to make men good by unconscious habituation than to rely upon theoretical persuasion. A proper education would be the best government. But such education would have to be moral rather than mental. Character was more important than intellect. The young Spartan was trained to sobriety, and some helots were compelled to drink to excess in order that the youth might see how foolish drunkenness can be. He was taught in preparation for war to forage in the fields and find his own food, or starve. To steal in such cases was permissible, but to be detected was a crime punishable by flogging. If he behaved well, he was allowed to attend the public mess of the citizens, and was expected to listen carefully there so that he might become acquainted with the problems of the state and learn the art of genial conversation. At the age of 30, if he had survived with honor the hardships of youth, he was admitted to the full rights and responsibilities of a citizen, and sat down to dine with his elders. The girl, though left to be brought up at home, was also subject to regulation by the state. She was to engage in vigorous games, running, wrestling, throwing the quoit, casting the dart, in order that she might become strong and healthy for easy and perfect motherhood. She should go naked in public dances and processions, even in the presence of young men, so that she might be stimulated to proper care of her body, and her defects might be discovered and removed. Nor was there anything shameful in the nakedness of the young women, says the highly moral Plutarch. Modesty attended them, and all wantonness was excluded. While they danced, they sang songs of praise for those that had been brave in war, and heaped contumely upon those that had given way. Mental education was not wasted upon the Spartan girl. As to love, the young man was permitted to indulge in it without prejudice of gender. Nearly every lad had a lover among the older men. From this lover he expected further education, and in return he offered affection and obedience. Often this exchange grew into a passionate friendship that stimulated both youth and man to bravery in war. Young men were allowed considerable freedom before marriage, so that prostitution was rare, and hetairae here found no encouragement. In all of Lacedaemon we hear of only one temple to Aphrodite, and there the goddess was represented as veiled, armed with a sword and bearing fetters on her feet, as if to symbolize the foolishness of marrying for love, the subordination of love to war, and the strict control of marriage by the state. The state specified the best age of marriage as 30 for men and 20 for women. Celibacy in Sparta was a crime. Bachelors were excluded from the franchise and from the sight of public processions in which young men and women danced in the nude. According to Plutarch, the bachelors themselves were compelled to march in public, naked even in winter, singing a song to the effect that they were justly suffering this punishment for having disobeyed the laws. Persistent avoiders of marriage might be set upon at any time in the streets by groups of women and be severely handled. Those who married and had no children were only less completely disgraced, and it was understood that men who were not fathers were not entitled to the respect that the youth of Sparta religiously paid to their elders. Marriages were usually arranged by the parents, without purchase, but after this agreement the bridegroom was expected to carry off the bride by force, and she was expected to resist. The word for marriage was harpadzine, to seize. If such arrangements left some adults still unmarried, several men might be pushed into a dark room with an equal number of girls and be left to pick their mates in the darkness. The Spartans thought that such choosing would not be blinder than love. It was usual for the bride to stay with her parents for a while. The bridegroom remained in his barracks and visited his wife only clandestinely. In this relation, says Plutarch, they lived a long time, insomuch that they sometimes had children by their wives before they even saw their faces by daylight. When they were ready for parentage, custom allowed them to set up a home. Love came after marriage rather than before, and marital affection appears to have been as strong in Sparta as in any other civilization. The Spartans boasted that there was no adultery among them, and they may have been right, for there was much freedom before marriage, and many husbands could be persuaded to share their wives, especially with brothers. Divorce was rare. The Spartan general Lysander was punished because he left his wife and wished to marry a prettier one. All in all, the position of woman was better in Sparta than in any other Greek community. There, more than elsewhere, she preserved her high Homeric status and the privileges that survived from an early matrilinear society. Spartan women, says Plutarch, were bold and masculine, overbearing to their husbands, and speaking openly even on the most important subjects. They could inherit and bequeath property, and in the course of time, so great was their influence over men, nearly half the real wealth of Sparta was in their hands. They lived a life of luxury and liberty at home, while the men bore the brunt of frequent war, or dined on simple fare in the public mess. For every Spartan male, by a characteristic ordinance of the constitution, was required from his 30th to his 60th year to eat his main meal daily in a public dining hall, where the food was simple in quality and slightly but deliberately inadequate in amount. In this way, says Plutarch, the legislator thought to harden them to the privations of war and to keep them from the degeneration of peace. They should not spend their lives at home, laid on costly couches at splendid tables, delivering themselves up to the hands of their tradesmen and cooks, to fatten them in corners like greedy brutes, and to ruin not their minds only, but their very bodies, which, enfeebled by indulgence and excess, would stand in need of long sleep, warm bathing, freedom from work, and, in a word, of as much care and attendance as if they were continually sick. To supply the food for this public meal, each citizen was required to contribute to his dining club, periodically, stated quantities of corn and other provisions. If he failed in this, his citizenship was forfeited. Normally, in the earlier centuries of the Code, the simplicity and asceticism to which Spartan youth was trained persisted into later years. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 3, Side 2. Normally, in the earlier centuries of the Code, the simplicity and asceticism to which Spartan youth was trained persisted into later years. Fat men were a rarity in Lacedaemon. There was no law regulating the size of the stomach, but if a man's belly swelled indecently, he might be publicly reproved by the government or banished from Laconia. There was little of the drinking and the revelry that flourished in Athens. Differences of wealth were real, but hidden. Rich and poor wore the same simple dress, a woolen peplus or shirt that hung straight from the shoulders without pretense to beauty or form. The accumulation of movable riches was difficult. To lay up $100 worth of iron currency required a large closet, and to remove it, nothing less than a yoke of oxen. Human greed remained, however, and found an outlet in official corruption. Senators, ephors, Envoys, generals, and kings were alike purchasable at prices befitting their dignity. When an ambassador from Samos displayed his gold plate at Sparta, King Cleomenes I had him recalled, lest the citizens be spoiled by alien example. The Spartan system, fearful of such contamination, was inhospitable beyond precedent. Foreigners were rarely welcomed. Usually they were made to understand that their visits must be brief. If they stayed too long, they were escorted to the frontier by the police. The Spartans themselves were forbidden to go abroad without permission of the government, and to dull their curiosity they were trained to a haughty exclusiveness that would not dream that other nations could teach them anything. The system had to be ungracious in order to protect itself. A breath from that excluded world of freedom, luxury, letters, and arts might topple over this strange and artificial society in which 2/3 of the people were serfs and all the masters were slaves. 6. An estimate of Sparta. What type of man and what kind of civilization did this code produce? First of all, a man of strong body, at home with hardship and privation. A luxury-loving Sybarite remarked of the Spartans that it was no commendable thing in them to be so ready to die in the wars, since by that they were freed from much hard labor and miserable living. Health was one of the cardinal virtues in Sparta, and sickness was a crime. Plato's heart must have been gladdened to find a land so free from medicine and democracy. And here was courage. Only the Roman would equal the Spartan's record for fearlessness and victory. When the Spartans surrendered at Sphacteria, Greece could hardly believe it. It was unheard of that Spartans should not fight to the last man. Even their common soldiers, on many occasions, killed themselves rather than survive defeat. When the news of the Spartan disaster at Leuctra, so overwhelming that in effect it put an end to Sparta's history, was brought to the ephors as they presided over the Gymnopaedia games, the magistrates said nothing, but merely added to the roster of the holy dead whom the games honored the names of the newly slain. Self-control, moderation, equanimity in fortune and adversity, qualities that the Athenians wrote about but seldom showed, were taken for granted in every Spartan citizen. If it be a virtue to obey the laws, the Spartan was virtuous beyond most men. Though the Lacedaemonians are free, the ex-king Demaratus told Xerxes, yet they are not free in all things, for over them is set law as a master, whom they fear much more than thy people fear thee. Seldom, probably never again except in Rome and medieval Jewry, has a people been so strengthened by reverence for its laws. Under the Lycurgian constitution, Sparta, for at least 2 centuries, became always stronger. Though it failed to conquer Argos or Arcadia, it persuaded all the Peloponnesus except Argos and Achaea to accept its leadership in a Peloponnesian league that for almost 200 years, 560 to 380, kept the peace in Pelops' Isle. All Greece admired Sparta's army and government, and looked to it for aid in deposing burdensome tyrannies. Xenophon tells of the astonishment with which I first noted the unique position of Sparta among the states of Hellas, the relatively sparse population, and at the same time the extraordinary power and prestige of the community. I was puzzled to account for the fact. It was only when I came to consider the peculiar institutions of the Spartans that my wonderment ceased. Like Plato and Plutarch, Xenophon was never tired of praising Spartan ways. Here it was, of course, that Plato found the outlines of his utopia a little blurred by a strange indifference to ideas. Weary and fearful of the vulgarity and chaos of democracy, many Greek thinkers took refuge in an idolatry of Spartan order and law. They could afford to praise Sparta since they did not have to live in it. They did not feel at close range the selfishness, coldness, and cruelty of the Spartan character. They could not see from the select gentlemen whom they met or the heroes whom they commemorated from afar that the Spartan code produced good soldiers and nothing more, that it made vigor of body a graceless brutality because it killed nearly all capacity for the things of the mind. With the triumph of the code, the arts that had flourished before its establishment died a sudden death. We hear of no more poets, sculptors, or builders in Sparta after 550. Only choral dance and music remained, for there Spartan discipline could shine, and the individual could be lost in the mass. Excluded from commerce with the world, barred from travel, ignorant of the science, the literature, and the philosophy of exuberantly growing Greece, the Spartans became a nation of excellent hoplites, with the mentality of a lifelong infantryman. Greek travelers marveled at a life so simple and unadorned, a franchise so jealously confined, a conservatism so tenacious of every custom and superstition, a courage and discipline so exalted and limited, so noble in character, so base in purpose, and so barren in result. while hardly a day's ride away, the Athenians were building, out of 1,000 injustices and errors, a civilization broad in scope and yet intense in action, open to every new idea and eager for intercourse with the world, tolerant, varied, complex, luxurious, innovating, skeptical, imaginative, poetical, turbulent, free. It was a contrast that would color and almost delineate Greek history. In the end, Sparta's narrowness of spirit betrayed even her strength of soul. She descended to the sanctioning of any means to gain a Spartan aim. At last, she stooped so far to conquer as to sell to Persia the liberties that Athens had won for Greece at Marathon. Militarism absorbed her and made her, once so honored, the hated terror of her neighbors. When she fell, all the nations marveled, but none mourned. Today, among the scanty ruins of that ancient capital, hardly a torso or a fallen pillar survives to declare that here there once lived Greeks. 4. Forgotten States. Northward from Sparta, the valley of the Eurotas reaches across the frontier of Laconia into the massed mountains of Arcadia. They would be more beautiful if they were not so dangerous. They have not welcomed the narrow roads cut out of their rock slopes, and seem to threaten gloomily all disturbers of these Arcadian retreats. No wonder the conquering Dorians and Spartans were both baffled here, and left Arcadia, like Elis and Achaea, to the Achaean and Pelasgian stocks. Now and then the traveler comes upon a plain or a plateau, and finds flourishing new towns like Tripolis, or the remains of ancient cities like Orchomenos, Megalopolis, Tegea, and Mantinea, where Epaminondas won both victory and death. But for the most part it is a land of scattered peasants and shepherds, living precariously with their flocks in these grudging hills. And though after Marathon the cities awoke to civilization and art, they hardly enter the story before the Persian War. Here in these perpendicular forests once roamed the great god Pan. In southern Arcadia, the Eurotas almost meets a yet more famous river. Swiftly the Alpheus wears its way through the Parasian range, meanders leisurely into the plains of Elis, and leads the traveler to Olympia. The Aelians, Pausanias tells us, were of Aeolic or Pelasgic origin, and came from Aetolia across the bay. Their first king, Aethlius, was father of that Endymion, whose beauty so allured the moon that she closed his eyes in a perpetual sleep, sinned at leisure, and had by him 100 daughters. Here, where the Alpheus joins the Cladius, flowing from the north, was the holy city of the Greek world, so sacred that war seldom disturbed it, and the Aelians had the boon of a history in which battles were replaced by games. In the angle of the merging streams was the Altus, or hallowed precinct of Olympian Zeus. Wave after wave of invaders stopped here to worship him. Periodically, in later days, their delegates returned to beseech his help and enrich his fane. From generation to generation, the temples of Zeus and Hera grew in wealth and renown, until the greatest architects and sculptors of Greece were brought together, after the triumph over Persia, to restore and adorn them in lavish gratitude. The shrine of Hera went back to 1000 B.C., Its ruins are the oldest temple remains in Greece. Fragments of 36 columns and 20 Doric capitals survive to show how often and how variously the pillars were replaced. Originally, no doubt, they were of wood, and one shaft of oak still stood when Pausanias came there, notebook in hand, in the days of the Antonines. From Olympia one passes by the site of the ancient capital Elis into Achaea. Hither some of the Achaeans fled when the Dorians took Argos and Mycenae. Like Arcadia, it is a land of mountains, along whose slopes patient shepherds drive their flocks up or down as the seasons change. On the western coast is the still thriving port of Patras, of whose women Pausanias said that they were twice as numerous as the men and devoted to Aphrodite, if any women are. Other cities huddled against the hills along the Corinthian Gulf: Aegium, Helice, Agira, Pellene, now almost forgotten, but once alive with men, women, and children, every one of whom was the center of the world. 5. Corinth. A few more mountains, and the traveler re-enters, in Sicyon, the area of Dorian settlement. Here in 676, one Orthagoras taught the world a trick of politics that after centuries would use. He explained to the peasants that they were of Pelasgic or Achaean stock, while the landowning aristocracy that exploited them was descended from Dorian invaders. He appealed to the racial pride of the dispossessed, led them in a successful revolution, made himself dictator, and established the manufacturing and trading classes in power. Under his able successors, Myron and Cleisthenes, These classes made Sicyon a semi-industrial city, famous for its shoes and its pottery, though still named from the cucumbers that it grew. Farther east is the city that should have been, by all geographic and economic omens, the richest and most cultured center in Greece. For Corinth, on the isthmus, had an enviable position. It could lock the land door to or upon the Peloponnesus. It could serve and mulct the overland trade between northern and southern Greece. It had harbors and shipping on both the Saronic and the Corinthian Gulf. Between these seas it built a lucrative diolkos, a slipping through, a wooden tramway along which ships were drawn on rollers over 4 miles of land. Its fortress was the impregnable Acrocorinthus, a mountain peak 2,000 feet high, watered by its own inexhaustible spring. Strabo has described for us the stirring sight from the citadel, with the city spread out on 2 bright terraces below, the open-air theater, the great public baths, the colonnaded marketplace, the gleaming temples, and the protective walls that reached to the port of Lachium on the northern Gulf. At the very summit of the mount, as if to symbolize a major industry of the city, was a temple to Aphrodite. Corinth had a history stretching back to Mycenaean times. Even in Homer's day it was famous for its wealth. After the Dorian Conquest, kings ruled it, then an aristocracy dominated by the family of the Bacchiadae. But here too, as in Argos, Sicyon, Megara, Athens, Lesbos, Miletus, Samos, Sicily, and wherever Greek trade flourished, the business class, by revolution or intrigue, captured political power. This is the real meaning of the outbreak of tyrannies or dictatorships in 7th century Greece. About 655, Cypselus seized the government. Having promised Zeus the entire wealth of Corinth if he succeeded, he laid a 10% tax on all property each year and gave the proceeds to the temple until, after a decade, he had fulfilled his vow while leaving the city as rich as before. His popular and intelligent rule, through 30 years, laid the basis of Corinthian prosperity. His ruthless son, Periander, in one of the longest dictatorships in Greek history, 625 to 585, established order and discipline, checked exploitation, encouraged business, patronized literature and art, and made Corinth for a time the foremost city in Greece. He stimulated trade by establishing a state coinage and promoted industry by lowering taxes. He solved the crisis of unemployment by undertaking great public works and establishing colonies abroad. He protected small businessmen from the competition of large firms by limiting the number of slaves that might be employed by one man and forbidding their further importation. He relieved the wealthy of their surplus gold by compelling them to contribute to a colossal golden statue as an ornament for the city. He invited the rich women of Corinth to a festival, stripped them of their costly robes and jewels, and sent them home with half their beauty nationalized. His enemies were numerous and powerful. He dared not go out without a heavy guard, and his fear and seclusion made him morose and cruel. To protect himself against revolt, he acted on the cryptic advice of his fellow dictator, Thrasybulus of Miletus, that he should periodically cut down the tallest ears of corn in the field. His concubines preyed upon him with accusations of his wife, until in a temper he threw her downstairs. She was pregnant and died of the shock. He burnt the concubines alive and banished to Corcyra his son Lycophron, who so grieved for his mother that he would not speak to his father. When the Corcyrians put Lycophron to death, Periander seized 300 youths of their noblest families and sent them to King Alyattes of Lydia, that they might be made eunuchs. But the ships that bore them touched at Samos, and the Samians, braving Periander's anger, freed them. The dictator lived to a ripe old age, and after his death was numbered by some among the 7 wise men of ancient Greece. A generation after him, the Spartans overthrew the dictatorship at Corinth and set up an aristocracy, not because Sparta loved liberty, but because she favored landowners against the business classes. Nevertheless, it was upon trade that the wealth of Corinth was based, helped now and then by the devotees of Aphrodite and the Pan-Hellenic Isthmian games. Courtesans were so numerous in the city that the Greeks often used Corinthiazomai as signifying harlotry. It was a common matter in Corinth to dedicate to Aphrodite's temple women who served her as prostitutes and brought their fees to the priests. One Xenophon, not the leader of the 10,000, promises the goddess 50 hetairai or courtesans if she will help him to victory in the Olympic Games, and the pious Pindar, celebrating this triumph, refers to the vow without flinching. The temple of Aphrodite, says Strabo, was so rich that it owned more than 1,000 temple slaves, courtesans whom both men and women had dedicated to the goddess. And therefore it was also on account of these women that the city was crowded with people and grew rich. For instance, the ship captains freely squandered their money here. The city was grateful, and looked upon these hospitable ladies as public benefactors. "It is an ancient custom at Corinth," says an early author quoted by Athenaeus, "whenever the city addresses any supplication to Aphrodite, to employ as many courtesans as possible to join in the supplication." The courtesans had a religious festival of their own, the Aphrodisia, which they celebrated with piety and pomp. St. Paul, in his first epistle to the Corinthians, denounced these women, who still in his time plied their ancient trade. In 480, Corinth had a population of 50,000 citizens and 60,000 slaves, an unusually high proportion of freemen to slaves. The quest for pleasure and gold absorbed all classes, and left little energy for literature and art. We hear of a poet, Eumelus, in the 8th century, but Corinthian names seldom grace Greek letters. Periander welcomed poets at his court and brought Orion from Lesbos to organize music in Corinth. In the 8th century, the pottery and bronzes of Corinth were famous. In the 6th, her vase painters were at the top of their profession in Greece. Pausanias tells of a great cedar chest in which Cypselus hid from the Bacchiadae, and upon which artists carved elegant reliefs with inlays of ivory and gold. Probably it was in the age of Periander that Corinth raised to Apollo a Doric temple famous for its 7 monolithic columns, 5 of which still stand, to suggest that Corinth may have loved beauty in more forms than one. Perhaps time and chance were ungrateful to the city, and her annals fell to be written by men of other loyalties. The past would be startled if it could see itself in the pages of historians. 6. Megara. Megara loved gold as much as Corinth did, and, like her, thrived on commerce. It had, however, a great poet, in whose verses the ancient city lives as if its revolutions were one with our own. Standing at the very entrance to the Peloponnesus, with a port on either gulf, it was in a position to bargain with armies and levy tolls upon trade, to which it added a busy textile industry manned with men and women who, in the honest phraseology of the day, were called slaves. The city flourished best in the 7th and 6th centuries, when it disputed the commerce of the Isthmus with Corinth. It was then that it sent out, as trading posts, colonies as far-flung as Byzantium on the Bosporus and Megara Hyblia in Sicily. Wealth mounted, but the clever gathered it so narrowly into their hands that the mass of the people, destitute serfs amid plenty, listened readily to men who promised them a better life. About 630, Theagenes, having decided to become dictator, praised the poor and denounced the rich, led a starving mob into the pastures of the wealthy breeders, had himself voted a bodyguard, increased it, and with it overthrew the government. For a generation, Theagenes ruled Megara, freed the serfs, humbled the mighty, and patronized the arts. Towards 600, the rich deposed him in turn, but a third revolution restored the democracy, which confiscated the property of leading aristocrats, commandeered rich homes, abolished debts, and passed a decree requiring the wealthy to refund the interest that had been paid them by their debtors. Theognis lived through these revolutions and described them in bitter poems that might be the voice of our class war today. He was, he tells us, for he is our sole authority on this subject, a member of an ancient and noble family. He must have grown up in comfortable circumstances, for he was guide, philosopher, and lover to a youth named Cyrnus, who became one of the leaders of the aristocratic party. He gives Cyrnus much advice and asks merely love in return. Like all lovers, he complains of short measure, and his finest extant poem reminds Cyrnus that he will achieve immortality only through Theognis's poetry. Lo, I have given thee wings wherewith to fly over the boundless ocean and the earth. Yea, on the lips of many shalt thou lie, the comrade of their banquet and their mirth. Youths in their loveliness shall bid thee sound upon the silver flute's melodious breath. And when thou goest darkling underground down to the lamentable house of death, O yet not then from honor shalt thou cease, but wander, an imperishable name, Cyrnus, about the seas and shores of Greece, crossing from isle to isle the barren main. Horses thou shalt not need, but lightly ride, sped by the muses of the violet crown, and men to come, while earth and sun abide, who cherish song, shall cherish thy renown. Yea, I have given thee wings, and in return thou givest me the scorn with which I burn. He warns Cyrnus that the injustices of the aristocracy may provoke a revolution. Our state is pregnant shortly to produce a rude avenger of prolonged abuse. The commons hitherto seem sober-minded, but their superiors are corrupt and blinded. The rule of noble spirits, brave and high, never endangered peace and harmony. The supercilious, arrogant pretense of feeble minds, weakness and insolence, justice and truth and law wrested aside by crafty shifts of avarice and pride, these are our ruin, Cyrnus. Never dream, tranquil and undisturbed as it may seem, of future peace or safety to the state. Bloodshed and strife will follow soon or late. The revolution came. Theognis was among the men exiled by the triumphant democracy, and his property was confiscated. He left his wife and children with friends and wandered from state to state. Euboea, Thebes, Sparta, Sicily, at first welcomed and fed for his poetry, then lapsing into a bitter and unaccustomed poverty. Out of his resentment he addresses to Zeus the questions which Jove would ask of Yahweh. Blessed Almighty Jove, with deep amaze I view the world, and marvel at thy ways. How can you reconcile it to your sense of right and wrong, thus loosely to dispense your bounties on the wicked and the good? How can your laws be known or understood? He becomes bitter against the leaders of the democracy, and prays to this inscrutable Zeus for the boon of drinking their blood. In the first known use of this metaphor, he likens the state of Megara to a ship whose pilot has been replaced by disorderly and unskilled mariners. He argues that some men are by nature abler than others, and that therefore aristocracy in some form is inevitable. Already men had discovered that majorities never rule. He uses hoi agatoi, the good, as synonymous with the aristocrats, and hoi kakoi, the bad, base, worthless, as signifying the common people. These native differences, he thinks, are ineradicable. No amount of teaching will make a bad man good, though he may merely mean here that no training can turn a commoner into an aristocrat. Like all good conservatives, he is strong for eugenics. The evils of the world are due not to the greed of the good, but to their misalliances and their infertility. He plots with Cyrnus another counter-revolution. He argues that even if one has taken a vow of loyalty to the new government, it is permissible to assassinate a tyrant, and he pledges himself to work with his friends until they have taken full vengeance upon their foes. Nevertheless, after many years of exile and loneliness, he bribes an official to let him return to Megara. He is revolted at his own duplicity, and writes lines of despair that hundreds of Greeks would quote. Not to be born, never to see the sun, no worldly blessing is a greater one, and the next best is speedily to die, and lapped beneath a load of earth to lie. In the end we find him back in Megara, old and broken, and promising for safety's sake never again to write of politics. He consoles himself with wine and a loyal wife, and does his best to learn at last the lesson that everything natural is forgivable. Learn, Cyrnus, learn to bear an easy mind. Accommodate your humor to mankind and human nature. Take it as you find. A mixture of ingredients good and bad, such are we all, the best that can be had. The best are found defective, and the rest for common use are equal to the best. Suppose it had been otherwise decreed, how could the business of the world proceed? 7. Aegina and Epidaurus. Across the bay from Megara and Corinth, earthquake had raised, or left, one of their earliest rivals in industry and trade, the island of Aegina. There, in Mycenaean times, a prosperous city developed whose graves gave up much gold. The conquering Dorians found the land too barren for tillage, but admirably placed for commerce. When the Persians came, the island knew only an aristocracy of tradesmen, eager to sell the excellent vases and bronzes produced in their shops for the slaves whom they imported in great number to work in their factories, or for sale to the cities of Greece. Aristotle, about 350, calculated that Aegina had a population of 500,000, of whom 470,000 were slaves. Here the first Greek coins were made, and the Aeginaton weights and measures remained standard in Greece till its conquest by Rome. That such a commercial community could graduate from wealth to art was revealed when, in 1811, a traveler discovered in a heap of rubbish the vigorous and finely carved figures that once adorned the pediment of the temple of Apphia. Of the temple itself, 22 Doric columns stand, still bearing their architrave. Probably the Aeginatans built it shortly before the Persian War, for though its architecture is classic, its statuary shows many traces of the archaic, semi-oriental style. Possibly, however, it was raised after Salamis, for the statuary, which represents Aeginatans overcoming Trojans, may symbolize the perennial conflict between Greece and the Orient, and the recent victory won by the Greek fleet under the very brows of Aegina at Salamis. To that fleet the little island contributed 30 ships, and one of these, after the victory, was awarded by the Greeks the first prize for bravery. A pleasant boat ride takes the traveler from Aegina to Epidaurus, now a village of 500 souls, but once among the most famous cities of Greece. For here, or rather 10 miles out in a narrow gorge among the loftiest mountains of the Argolic Peninsula, was the chief home of Asclepius, the hero god of healing. "O Asclepius," Apollo himself had said through his oracle at Delphi, "thou who art born a great joy to all mortals, whom lovely Coronis bare to me, the child of love, at rocky Epidaurus." Asclepius cured so many people, even raising a man from the dead, that Pluto, god of Hades, complained to Zeus that hardly anyone was dying anymore. And Zeus, who would hardly know what to do with the human race if it were not for death, destroyed Asclepius with a thunderbolt. But the people, first in Thessaly, then in Greece, worshipped him as a savior god. At Epidaurus they raised to him the greatest of his temples, and there the physician priests, who from him were called Asclepiads, established a sanitarium known throughout Hellas for its success in treating disease. Epidaurus became a Greek Lourdes. Pilgrims flocked to it from every part of the Mediterranean world, seeking what to the Greeks seemed the greatest boon of all, health. They slept in the temple, submitted hopefully to the regimen prescribed, and recorded their cures, which they believed to be miraculous, on stone tablets that still lie here and there among the ruins of the sacred grove. It was out of the fees and gifts of these patients that Epidaurus built its theater, and the stadium, whose seats and goals still lie in the lap of the neighboring hills, and the lovely Tholos, a circular colonnaded building whose surviving fragments, preserved in the little museum, are among the most exquisitely carved marbles in Greece. Today such patients go to Tenos, in the Cyclades, where the priests of the Greek church heal them, as those of Asclepius healed their forerunners 2,500 years ago. And the gloomy peak where once the people of Epidaurus sacrificed to Zeus and Hera is now the sacred mount of St. Elias. The gods are mortal, but piety is everlasting. What the student looks for most eagerly at Epidaurus is not the leveled ruins of the Asclepium. The land is well wooded here, and he does not see the perfect theater that he is seeking until a turn in the road spreads it out against the mountainside in a gigantic fan of stone. Polyclitus the Younger built it in the 4th century before our era, but even to this day it is almost completely preserved. As the traveler stands in the center of the orchestra, or dancing place, a spacious circle paved with stone, and sees before him 14,000 seats in rising tiers, so admirably designed that every seat directly faces him, as his glance follows the radiating aisles that rise in swift straight lines from the stage to the trees of the mountain slope above, as he speaks quietly to his friends on the farthest, highest seats 200 feet away, and perceives that his every word is understood, then he visions Epidaurus in the days of its prosperity, sees in his mind's eye the crowds coming out in gay freedom from shrine and city to hear Euripides, and feels more than he can ever express the vibrant, plein-air life of ancient Greece. Chapter 5. Athens. 1. Hesiod's Boeotia. East of Megara the road divides, south to Athens, north to Thebes. Northward the route is mountainous and draws the traveler up to the heights of Mount Cithaeron. Far to the west Parnassus is visible. Ahead, across lesser heights and far below, is the fertile Boeotian plain. At the foot of the hill lies Plataea, where 100,000 Greeks annihilated 300,000 Persians. A little to the west is Leuctra, where Epaminondas won his first great victory over the Spartans. Again, a little west rises Mount Helicon, home of the Muses and Keats's blushful Hippocrene, that famous fountain, the horse's spring, which we are assured gushed forth when the hoof of the winged steed Pegasus struck the earth as he leaped toward heaven. Directly north is Thespiae, always at odds with Thebes, and close by is the fountain in whose waters Narcissus contemplated his shadow, or, another story said, that of the dead sister whom he loved. In the little town of Ascra, near Thespiae, lived and toiled the poet Hesiod, second only to Homer in the affection of the classic Greeks. Tradition gave 846 and 777 as the dates of his birth and death. Some modern scholars bring him down to 650. Probably he lived a century earlier than that. He was born at Aeolian Cyme in Asia Minor. But his father, tired of poverty there, migrated to Ascra, which Hesiod describes as miserable in winter, insufferable in summer, and never good, like most of the places in which men live. As Hesiod, farmhand and shepherd boy, followed his flocks up and down the slopes of Helicon, he dreamed that the Muses breathed into his body the soul of poetry. So he wrote and sang, and won prizes in musical contests, even some said from Homer himself. Loving, like any young Greek, the marvels of mythology, he composed a theogony, or genealogy of the gods, of which we have 1,000 halting lines, giving those dynasties and families of deities which are as vital to religion as the pedigrees of kings are to history. First he sang of the Muses themselves, because they were, so to speak, his neighbors on Helicon, and in his youthful imagination he could almost see them dancing with delicate feet on the mountainside and bathing their soft skins in the Hippocrene. Then he described not so much the creation as the procreation of the world, how God begot God until Olympus overflowed. In the beginning was chaos, and next broad-bosomed earth, ever secure seat of all the immortals. In Greek religion the gods live on the earth or within it, and are always close to men. Next came Tartarus, god of the netherworld, and after him Eros, or love, fairest of the gods. Chaos begot darkness and night, which begot ether and day. Earth begot mountains and heaven and earth. Mating begot Oceanus, the sea. We capitalize these names, but in Hesiod's Greek there were no capitals, and for all we know he meant merely that in the beginning was chaos, and then the earth, and the inners of the earth, and night and day, and the sea, and desire begetting all things. Perhaps Hesiod was a philosopher, touched by the Muses and personifying abstractions into poetry. Empedocles would use the same tricks a century or two later in Sicily. From such a theology it would be but a step to the natural philosophy of the Ionians. Hesiod's mythology revels in monsters and blood, and is not averse to theological pornography. Out of the mating of heaven, Uranus, and earth, Ge or Gaea, came a race of Titans, some with 50 heads and 100 hands. Uranus liked them not, and condemned them to gloomy Tartarus. But Earth, resenting this, proposed to them that they should kill their father. One of the Titans, Cronus, undertook the task. Then huge Ge rejoiced and hid him in ambush. In his hand she placed a sickle with jagged teeth and suggested to him all the stratagem. Then came vast heaven, bringing night, Erebus, with him, and eager for love brooded around earth and lay stretched on all sides. Thereupon Cronus mutilated his father and threw the flesh into the sea. From the drops of blood that fell upon the earth came the Furies. From the foam that formed around the flesh as it floated on the waters rose Aphrodite. Then the Titans captured Olympus, deposed heaven Uranus, and raised Cronus to the throne. Cronus married his sister Rhea, but earth and heaven, his parents, having predicted that he would be deposed by one of his sons, Cronus swallowed them all except Zeus, whom Rhea bore secretly in Crete. When Zeus grew up, he deposed Cronus in turn, forced him to disgorge his children, and plunged the Titans back into the bowels of the earth. Such, according to Hesiod, were the births and ways of the gods. Here, too, is the tale of Prometheus, far-seer and fire-bringer. Here, in tedious abundance, are some of the divine adulteries that enabled so many Greeks, like Mayflower Americans, to trace their pedigrees to the gods. One would never have guessed that adultery could be so dull. We do not know how far these myths were the popular outgrowth of a primitive and almost savage culture, and how far they are due to Hesiod. Few of them are mentioned in the healthy pages of Homer. It is possible that some measure of the disrepute into which these tales brought the Olympians in days of philosophical criticism and moral development is to be ascribed to the gloomy fancy of Asker's bard. In the only poem universally conceded to Hesiod, he descends from Olympus to the plains and writes a vigorous Georgic of the farmer's life. The Works and Days takes the form of a long reproof and counsel to the poet's brother Perseus, who is so strangely pictured that he may be only a literary device. Now will I speak to thee with good intent, thou exceedingly foolish Perseus. This Perseus, we are told, has cheated Hesiod of Hesiod's inheritance, and now the poet, in the first of known sermons on the dignity of labor, tells him how much wiser honesty and toil are than vice and luxurious ease. Behold, thou mayest choose vice easily, even in heaps, for the path is plain, and she dwells very near. But before excellence the immortal gods have placed the sweat of toil. Long and steep is the road that leads to her, and rough it is at first, but when you reach the height, then truly it is easy, though so hard before. So the poet lays down rules for diligent husbandry, and the proper days for plowing, planting, and reaping, in rough saws that Virgil would polish into perfect verse. He warns Perseus against drinking heavily in summer, or dressing lightly in winter. He draws a chilly picture of winter in Boeotia, the keenly piercing air that flays the steers, the seas and rivers tossed about by the northern wind, the moaning forests and crashing pines, the beasts shunning the white snow and huddling fearfully in their folds and stalls. How cozy then is a well-built cottage, the lasting reward of courageous and prudent toil. There the domestic tasks go on despite the storm. Then a wife is a helpmate indeed, and repays a man for the many tribulations she has caused him. Hesiod cannot quite make up his mind about helpmates. He must have been a bachelor or a widower, for no man with a living wife would have spoken so acridly of woman. It is true that at the end of our fragment of the Theogony, the poet begins a chivalrous catalogue of women, recounting the legends of those days when heroines were as numerous as men, and most of the gods were goddesses. But in both of his major works he tells with bitter relish how all human ills were brought to man by the beautiful Pandora. Angered by Prometheus's theft of fire from heaven, Zeus bids the gods mold woman as a Greek gift for man. He bade Hephaestus with all speed mix earth and water, and endue it with man's voice and strength, and to liken in countenance to immortal goddesses the fair, lovely beauty of a maiden. Then he bade Athena teach her how to weave the highly wrought web, and golden Aphrodite to shed around her head grace, and painful desire, and cares that waste the limbs. But to endue her with a dog-like mind and tricky manners he charged the messenger Hermes. They obeyed Zeus, and the herald of the gods placed within her a winning voice. And this woman he called Pandora, because all who dwelt in Olympian mansions bestowed on her a gift, a mischief to inventive men. Zeus presents Pandorus to Epimethus, who, though he has been warned by his brother Prometheus not to accept gifts from the gods, feels that he may yield to beauty this once. Now Prometheus has left with Epimethus a mysterious box, with instructions that it should under no circumstances be opened. Pandora, overcome with curiosity, opens the box, whereupon 10,000 evils fly out of it and begin to plague the life of man, while hope alone remains. From Pandora, says Hesiod, is the race of tender women. From her is a pernicious race, and tribes of women, a great hurt, dwell with men, helpmates not of consuming poverty but of surfeit. So to mortal men Zeus gave women as an evil. But alas, says our vacillating poet, celibacy is as bad as marriage. A lonely old age is a miserable thing, and the property of a childless man reverts at his death to the clan. So, after all, a man had better marry, though not before 30, and he had better have children, though not more than one, lest the property be divided. When full matureness crowns thy manhood's pride, lead to thy mansion the consenting bride, thrice 10 thy sum of years the nuptial prime, nor fall far short, nor far exceed the time. A virgin choose, that morals chaste impressed by this wise love may stamp her yielding breast. Some known and neighboring damsel be thy prize, and wary bend around thy cautious eyes, lest by a choice imprudent thou be found the merry mock of all the dwellers round. No better lot has Providence assigned than a fair woman with a virtuous mind. Nor can a worse befall than when thy fate allots a worthless feast-continuing mate. She with no touch of mere material flame shall burn to tinder thy care-wasted frame, shall send a fire thy vigorous bones within, and age unripe in bloom of years begin. Before this fall of man, says Hesiod, the human race lived through many happy centuries on the earth. First the gods, in the days of Cronus, Virgil's Saturnia Regna, had made a golden race of men who were themselves as gods, living without toil or care. Of its own accord the earth bore ample food for them, and nourished their rich flocks. They spent many a day in joyous festival, and never aged, and when at last death came to them, it was like a painless and dreamless sleep. But then the gods, with divine whimsicality, made a silver race, far inferior to the first. These individuals took a century to grow up, lived through a brief maturity of suffering, and died. Zeus made then a brazen race, men with limbs and weapons and houses of brass, who fought so many wars with one another that black death seized them and they quitted the bright sunlight. Zeus tried again and made the heroic race, which fought at Thebes and Troy. When these men died, they dwelt with carefree spirit in the Isles of the Blessed. Last and worst came the iron race, mean and corrupt, poor and disorderly, toiling by day and wretched by night, sons dishonoring parents, impious and stingy to the gods, lazy and factious, warring among themselves, taking and giving bribes, distrusting and maligning one another, and grinding the faces of the poor. Would, cries Hesiod, that I had not been born in this age, but either before or after it. Soon, he hopes, Zeus will bury this iron race under the earth. Such is the theology of history with which Hesiod explains the poverty and injustice of his time. These ills he knew by sight and touch, but the past, which the poets had filled with heroes and gods, must have been nobler and lovelier than this. Surely men had not always been as poor and harassed and petty as the peasants whom he knew in Boeotia. He does not realize how deeply the faults of his class enter into his own outlook, how narrow and earthly, almost commercial are his views of life and labor, women and men. What a fall this is from the picture of human affairs in Homer, as a scene of crime and terror, but also of grandeur and nobility. Homer was a poet and knew that one touch of beauty redeems a multitude of sins. Hesiod was a peasant who grudged the cost of a wife and grumbled at the impudence of women who dared to sit at the same table with their husbands. Hesiod, with rough candor, shows us the ugly basement of early Greek society, the hard poverty of serfs and small farmers upon whose toil rested all the splendor and war sport of the aristocracy and the kings. Homer sang of heroes and princes for lords and ladies. Hesiod knew no princes, but sang his lays of common men and pitched his tune accordingly. In his verses we hear the rumblings of those peasant revolts that would produce in Attica the reforms of Solon and the dictatorship of Pisistratus. In Boeotia, as in the Peloponnese, the land was owned by absentee nobles who dwelt in or near the towns. The most prosperous of the cities were built around Lake Copais, now dry, but once supplying a complex system of irrigation tunnels and canals. Late in the Homeric age, this tempting region was invaded by peoples who took their name from that Mount Bion in Epirus, near which they had had their home. They captured Chaeronea, near which Philip was to put an end to Greek liberty, Thebes, their future capital, and finally the old Minion capital, or Kamenos. These and other towns in classic days joined under the leadership of Thebes in a Boeotian confederacy, whose common affairs were managed by annually chosen Boeotarchs, whose peoples celebrated together at Coronea the festival of Pan-Boeotia. It was the custom of the Athenians to laugh at the Boeotians as dull-witted, and to attribute this obtuseness to heavy eating and a moist and foggy climate, very much as the French used to diagnose the English. There may have been some truth in this, for the Boeotians play an unprepossessing part in Greek history. Thebes, for example, aided the Persian invaders and was a thorn in the side of Athens for centuries. But on the other side of the scales we place the brave and loyal Plataeans, plodding Hesiod and soaring Pindar, the noble Epaminondas, and the completely lovable Plutarch. We must beware of seeing Athens as rivals only through Athens' eyes. 2. Delphi. From Plutarch's city, Chaeronea, one passes at the continuous risk of his life over a dozen mountains into Phocis, to reach on the very slope of Parnassus the sacred city of Delphi. This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 4, Side 1. From Plutarch's city, Chaeronea, one passes at the continuous risk of his life over a dozen mountains into Phocis, to reach on the very slope of Parnassus the sacred city of Delphi. 1,000 feet below is the Crissaean plain, bright with silver leaves of 10,000 olive trees. 500 feet farther down is an inlet of the Corinthian Gulf. Ships move with the stately, silent slowness of distance over waters deceptively motionless. Beyond are other ranges, clothed for a moment in royal purple by the setting sun. At a turn in the road is the Castalian Spring, framed in a gorge of perpendicular cliffs. From the heights, legend said, adding another fable to his own, the citizens of Delphi hurled the wandering Aesop. Over them, says history, Philomulus the Phocian drove the defeated Locrians in the Second Sacred War. Above are the twin peaks of Parnassus, where the Muses dwelt when they tired of Helicon. Greeks who climbed 100 tortuous miles to stand on this mountainside, poised on a ledge between mist-shrouded heights and a sunlit sea, and surrounded on every side with beauty or terror, could hardly doubt that beneath these rocks lived some awful god. Time and again earthquake had rumbled here, frightening away the plundering Persians, and a century later the plundering Phocians, and a century later the plundering Gauls. It was the god protecting his shrine. As far back as Greek tradition could reach, worshippers had gathered here to find in the winds among the gorges or the gases escaping from the earth the voice and will of deity. The great stone that nearly closed the cleft from which the gases came was, to the Greeks, the center of Greece, and therefore the omphalos, as they called it, the umbilicus, or very navel of the world. Over that navel they built their altars, in older days to Ge, Mother Earth, later to her bright conqueror Apollo. Once a terrible serpent had guarded the gorge, holding it against men. Phoebus had slain him with an arrow, and as the Pythian Apollo had become the idol of the shrine. There, when an earlier temple was destroyed by fire in 548, the rich Alcmaeonids, aristocrats exiled from Athens, rebuilt it with funds subscribed by all Greece and augmented by their own. They gave it a facade of marble, surrounded it with a Doric peristyle, and supported it with Ionic colonnades within. Seldom had Greece seen so magnificent a shrine. A sacred way wound up the slope to the sanctuary, adorned at every step with statues, porticos, and treasuries, miniature temples built in the sacred precincts, at Olympia, Delphi, or Delos, by Greek cities as repositories for their funds, or as their individual tributes to the god. 100 years before the Battle of Marathon, Corinth and Sicyon raised such treasuries at Delphi. Later, Athens, Thebes, and Cyrene rivaled them. Cnidus and Sipnos surpassed them. Amid them all, as a reminder that Greek drama was a part of Greek religion, a theater was built into the face of Parnassus. Far above all the rest was a stadium, where Greece practiced its favorite worship of health, courage, beauty, and youth. Imagination pictures the scene in the days of Apollo's festival. Fervent pilgrims crowding the road to the sacred city, filling noisily the inns and tents thrown up to shelter them, passing curiously and skeptically among the booths where subtle traders displayed their wares, mounting in religious procession or hopeful pilgrimage to Apollo's temple, laying before it their offering or sacrifice, chanting their hymns or saying their prayers, sitting awed in the theater, and plodding up 1,000 trying steps to witness the Pythian games or gaze in wonder at mountains and sea. Life once passed this way in all its eagerness. 3. The Lesser States. In the western mainlands of Greece, life was content to be rural and subdued throughout Greek history, and is so today. In Locris, Aetolia, Acarnania, and Aeniania, men were too close to primitive realities, too far from the quickening currents of communication and trade, to have time or skill for literature, philosophy, or art. Even the gymnasium and the theater, so dear to Attica, found no home here. And the temples were artless village shrines, stirring no national sentiment. At long intervals modest towns arose, like Amphissa in Locris, or Aetolian Naupactus, or little Calydon, where once Meleager had hunted the boar with Atalanta. On the west coast near Calydon is the modern Missolonghion, or Missolonghi, where Marco Bozzaris fought and Byron died. Between Acarnania and Aetolia runs the greatest river of Hellas, the Achelous, which the imaginative Greeks worshipped as a god and appeased with prayer and sacrifice. Near its sources in Epirus rises the Spercheius, along whose banks in the little state of Aeniania once lived the pre-Homeric Achaeans, and a small tribe called Hellenes, whose name, by the whims of usage, was adopted by all the Greeks. Towards the east lay Thermopylae, called Hot Gates, because of its warm sulfur springs and its narrow strategic pass, from north to south, between mountains and the Malic Gulf. Then over Mount Othrys and through Achaea Thyotis one descends into the great plains of Thessaly. Here at Pharsalus, Caesar's weary troops wiped out the forces of Pompey. Nowhere else in Greece were the crops so rich as in Thessaly, or the horses so spirited, or the arts so poor. Rivers ran from all directions into the Peneus, making a fertile alluvial soil from the southern boundary of the state to the foot of the northern ranges. Through these mountains the Peneus slashes its way across Thessaly to the Thracian Sea. Between the peaks of Ossa and Olympus it carves the Vale of Tempe, that is, a cutting, where for 4 miles the angry river is hemmed in by precipitous cliffs rising 1,000 feet above the stream. Along the great rivers were many cities: Phyrae, Cranon, Tricca, Larissa, Girton, Elatea. ruled by feudal barons living on the toil of serfs. Here in the extreme north is Mount Olympus, tallest of Greek peaks and home of the Olympian gods. On its northern and eastern slopes lay Pieria, where the Muses had dwelt before they moved to Helicon. Southward and along the gulf ran Magnesia, piling up mountains from Ossa to Pelion. Beginning a few miles across the strait from Magnesia, the great island of Euboea stretches its length along the shores of the mainland between inner gulfs and outer Aegean, and pivots itself on a peninsula at Chalcis that almost binds it to Boeotia. The island's backbone is a range that continues Olympus, Ossa, Pelion, and Othrys, and ends in the Cyclades. Its coastal plains were rich enough to lure Ionians from Attica in the days of the Dorian invasion, and to lead to its conquest by Athens in 506, on the plea that Athens, if blockaded at the Piraeus, would starve without Euboean grain. Neighboring deposits of copper and iron and banks of murex shells gave Chalcis its wealth and its name. For a time it was the chief center of the metallurgical industry in Greece, making unrivaled swords and excellent vases of bronze. The trade of the island, helped by one of the first Greek coinages, passed out from Chalcis, enriched its citizens, and led them to found commercial colonies in Thrace, Italy, and Sicily. The Euboean system of weights and measures became almost universal in Greece, and the alphabet of Chalcis, given to Rome by the Euboean colony of Italian Cumae, became through Latin the alphabet of modern Europe. A few miles to the south of Chalcis was its ancient rival, Eretria. There, Menedemus, a pupil of Plato, established a school of philosophy, but for the rest neither Eretria nor Chalcis wrote its name very distinctly into the record of Greek thought or art. From Chalcis, a bridge, lineal descendant of the wooden span built in 411 B.C., leads the traveler across the Euripus Strait back into Boeotia. A few miles south on the Boeotian coast lay the little town of Aulis, where Agamemnon sacrificed his daughter to the gods. In this region once lived an insignificant tribe, the Graii, who joined the Euboeans in sending a colony to Cumae near Naples. From them the Romans gave to all the Hellenes whom they encountered the name Graici, Greeks, and from that circumstance all the world came to know Hellas by a term which its own inhabitants never applied to themselves. Farther south is Tanagra, whose poetess Corinna won the prize from Pindar about 500 B.C., and whose potters in the 5th and 4th centuries would make the most famous statuettes in history. 5 miles south again, and we are in Attica. From the peaks of the Parnus range we can make out the hills of Athens. 4. Attica. 1. The background of Athens. The very atmosphere seems different, clean, sharp, and bright. Each year here has 300 sunny days. We are at once reminded of Cicero's comment on Athens's clear air, which is said to have contributed to the keenness of the Attic mind. Rain falls in Attica in autumn and winter, but seldom in summer. Fog and mist are rare. Snow falls about once a year in Athens, 4 or 5 times a year on the surrounding mountain-tops. The summers are hot, though dry and tolerable, and in the lowlands, in ancient days, malarial swamps detracted from the healthiness of the air. The soil of Attica is poor. Nearly everywhere the basic rock lies close to the surface and makes agriculture a heartbreaking struggle for the simplest goods of life. Only adventurous trade and the patient culture of the olive and the grape made civilization possible in Attica. It is all the more surprising that on this arid peninsula so many towns should have appeared. They are everywhere, at every harbor along the coast, in every valley among the hills. An active and enterprising people had settled Attica in or before Neolithic days, and had hospitably received and intermarried with Ionians, a mixture of Pelasgo-Mycenaeans and Achaeans, fleeing from Boeotia and the Peloponnesus in the face of the northern migrations and invasions. Here was no conquering alien race exploiting a native population, but a complex Mediterranean stock of medium stature and dark features, directly inheriting the blood and culture of the old Helladic civilization, proudly conscious of its indigenous quality, and excluding from its national sanctuary, the Acropolis, those half-barbarian upstarts, the Dorians. Relationships of blood gave them their social organization. Each family belonged to a tribe, whose members claimed the same divine heroic ancestor, worshipped the same deity, joined in the same religious ceremony, had a common archon, or governor, and treasurer, owned together certain communal lands, enjoyed among themselves the rights of intermarriage and bequest, accepted obligations of mutual aid, vengeance, and defense, and slept at last in the tribal burial place. Each of the 4 tribes of Attica was composed of 3 phratries or brotherhoods, each phratry of 30 clans or gentes, and each clan, as nearly as possible, of 30 heads of families. This kinship classification of Attic society lent itself not only to military organization and mobilization, but to so clannish an aristocracy of old families that Cleisthenes had to redistribute the tribes before he could establish democracy. Each town or village was probably in origin the home of a clan, and sometimes took its name from the clan, or from the god or hero whom it worshipped, as in the case of Athens. The traveler entering Attica from eastern Boeotia would come first to Oropus, and receive no very favorable impression, for Oropus was a frontier town, as terrifying to the tourist as any such today. Oropus, says Dicaearchus about 300 B.C., is a nest of hucksters. The greed of the custom house officials here is unsurpassed, their roguery inveterate and bred in the bone. Most of the people are coarse and truculent in their manners, for they have knocked the decent members of the community on the head. From Oropus southward one moved through a close succession of towns. Rhamnus, Aphidna, Decelia, a strategic point in the Peloponnesian War, Acharni, home of Aristophanes' pugnacious pacifist Dicaeopolis, Marathon, and Broran, in whose great temple stood that statue of Artemis which Orestes and Iphigenia had brought from the Tauric Chersonese, and where every 4 years as much of Attica as could come joined in the piety and debauchery of the Broronia, or Feast of Artemis. Then Prasii and Thoricus, then the silver-mining region of Laurium, so vital in the economic and military history of Athens, then at the very point of the peninsula, Sunium, on whose cliffs a lovely temple rose as a guide to mariners and their hopeful offering to the incalculable Poseidon. Then up the western coast, for Attica is half coast, and its very name is from Acticae, coastland, past Anaphlystus to the Isle of Salamis, home of Ajax and Euripides, then to Eleusis, sacred to Demeter and her mysteries, and then back to the Piraeus. Into this sheltered port, neglected before Themistocles revealed its possibilities, ships were to bring the goods of all the Mediterranean world for the use and pleasure of Athens. The barrenness of the soil, the nearness of the coast, the abundance of harbors lured the people of Attica into trade. Their courage and inventiveness won for them the markets of the Aegean, and out of that commercial empire came the wealth, the power, and the culture of Athens in the Periclean age. 2. Athens under the oligarchs. These towns of Attica were not only the background, but the members of Athens. We have seen how, according to Greek belief, Theseus, with a benevolent cynicism, from the Greek synoikos, meaning to dwell in the same house, had brought the people of Attica into one political organization with one capital. 5 miles from the Piraeus, and in the nest of hills, Hymettus, Pentelicus, and Parnus, Athens grew around the old Mycenaean Acropolis, and all the landowners of Attica were its citizens. The oldest families and those with the largest holdings wielded the balance of power. They had tolerated the kingship when disorder threatened, but when quiet and stability returned, they reasserted their feudal domination of the central government. After King Codrus had died in heroic self-sacrifice against the invading Dorians, they announced, so the story went, that no one was good enough to succeed him, and replaced the king with an archon chosen for life. In 752, they limited the tenure of the archonship to 10 years, and in 683 to 1. On the latter occasion, they divided the powers of the office among 9 archons. An archon eponymos, who gave his name to the year as a means of dating events. An archon Basilius, who bore the name of king but was merely head of the state religion. A polemarchos, or military commander. And 6 thesmothetai, or lawmakers. As in Sparta and Rome, so in Athens, the overthrow of the monarchy represented not a victory for the commons, nor any intentional advance towards democracy, but a recapture of mastery by a feudal aristocracy. One more swing of the pendulum in the historical alternation between localized and centralized authority. By this piecemeal revolution, the royal office was shorn of all its powers, and its holder was confined to the functions of a priest. The word king remained in the Athenian constitution to the end of its ancient history, but the reality was never restored. Institutions may with impunity be altered or destroyed from above if their names are left unchanged. The Eupatrid oligarchs, that is, the well-born ruling few, continued to govern Attica for almost 5 centuries. Under their rule, the population was divided into three political ranks: the hippies, or knights, who owned horses and could serve as cavalry; the Zugatai, who owned a yoke of oxen and could equip themselves to fight as hoplites or heavy-armed troops; and the Thetes, hired laborers, who fought as light-armed infantry. Only the first two were accounted citizens, and only the knights could serve as archons, judges, or priests. After completing their term of office, the archons, if no scandal had tarnished them, became automatically and for life members of the boule, or council, that met in the cool of the evening on the Areopagus, or Ares's hill, chose the archons, and ruled the state. Even under the monarchy, this Senate of the Areopagus had limited the authority of the king. Now, under the oligarchy, it was as supreme as its counterpart in Rome. Economically, the population fell again into three groups. At the top were the Eupatrids, who lived in relative luxury in the towns, while slaves and hired men tilled their holdings in the country, or merchants made profits for them on their loans. Next in wealth were the demiurgoi, or public workmen, that is, professional men, craftsmen, traders, and free laborers. As colonization opened up new markets, and coinage liberated trade, the rising power of this class became the explosive force that under Solon and Pisistratus won for it a share in the government, and under Cleisthenes and Pericles raised it to the zenith of its influence. Most of the laborers were freemen. Slaves were as yet in the minority, even in the lower classes. Poorest of all were the Georgi, literally land workers, small peasants struggling against the stinginess of the soil and the greed of moneylenders and baronial lords, and consoled only with the pride of owning a bit of the earth. Some of these peasants had once held extensive tracts, but their wives had been more fertile than their land, and in the course of generations their holdings had been divided and redivided among their sons. The collective ownership of property by clan or patriarchal family was rapidly passing away, and fences, ditches, and hedges marked the rise of jealously individual property. As plots became smaller and rural life more precarious, many peasants sold their lands, despite the fine and disenfranchisement that punished such sales, and went to Athens or lesser towns to become traders or craftsmen or laborers. Others, unable to meet the obligations of ownership, became tenant-tillers of Eupatrid estates, hectemeroi, or sharecroppers, who kept a part of the produce as their pay. Still others struggled on, borrowed money by mortgaging their land at high rates of interest, were unable to pay, and found themselves attached to the soil by their creditors and working for them as serfs. The holder of the mortgage was considered to be the hypothetical owner of the property until the mortgage was satisfied, and placed upon the mortgaged land a stone slab announcing this ownership. Small holdings became smaller, free peasants fewer, great holdings greater. A few proprietors, says Aristotle, owned all the soil, and the cultivators with their wives and children were liable to be sold as slaves, even into foreign parts, on failure to pay their rent or their debts. Foreign trade and the replacement of barter with coinage hurt the peasant further, for the competition of imported food kept the prices of his products low, while the prices of the manufactured articles that he had to buy were determined by forces beyond his control and rose inexplicably with every decade. A bad year ruined many farmers and starved some of them to death. Rural poverty in Attica became so great that war was welcomed as a blessing. More land might be won and fewer mouths would have to be fed. Meanwhile, in the towns, the middle classes, unhindered by law, were reducing the free laborers to destitution and gradually replacing them with slaves. Muscle became so cheap that no one who could afford to buy it deigned any longer to work with his hands. Manual labor became a sign of bondage, an occupation unworthy of freemen. The landowners, jealous of the growing wealth of the merchant class, sold abroad the corn that their tenants needed for food, and at last, under the law of debt, sold the Athenians themselves. For a time, men hoped that the legislation of Draco would remedy these evils. About 620, this thesmothete, or lawmaker, was commissioned to codify, and for the first time to put into writing, a system of laws that would restore order in Attica. So far as we know, the essential advances of his code were a moderate extension, among the newly rich, of eligibility to the archonship, and the replacement of feud vengeance with law. Hereafter, the Senate of the Areopagus was to try all cases of homicide. The last was a basic and progressive change, but to enforce it, indeed to persuade vengeful men to accept it as more certain and severe than their own revenge, he attached to his laws penalties so drastic that after most of his legislation had been superseded by Solon's, he was remembered for his punishments rather than for his laws. Draco's code congealed the cruel customs of an unregulated feudalism. It did nothing to relieve debtors of slavery or to mitigate the exploitation of the weak by the strong, and though it slightly extended the franchise, it left to the Eupatrid class full control of the courts and the power to interpret in their own way all laws and issues affecting their interests. The owners of property were protected more zealously than ever before. Petty theft, even idleness, was punished in the case of citizens with disenfranchisement, in the case of others with death. As the 7th century drew to a close, the bitterness of the helpless poor against the legally entrenched rich had brought Athens to the edge of revolution. Equality is unnatural, and where ability and subtlety are free, inequality must grow until it destroys itself in the indiscriminate poverty of social war. Liberty and equality are not associates, but enemies. The concentration of wealth begins by being inevitable and ends by being fatal. The disparity of fortune between the rich and the poor, says Plutarch, had reached its height, so that the city seemed to be in a truly dangerous condition, and no other means for freeing it from disturbances seemed possible but a despotic power. The poor, finding their situation worse with each year, the government and the army in the hands of their masters and the corrupt courts deciding every issue against them, began to talk of a violent revolt and a thoroughgoing redistribution of wealth. The rich, unable any longer to collect the debts legally due them, and angry at the challenge to their savings and their property, invoked ancient laws and prepared to defend themselves by force against a mob that seemed to threaten not only property, but all established order, all religion, and all civilization. 3. The Solonian Revolution. It seems incredible that at this juncture in Athenian affairs, so often repeated in the history of nations, a man should have been found who, without any act of violence or any bitterness of speech, was able to persuade the rich and the poor to a compromise that not only averted social chaos, but established a new and more generous political and economic order for the entire remainder of Athens's independent career. Solon's peaceful revolution is one of the encouraging miracles of history. His father was a Eupatrid of purest blood, related to the descendants of King Codrus, and indeed tracing his origin to Poseidon himself. His mother was cousin to the mother of Pisistratus, the dictator who would first violate and then consolidate the Solonian constitution. In his youth, Solon participated lustily in the life of his time. He wrote poetry, sang the joys of Greek friendship, and, like another Tertius, stirred the people with his verses to conquer Salamis. In middle age, his morals improved in inverse ratio to his poetry, his stanzas became dull, and his counsel excellent. Many undeserving men are rich, he tells us, while their betters are poor. But we will not exchange what we are for what they have, since the one gift abides while the other passes from man to man. The riches of the rich are no greater than his whose only possessions are stomach, lungs, and feet that bring him joy, not pain, the blooming charms of lad or maid, and an existence ever in harmony with the changing seasons of life. Once, when a sedition occurred in Athens, he remained neutral, luckily before his own reputed legislation making such caution a crime. But he did not hesitate to denounce the methods by which the wealthy had reduced the masses to a desperate penury. If we may believe Plutarch, Solon's father ruined his estate in doing benefits and kindnesses to other men. Solon took to trade, and became a successful merchant with far-flung interests that gave him wide experience and travel. His practice was as good as his preaching, for he acquired among all classes an exceptional reputation for integrity. He was still relatively young, 44 or 45, when, in 594, representatives of the middle classes asked him to accept election nominally as archon eponymos, but with dictatorial powers to soothe the social war, establish a new constitution, and restore stability to the state. The upper classes, trusting to the conservatism of a moneyed man, reluctantly consented. His first measures were simple but drastic economic reforms. He disappointed the extreme radicals by making no move to redivide the land. Such an attempt would have meant civil war, chaos for a generation, and the rapid return of inequality. But by his famous Sysaxia, or removal of burdens, Solon cancelled, says Aristotle, all existing debts, whether owing to private persons or to the state, and at one blow cleared Attic lands of all mortgages. All persons enslaved or attached for debt were released. Those sold into servitude abroad were reclaimed and freed, and such enslavement was forbidden for the future. It was characteristic of humanity that certain of Solon's friends, getting wind of his intention to cancel debts, bought on mortgage large tracts of land and later retained these without paying the mortgages. This, Aristotle tells us with a rare twinkle in his eye, was the origin of many fortunes that were later supposed to be of immemorial antiquity. Solon was under suspicion of having connived at this and of having profited by it, until it was discovered that as a heavy creditor he himself had lost by his law. The rich protested unanswerably that such legislation was confiscation, but within a decade opinion became almost unanimous that the act had saved Attica from revolution. Of another Solonian reform it is difficult to speak with clearness or certainty. Solon, says Aristotle, superseded the Phaedonian measures, that is, the Aeginetan coinage theretofore used in Attica, by the Euboic system on a larger scale, and made the mina, which had contained 70 drachmas, now contain 100. According to Plutarch's fuller account, Solon made the mina, which before passed for 73 drachmas, go for 100, so that, though the number of pieces in a payment was equal, the value was less, which proved a considerable benefit to those that were to discharge great debts, and no loss to the creditors. Only the genial and generous Plutarch could devise a form of inflation that would relieve debtors without hurting creditors, except that doubtless in some cases half a loaf is better than none. Grote and many others interpreted Plutarch's statement to mean that Solon had depreciated the currency by 27%, and had thereby given relief to landlords who, themselves debtors to others, were deprived of the mortgage returns upon which they had depended for meeting their obligations. Such inflation, however, would have fallen as a second blow upon those landlords who had lent sums to merchants. If it helped any class, it helped these merchants rather than the landlords or the peasants, whose mortgages had already been forgiven. Possibly Solon had no thought of debasing the currency, but wished merely to substitute, for a monetary standard that had been found convenient in trading with the Peloponnesus, another that would facilitate trade with the rich and growing markets of Ionia, where the Euboic standard was in common use. More lasting than these economic reforms were those historic decrees that created the Solonian constitution. Solon prefaced them with an act of amnesty, freeing or restoring all persons who had been jailed or banished for political offenses, short of trying to usurp the government. He went on to repeal, directly or by implication, most of Draco's legislation. The law concerning murder remained. It was in itself a revolution that the laws of Solon were applied without distinction to all freemen. Rich and poor were now subject to the same restraints and the same penalties. Recognizing that his reforms had been made possible by the support of the mercantile and industrial classes, and signified their accession to a substantial share in the government, Solon divided the free population of Attica into 4 groups according to their wealth. First, the Pentacosiomedimni, or 500 bushel men, whose annual income reached 500 measures of produce, or the equivalent thereof. Second, the Hippies, whose income was between 300 and 500 measures. Third, the Zugatai, with incomes between 200 and 300 measures. And fourth, the Thetes, all other freemen. Honors and taxes were determined by the same rating, and the one could not be enjoyed without paying the other. Furthermore, the first class was taxed on 12 times, the second class on 10 times, the third class on only 5 times the amount of its annual income. The property tax was, in effect, a graduated income tax. The fourth class was exempt from direct taxation. Only the first class was eligible to the archonship or to military commands. The second class was eligible to lower offices and to the cavalry. The third was privileged to join the heavy armed infantry. The fourth was expected to provide the common soldiers of the state. This peculiar classification weakened the kinship organization upon which the oligarchy had rested its power, and established the new principle of timocracy, government by honor or prestige as frankly determined by taxable wealth. A similar plutocracy prevailed throughout the 6th and part of the 5th century in most of the Greek colonies. At the head of the new government, Solon's code left the old Senate of the Areopagus, a little shorn of its exclusiveness and powers, open now to all members of the first class, but still with supreme authority over the conduct of the people and the officers of the state. Next below it he created a new boule, a council of 400, to which each of the 4 tribes elected 100 members. This council selected, censored, and prepared all business that could be brought before the assembly. Beneath this oligarchic superstructure, ingratiating to the strong, Solon, perhaps with good will aforethought, placed fundamentally democratic institutions. The old ecclesia of Homer's day was brought back to life, and all citizens were invited to join in its deliberations. This assembly annually elected from among the 500 bushel men the archons who heretofore had been appointed by the Areopagus. It could at any time question these officers, impeach them, punish them. and when their terms expired, it scrutinized their official conduct during the year and could debar them, if it chose, from their usual graduation into the Senate. More important still, though it did not seem so, was the admission of the lowest classes of the citizens to full parity with the higher classes in being eligible to selection by lot to the Heliia, a body of 6,000 jurors that formed the various courts before which all matters except murder and treason were tried, and to which appeal could be made from any action of the magistrates. Some believe, says Aristotle, that Solon intentionally introduced obscurity into his laws to enable the commons to use their judicial power for their own political aggrandizement. For since, as Plutarch adds, their differences could not be adjusted by the letter, they would have to bring all their causes to the judges, who were in a manner masters of the laws. This power of appeal to popular courts was to prove the wedge and citadel of Athenian democracy. To this basic legislation, and most important in Athenian history, Solon added a miscellany of laws aimed at the less fundamental problems of the time. First, he legalized that individualization of property which custom had already decreed. If a man had sons, he was to divide his property among them at his death. If he died childless, he might bequeath to anyone the property that in such cases had heretofore reverted automatically to the clan. With Solon begins, in Athens, the right and law of wills. Himself a businessman, Solon sought to stimulate commerce and industry by opening citizenship to all aliens who had a skilled trade and came with their families to reside permanently at Athens. He forbade the export of any produce of the soil except olive oil, hoping to turn men from growing surplus crops to practicing an industry. He enacted a law that no son should be obliged to support a father who had not taught him some specific trade. To Solon, not to the later Athenians, the crafts had their own rich honor and dignity. Even into the dangerous realm of morals and manners, Solon offered laws. Persistent idleness was made a crime, and no man who lived a life of debauchery was permitted to address the assembly. He legalized and taxed prostitution, established public brothels, licensed and supervised by the state, and erected a temple to Aphrodite Pandemos from the revenues. "Hail to you, Solon," sang a contemporary Lecky. "You bought public women for the benefit of the city, for the benefit of the morality of a city that is full of vigorous young men who, in the absence of your wise institution, would give themselves over to the disturbing annoyance of the better women." He enacted the undraconian penalty of 100 drachmas for the violation of a free woman, but anyone who caught an adulterer in the act was allowed to kill him there and then. He limited the size of dowries, wishing that marriages should be contracted by the affection of mates and for the rearing of children. And with childlike trustfulness, he forbade women to extend their wardrobes beyond 3 suits. He was asked to legislate against bachelors, but refused, saying that, after all, a wife is a heavy load to carry. He made it a crime to speak evil of the dead, or to speak evil of the living in temples, courts, or public offices, or at the games. But even he could not tie the busy tongue of Athens, in which, as with us, gossip and slander seemed essential to democracy. He laid it down that those who remained neutral in seditions should lose their citizenship, for he felt that the indifference of the public is the ruin of the state. He condemned pompous ceremonies, expensive sacrifices, or lengthy lamentations at funerals, and limited the goods that might be buried with the dead. He established the wholesome law, a source of Athenian bravery for generations, that the sons of those who died in war should be brought up and educated at the expense of the government. To all of his laws, Solon attached penalties, milder than Draco's but still severe, and he empowered any citizen to bring action against any person whom he might consider guilty of crime. That his laws might be better known and obeyed, he wrote them down in the court of the Archon Basilius upon wooden rollers or prisms that could be turned and read. Unlike Lycurgus, Minos, Hammurabi, and Numa, he made no claim that a god had given him these laws. This circumstance, too, revealed the temper of the age, the city, and of the man. Invited to make himself a permanent dictator, he refused, saying that dictatorship was a very fair spot, but there was no way down from it. Radicals criticized him for failing to establish equality of possessions and power. Conservatives denounced him for admitting the commons to the franchise and the courts. Even his friend Anacharsis, the whimsical Scythian sage, laughed at the new constitution, saying that now the wise would plead and the fools would decide. Besides, added Anacharsis, no lasting justice can be established for men, since the strong or clever will twist to their advantage any laws that are made. The law is a spider's web that catches the little flies and lets the big bugs escape. Solon accepted all this criticism genially, acknowledging the imperfections of his code. Asked had he given the Athenians the best laws, he answered, no, but the best that they could receive, the best that the conflicting groups and interests of Athens could at that time be persuaded conjointly to accept. He followed the mean and preserved the state. He was a good pupil of Aristotle before the Stagirite was born. Tradition attributed to him the motto that was inscribed upon the temple of Apollo at Delphi, Meden Agan, nothing in excess, and all Greeks agreed in placing him among the 7 wise men. The best proof of his wisdom was the lasting effect of his legislation. Despite 1,000 changes and developments, despite intervening dictatorships and superficial revolutions, Cicero could say 5 centuries later that the laws of Solon were still in force at Athens. Legally, his work marks the end of government by incalculable and changeable decrees, and the beginning of government by written and permanent law. Asked what made an orderly and well-constituted state, he replied, when the people obey the rulers, and the rulers obey the laws. To his legislation, Attica owed the liberation of its farmers from serfdom, and the establishment of a peasant proprietor class whose ownership of the soil made the little armies of Athens suffice to preserve her liberties for many generations. When at the close of the Peloponnesian War it was proposed to limit the franchise to freeholders, only 5,000 adult freemen in all Attica failed to satisfy this requirement. At the same time, trade and industry were freed from political disabilities and financial inconveniences, and began that vigorous development which was to make Athens the commercial leader of the Mediterranean. The new aristocracy of wealth put a premium upon intelligence rather than birth, stimulated science and education, and prepared, materially and mentally, for the cultural achievements of the Golden Age. In 572, at the age of 66, and after serving as archon for 22 years, Solon retired from office into private life, and having bound Athens through the oath of its officials to obey his laws unchanged for 10 years, he set out to observe the civilizations of Egypt and the East. It was now, apparently, that he made his famous remark, "I grow old while always learning." At Heliopolis, says Plutarch, he studied Egyptian history and thought under the tutelage of the priests. From them, it is said, he heard of the sunken continent Atlantis, whose tale he told in an unfinished epic which 2 centuries later would fascinate the imaginative Plato. From Egypt he sailed to Cyprus and made laws for the city that, in his honor, changed its name to Soli. Herodotus and Plutarch describe with miraculous memory his chat at Sardis with Croesus, the Lydian king, how this paragon of wealth, having arrayed himself in all his paraphernalia, asked Solon did he not account him, Croesus, a happy man, and how Solon, with Greek audacity, replied, "The gods, O king, have given the Greeks all other gifts in moderate degree, and so our wisdom too was a cheerful and a homely, not a noble and kingly wisdom. And this, observing the numerous misfortunes that attend all conditions, forbids us to grow insolent upon our present enjoyment, or to admire any man's happiness that may yet, in course of time, suffer change. For the uncertain future has yet to come, with every possible variety of fortune, and him only to whom the divinity has continued happiness unto the end do we call happy. To salute as happy one that is still in the midst of life and hazard, we think as little safe and conclusive as to crown and proclaim as victorious the wrestler that is yet in the ring." This admirable exposition of what the Greek dramatists mean by hybris, insolent prosperity, has the ring of Plutarch's eclectic wisdom. We can only say that it is better phrased than Herodotus's report, and that both accounts belong presumably to the realm of imaginary conversations. Certainly both Solon and Croesus, in the manner of their deaths, justified the skepticism of this homily. Croesus was dethroned by Cyrus in 546, and, if we may rephrase Herodotus with Dante, knew the bitterness of remembering in his misery the happy time of his splendor and the stern warning of the Greek. And Solon, returning to Athens to die, saw in his last years the overthrow of his constitution, the establishment of a dictatorship, and the apparent frustration of all his work. 4. The dictatorship of Pisistratus. The conflicting groups which he had dominated for a generation had resumed, upon his departure from Athens, the natural play of politics and intrigue. As in the passionate days of the French Revolution, 3 parties struggled for power. The shore, led by the merchants of the ports, who favored Solon, the plain, led by the rich landowners who hated Solon, and the mountain, a combination of peasants and town laborers who still fought for a redistribution of the land. Like Pericles a century later, Pisistratus, though an aristocrat by birth and fortune, manners and tastes, accepted the leadership of the commons. At a meeting of the assembly he displayed a wound, claiming that it had been inflicted upon him by the enemies of the people, and asked for a bodyguard. Solon protested. Knowing the subtlety of his cousin, he suspected that the wound had been self-inflicted, and that the bodyguard would open the way to a dictatorship. "Ye men of Athens," he warned them, "I am wiser than some of you and braver than others, wiser than those of you who do not perceive the treachery of Pisistratus, and braver than those who are aware of it, but out of fear hold their peace." Nevertheless, the assembly voted that Pisistratus should be allowed a force of 50 men. Pisistratus collected 400 men instead of 50, seized the Acropolis, and declared a dictatorship. Solon, having published to the Athenians his opinion that each man of you individually walketh with the tread of a fox, but collectively ye are geese, placed his arms and shield outside his door as a symbol of resigning his interest in politics, and devoted his last days to poetry. The wealthy forces of the shore and the plain united for a moment and expelled the dictator in 556. But Pisistratus secretly made his peace with the shore, and probably with their connivance re-entered Athens under circumstances that seemed to corroborate Solon's judgment of the collective intelligence. A tall and beautiful woman, arrayed in the armor and costume of the city's goddess Athena, and seated proudly in a chariot, led the forces of Pisistratus into the city, while heralds announced that the patron deity of Athens was herself restoring him to power in 550. The people of the city, fully persuaded, says Herodotus, that the woman was the veritable goddess, prostrated themselves before her and received Pisistratus back. The leaders of the shore turned against him again and drove him into a second exile in 549. But in 546 Pisistratus once more returned, defeated the troops sent out against him, and this time maintained his dictatorship for 19 years, during which the wisdom of his policies almost redeemed the picturesque unscrupulousness of his means. The character of Pisistratus was a rare union of culture and intellect, administrative vigor and personal charm. He could fight ruthlessly and readily forgive. He could move in the foremost currents of the thought of his time and govern without the intellectual's vacillation of purpose and timidity of execution. He was mild of manner, humane in his decisions, and generous to all. His administration, says Aristotle, was temperate and showed the statesman rather than the tyrant. He made few reprisals upon regenerate enemies, but banished irreconcilable opponents and distributed their estates among the poor. He improved the army and built up the fleet as security against external attack, but he kept Athens out of war and maintained at home, in a city so recently disturbed by class hostility, such order and content that it was common to say that he had brought back the golden age of Cronus's reign. He surprised everyone by making little change of detail in the Solonian constitution. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 4, Side 2. He surprised everyone by making little change of detail in the Solonian constitution. Like Augustus, he knew how to adorn and support dictatorship with democratic concessions and forms. Archons were elected as usual, and the Assembly and the popular courts, the Council of 400 and the Senate of the Areopagus met and functioned as before, except that the suggestions of Pisistratus found a very favorable hearing. When a citizen accused him of murder, he appeared before the Senate and offered to submit to trial, but the complainant decided not to press the charge. Year by year, the people, in inverse proportion to their wealth, became reconciled to his rule. Soon they were proud of him, at last fond of him. Probably Athens had needed, after Solon, just such a man as Pisistratus, one with sufficient iron in his blood to beat the disorder of Athenian life into a strong and steady form, and to establish by initial compulsion those habits of order and law which are to a society what the bony structure is to an animal, its shape and strength, though not its creative life. When, after a generation, the dictatorship was removed, these habits of order and the framework of Solon's constitution remained as a heritage for democracy. Pisistratus, perhaps not knowing it, had come not to destroy the law, but to fulfill it. His economic policies carried on that emancipation of the people which Solon had begun. He settled the agrarian question by dividing among the poor the lands that belonged to the state, as well as those of banished aristocrats. Thousands of dangerously idle Athenians were settled upon the soil, and for centuries afterward we hear of no serious agrarian discontent in Attica. He gave employment to the needy by undertaking extensive public works, building a system of aqueducts and roads, and raising great temples to the gods. He encouraged the mining of silver at Laurium, and issued a new and independent coinage. To finance these undertakings, he laid a 10% tax upon all agricultural products. Later, he seems to have reduced this to 5%. He planted strategic colonies on the Dardanelles and made commercial treaties with many states. Under his rule, trade flourished, and wealth grew not among a few only, but in the community as a whole. The poor were made less poor, the rich not less rich. That concentration of wealth which had nearly torn the city into civil war was brought under control, and the spread of comfort and opportunity laid the economic bases of Athenian democracy. Under Pisistratus and his sons, Athens was physically and mentally transformed. Till their time it had been a second-rate city in the Greek world, lagging behind Miletus, Ephesus, Mytilene, and Syracuse in wealth and culture, in vitality of life and mind. Now new buildings of stone and marble reflected the radiance of the day. The old temple of Athena on the Acropolis was beautified with a Doric peristyle, and work was begun on that temple of Olympian Zeus, whose stately Corinthian columns, even in their ruins, brighten the road from Athens to her port. By establishing the Pan-Athenaic Games and giving them a Pan-Hellenic character, Pisistratus brought to his city not honor only, but the stimulus of foreign faces, competition, and ways. Under his rule, the Pan-Athenia became the great national festival, whose impressive ceremonial still moves on the frieze of the Parthenon. To his court, by public works and private beneficence, Pisistratus attracted sculptors, architects, and poets. In his palace was collected one of the earliest libraries of Greece. A committee appointed by him gave to the Iliad and the Odyssey the form in which we know them. Under his administration and encouragement, Thespis and others lifted drama from a mummer's mimicry to a form of art ready to be filled out by the great triumvirate of the Athenian stage. The tyranny of Pisistratus was part of a general movement in the commercially active cities of 6th century Greece to replace the feudal rule of a landowning aristocracy with the political dominance of the middle class in temporary alliance with the poor. Such dictatorships were brought on by the pathological concentration of wealth and the inability of the wealthy to agree on a compromise. Forced to choose, the poor, like the rich, love money more than political liberty, and the only political freedom capable of enduring is one that is so pruned as to keep the rich from denuding the poor by ability or subtlety, and the poor from robbing the rich by violence or votes. Hence the road to power in Greek commercial cities was simple: to attack the aristocracy, defend the poor, and come to an understanding with the middle classes. Arrived at power, the dictator abolished debts or confiscated large estates, taxed the rich to finance public works, or otherwise redistributed the over-concentrated wealth. and while attaching the masses to himself through such measures, he secured the support of the business community by promoting trade with state coinage and commercial treaties, and by raising the social prestige of the bourgeoisie. Forced to depend upon popularity instead of hereditary power, the dictatorships for the most part kept out of war, supported religion, maintained order, promoted morality, favored the higher status of women, encouraged the arts, and lavished revenues upon the beautification of their cities. And they did all these things, in many cases, while preserving the forms and procedures of popular government, so that even under despotism the people learned the ways of liberty. When the dictatorship had served to destroy the aristocracy, the people destroyed the dictatorship, and only a few changes were needed to make the democracy of freemen a reality as well as a form. 5. The establishment of democracy. When Pisistratus died in 527, he left his power to his sons. His wisdom had survived every test except that of parental love. Hippias gave promise of being a wise ruler, and for 13 years continued the policies of his father. Hipparchus, his younger brother, was harmlessly, though expensively, devoted to love and poetry, and it was at his invitation that Anacreon and Simonides came to Athens. The Athenians were not quite pleased to see the leadership of the state passed down without their consent to the young Pisistratids, and began to realize that the dictatorship had given them everything but the stimulus of freedom. Nevertheless, Athens was prosperous, and the quiet reign of Hippias might have gone on to a peaceful close had it not been for the unsmooth course of true Greek love. Aristogeiton, a man of middle age, had won the love of the young Harmodius, then, says Thucydides, in the flower of youthful beauty. But Hipparchus, equally careless of gender, also solicited the lad's love. When Aristogeiton heard of this, he resolved to kill Hipparchus, and at the same time, in self-protection, to overthrow the tyranny. Harmodius and others joined him in the conspiracy in 514. They murdered Hipparchus as he was arranging the Panathenaic procession, but Hippias eluded them and had them slain. To complicate the tale, a courtesan, Laina, mistress of Harmodius, died bravely under torture, having refused to betray the surviving conspirators. If we may believe Greek tradition, she bit off her tongue and spat it in the face of her torturers to make sure that she would not answer their questions. Though the people lent no visible support to this revolt, Hippias was frightened by it into replacing his hitherto mild rule with a regime of suppression, espionage, and terror. The Athenians, strengthened by a generation of prosperity, could afford now to demand the luxury of liberty. Gradually, as the dictatorship grew harsher, the cry for freedom grew louder, and Harmodius and Aristogeiton, who had conspired for love and passion rather than for democracy, were transformed by popular imagination into the martyrs of liberty. Off in Delphi, the Alcmeonids, who had been re-exiled by Pisistratus, saw their opportunity, raised an army, and marched upon Athens with the announced intention of deposing Hippias. At the same time, they bribed the Pythian oracle to tell all Spartans who consulted her that Sparta must overthrow the tyranny at Athens. Hippias successfully resisted the forces of the Alcmeonids, but when a Lacedaemonian army joined them, he withdrew to the Areopagus. Seeking the security of his children in the event of his own death, he sent them secretly out of Athens, but they were captured by the invaders, and Hippias, as the price of their safety, consented to abdication and exile in 510. The Alcmeonids, led by the courageous Cleisthenes, entered Athens in triumph, and on their heels came the banished aristocrats, prepared to celebrate the return of their property and their power. In the election that ensued, Isagoras, representing the aristocracy, was chosen to be chief archon. Cleisthenes, one of the defeated candidates, aroused the people to revolt, overthrew Isagoras, and set up a popular dictatorship. The Spartans again invaded Athens, seeking to restore Isagoras, but the Athenians resisted so tenaciously that the Spartans retired, and Cleisthenes, the Alcmeonid aristocrat, proceeded to establish democracy in 507. His first reform struck at the very framework of Attic aristocracy, those 4 tribes and 360 clans whose leadership, by centuries of tradition, was in the hands of the oldest and richest families. Cleisthenes abolished this kinship classification and replaced it with a territorial division into 10 tribes, each composed of a varying number of demes. To prevent the formation of geographical or occupational blocks, such as the old parties of mountain, shore, and plain, each tribe was to be composed of an equal number of demes, or districts, from the city, from the coast, and from the interior. To offset the sanctity that religion had given to the old division, religious ceremonies were instituted for each new tribe or deme, and a famous ancient hero of the locality was made its deity or patron saint. Freemen of foreign origin, who had rarely been admitted to the franchise under the aristocratic determination of citizenship by descent, now automatically became citizens of the demes in which they lived. At one stroke the roll of voters was almost doubled, and democracy secured a new support and a broader base. Each of the new tribes was entitled to name one of the 10 strategoi, or generals, who now joined the polemarch in command of the army, and each tribe elected 50 members of the new Council of 501, which now replaced Solon's Council of 400 and assumed the most vital powers of the Areopagus. These councillors were chosen for a year's term, not by election but by lot, from the list of all citizens who had reached the age of 30 and had not already served 2 terms. In this strange inauguration of representative government, both the aristocratic principle of birth and the plutocratic principle of wealth were overridden by the new device of the lot, which gave every citizen an equal chance not only to vote, but to hold office in the most influential branch of the government. For the council so elected determined all matters and proposals to be submitted for approval or rejection to the assembly, reserved to itself various judicial powers, exercised wide administrative functions, and supervised all officials of the state. The assembly was enlarged by the access of new citizens, so that a full meeting of its membership would have meant an attendance of approximately 30,000 men. All these were eligible for service in the Heliaea, or courts, but the 4th class, or thetes, was still, as under Solon, ineligible to individual office. The powers of the assembly were enlarged by the institution of ostracism, which Cleisthenes seems to have added as a protection for the young democracy. At any time, by a majority of votes written secretly upon potsherds, or ostraca, the assembly, in a quorum of 6,000 members, might send into exile for 10 years any man who in its judgment had become a danger to the state. In this way, ambitious leaders would be stimulated to conduct themselves with circumspection and moderation, and men suspected of conspiracy could be disposed of without the law's delay. The procedure required that the assembly should be asked, "Is there any man among you whom you think vitally dangerous to the state? If so, whom?" The assembly might then vote to ostracize any one citizen, not excepting the mover of the motion. Such exile involved no confiscation of property and no disgrace. It was merely democracy's way of cutting off the tallest ears of corn. Nor did the assembly abuse its power. In the 90 years between the introduction of ostracism and its disuse at Athens, only 10 persons were banished by it from Attica. One of these, we are told, was Cleisthenes himself. But in truth we do not know his later history. It was absorbed and lost in the brilliance of his work. Beginning with a thoroughly unconstitutional revolt, he had established, in the face of the most powerful families in Attica, a democratic constitution that continued in operation with only minor changes to the end of Athenian liberty. The democracy was not complete. It applied only to freemen and still placed a modest property limitation upon eligibility to individual office. But it gave all legislative, executive, and judicial power to an assembly and a court composed of the citizens, to magistrates appointed by and responsible to the assembly, and to a council for whose members all citizens might vote, and in whose supreme authority, by the operation of the lot, at least 1/3 of them actually shared for at least a year of their lives. Never before had the world seen so liberal a franchise, or so wide a spread of political power. The Athenians themselves were exhilarated by this adventure into sovereignty. They realized that they had undertaken a difficult enterprise, but they advanced to it with courage and pride, and for a time with unwonted self-restraint. From that moment they knew the zest of freedom in action, speech, and thought, and from that moment they began to lead all Greece in literature and art, even in statesmanship and war. They learned to respect anew a law that was their own considered will, and to love with unprecedented passion a state that was their unity, their power, and their fulfillment. When the greatest empire of the age decided to destroy these scattered cities called Greece, or to lay them under tribute to the great king, it forgot that in Attica it would be opposed by men who owned the soil that they tilled, and who ruled the state that governed them. It was fortunate for Greece and for Europe that Cleisthenes completed his work, and Solon's, 12 years before Marathon. Chapter 6. The Great Migration. 1. Causes and Ways. In carrying the story of Sparta and Athens down to the eve of Marathon, we have sacrificed the unity of time to the unity of place. It is true that the cities of the mainland were older than the Greek settlements in the Aegean and Ionia, and that these cities in many cases sent out the colonies whose life we must now describe. But by a confusing inversion of normal sequences, Several of those colonies became greater than their mother cities and preceded them in the development of wealth and art. The real creators of Greek culture were not the Greeks of what we now call Greece, but those who fled before the conquering Dorians, fought desperately for a foothold on foreign shores, and there, out of their Mycenaean memories and their amazing energy, made the art and science, the philosophy and poetry that, long before Marathon, placed them in the forefront of the Western world. Greek civilization was inherited by the parent cities from their children. There is nothing more vital in the history of the Greeks than their rapid spread throughout the Mediterranean. They had been nomadic before Homer, and all the Balkan peninsula had seemed fluid with this movement, but the successive Greek waves that broke upon the Aegean Isles and the western coasts of Asia were stirred up above all by the Dorian invasion. From every part of Hellas men went out in search of homes and liberty beyond the grasp of the enslaving conquerors. Political faction and family feud in the older states contributed to the migration. The defeated sometimes chose exile, and the victors gave every encouragement to their exodus. Some of the Greek survivors of the Trojan War stayed in Asia. Others, through shipwreck or adventure, settled in the islands of the Aegean. Some, reaching home after a perilous journey, found their thrones or their wives occupied, and returned to their ships to build new homes and fortunes abroad. In mainland Greece, as in modern Europe, colonization proved a blessing in varied ways. It provided outlets for surplus population and adventurous spirits, and safety valves against agrarian discontent. It established foreign markets for domestic products, and strategic depots for the import of food and minerals. In the end, it created a commercial empire whose thriving interchange of goods, arts, ways, and thoughts made possible the complex culture of Greece. The migration followed 5 main lines: Aeolian, Ionian, Dorian, Euxine, Italian. The earliest began in the northern states of the mainland, which were the first to feel the brunt of the invasions from the north and the west. From Thessaly, Boeotia, Boeotia, and Aetolia, throughout the 12th and 11th centuries, a stream of immigrants moved slowly across the Aegean to the region about Troy, and founded there the 12 cities of the Aeolian League. The second line took its start in the Peloponnesus, whence thousands of Mycenaeans and Achaeans fled on the return of the Heraclids. Some of them settled in Attica, some in Euboea. Many of them moved out into the Cyclades, ventured across the Aegean, and established in western Asia Minor the 12 cities of the Ionian Dodecapolis. The third line was followed by Dorians, who overflowed the Peloponnesus into the Cyclades, conquered Crete and Cyrene, and set up a Dorian hexapolis around the island of Rhodes. The fourth line, starting anywhere in Greece, settled the coast of Thrace and built 100 cities on the shores of the Hellespont, the Propontis, and the Euxine Sea. The fifth line moved westward to what the Greeks called the Ionian Isles, thence across to Italy and Sicily, and finally to Gaul and Spain. Only a sympathetic imagination or a keen recollection of our own colonial history can visualize the difficulties that were surmounted in this century-long migration. It was an adventure of high moment to leave the land consecrated by the graves of one's ancestors and guarded by one's hereditary deities, and go forth into strange regions unprotected, presumably by the gods of Greece. Therefore the colonists took with them a handful of earth from their native state to strew upon the alien soil, and solemnly carried fire from the public altar of their mother city to light the civic fire at the hearth of their new settlement. The chosen site was on or near a shore, where ships, the second home of half the Greeks, might serve as a refuge from attack by land. Better still if it were a coastal plain protected by mountains that provided a barrier in the rear, an acropolis for defense in the town, and a promontory-sheltered harbor in the sea. Best of all, if such a haven could be found on some commercial route or by a river mouth that received the products of the interior for export or exchange. Then prosperity was only a matter of time. Good sites were nearly always occupied and had to be conquered by stratagem or force. The Greeks in such matters recognized no morals loftier than our own. In some cases the conquerors reduced the prior inhabitants to slavery, with all the irony of pilgrims seeking freedom. More often they made friends of the natives by bringing them Greek gifts, charming them with a superior culture, courting their women, and adopting their gods. The colonial Greeks did not bother about purity of race, and could always find in their teeming pantheon some deity sufficiently like the local divinity to facilitate a religious entente. Above all, the colonists offered the products of the Greek handicrafts to the natives, secured grain, cattle, or minerals in return, and exported these throughout the Mediterranean, preferably to the metropolis or mother city from which the settlers had come, and to which they retained for centuries a certain filial piety. One by one these colonies took form until Greece was no longer the narrow peninsula of Homeric days, but a strangely loose association of independent cities, scattered from Africa to Thrace and from Gibraltar to the eastern end of the Black Sea. It was an epical performance for the women of Greece. We shall not always find them so ready to have children. Through these busy centers of vitality and intelligence, the Greeks spread into all of southern Europe the seeds of that subtle and precarious luxury called civilization, without which life would have no beauty and history no meaning. 2. The Ionian Cyclades. Sailing south from the Piraeus along the Attic coast and bearing east around Sunium's templed promontory, the traveler reaches the little isle of Ceos, C-E-O-S, where, if we may believe the incredible on the authority of Strabo and Plutarch, there was once a law that appears to have commanded those who were 60 years of age to drink hemlock in order that the food might be sufficient for the rest, and there was no memory of a case of adultery or seduction over a period of 700 years. Perhaps that is why her greatest poet exiled himself from Ceos after reaching middle age. He might have found it difficult to attain at home the 87 years that Greek tradition gives him. All the Hellenic world knew Simonides at 30, and when he died in 469 he was by common consent the most brilliant writer of his time. His fame as poet and singer won him an invitation from Hipparchus, co-dictator of Athens, at whose court he found it possible to live in amity with another poet, Anacreon. He survived the war with Persia, and was chosen again and again to write epitaphs for memorials of the honored dead. In his old age he lived at the court of Hieron I, dictator of Syracuse, and his repute was then so high that in 475 he made peace in the field between Hieron and Theron, dictator of Argos, as hostilities were about to begin. Plutarch, in his perennially pertinent essay on Should Old Men Govern, tells us that Simonides continued to win the prize for lyric poetry and choral song into very old age. When finally he consented to die, he was buried at Argos with the honors of a king. He was a personality as well as a poet, and the Greeks denounced and loved him for his vices and eccentricities. He had a passion for money, and his muse was dumb in the absence of gold. He was the first to write poetry for pay, on the ground that poets had as much right to eat as anyone else. But the practice was new to Greece, and Aristophanes echoed the resentment of the public when he said that Simonides would go to sea on a hurdle to earn a groat. He prided himself on having invented a system of mnemonics, which Cicero adopted gratefully. Its essential principle lay in arranging the things to be remembered into some logical classification and sequence, so that each item would naturally lead to the next. He was a wit, and his sharp repartees passed like a mental currency among the cities of Greece. But in his old age he remarked that he had often repented of speaking, but never of holding his tongue. We are surprised to find in the extant fragments of a poet so widely acclaimed and so liberally rewarded that indispersible gloom which broods over so much of Greek literature after Homer, in whose days men were too active to be pessimists and too violent to be bored. Few and evil are the days of our life, but everlasting will be our sleep beneath the earth. Small is the strength of man, and invincible are his errors. Grief treads upon the heels of grief through his short life, and death, whom no man escapes, hangs over him at last. To this come good and bad alike. Nothing human is everlasting. Well said the bard of Chios that the life of man is even as that of a green leaf. Yet few who hear this bear it in mind, for hope is strong in the breast of the young. When youth is in flower and the heart of man is light, he nurses idle thoughts, hoping he will never grow old or die. Nor does he think of sickness in good health. Fools are they who dream thus, nor know how short are the days of our youth and our life. No hope of blessed isles comforts Simonides, and the divinities of Olympus, like those of Christianity in some modern verse, have become instruments of poetry rather than consolations of the soul. When Hieron challenged him to define the nature and attributes of God, he asked for a day's time to prepare his answer, and the next day begged for 2 days more, and on each occasion doubled the period that he required for thought. When at last Hieron demanded an explanation, Simonides replied that the longer he pondered the matter, the more obscure it became. Out of Chaos came not only Simonides, but his nephew and lyric successor Bacchylides, and in Alexandrian days the great anatomist Erasistratus. We cannot say so much for Seriphos, or Andros, or Tinos, or Mykonos, or Sikanos, or Ios. On Syros lived Pherecydes, circa 550, who was reputed to have taught Pythagoras, and to have been the first philosopher to write in prose. On Delos, said Greek story, Apollo himself had been born. So sacred was the island as his sanctuary that both death and birth were forbidden within its borders. Those about to give birth or to die were hurriedly conveyed from its shores, and all known graves were emptied that the island might be purified. There, after the repulse of the Persians, Athens and her Ionian allies would keep the treasure of the Delian Confederacy. There, every 4th year, the Ionians met in pious but convivial assemblage to celebrate the festival of the handsome god. A 7th century hymn describes the women with fine girdles, the eager merchants busy at their booths, the crowds lining the road to watch the sacred procession, the tense ritual and solemn sacrifice in the temple, the joyous dances, and the choral hymns of Delian and Athenian maidens chosen for their comeliness as well as their song, the athletic and musical contests, and the plays in the theater under the open sky. Annually, the Athenians sent an embassy to Delos to celebrate Apollo's birthday, and no criminal might be executed in Athens until this embassy's return. Hence the long interval, so fortunate for literature and philosophy, between the conviction of Socrates and his execution. Naxos is the largest, as Delos is almost the smallest, of the Cyclades. It was famous for its wine and its marble, and became rich enough in the 6th century to have its own navy and its own school of sculpture. Southeast of Naxos lies Amorgos, home of the unamiable Simonides, whose ungallant satire on women has been carefully preserved by man-written history. Simonides compares women now to foxes, asses, pigs, and the changeful sea, and swears that no husband has ever passed through a day without some word of censure from his wife. To the west lies Paros, almost composed of marble. Its citizens made their homes of it, and Praxiteles found there the translucent stone which he would carve and polish into the warmth and texture of human flesh. On this island, about the end of the 8th century, Archilochus was born, son of a slave woman, but one of the greatest lyric singers of Greece. A soldier's fortune led him north to Thasos, where, in a battle with the natives, he found his heels more valuable than his shield. He took to the one and abandoned the other, and lived to turn many a merry quip about his flight. Back in Paros, he fell in love with Neobule, daughter of the rich Lycambes. He describes her as a modest lass with tresses falling over her shoulders, and sighs, as so many centuries have sighed, only to touch her hand. But Lycambes, admiring the poet's verses more than his income, put an end to the affair, whereupon Archilochus aimed at him and Neobule and her sister such barbs of satiric verse that all 3 of them, legend assures us, hanged themselves. Archilochus turned his back sourly upon the figs and fishes of Paros, and became again a soldier of fortune. Finally, his heels having failed him, he was killed in battle against the Naxians. We learn from his poems that he was a man of rough speech to both friends and foes, with the disappointed lover's penchant for adultery. We picture him as an inspired pirate, a melodious buccaneer, coarse in prose and polished in verse, taking the iambic meter already popular in folk songs and fashioning it into short and stinging lines of 6 feet. This was the iambic trimeter that would become the classic medium of Greek tragedy. He experimented gaily with dactylic hexameters, trochaic tetrameters, and a dozen other meters, and gave to Greek poetry the metrical forms that it would keep to the end. Longfellow's Evangeline, his Hiawatha, and the final line of each stanza in Childe Harold's Pilgrimage by Byron may serve as examples, respectively, of dactylic hexameter, trochaic tetrameter, and iambic trimeter. Only a few broken lines survive, and we must accept the word of the ancients that he was the most popular of all Greek poets after Homer. Horace loved to imitate his technical diversities, and the great Hellenistic critic Aristophanes of Byzantium, when asked which of Archilochus's poems he liked best, voiced in 2 words the feeling of Greece, when he answered, "the longest." A morning's sail west of Paros is Sifnos, famous for its mines of silver and gold. These were owned by the people through their government. The yield was so rich that the island could set up at Delphi the Sifnian treasury with its placid caryatides, erect many another monument, and yet distribute a substantial balance among the citizens at the end of every year. In 524, a band of freebooters from Samos landed on the island and exacted a tribute of 100 talents, the equivalent of $600,000 today. The rest of Greece accepted this heroic robbery with the equanimity and fortitude with which men are accustomed to bear the misfortunes of their friends. 3. The Dorian Overflow. The Dorians, too, colonized the Cyclades and tamed their warlike spirits to terrace the mountain slopes patiently, that the parsimonious rain might be held and coaxed to nourish their crops and vines. In Melos they took over from their Bronze Age predecessors the quarrying of obsidian, and made the island so prosperous that the Athenians, as we shall see, spared no pains to Melos to win its support in the struggle with Sparta. Here, in 1820, was found that Aphrodite of Melos, or as we know it from the Roman name of the goddess and the Italian name of the island, the Venus de Milo, which is now the most famous statue in the Western world. Moving east and then south, the Dorians conquered Thera and Crete, and from Thera sent a further colony to Cyrene. A few of them settled in Cyprus, where, from the 11th century, a small colony of Arcadian Greeks had struggled for mastery against the old Phoenician dynasties. It was one of these Phoenician kinglets, Pygmalion, of whom legend told how he so admired an ivory Aphrodite carved by his hands that he fell in love with it, begged the goddess to give it life, and married his creation when the goddess complied. The coming of iron probably lessened the demand for Cyprian copper and left the island off the main line of Greek economic advance. The cutting of the timber by the natives to burn the copper ore, by the Phoenicians for ships and by the Greeks for agricultural clearings, slowly transformed Cyprus into the hot and half-barren derelict that it is today. The art of the island, like its population, was in the Greek period a medley of Egyptian, Phoenician, and Hellenic influences, and never attained a homogeneous character of its own. The Dorians were but a minority of the Greek population in Cyprus, but in Rhodes and the southern Sporades, and on the adjoining mainland, they became the ruling class. Rhodes prospered in the centuries between Homer and Marathon, though its zenith would not come till the Hellenistic age. On a promontory jutting out from Asia, Dorian settlers developed the city of Cnidus, well situated to be a port of the coastal trade. Here the astronomer Eudoxus would be born, and the historian, or fabulist, Ctesias, and that Sostratus who was to build the Pharos at Alexandria. Here among the ruins of ancient temples would be found the sad and matronly Demeter of the British Museum. Opposite Cnidus lay the island of Kos, home of Hippocrates, and rival of Cnidus as a center of Greek medical science. Apelles the painter would be born here, and Theocritus the poet. A little to the north on the coast was Halicarnassus, birthplace of Herodotus and royal seat in Hellenistic days of the Carian king Mausolus and his fond Artemisia. This city, with Kos and Cnidus and the chief towns of Rhodes, Lindus, Camyrus, and Dialysus, formed the Dorian hexapolis, or 6 cities of Asia Minor, weak rivals for a time of the 12 cities of Ionia. 4. The Ionian Dodecapolis. 1. Miletus and the birth of Greek philosophy. Running northwest of Caria for some 90 miles was the strip of mountainous coastland, 20 to 30 miles wide, anciently known as Ionia. Here, said Herodotus, the air and climate are the most beautiful in the whole world. Its cities lay for the most part at the mouths of rivers or at the ends of roads that carried the goods of the hinterland down to the Mediterranean for shipment everywhere. Miletus, southernmost of the Ionian 12, was in the 6th century the richest city of the Greek world. The site had been inhabited by Carians from Minoan days, and when about 1000 B.C. the Ionians came there from Attica, they found the old Aegean culture, though in a decadent form, waiting to serve as the advanced starting point of their civilization. They brought no women with them to Miletus, but merely killed the native males and married the widows. The fusion of cultures began with the fusion of blood. Like most of the Ionian cities, Miletus submitted at first to kings who led them in war, then to aristocrats who owned the land, then to tyrants representing the middle class. Under the dictator Thrasybulus, at the beginning of the 6th century, industry and trade reached their peak, and the growing wealth of Miletus flowered forth in literature, philosophy, and art. Wool was brought down from the rich pasture lands of the interior and turned into clothing in the textile mills of the city. Taking a lesson from the Phoenicians and gradually bettering their instruction, Ionian merchants established colonies as trading posts in Egypt, Italy, the Propontis, and the Euxine. Miletus alone had 80 such colonies, 60 of them in the north. From Abydos, Cyzicus, Sinope, Olbia, Trapezus, and Dioscurius, Miletus drew flax, timber, fruit, and metals, and paid for these with the products of her handicrafts. The wealth and luxury of the city became a proverb and a scandal throughout Greece. Milesian merchants, overflowing with profits, lent money to enterprises far and wide, and to the municipality itself. They were the Medici of the Ionian Renaissance. It was in this stimulating environment that Greece first developed two of its most characteristic gifts to the world, science and philosophy. The crossroads of trade are the meeting place of ideas, the attrition ground of rival customs and beliefs. Diversities beget conflict, comparison, thought. Superstitions cancel one another, and reason begins. Here in Miletus, as later in Athens, were men from 100 scattered states, mentally active through competitive commerce, and freed from the bondage of tradition by long absences from their native altars and homes. Milesians themselves traveled to distant cities and had their eyes opened by the civilizations of Lydia, Babylonia, Phoenicia, and Egypt. In this way, among others, Egyptian geometry and Babylonian astronomy entered the Greek mind. Trade and mathematics, foreign commerce and geography, navigation and astronomy developed hand in hand. Meanwhile, wealth had created leisure. An aristocracy of culture was growing up in which freedom of thought was tolerated because only a small minority could read. No powerful priesthood, no ancient and inspired text limited men's thinking. Even the Homeric poems, which were to become in some sense the Bible of the Greeks, had hardly taken yet a definite form. And in that final form, their mythology was to bear the imprint of Ionian skepticism and scandalous merriment. Here, for the first time, thought became secular and sought rational and consistent answers to the problems of the world and man. Nevertheless, the new plant, mutation though it was, had its roots and ancestry. The hoary wisdom of Egyptian priests and Persian magi, perhaps even of Hindu seers, the sacerdotal science of the Chaldeans, the poetically personified cosmogony of Hesiod, were mingled with the natural realism of Phoenician and Greek merchants to produce Ionian philosophy. Greek religion itself had paved the way by talking of Moira, or fate, as ruler of both gods and men. Here was that idea of law, as superior to incalculable personal decree, which would mark the essential difference between science and mythology, as well as between despotism and democracy. Man became free when he recognized that he was subject to law. That the Greeks, so far as our knowledge goes, were the first to achieve this recognition and this freedom in both philosophy and government is the secret of their accomplishment and of their importance in history. Since life proceeds by heredity as well as by variation, by stabilizing custom as well as by experimental innovation, it was to be expected that the religious roots of philosophy would form as well as feed it, and there should remain in it to the very end a vigorous element of theology. Two currents run side by side in the history of Greek philosophy, one naturalistic, the other mystical. The latter stemmed from Pythagoras and ran through Parmenides, Heraclitus, Plato, and Cleanthes to Plotinus and St. Paul. The other had its first world figure in Thales and passed down through Anaximander, Xenophanes, Protagoras, Hippocrates, and Democritus to Epicurus and Lucretius. Now and then some great spirit, Socrates, Aristotle, Marcus Aurelius, merged the two currents in an attempt to do justice to the unformulable complexity of life. But even in these men, the dominant strain, characteristic of Greek thought, was the love and pursuit of reason. Thales was born about 640, probably at Miletus, reputedly of Phoenician parentage, and derived much of his education from Egypt and the Near East. Here, as if personified, we see the transit of culture from east to west. He appears to have engaged in business only so far as to provide himself with the ordinary goods of life. Everyone knows the story of his successful speculation in oil presses. Let Aristotle tell the story. They say that Thales, perceiving by his skill in astronomy, that there would be great plenty of olives that year, while it was yet winter, hired at a low price all the oil presses in Miletus and Chios, there being no one to bid against him. But when the season came for making oil, many persons wanting them, he all at once let them upon what terms he pleased, and raising a large sum of money by that means, convinced them that it was easy for philosophers to be rich if they chose it. For the rest, he gave himself to study, with the absorbed devotion suggested by the tale of his falling into a ditch while watching the stars. Despite his solitude, he interested himself in the affairs of his city, knew the dictator Thrasybulus intimately, and advocated the federation of the Ionian states for united defense against Lydia and Persia. To him, tradition unanimously ascribed the introduction of mathematical and astronomical science into Greece. Antiquity told how, in Egypt, he calculated the heights of the pyramids by measuring their shadows when a man's shadow equaled his height. Returning to Ionia, Thales pursued the fascinatingly logical study of geometry as a deductive science and demonstrated several of the theorems later collected by Euclid: that a circle is bisected by its diameter, that the angles at the base of any isosceles triangle are similar, that is, equal, that the angle in a semicircle is a right angle, that the opposite angles formed by two intersecting straight lines are equal, that two triangles having two angles and one side respectively equal are themselves equal. As these theorems founded Greek geometry, so his studies of astronomy established that science for Western civilization and disentangled it from its Oriental associations with astrology. He made several minor observations and startled all Ionia by successfully predicting an eclipse of the sun for May 28, 585 BC, probably on the basis of Egyptian records and Babylonian calculations. For the rest, his theory of the universe was not appreciably superior to the current cosmology of the Egyptians and the Jews. The world, he thought, was a hemisphere resting on an endless expanse of water, and the earth was a flat disk floating on the flat side of the interior of this hemisphere. We are reminded of Goethe's remark that a man's vices or errors are common to him with his epoch, but his virtues or insights are his own. As some Greek myths made Oceanus the father of all creation, so Thales made water the first principle of all things, their original form and their final destiny. Perhaps, says Aristotle, he had come to this opinion from observing that the nutriment of everything is moist, and that the seeds of everything have a moist nature, and that from which everything is generated is always its first principle. Or perhaps he believed that water was the most primitive or fundamental of the three forms, gas, liquid, solid, into which theoretically all substances may be changed. The significance of his thought lay not in reducing all things to water, but in reducing all things to one. Here was the first monism in recorded history. Aristotle describes Thales' view as materialistic, but Thales adds that every particle of the world is alive, that matter and life are inseparable and one, that there is an immortal soul in plants and metals as well as in animals and men. The vital power changes form but never dies. Thales was wont to say that there is no essential difference between living and dead. When someone sought to nettle him by asking why then he chose life instead of death, he answered, because there is no difference. In his old age, he received by common consent the title of Sophos, or sage, and when Greece came to name its 7 wise men, it placed Thales first. Being asked what was very difficult, he answered in a famous apothegm, to know thyself. Asked what was very easy, he answered, to give advice. To the question, what is God? He replied, that which has neither beginning nor end. Asked how men might live most virtuously and justly, he answered, if we never do ourselves what we blame in others. He died, says Diogenes Laertius, while present as a spectator at a gymnastic contest, being worn out with heat and thirst and weakness, for he was very old. Thales, says Strabo, was the first of those who wrote on physiologia, that is, on the science of nature, physis, or on the principle of being and development in things. His work was vigorously advanced by his pupil, Anaximander, who, though he lived from 611 to 549 BC, expounded a philosophy surprisingly like that which Herbert Spencer, trembling before his own originality, published in A.D. 1860. The first principle, says Anaximander, was a vast, indefinite infinite, or a pyrrhon, a boundless mass, possessing no specific qualities but developing by its inherent forces into all the varied realities of the universe. This book is continued on Cassette 5, Side 1.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 5, Side 1. The first principle, says Anaximander, was a vast, indefinite infinite, or a pyrrhon, a boundless mass possessing no specific qualities but developing, by its inherent forces, into all the varied realities of the universe. Compare Spencer's definition of evolution as substantially a change from indefinite incoherent homogeneity to a definite coherent heterogeneity. This animate and eternal but impersonal and unmoral infinite is the only God in Anaximander's system. It is the unvarying and everlasting One, as distinguished from the mutable evanescent many of the world of things. Here stems the metaphysics of the Eleatic school, that only the eternal One is real. From this characterless infinite are born new worlds in endless succession, and to it in endless succession they return as they evolve and die. In the primordial infinite all opposites are contained, hot and cold, moist and dry, liquid and solid and gas. In development, these potential qualities become actual and make diverse and definite things. In dissolution, these opposed qualities are again resolved into the infinite. A source for Heraclitus as well as for Spencer. In this rise and fall of worlds, the various elements struggle with one another and encroach upon each other as hostile opposites. For this opposition they pay with dissolution. Things perish into those from which they have been born. Anaximander, though he too can be guilty of astronomic bizarrerie forgivable in an age without instruments, advanced on Thales by conceiving the earth as a cylinder freely suspended in the center of the universe and sustained only by being equidistant from all things. The sun, moon, and stars he thought moved in circles around the earth. To illustrate all this, Anaximander, probably on Babylonian models, constructed at Sparta a gnomon, or sundial, in which he showed the movement of the planets, the obliquity of the ecliptic, and the succession of solstices, equinoxes, and seasons. The ecliptic, so called because eclipses of the sun and moon take place in it, is the great circle made by the apparent annual path of the sun through the heavens. Since the plane of this circle or ecliptic is also the plane of the Earth's orbit, the obliquity of the ecliptic is the oblique angle, about 23 degrees, between the plane of the Earth's equator and the plane of its orbit around the sun. With the collaboration of his fellow Milesian, Hecataeus, he established geography as a science by drawing, apparently upon a tablet of brass, the first known map of the inhabited world. The Egyptians had drawn maps, but of limited districts. In its earliest form, said Anaximander, the earth was in a fluid state. External heat dried some of it into land and evaporated some of it into clouds, while the variations of heat in the atmosphere so formed caused the motions of the winds. Living organisms arose by gradual stages from the original moisture. Land animals were at first fishes, and only with the drying of the earth did they acquire their present shape. Man, too, was once a fish. He could not at his earliest appearance have been born as now, for he would have been too helpless to secure his food and would have been destroyed. A slighter figure is Anaximander's pupil, Anaximenes, whose first principle was air. All other elements are produced from air by rarefaction, which gives fire, or by condensation, which forms progressively wind, cloud, water, earth, and stone. As the soul, which is air, holds us together, so the air, or pneuma, of the world is its pervasive spirit, breath, or God. Here was an idea that would ride out all the storms of Greek philosophy and find a haven in Stoicism and Christianity. This heyday of Miletus produced not only the earliest philosophy, but the earliest prose, and the first historiography in Greece. The wise reader will always supply the word known after such words as earliest and first. Poetry seems natural to a nation's adolescence when imagination is greater than knowledge, and a strong faith gives personality to the forces of nature in field, wood, sea, and sky. It is hard for poetry to avoid animism, or for animism to avoid poetry. Prose is the voice of knowledge, freeing itself from imagination and faith. It is the language of secular, mundane, prosaic affairs. It is the emblem of a nation's maturity and the epitaph of its youth. Up to this time, 600, nearly all Greek literature had taken a poetic form. Education had transmitted in verse the lore and morals of the race. Even early philosophers, like Xenophanes, Parmenides, and Empedocles, gave their systems a poetic dress. Just as science was at first a form of philosophy, struggling to free itself from the general, the speculative, the unverifiable, so philosophy was at first a form of poetry, striving to free itself from mythology, animism, and metaphor. It was therefore an event when Pherecydes and Anaximander expounded their doctrines in prose. Other men of the age, whom the Greeks called logographoi, reason writers, prose writers, began to chronicle in the new medium the annals of their states. So Cadmus, 550, wrote a chronicle of Miletus, Eugaeon wrote of Samos, Xanthus wrote of Lydia. Towards the end of the century, Hecataeus of Miletus advanced both history and geography in epical works, the Historiae, or Inquiries, and the Geis Periodos, or Circuit of the Earth. The latter divided the known planet into two continents, Europe and Asia, and included Egypt in Asia. If, as many doubt, the existing fragments are genuine, it was especially informative about Egypt, and provided a rich field for unacknowledged poaching by Herodotus. The histories began with a skeptical blast. I write what I consider to be the truth, for the traditions of the Greeks seem to me many and ridiculous. Hecataeus accepted Homer as history, and swallowed some tales with his eyes shut. Nevertheless, he made an honest effort to distinguish fact from myth, to trace real genealogies, and to arrive at a credible history of the Greeks. Greek historiography was old when the father of history was born. To Hecataeus and the other logographoi, who appeared in this age in most of the cities and colonies of Hellas, historia meant any inquiry into the facts of any matter, and was applied to science and philosophy as well as to historiography in the modern sense. The term had a skeptical connotation in Ionia. It signified that the miracle stories of gods and demigod heroes were to be replaced with secular records of events and rational interpretations of causes and effects. In Hecataeus, the process begins. In Herodotus, it advances. In Thucydides, it is complete. The poverty of Greek prose before Herodotus is bound up with the conquest and impoverishment of Miletus in the very generation in which prose literature began. Internal decay followed the custom of history in smoothing the path of the conqueror. The growth of wealth and luxury made Epicureanism fashionable, while Stoicism and patriotism seemed antiquated and absurd. It became a byword among the Greeks that once upon a time the Milesians were brave. Competition for the goods of the earth became keener as the old faith lost its power to mitigate class strife by giving scruples to the strong and consolations to the weak. The rich, supporting an oligarchic dictatorship, became a united party against the poor, who wanted a democracy. The poor secured control of the government, expelled the rich, collected the remaining children of the rich on threshing floors, set oxen upon them, and had them trampled to death. The rich returned, recaptured power, coated the leaders of the democracy with pitch, and then burnt them alive. De nobis fabula narrabitur. When about 560, Croesus began to subject to Lydian rule the Greek coast of Asia from Cnidus to the Hellespont, Miletus saved its independence by refusing to help her sister states. But in 546, Cyrus conquered Lydia, and without much difficulty absorbed the faction-torn cities of Ionia into the Persian Empire. The great age of Miletus was over. Science and philosophy in the history of states reached their height after decadence has set in. Wisdom is a harbinger of death. 2. Polycrates of Samos. Across the bay from Miletus, near the outlets of the Meander, stood the modest town of Myus and the more famous city of Priene. There, in the 6th century, lived Bias, one of the 7 wise men. As Hermippus said, the 7 wise men were 17, for different Greeks made different lists of them, most frequently agreeing upon Thales, Solon, Bias, Pittacus of Mytilene, Periander of Corinth, Chilon of Sparta, and Cleobulus of Lindus in Rhodes. Greece respected wisdom as India respected holiness, as Renaissance Italy respected artistic genius, as young America naturally respects economic enterprise. The heroes of Greece were not saints or artists or millionaires, but sages, and her most honored sages were not theorists, but men who had made their wisdom function actively in the world. The sayings of these men became proverbial among the Greeks, and were in some cases inscribed in the temple of Apollo at Delphi. People like to quote, for example, the remarks of Bias, that the most unfortunate of men is he who has not learned how to bear misfortune, that men ought to order their lives as if they were fated to live both a long and a short time, and that wisdom should be cherished as a means of traveling from youth to old age, for it is more lasting than any other possession. West of Priene lay Samos, second largest of Ionia's isles. The capital stood on the southeastern shore, and as one entered the well-protected harbor, passing the famous red ships of the Samian fleet, the city rose as if in tiers on the hill. First the wharves and shops, then the homes, then the fortress Acropolis and the great temple of Hera. and behind these a succession of ranges and peaks rising to a height of 5,000 feet. It was a sight to stir the patriotism of every Samian soul. The zenith of Samos came in the third quarter of the 6th century, under Polycrates. The revenues from the busy port enabled the dictator to end a dangerous period of unemployment by a program of public works that called forth the admiration of Herodotus. The greatest of these undertakings was a tunnel that carried the city's water supply 4,500 feet through a mountain. We catch some idea of Greek ability in mathematics and engineering when we learn that the two bores, begun at opposite ends, met in the center with an error of 18 feet in direction and 9 in height. Samos had been a cultured center long before Polycrates. Here, about 590, the fabulous Aesop had been the Phrygian slave of the Greek Iadmon. An unconfirmed tradition tells how Iadmon freed him, how Aesop traveled widely, met Solon, lived at the court of Croesus, embezzled the money that Croesus had commissioned him to distribute at Delphi, and met a violent death at the hands of the outraged Delphians. His fables, largely taken from Eastern sources, were well known at Athens in the classic age. Socrates, says Plutarch, put them into verse. Though their form was Oriental, their philosophy was characteristically Greek. Sweet are the beauties of nature, the earth and sea, the stars and the orbs of sun and moon, but all the rest is fear and pain, especially if one embezzles. We can still meet him in the Vatican, where a cup from the Periclean age represents him with half-bald head and Van Dyke beard, listening profitably to a merry fox. The great Pythagoras was born in Samos, but left it in 529 to live at Crotona in Italy. Anacreon came from Teos to sing Polycrates' charms and to tutor his son. The greatest figure at the court was the artist Theodorus, the Leonardo of Samos, jack of all trades and master of most. The Greeks ascribed to him, perhaps as a clocher on research, the invention of the level, the square, and the lathe. He was a skilled engraver of gems, a metal worker, stone worker, woodworker, sculptor, and architect. He took part in designing the second temple of Artemis at Ephesus, built a vast skios, or pavilion, for Sparta's public assemblies, helped to introduce clay modeling into Greece, and shared with Rhecus the honor of bringing from Egypt or Assyria to Samos the hollow casting of bronze. Before Theodorus, the Greeks had made crude bronze statues by riveting plates of metal to a bridge of wood. Now they were prepared to produce such masterpieces in bronze as the charioteer of Delphi and the discus thrower of Myron. Samos was famous also for its pottery. Pliny recommends it to us by telling us that the priests of Cybele would use nothing but Samian potsherds in depriving themselves of their manhood. 3. Heraclitus of Ephesus. Across the Caistrian Gulf from Samos stood Ionia's most famous city, Ephesus. Founded about 1000 by colonists from Athens, it prospered by tapping the trade of both the Caister and the Meander. Its population, its religion, and its art contained a strong Eastern element. The Artemis worshipped there began and ended as an Oriental goddess of motherhood and fertility. Her renowned temple had many deaths and almost as many resurrections. On the site of an ancient altar, twice built and twice destroyed, the first temple was erected about 600 and was probably the earliest important edifice in the Ionic style. The second temple was raised about 540, partly through the generosity of Croesus. Paeonius of Ephesus, Theodorus of Samos, and Demetrius, a priest of the shrine, shared in designing it. It was the largest Greek temple that had yet been built, and was ranked without dispute among the 7 wonders of the world. The other 6 wonders were the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, the Pharos at Alexandria, the Colossus of Rhodes, the Phrydian Zeus at Olympia, the tomb of Mausolus at Halicarnassus, and the pyramids. Pliny describes the second temple as 425 feet long by 225 feet wide, with 127 columns 60 feet in height, several of them adorned or disfigured with reliefs. Completed in 420 B.C., after more than a century of labor, it was destroyed by fire in 356. The city was known not only for its temple, but for its poets, its philosophers, and its expensively gowned women. Here, as early as 690 B.C., lived Calinus, the earliest known elegiac poet of Greece. Far greater and uglier was Hipponax, who, towards 550, composed poems so coarse in subject, obscure in language, pointed in wit, and refined in metrical style, that all Greece began to talk about him, and all Ephesus to hate him. He was short and thin, lame and deformed, and completely disagreeable. Woman, he tells us in one of his surviving fragments, brings 2 days of happiness to a man, one when he marries her, the other when he buries her. He was a ruthless satirist and lampooned every notable in Ephesus, from the lowest criminal to the highest priest of the temple. When 2 sculptors, Bucephalus and Athenus, exhibited an elegant caricature of him, he attacked them with such corrosive verse that some of it has proved more durable than their stone and sharper than the teeth of time. "Hold my coat," says a typically polished morsel. "I shall hit Bucephalus in the eye. I am ambidextrous, and I never miss my aim." Tradition said that Hipponax died by suicide, but perhaps this was only a universal wish. The most illustrious son of Ephesus was Heraclitus the Obscure. Born about 530, he belonged to a noble family and thought that democracy was a mistake. "There are many bad but few good," he said, "and one man to me is as 10,000 if he be the best." But even aristocrats did not please him, nor women, nor scholars. "Abundant learning," he wrote with genial particularity, "does not form the mind. If it did, it would have instructed Hesiod, Pythagoras, Xenophanes, and Hecataeus. For the only real wisdom is to know that idea which by itself will govern everything on every occasion." So he went off, like a Chinese sage, to live in the mountains and brood over the one idea that would explain all things. Disdaining to expound his conclusions in words intelligible to common men, and seeking in obscurity of life and speech some safety from individuality-destroying parties and mobs, he expressed his views in pithy and enigmatical apothegms on nature, which he deposited in the temple of Artemis for the mystification of posterity. Heraclitus has been represented in modern literature as building his philosophy around the notion of change, but the extant fragments hardly support this interpretation. Like most philosophers, he longed to find the one behind the many, some mind-steadying unity and order amid the chaotic flux and multiplicity of the world. "All things are one," he said as passionately as Parmenides. The problem of philosophy was, what is this one? Heraclitus answered, fire. Perhaps he was influenced by the Persian worship of fire. Probably, as we may judge from his identification of fire with soul and God, he used the term symbolically as well as literally to mean energy as well as fire. The fragments permit no certainty. This world was made neither by a god nor by man, but it ever was and is and shall be ever-living fire, in measures being kindled and in measures going out. Everything is a form of fire, either in fire's downward path, through progressive condensation into moisture, water, and earth, or in its upward path, from water to earth to moisture to fire. Though he finds a consoling constancy in the eternal fire, Heraclitus is troubled by its endless transformations, and the second nucleus of his thought is the eternity and ubiquity of change. He finds nothing static in the universe, the mind, or the soul. Nothing is, everything becomes. No condition persists unaltered, even for the smallest moment. Everything is ceasing to be what it is and is becoming what it will be. Here is a new emphasis in philosophy. Heraclitus does not merely ask, like Thales, what things are, but, like Anaximander, Lucretius, and Spencer, how they became what they are. And he suggests, like Aristotle, that a study of the second question is the best approach to the first. The extant apothegms do not contain the famous formula panta re, auden mene, all things flow, nothing abides, but antiquity is unanimous in attributing it to Heraclitus. You cannot step twice into the same river, for other waters are ever flowing on to you. We are, and we are not. Here, as in Hegel, the universe is a vast becoming. Multiplicity, variety, change are as real as unity, identity, being. The many are as real as the one. The many are the one. Every change is a passage of things towards or from the condition of fire. The one is the many. In the very heart of fire flickers restless change. Hence Heraclitus passes to the third element in his philosophy, the unity of opposites, the interdependence of contraries, the harmony of strife. God is day and night, winter and summer, war and peace, surfeit and hunger. Good and bad are the same. Goodness and badness are one. Life and death are the same. So are waking and sleeping, youth and age. All these contraries are stages in a fluctuating movement, moments of the ever-changing fire. Each member in an opposing pair is necessary to the meaning and existence of the other. Reality is the tension and interplay, the alternation and exchange, the unity and harmony of opposites. They understand not how that which is at variance with itself agrees with itself. There sits attunement of opposite tensions, like that of the bow and the harp. As the tension of the string, loosened or drawn taut, creates the harmony of vibrations called music or a note, so the alternation and strife of opposites creates the essence and meaning and harmony of life and change. In the struggle of organism with organism, of man with man woman, of generation with generation, of class with class, of nation with nation, of idea with idea, of creed with creed, the warring opposites are the warp and woof on the loom of life, working at cross purposes to produce the unseen unity and hidden concord of the whole. From things that differ comes the fairest attunement. Any lover will understand. All three of these principles, fire, change, and the tension unity of contraries, enter into Heraclitus's conception of soul and God. He smiles at men who seek in vain to purify themselves from blood guiltiness by defiling themselves with blood, or who offer prayers to these statues here, as if one should try to converse with houses. Such men know nothing of the real nature of gods. Nor will he admit personal immortality. Man, too, like everything else, is a changeful and fitful flame, kindled and put out like a light in the night. Even so, man is fire. The soul or vital principle is part of the eternal energy in all things, and as such it never dies. Death and birth are arbitrary points taken in the current of things by the human analyzing mind. But from the impartial standpoint of the universe, they are merely phases in the endless change of forms. At every instant some part of us dies while the whole lives. At every second one of us dies while life lives. Death is a beginning as well as an ending. Birth is an ending as well as a beginning. Our words, our thoughts, even our morals, our prejudices, and represent our interests as parts or groups. Philosophy must see things in the light of the whole. To God all things are beautiful and good and right. Men deem some things wrong and some right. As the soul is a passing tongue of the endlessly changing flame of life, so God is the everlasting fire, the indestructible energy of the world. He is the unity binding all opposites, the harmony of all tensions, the sum and meaning of all strife. This divine fire, like life, for the two are everywhere and one, is always altering its form, always passing upward or downward on the ladder of change, always consuming and remaking things. Indeed, some distant day, fire will judge and convict all things, destroy them and make way for new forms, in a last judgment or cosmic catastrophe. Nevertheless, the operations of the undying fire are not without sense and order. If we could understand the world as a whole, we should see in it a vast impersonal wisdom, a logos or reason or word. And we should try to mold our lives into accord with this way of nature, this law of the universe, this wisdom or orderly energy which is God. It is wise to hearken not to me, but to the Word, to seek and follow the infinite reason of the whole. When Heraclitus applies to ethics these four basic concepts of his thought, energy, change, the unity of opposites, and the reason of the whole, he illuminates all life and conduct. Energy harnessed to reason, wedded to order, is the greatest good. Change is not an evil, but a boon. In change one finds rest. It is weariness to be always toiling at the same things and always beginning afresh. The mutual necessity of contraries makes intelligible and therefore forgivable the strife and suffering of life. For men to get all they wish is not the better thing. It is disease that makes health pleasant. Evil, good, hunger, surfeit, toil, rest. He rebukes those who desire an end of strife in the world. Without this tension of opposites there would be no attunement, no weaving of the living web, no development. Harmony is not an ending of conflict, it is a tension in which neither element definitely wins, but both function indispensably, like the radicalism of youth and the conservatism of old age. The struggle for existence is necessary in order that the better may be separated from the worse and may generate the highest. Strife is the father of all and the king of all. Some he has marked out to be gods and some to be men. Some he has made slaves and some free. In the end, strife is justice. The competition of individuals, groups, species, institutions, and empires constitutes nature's supreme court, from whose verdict there is no appeal. All in all, the philosophy of Heraclitus, concentrated for us now in 130 fragments, is among the major productions of the Greek mind. The theory of the divine fire passed down into Stoicism. The notion of a final conflagration was transmitted through Stoicism to Christianity. The logos, or reason in nature, became in Philo and Christian theology the divine word, the personified wisdom with which or through whom God creates and governs all things. In some measure it prepared for the early modern view of natural law. Virtue as obedience to nature became a catchword of Stoicism. The unity of opposites revived vigorously in Hegel. The idea of change came back into its own with Bergson. The conception of strife and struggle as determining all things reappears in Darwin, Spencer, and Nietzsche, who carries on after 24 centuries the war of Heraclitus against democracy. We know almost nothing of Heraclitus's life, and of his death we have only an unsupported story in Diogenes Laertius, which may illustrate the prosaic ends to which our poetry may return. And at last becoming a complete misanthrope, he used to spend his time walking about the mountains, feeding on grasses and plants, and in consequence of these habits he was attacked by the dropsy, and so he returned to the city and asked the physicians in a riddle whether they were able to produce a drought after wet weather. And as they did not understand him, he shut himself up in a stable for oxen and covered himself with cow dung, hoping to cause the wet to evaporate from him by the warmth that this produced. And as he did himself no good in this way, he died, having lived 70 years. 4. Anacreon of Teos. Colophon, a few miles north of Ephesus, derived its name presumably from the hill on whose slope it rose. Because the cavalry of the city was famous for giving the finishing touch to a defeated force, the word colophon became in Greek a synonym for the final stroke, and passed into our language as a publisher's symbol, originally placed at the end of a book. Xenophanes, the anti-clerical, born among them about 576, described the Colophonians as richly clothed in purple garments, proud of their luxuriously dressed hair wet with costly and sweet-smelling oils. Vanity has a long history. Here, and perhaps at Smyrna, the poet Memnernus, 610, sang, for a people already infected with the languid pessimism of the East, his melancholy odes of fleeting youth and love. He lost his heart to Nano, the girl who accompanied his songs with the plaintive obligato of the flute, and when she rejected his love, perhaps on the ground that a poet married is a poet dead, he immortalized her with a sheaf of delicate elegiac verse. We blossom like the leaves that come in spring, what time the sun begins to flame and glow, and in the brief span of youth's gladdening, nor good nor evil from the gods we know. But always at the goal, dark spirits stand, holding one grievous age, one death within her hand. A more famous poet lived a century later in the nearby town of Teos. Anacreon wandered much, but in Teos he was born in 563 and died in 478. Many a court sought him, for among his contemporaries only Simonides rivaled him in fame. We find him joining a band of emigrants to Thracian Abdera, serving as soldier for a campaign or two, abandoning his shield in the poetic fashion of the time, and thereafter content to brandish a pen, spending some years at the court of Polycrates in Samos, brought thence in official state on a 50-oared galley to grace the palace of Hipparchus in Athens, and at last, after the Persian War, returning to Teos to ease his declining years with song and drink. He paid for his excesses by living to a great age, and died at 85, we are told, of a grape pit sticking in his throat. Alexandria knew 5 books of Anacreon, but only disordered couplets remain. His subjects were wine, women, and boys. His manner was one of polished banter in tripping iambics. No topic seemed impure in his impeccable diction, or gross in his delicate verse. Instead of the vulgar virulence of Hipponax, or the trembling intensity of Sappho, Anacreon offered the urbane chatter of a court poet who would play Horace to any Augustus that pleased his fancy and paid for his wine. Athenaeus thinks that his tipsy songs and changeful loves were a pose. Perhaps Anacreon hid his fidelities that he might be interesting to women, and concealed his sobriety to augment his fame. A choice legend tells how in his cups he stumbled against a child and abused it with harsh words, and how in his age he fell in love with this lad and did penance with doting praise. His eros was ambidextrous and reached impartially for either sex, but in his later years he gallantly gave the preference to women. "Lo now," says a pretty fragment, "golden-haired love strikes me with his purple ball, and calls me forth to play with a motley-slippered maid. But she hails from lofty Lesbos, and so finds fault with my white hair, and goes a-searching for other prey." A wit of a later age wrote for Anacreon's grave a revealing epitaph. All-enchanting nurse of the wine, O vine, grow lush and long above the tomb of Anacreon. So shall the tippling friend of neat liquor, who thrummed in night-long revel the lute of a lover of lads, yet sport above his buried head the glorious cluster of some teeming bough, and be wet evermore with the dew, whose delicious scent was the breath of his mild old mouth. 5. Chios, Smyrna, Phocea. From Teos, the mainland staggers westward in vacillating bays and promontories until, across 10 miles of sea, the traveler reaches Chios. Here, amid groves of figs and olives and anacreontic vines, Homer may have spent his youth. Wine-making was a major industry in Chios and used many slaves. In 431, the island had 30,000 freemen, 100,000 slaves. Chios became a clearinghouse for slaves. Slave dealers bought the families of insolvent debtors from their creditors and purchased boys to make eunuchs of them for the palaces of Lydia and Persia. In the 6th century, Drimachus led his fellow slaves in revolt, defeated all armies sent against him, established himself in a mountain fastness, levied toll upon the richer citizens by discriminating robbery, offered them protection for a consideration after our own fashion, terrified them into dealing more justly with their slaves, gave his voluntarily severed head to his friends so that they might claim the reward that had been promised for it, and was worshipped for centuries afterward as the patron deity of slaves. Here is an excellent epic for some Spartacus of the pen. Art and literature flourished amid the wealth and bondage of Chios. Here the Homeridae, a guild and succession of bards, had their seat. Here Ion the dramatist and Theopompus the historian would be born. Here Glaucus, tradition said, discovered about 560 the technique of welding iron. Here Archimus and his sons, Bupalus and Athenus, made the finest statuary in 6th century Greece. Returning to the mainland, the traveler passes by the sites of Erythrae and Clazomenae, birthplace of Pericles' teacher and friend, Anaxagoras. Farther east, on a well-sheltered inlet, is Smyrna. Settled by Aeolians as far back as 1015, it was changed by immigration and conquest into an Ionian city. Already famous in the days of Achilles, sacked by Aliates of Lydia about 600 B.C., destroyed again and again, and recently by the Greeks in A.D. 1924, Smyrna, rivaling Damascus in age, has known all the vicissitudes of history. The remains of the ancient town suggest its rich and varied life. A gymnasium, an acropolis, a stadium, and a theater have been dug out of the earth. The avenues were broad and well paved. Temples and palaces adorned them. The main street, called Golden, was famous throughout Greece. The northernmost of Ionia's cities was Phocea, still functioning as Phocaea. The river Hermus connected it almost with Sardis itself and gave it a lucrative advantage in the commerce of the Greeks with Lydia. Phocaean merchants undertook distant voyages in the search for markets, and it was they who brought Greek culture to Corsica and founded Marseille. Such were the 12 cities of Ionia, seen superficially as if in an hour's flight through space and time. Though they were too competitive and jealous to form a union for mutual defense, their citizens acknowledged some solidarity of background and interest, and met periodically on the promontory of Mycale, near Priene, in the great festival of the Pan-Ionium. Thales begged them to form a sympolity, in which every adult male would be a citizen both of his city and of a Pan-Ionian union. But commercial rivalries were too strong, and led rather to internecine wars than to political unity. Hence, when the Persian attack came, in 546 to 545, the alliance improvised for defense proved rootlessly weak, and the Ionian cities came under the power of the great king. Nevertheless, this spirit of independence and rivalry gave to the Ionian communities the stimulus of competition and the zest of liberty. It was under these conditions that Ionia developed science, philosophy, history, and the Ionic capital, while at the same time it produced so many poets that the 6th century in Hellas seems almost as fertile as the 5th. When Ionia fell, her cities bequeathed their culture to the Athens that had fought to save them, and transmitted it to the intellectual leadership of Greece. 5. Sappho of Lesbos. Above the Ionian Dodecapolis lay the 12 cities of mainland Aeolus, settled by Aeolians and Achaeans from northern Greece soon after the fall of Troy had opened Asia Minor to Greek immigration. Most of these cities were small and played a modest role in history, but the Aeolian isle of Lesbos rivaled the Ionian centers in wealth, refinement, and literary genius. Its volcanic soil made the island a very garden of orchards and vines. Of its 5 cities, Mytilene was the greatest, almost as rich through its commerce as Miletus, Samos, and Ephesus. Towards the end of the 7th century, a coalition of the mercantile classes with the poorer citizens overthrew the landed aristocracy and made the brave, rough Pittacus dictator for 10 years, with powers like those of his friend and fellow wise man Solon. The aristocracy conspired to recapture power, but Pittacus foiled them and exiled their leaders, including Alcaeus and Sappho, first from Mytilene and then from Lesbos itself. Alcaeus was a roistering firebrand who mingled politics with poetry and made every other lyric raise the tocsin of revolt. Of aristocratic birth, he attacked Pittacus with a lusty scurrility that merited the crown of banishment. He molded his own poetic forms, to which posterity gave the name Alcaics, and every stanza, we are told, had melody and charm. For a while he sang of war, and described his home as hung with martial trophies and accoutrements. However, when his own chance for heroism came, he threw away his shield, fled like Archilochus, and complimented himself lyrically on the valor of his discretion. Occasionally he sang of love, but dearest to his pen was the wine for which Lesbos was as famous as for its poetry. Nuncre metusten, he advises us, nunc bibamus, let us drink deeply. In summer to cool our thirst, in autumn to put a bright color upon death, in winter to warm our blood, in spring to celebrate nature's resurrection. The rain of Zeus descends, and from high heaven a storm is driven, and on the running water brooks the cold lays icy hold. Then up, beat down the winter, make the fire blaze higher and higher, mix wine as sweet as honey of the bee abundantly, then drink with comfortable wool around your temples bound. We must not yield our hearts to woe, or wear with wasting care, for grief will profit us no whit, my friend, nor nothing mend. But this is our best medicine, with wine fraught, to cast out thought. It was his misfortune, though he bore it with light-hearted unconsciousness, to have among his contemporaries the most famous of Greek women. Even in her lifetime, all Greece honored Sappho. One evening over the wine, says Stobaeus, Execestides, the nephew of Solon, sang a song of Sappho's which his uncle liked so much that he bade the boy teach it to him. And when one of the company asked what for, he answered, "I want to learn it and die." Socrates, perhaps hoping for similar lenience, called her the beautiful, and Plato wrote about her an ecstatic epigram. Some say there are 9 muses. How careless they are. Behold, Sappho of Lesbos is the 10th. Sappho was a marvelous woman, said Strabo, for in all the time of which we have record I do not know of any woman who could rival her even in a slight degree in the matter of poetry. As the ancients meant Homer when they said the poet, so all the Greek world knew whom men signified when they spoke of the poetess. But Sappho, as she called herself in her soft Aeolic dialect, was born at Eresus on Lesbos about 612, but her family moved to Mytilene when she was still a child. In 593 she was among the conspiring aristocrats whom Pittacus banished to the town of Pyrrha. Already at 19 she was playing a part in public life through politics or poetry. She was not known for beauty. Her figure was small and frail, her hair and eyes and skin were darker than the Greeks desired, but she had the charm of daintiness, delicacy, refinement, and a brilliant mind that was not too sophisticated to conceal her tenderness. My heart, she says, is like that of a child. We know from her verses that she was of a passionate nature, one whose words, says Plutarch, were mingled with flames. A certain sensuous quality gave body to the enthusiasms of her mind. Athos, her favorite pupil, spoke of her as dressed in saffron and purple and garlanded with flowers. She must have been attractive in her minuscule way, for Alcaeus, exiled with her to Pyrrha, soon sent her an invitation to romance. Violet-crowned, pure, sweet-smiling Sappho, I want to say something to you, but shame prevents me. Her The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 5, Side 2. The later scholars of antiquity debated whether these poems were expressions of lesbian love or merely exercises of poetic fancy and impersonation. It is enough for us that they are poetry of the first order, tense with feeling, vivid with imagery, and perfect in speech and form. A fragment speaks of the footfall of the flowering spring, another of love, the limb loosener, the bittersweet torment. Another compares the unattainable love to the sweet apple that reddens on the end of the bough, the very end of the bough, which the gatherers missed, nay, not missed, but could not reach so far. Sappho wrote of other topics than love, and used, even for our extant remains, 100 meters, and she herself set her poems to music for the harp. Her verse was collected into 9 books, of some 12,000 lines. 600 lines survive, seldom continuous. In the year 1073 of our era, the poetry of Sappho and Alcaeus was publicly burned by ecclesiastical authorities in Constantinople and Rome. Then in 1897, Grenfell and Hunt discovered, at Oxyrhynchus in the Fayum, coffins of papier-mâché, in whose making certain scraps of old books had been used, and on these scraps were some poems of Sappho. Male posterity avenged itself upon her by handing down or inventing the tale of how she died of unrequited love for a man. A passage in Suidas tells how the courtesan Sappho, usually identified with the poetess, leaped to death from a cliff on the island of Leucas because Phaon the sailor would not return her love. Menander, Strabo, and others refer to the story, and Ovid recounts it in loving detail, but it has many earmarks of legend, and must be left hovering nebulously between fiction and fact. In her later years, tradition said, Sappho had relearned the love of men. Among the Egyptian morsels is her touching reply to a proposal of marriage. If my breasts were still capable of giving suck, and my womb were able to bear children, then to another marriage bed not with trembling feet would I come. But now on my skin age has brought many lines, and love hastens not to me with his gift of pain. And she advises her suitor to seek a younger wife. In truth, we do not know when she died or how. We know only that she left behind her a vivid memory of passion, poetry, and grace, and that she shone even above Alcaeus as the most melodious singer of her time. Gently, in a final fragment, she reproves those who would not admit that her song was finished. You dishonor the good gifts of the Muses, my children, when you say, We will crown you, dear Sappho, best player of the clear, sweet lyre. Know you not that my skin is all wrinkled with age, and my hair is turned from black to white? Surely as starry night follows rose-armed dawn, and brings darkness to the ends of the earth, so death tracketh everything living, and catcheth it in the end. 6. The Northern Empire. North of Lesbos is little Tenedos, whose women were accounted by some ancient travelers to be the most beautiful in Greece. Then one follows the adventurous Hellenes into the northern Sporades, to Imbros and Lemnos and Samothrace. The Milesians, seeking to control the Hellespont, founded, about 560, the still-living town of Abydos on its south shore. Here Leander and Byron swam the straits, and Xerxes' army crossed to Europe on a bridge of boats. Farther eastward, the Phocaeans settled Lampsacus, birthplace of Epicurus. Within the Propontis lay 2 groups of islands, the Proconnesus, rich in the marble that gave the Propontis its current name, the Sea of Marmara, and the Arctonesus, on whose southernmost tip the Milesians established in 757 the great port of Cyzicus. Along the coast rose one Greek city after another, Panormus, Dascylium, Apamea, Chios, Asticus, Chalcedon. Up through the Bosporus the Greeks advanced, hungry for metals, grain, and trade, founding Chrysopolis, now Scutari, and Nicopolis, city of victory. Then they made their way along the southern shore of the Black Sea, depositing towns at Heraclea, Pontica, Teum, and Sinope, a city splendidly adorned, says Strabo, with gymnasium, agora, and shady colonnades. Diogenes the Cynic was not above being born here. Then Amisus, Enoi, Tripolis, and Trapezus, or Trebizond or Trabzon, where Xenophon's 10,000 shouted with joy at the sight of the longed-for sea. The opening up of this region to Greek colonization, perhaps by Jason, later by the Ionians, gave the mother cities the same outlet for surplus population and trade, the same resources in food, silver, and gold that the discovery of America gave to Europe at the beginning of modern times. Following the eastern shores of the Euxine northward into Medea's Caucasus, the Greeks founded Phasis and Dioscurus, and Theodosia and Panticapaeum on the Crimea. Near the mouths of the Bug and the Dnieper, they established the city of Olbia, or Nikolaev, at the mouth of the Dniester, the town of Tyrus, and on the Danube, Trismus. Then, moving southward along the west shore of the Black Sea, they built the cities of Istris, Constanta or Kustanje, Tomi, where Ovid died, Odessus, or Varna, and Apollonia, or Burgas. The historically sensitive traveler stands appalled at the antiquity of these living towns, but today's residents, engrossed in the tasks of their own generation, are undisturbed by the depth of the centuries that lie silent beneath them. Then again at the Bosporus, the Megarians, about 660, built Byzantium, yesterday Constantinople, now Istanbul. Even before Pericles, this strategic port was becoming what Napoleon would call it at the Peace of Tilsit, the key to Europe. In the 3rd century B.C., Polybius described its maritime position as more favorable to security and prosperity than that of any other city in the world known to us. Byzantium grew rich by exacting tolls from passing vessels and exporting to the Greek world the grain of southern Russia, or Scythia, and the Balkans, and the fish that were netted with shameful ease as they crowded through the narrow straits. It was its curving form and the wealth derived from this fishing industry that gave the city its later name, the Golden Horn. Under Pericles, Athens dominated Byzantine polities, levied tolls there to fill her treasury in time of emergency, and regulated the export of grain from the Black Sea as a contraband of war. Along the northern or Thracian shore of the Propontis, the Greeks built towns at Selymbria, Perinthus, or Erigli, Byzanthi, Gallipolis, or Gallipoli, and Cestus. Later settlements were established on the southwestern coast of Thrace at Aphrodisias, Enos, and Abdera, where Leucippus and Democritus would propound the philosophy of atomistic materialism. Off the coast of Thrace lay the island of Thasos, bare and ugly as a donkey's back in the sea, Archilochus described it, but so rich in gold mines that their proceeds paid all the expenses of the government. On or near the eastern coast of Macedonia, Greek gold seekers, chiefly Athenians, founded Neapolis and Amphipolis, whose capture by Philip would lead to the war in which Athens was to lose her liberty. Other Greeks, mostly from Chalcis and Eretria, conquered and named the three-fingered peninsula of Chalcidice, and by 700 had established 30 towns there, several of them destined to play a role in Greek history. Stagirus, birthplace of Aristotle, Sione, Mendi, Potidaea, Acanthus, Cleone, Torone, and Olynthus, captured by Philip in 348 and known to us now through the oratory of Demosthenes. Recent excavations at Olynthus have unearthed a town of considerable extent, with many houses of 2 stories and some of 25 rooms. In the time of Philip, Olynthus appears to have had 60,000 inhabitants. We may judge from this figure for a minor city the abounding fertility and energetic expansion of the pre-Periclean Greeks. Finally, between Chalcidice and Euboea, Ionian migrants peopled the Euboean Isles: Gerontia, Polyaegos, Etos, Paparethos, Scandali, Skyros. The orbit of empire in east and north had come full turn. The circuit was complete. Greek enterprise had transformed the islands of the Aegean and the coasts of Asia Minor, the Hellespont, the Black Sea, Macedonia, and Thrace, into a busy network of Hellenized cities, throbbing with agriculture, industry, trade, politics, literature, religion, philosophy, science, art, eloquence, chicanery, and venery. It only remained to conquer another Greece in the west and build a bridge between ancient Hellas and the modern world. Chapter 7. The Greeks in the West. 1. The Sybarites. Skirting Sunium again, our ship of fancy, sailing westward, finds Cythera, island haunt of Aphrodite, and therefore the goal of Watteau's embarkation. There, about A.D. 160, Pausanias saw the most holy and ancient of all the temples that the Greeks have built to Aphrodite. And there, in 1887, Schliemann dug its ruins out of the earth. Cythera was the southernmost of the Ionian islands that bordered the west coast of Greece, and so named because Ionian immigrants settled them. Zacynthus, Cephallenia, Ithaca, Lucus, Paxos, and Corcyra made the rest. Schliemann thought that Ithaca was the island of Odysseus, and vainly sought under its soil some confirmation of Homer's tale. But Dörpfeld believed that Odysseus's home was on rocky Leucas. From the cliffs of Leucas, as an annual sacrifice to Apollo, the ancient Leucadians, says Strabo, were in the habit of hurling a human victim. But being men as well as theologians, they mercifully attached to him powerful birds whose wings might break his fall. Probably the story of Sappho's leap is bound up with memories of this rite. Corinthian colonists occupied Corcyra, or Corfu, about 734 B.C., and soon became so strong that they defeated Corinth's navy and established their independence. From Corcyra, some Greek adventurers sailed up the Adriatic as far as Venice. Some made small settlements on the Dalmatian coast and in the valley of the Po. Others crossed at last through 50 miles of stormy water to the heel of Italy. They found a magnificent shoreline, curved into natural harbors and backed by a fertile hinterland that had been almost neglected by the aborigines. The Greek invaders took possession of this coastal region by the ruthless law of colonial expansion, that natural resources unexploited by the native population will draw in by a kind of chemical attraction some other people to exploit them and pour them into the commerce and usage of the world. From Brentisium, the newcomers, chiefly Dorian, traversed the heel of the peninsula to establish a major city at Taris, the Roman Tarentum, or Taranto. There they grew olives, raised horses, manufactured pottery, built ships, netted fish, and gathered mussels to make a purple dye more highly valued than the Phoenician. As in most of the Greek colonies, the government began as an oligarchy of landowners, passed under dictators financed by the middle class, and enjoyed vigorous and turbulent intervals of democracy. Here the romantic Pyrrhus would land, in 281 B.C., and undertake to play Alexander to the west. Across the Tarentine Gulf, a new wave of immigrants, mostly Achaeans, founded the cities of Sybaris and Crotona. The murderous jealousy of these kindred states illustrates the creative energy and destructive passions of the Greeks. Trade between eastern Greece and western Italy had a choice of two routes, one by water, the other in part by land. Ships following the water route touched at Crotona and exchanged many goods there. Thence they passed on to Rhegium, paid tolls, and moved cautiously through pirate-ridden seas and the swirling currents of the Messina Straits to Ilia and Cumae, the northernmost Greek settlement in Italy. To avoid these tolls and perils, and 100 extra miles of rowing and sailing, merchants who chose the other route unloaded their cargoes at Sybaris, carried them overland some 30 miles to the western coast at Laius, and reshipped them to Poseidonia, whence they were marketed into the interior of Italy. Strategically situated on this line of trade, Sybaris prospered until it had, if we may believe Diodorus Siculus, 300,000 population, and such wealth as few Greek cities could match. Sybarite became a synonym for Epicurean. All physical labor was performed by slaves or serfs, while the citizens, dressed in costly robes, took their ease in luxurious homes and consumed exotic delicacies. Men whose work was noisy, such as carpenters and smiths, were forbidden to practice their crafts within the confines of the city. Some of the roads in the richer districts were covered with awnings as a protection against heat and rain. Alcisthenes of Sybaris, says Aristotle, had a robe of such precious stuffs that Dionysius I of Syracuse later sold it for 120 talents, or $720,000. Smindirides of Sybaris, visiting Sicyon to sue for the hand of Cleisthenes' daughter, brought with him 1,000 servants. All went well with Sybaris until it slipped into war with its neighbor Crotona in 510. We are unreliably informed that the Sybarites marched out to battle with an army of 300,000 men. The Crotoniates, we are further assured, drew this force into confusion by playing the tunes to which the Sybarites had taught their horses to dance. The horses danced, the Sybarites were slaughtered, and their city was so conscientiously sacked and burned that it disappeared from history in a day. When, 65 years later, Herodotus and other Athenians established near the site the new colony of Thurii, they found hardly a trace of what had been the proudest community in Greece. 2. Pythagoras of Crotona. Crotona lasted longer. Founded about 710 B.C., it is, as Crotone, still noisy with industry and trade. It had the only natural harbor between Taurus and Sicily and could not forgive those ships that discharged their cargoes at Sybaris. Enough trade remained to give the citizens a comfortable prosperity, while a wholesome defeat in war, a long economic depression, a brisk climate, and a certain Dorico-Puritan mood in the population conspired to keep them vigorous despite their wealth. Here grew famous athletes like Milo and the greatest school of medicine in Magna Graecia. Perhaps it was its reputation as a health resort that drew Pythagoras to Crotona. The name means mouthpiece of the Pythian oracle at Delphi. Many of his followers considered him to be Apollo himself, and some laid claim to have caught a flash of his golden thigh. Tradition assigned his birth to Samos about 580, spoke of his studious youth, and gave him 30 years of travel. Of all men, says Heraclitus, who praised parsimoniously, Pythagoras was the most assiduous inquirer. He visited, we are told, Arabia, Syria, Phoenicia, Chaldea, India, and Gaul, and came back with an admirable motto for tourists. When you are traveling abroad, look not back at your own borders. Prejudices should be checked at every port of entry. More surely he visited Egypt, where he studied with the priests and learned much astronomy and geometry, and perhaps a little nonsense. Returning to Samos and finding that the dictatorship of Polycrates interfered with his own, he migrated to Crotona, being now over 50 years of age. There he set up as a teacher, and his imposing presence, his varied learning, and his willingness to receive women as well as men into his school soon brought him several hundred students. 2 centuries before Plato, he laid down the principle of equal opportunity for both sexes, and did not merely preach it, but practiced it. Nevertheless, he recognized natural differences of function. He gave his women pupils considerable training in philosophy and literature, but he had them instructed as well in maternal and domestic arts, so that the Pythagorean women were honored by antiquity as the highest feminine type that Greece ever produced. For the students in general, Pythagoras established rules that almost turned the school into a monastery. The members bound themselves by a vow of loyalty, both to the master and to one another. Ancient tradition is unanimous that they practiced a communistic sharing of goods while they lived in the Pythagorean community. They were not to eat flesh or eggs or beans. Wine was not forbidden, but water was recommended, a dangerous prescription in Lower Italy today. Possibly the prohibition of flesh food was a religious taboo bound up with the belief in the transmigration of souls. Men must be aware of eating their ancestors. Probably there were dispensations now and then from the letter of these rules. English historians in particular find it incredible that the wrestler Milo, who was a Pythagorean, had become the strongest man in Greece without the help of beef, though the calf that became a bull in his arms managed well enough on grass. The members were forbidden to kill any animal that does not injure man, or to destroy a cultivated tree. They were to dress simply and behave modestly, never yielding to laughter and yet not looking stern. They were not to swear by the gods, for every man ought so to live as to be worthy of belief without an oath. They were not to offer victims in sacrifice, but they might worship at altars that were unstained with blood. At the close of each day they were to ask themselves what wrongs they had committed, what duties they had neglected, what good they had done. Pythagoras himself, unless he was an excellent actor, followed these rules more rigorously than any student. Certainly his mode of life won for him such respect and authority among his pupils that no one grumbled at his pedagogical dictatorship, and autos epha, ipsi dixit, he himself has said it, became their formula for a final decision in almost any field of conduct or theory. We are told with touching reverence that the master never drank wine by day and lived for the most part on bread and honey, with vegetables as dessert, that his robe was always white and spotless, that he was never known to eat too much or to make love, that he never indulged in laughter or jests or stories, that he never chastised anyone, not even a slave. Timon of Athens thought him a juggler of solemn speech engaged in fishing for men. But among his most devoted followers were his wife Theano and his daughter Damo, who had facilities for comparing his philosophy with his life. To Damo, says Diogenes Laertius, he entrusted his commentaries and charged her to divulge them to no person out of the house, and she, though she might have sold his discourses for much money, would not abandon them, for she thought obedience to her father's injunctions more valuable than gold, and that too though she was a woman. Initiation into the Pythagorean society required, in addition to purification of the body by abstinence and self-control, a purification of the mind by scientific study. The new pupil was expected to preserve for 5 years the Pythagorean silence, that is, presumably to accept instruction without questions or argument, before being accounted a full member, or being permitted to, quote, see, meaning perhaps study under, Pythagoras. The scholars were accordingly divided into exoterici, or outer students, and esoterici, or inner members, who were entitled to the secret wisdom of the master himself. 4 subjects composed the curriculum: geometry, arithmetic, astronomy, and music. Mathematics came first, not as the practical science that the Egyptians had made it, but as an abstract theory of quantities and an ideal logical training in which thinking would be compelled to order and clarity by the test of rigorous deduction and visible proof. Geometry now definitely received the form of axiom, theorem, and demonstration. Each step in the sequence of propositions raised the student to a new platform, as the Pythagoreans put it, from which he might view more widely the secret structure of the world. Pythagoras himself, according to Greek tradition, discovered many theorems. Above all, that the sum of the angles within any triangle equals 2 right angles, and that the square of the hypotenuse of a right-angled triangle equals the sum of the squares of the other 2 sides. Apollodorus tells us that when the master discovered this theorem, he sacrificed a hecatomb, 100 animals, in thanksgiving. But this would have been scandalously un-Pythagorean. From geometry, inverting the modern order, Pythagoras passed to arithmetic, not as a practical art of reckoning, but as the abstract theory of numbers. The school seems to have made the first classification of numbers into odd or even, prime or factorable. It formulated the theory of proportion, and through this and the application of areas, created a geometrical algebra. Perhaps it was the study of proportion that led Pythagoras to reduce music to number. One day, as he passed a blacksmith's shop, his ear was attracted by the apparently regular musical intervals of the sounds that came from the anvil. Finding that the hammers were of different weights, he concluded that tones depend upon numerical ratios. In one of the few experiments which we hear of in classical science, he took 2 strings of equal thickness and equal tension, and discovered that if one was twice as long as the other, they sounded an octave when he plucked them. If one was half again the length of the other, they gave a fifth, do and sol. If one was a third longer than the other, they gave a fourth, do and fa. In this way, every musical interval could be mathematically calculated and expressed. Since all bodies moving in space produce sounds, whose pitch depends upon the size and speed of the body, then each planet in its orbit about the Earth, argued Pythagoras, makes a sound proportioned to its rapidity of translation, which in turn rises with its distance from the Earth. And these diverse notes constitute a harmony, or music of the spheres, which we never hear, because we hear it all the time. The universe, said Pythagoras, is a living sphere, whose center is the Earth. The Earth, too, is a sphere, revolving like the planets, from west to east. The Earth, indeed the whole universe, is divided into 5 zones: Arctic, Antarctic, summer, winter, and equatorial. More or less of the moon is visible to us according to the degree in which that half of it which is facing the sun is also turned toward the Earth. Eclipses of the moon are caused by the interposition of the Earth or some other body between the moon and the sun. Pythagoras, says Diogenes Laertius, was the first person to call the Earth round and to give the name of cosmos to the world. Having with these contributions to mathematics and astronomy done more than any other man to establish science in Europe, Pythagoras proceeded to philosophy. The very word is apparently one of his creations. He rejected the term sophia, or wisdom, as pretentious, and described his own pursuit of understanding as philosophia, the love of wisdom. In the 6th century, philosopher and Pythagorean were synonyms. Whereas Thales and the other Milesians had sought the first principle of all things in matter, Pythagoras sought it in form. Having discovered numerically regular relations and sequences in music, and having postulated them in the planets, he made the philosopher's leap at unity by announcing that such numerically regular relations and sequences existed everywhere, and that the essential factor in everything was number. Just as Spinoza would argue that there were 2 worlds, one the people's world of things perceived by sense, the other the philosopher's world of laws and constancies perceived by reason, and that only the second world was permanently real, so Pythagoras felt that the only basic and lasting aspects of anything were the numerical relationships of its parts. Perhaps health was a proper mathematical relationship or proportion in the parts or elements of the body. Perhaps even the soul was number. At this point, the mysticism in Pythagoras, nurtured in Egypt and the Near East, disported itself freely. The soul, he believed, is divided into 3 parts: feeling, intuition, and reason. Feeling is centered in the heart, intuition and reason in the brain. Feeling and intuition belong to animals as well as men. Reason belongs to man alone and is immortal. After death, the soul undergoes a period of purgation in Hades. Then it returns to earth and enters as a new body in a chain of transmigration that can be ended only by a completely virtuous life. Pythagoras amused, or perhaps edified, his followers by telling them that he had been in one incarnation a courtesan, in another the hero Euphorbus. He could remember quite distinctly his adventures at the siege of Troy, and recognized in a temple at Argos the armor that he had worn in that ancient life. Hearing the yelp of a beaten dog, he went at once to the rescue of the animal, saying that he distinguished in its cries the voice of a dead friend. We catch again a glimpse of the trade in ideas that bound 6th century Greece, Africa, and Asia, when we reflect that this idea of metempsychosis was at one and the same time capturing the imagination of India, of the Orphic cult in Greece, and of a philosophical school in Italy. We feel the hot breath of Hindu pessimism mingling in the ethics of Pythagoras with the clear, bright air of Plato. The purpose of life in the Pythagorean system is to gain release from reincarnation. The method is through virtue, and virtue is a harmony of the soul within itself and with God. Sometimes this harmony can be artificially induced, and the Pythagoreans, like Greek priests and doctors, used music to heal nervous disorders. More often, harmony comes to the soul through wisdom, a quiet understanding of underlying truths, for such wisdom teaches a man modesty, measure, and the golden mean. The opposite way, the way of discord, excess, and sin, leads by inevitable fate to tragedy and punishment. Justice is a square number, and sooner or later every wrong will be squared with an equivalent penalty. Here in germ are the moral philosophies of Plato and Aristotle. Pythagorean politics is Plato's philosophy realized before its conception. According to the common tradition of antiquity, the school of Pythagoras was a communistic aristocracy, men and women pooling their goods, educated together, trained to virtue and high thinking by mathematics, music, and philosophy, and offering themselves as the guardian rulers of the state. Indeed, it was Pythagoras' effort to make his society the actual government of his city that brought ruin upon himself and his followers. The initiates entered so actively into politics and took so decidedly the aristocratic side that the democratic or popular party of Crotona, in an ecstasy of rage, burned down the house in which the Pythagoreans were gathered, killed several of them, and drove the rest out of the city. Pythagoras himself, in one account, was captured and slain when, in his flight, he refused to tread upon a field of beans. Another story lets him escape to Metapontum, where he abstained from food for 40 days and, perhaps feeling that 80 years were enough, starved himself to death. His influence was lasting. Even today he is a potent name. His society survived for 3 centuries in scattered groups throughout Greece, producing scientists like Philolaus of Thebes and statesmen like Archytas, dictator of Taras and friend of Plato. Wordsworth, in his most famous ode, was an unconscious Pythagorean. Plato himself was enthralled by the vague figure of Pythagoras. At every turn he takes from him. In his scorn of democracy, his yearning for a communistic aristocracy of philosopher rulers, his conception of virtue as harmony, his theories of the nature and destiny of the soul, his love of geometry, and his addiction to the mysticism of number. All in all, Pythagoras was the founder, so far as we know them, of both science and philosophy in Europe, an achievement sufficient for any man. 3. Xenophanes of Aelia. West of Crotona lies the site of ancient Locri. The colony was founded, says Aristotle, by runaway slaves, adulterers, and thieves from Locris in mainland Greece. But perhaps Aristotle had an old-world disdain for the new. Suffering disorder from the defects of their qualities, the colonists applied to the oracle at Delphi for advice, and were told to get themselves laws. Possibly Zaleucus had instructed the oracle, for about 664 he gave to Locri ordinances which, as he said, Athena had dictated to him in a dream. This was the first written code of laws in the history of Greece, though not the first to be handed down by the gods. The Locrians liked it so well that they required any man who wished to propose a new law to speak with a rope around his neck, so that if his motion failed he might be hanged with a minimum of public inconvenience. Rounding the toe of Italy northward, the traveler reaches flourishing Reggio, founded by the Mycenaeans about 730 under the name of Rhegion, and known to the Romans as Rhegium. Slipping through the Straits of Messina, probably the Scylla and Charybdis of the Odyssey, one comes to where Laius stood, and then to ancient Yale, the Roman Velia, known to history as Elia because Plato wrote it so, and because only its philosophers are remembered. There Xenophanes of Colophon came about 510 and founded the Eleatic school. He was a personality as unique as his favorite foe, Pythagoras. A man of dauntless energy and reckless initiative, he wandered for 67 years, he tells us, up and down the land of Hellas, making observations and enemies everywhere. He wrote and recited philosophical poems, denounced Homer for his impious ribaldry, laughed at superstition, found a port in Elia, and obstinately completed a century before he died. Homer and Hesiod, sang Xenophanes, have ascribed to the gods all deeds that are a shame and a disgrace among men, thieving, adultery, and fraud. But he himself was not a pillar of orthodoxy. There never was, nor ever will be, any man who knows with certainty the things about the gods. Mortals fancy that gods are born and wear clothes and have voice and form like themselves. Yet if oxen and lions had hands and could paint and fashion images as men do, they would make the pictures and images of their gods in their own likeness. Horses would make them like horses, oxen like oxen. Ethiopians make their gods black and snub-nosed. Thracians give theirs blue eyes and red hair. There is one God, supreme among gods and men, resembling mortals neither in form nor in mind. The whole of him sees, the whole of him thinks, the whole of him hears. Without toil he rules all things by the power of his mind. This God, says Diogenes Laertius, was identified by Xenophanes with the universe. All things, even men, taught the philosopher, are derived from earth and water by natural laws. Water once covered nearly all the earth, for marine fossils are found far inland and on mountain tops. And at some future time water will probably cover the whole earth again. Nevertheless, all change in history and all separateness in things are superficial phenomena. Beneath the flux and variety of forms is an unchanging unity, which is the innermost reality of God. From this starting point, Xenophanes' disciple, Parmenides of Elea, proceeded to that idealistic philosophy which was in turn to mold the thought of Plato and Platonists throughout antiquity, and of Europe even to our day. 4. From Italy to Spain. 20 miles north of Elea lay the city of Poseidonia, the Roman Paestum, founded by colonists from Sybaris as the main Italian terminus of Milesian trade. Today one reaches it by a pleasant ride from Naples through Salerno. Suddenly, by the roadside, amid a deserted field, 3 temples appear, majestic even in their desolation. For the river, by blocking its own mouth here with centuries of silt, has long since turned this once healthy valley into a swamp, and even the reckless race that tills the slopes of Vesuvius has fled in despair from these malarial plains. Fragments of the ancient walls remain, but better preserved as if by solitude are the shrines that the Greeks raised in modest limestone but almost perfect form to the gods of the corn and the sea. The oldest of the buildings, lately called the Basilica, was more likely a temple to Poseidon. Men who owed their living to the fruit and commerce of the Mediterranean dedicated it to him towards the middle of this amazing 6th century B.C., which created great art, literature, and philosophy from Italy to Shantung. The inner as well as the outer colonnades remain, and attest the columnar passion of the Greeks. The following generation built a smaller temple, also Dorically simple and strong. We call it the Temple of Ceres, but we do not know what god sniffed the savor of its offerings. A yet later generation, just before or after the Persian War, erected the greatest and best proportioned of the 3 temples, probably also to Poseidon, fittingly enough, since from its porticos one gazes into the inviting face of the treacherous sea. Again, almost everything is columns, a powerful and complete Doric peristyle without, and within, a 2-storied colonnade that once upheld a roof. Here is one of the most impressive sights in Italy. It seems incredible that this temple, better preserved than anything built by the Romans, was the work of Greeks almost 5 centuries before Christ. We can imagine something of the beauty and vitality of a community that had both the resources and the taste to raise such centers for its religious life. And then we can conjure up less inadequately the splendor of richer and vaster cities like Miletus, Samos, Ephesus, Crotona, Sybaris, and Syracuse. Slightly north of where Naples stands today, adventurers from Chalcis, Eretria, Euboean Cyme, and Graia founded about 750 the great port of Cumae, oldest of Greek towns in the west. Taking the products of eastern Greece and selling them in central Italy, Cumae rapidly acquired wealth, colonized and controlled Rhegium, obtained command of the Straits of Messina, and excluded from them, or subjected to heavy tolls, the vessels of cities not leagued with it in trade. Spreading southward, the Cumaeans founded Dicearchia, which became the Roman port of Puteoli, or Puteoli, and Neapolis, or New City, our Naples. From these colonies, Greek ideas as well as goods passed into the crude young city of Rome, and northward into Etruria. At Cumae, the Romans picked up several Greek gods, Apollo and Heracles especially, and bought for more than they were worth the scrolls in which the Cumaean Sibyl, the aged priestess of Apollo, had foretold the future of Rome. Near the beginning of the 6th century, the Phocaeans of Ionia landed on the southern shore of France, founded Massalia, or Marseille, and carried Greek products up the Rhone and its branches as far as Arles and Nîmes. They made friends and wives of the natives, introduced the olive and the vine as gifts to France, and so familiarized southern Gaul with Greek civilization that Rome found it easy to spread its kindred culture there in Caesar's time. Ranging along the coast to the east, the Phocaeans established Antipolis, or Antibes, Nicaea, or Nice, and Monicus, or Monaco. Westward they ventured into Spain and built the towns of Rodi, or Rosas, Emporium, or Amporius, Hemeroscopium, and Minaca, near Malaga. The Greeks in Spain flourished for a while by exploiting the silver mines of Tartessus, but in 535 the Carthaginians and Etruscans combined their forces to destroy the Phocaean fleet, and from that time Greek power in the western Mediterranean waned. 5. Sicily. We have left, not quite to the last, the richest of all the regions colonized by the Greeks. To Sicily, nature had given what she had withheld from continental Greece, an apparently inexhaustible soil fertilized by rain and lava, and producing so much wheat and corn that Sicily was thought to be, if not the birthplace, at least a favorite haunt of Demeter herself. Here were orchards, vineyards, olive groves heavy with fruit, honey as succulent as Hymettus's, and flowers blooming in their turn from the beginning to the end of the year. Grassy plains pastured sheep and cattle, endless timber grew in the hills, and the fish in the surrounding waters reproduced faster than Sicily could eat them. A Neolithic culture had flourished here in the 3rd millennium before Christ, a bronze culture in the 2nd. Even in Minoan days, trade had bound the island with Crete and Greece. Towards the end of the 2nd millennium, 3 waves of immigration broke upon Sicilian shores. The Sicans came from Spain, the Elami from Asia Minor, the Sicels from Italy. About 800, the Phoenicians established themselves at Motia and Panormus, or Palermo, in the west. From 735 on, the Greeks poured in, and in quick succession founded Naxos, Syracuse, Leontini, Messana, or Messina, Catana, Gela, Himera, Selinus, and Atragus. In all these cases, the natives were driven from the coast by force of arms. Most of them retired to till the mountainous interior. Some became slaves to the invaders. So many others intermarried with the conquerors that Greek blood, character, and morals in Sicily took on a perceptible native tint of passion and sensuality. The Hellenes never quite conquered the island. The Phoenicians and Carthaginians remained predominant on the west coast, and for 500 years periodic war marked the struggle of Greek and Semite, Europe and Africa, for the possession of Sicily. After 13 centuries of domination by Rome, that contest would be resumed in the Middle Ages between Norman and Saracen. Catana was distinguished for its laws, the Lipari Islands for their communism, Himera for its poet, Segesta, Selinus, and Atragus for their temples, Syracuse for its power and wealth. The laws that Charondas gave to Catana, a full generation before Solon, became a model for many cities in Sicily and Italy, and served to create public order and sexual morality in communities unprotected by ancient mores and sacred precedents. A man might divorce his wife or a wife her husband, said Charondas, but then he or she must not marry anyone younger than the divorced mate. Charondas, according to a typically Greek tale, forbade the citizens to enter the assembly while armed. One day, however, he himself came to the public meeting forgetfully wearing his sword. When a voter reproached him for breaking his own law, he answered, "I will rather confirm it," and slew himself. If we wish to visualize the difficulties of life in colonies carved out by violent conquest, we need only contemplate the curious communism of the Lipari, that is, the glorious islands, which lie to the north of eastern Sicily. Here, about 580, some adventurers from Cnidus organized a pirate's paradise. Preying upon the commerce about the straits, they brought the booty to their island lairs and shared it with exemplary equality. The land was owned by the community, a part of the population was assigned to till it, and the products were distributed in like shares to all the citizens. In time, however, individualism reasserted itself. The land was divided into plots individually owned, and life resumed the uneven tenor of its competitive way. On the northern coast of Sicily lay Himera, destined to be the Plataea of the west. There Stesichorus, maker of choruses at a time when the Greeks were tiring of epics, recast into the form of choral lyrics the legends of the race, and gave even to Helen and Achilles the passing novelty of modern dress. As if to bridge the gap between the dying epic and the future novel, Stesichorus composed love stories in verse. In one of these, a pure and timid lass dies of unrequited love, in the style of Provençal madrigals or Victorian fiction. At the same time, he opened a pathway for Theocritus by writing a pastoral poem on the death of the shepherd Daphnis, whose love for Chloe was to be the main business of the Greek novel in the Roman age. Stesichorus had his own romance, and with no less a lady than Helen herself. Having lost his sight, he attributed this calamity to his having handed down a tale of Helen's infidelity. To atone to her, for she was now a goddess, he composed a palinode, or second song, assuring the world that Helen had been kidnapped by force, had never yielded to Paris, had never gone to Troy, but had waited intact in Egypt until Menelaus came to rescue her. In his old age, the poet warned Himera against giving dictatorial power to Phalaris of Acragas. He cast his warning into the form of a fable. A horse, annoyed by the invasion of a stag into its pasturage, asked a man to help it punish the poacher. The man promised to do this if the horse would allow him to bestride it, javelin in hand. The horse agreed, the stag was frightened away, and the horse found that he was now a slave to the man. Being unheeded, he moved to Catana, where his monumental tomb was one of the sights of Roman Sicily. West of Himera lay Segesta, of which nothing remains but a peristyle of unfinished Doric columns weirdly rising amid surrounding weeds. To find Sicilian architecture at its best, we must cross the island southward to the once great cities of Selinus and Acragas. During its tragic tenure of life, from its establishment in 651 to its destruction by Carthaginians in 409, Selinus raised to the silent gods 7 Doric temples, immense in size but of imperfect workmanship, covered with painted plaster and decorated with crude reliefs. The demon of earthquake destroyed these temples at a date unknown, and little survives of them but broken columns and capitals sprawling on the ground. Acragas, the Roman Agrigentum, was in the 6th century the largest and richest city in Sicily. We picture it rising from its busy wharves through a noisy marketplace to the homes on the slope of the hill and the stately Acropolis, whose shrines almost lifted their worshippers to the sky. Here, as in most of the Greek colonies, the landowning aristocracy yielded power to a dictatorship representing chiefly the middle class. In 570, Phalaris seized the government and secured immortality by roasting his enemies in a brazen bull. He was particularly pleased by a contrivance that made the agonized cries of his victims sound through a mechanism of pipes like the bellowing of the animal. Nevertheless, it was to him and a later dictator, Theron, that the city owed the political order and stability that permitted its economic development. The merchants of Acragas, like those of Selinus, Crotona, and Sybaris, became the American millionaires of their time, upon whom the lesser plutocrats of older Greece looked with secret envy and compensatory scorn. The new world, said the old, was interested in size and show, but had no taste or artistry. The temple of Zeus at Acragas unquestionably sought size, for Polybius describes it as second to none in Greece in dimensions and design. We cannot directly judge its beauty, for wars and earthquakes destroyed it. A generation later, in the age of Pericles, Acragas raised more modest structures. This book is continued on Cassette 6, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 6, Side 1. A generation later, in the age of Pericles, Acragas raised more modest structures. One of them, the Temple of Concord, survives almost completely, and of the Temple of Hera there remains an impressive colonnade, enough in either case to show that Greek taste was not confined to Athens, and that even the commercial West had learned that size is not development. In Acragas the great Empedocles would be born, and perhaps it was there, and not in Aetna's crater, that he would die. Syracuse began as it is today, a village huddled on the promontory of Ortygia. As far back as the 8th century, Corinth had sent colonists, armed with righteousness and superior weapons, to seize the little peninsula, which was then perhaps an island. They built or widened the connection with the mainland of Sicily, and drove most of the Sicels into the interior. They multiplied with all the rapidity of a vigorous people on a resourceful soil. In time, their city became the largest in Greece, with a circumference of 14 miles and a population of 500,000 souls. An aristocracy of landholders was overthrown about 495 by a revolt of the unfranchised plebes in alliance with the enslaved Sicels. The new democracy, if we may believe Aristotle, proved incapable of establishing an orderly society, and in 485 Gelon of Gela, by a program of enlightened treachery, set up a dictatorship. Like many of his kind, he was as able as he was unscrupulous. Scorning all moral codes and political restraints, he transformed Ortygia into an impregnable fortress for his government, conquered Naxos, Leontini, and Messana, and taxed all eastern Sicily to make Syracuse the most beautiful of Greek capitals. In this way, says Herodotus sadly, Gelon became a great king. Gelon of Syracuse, says Lucian, had disagreeable breath, but did not find it out himself for a long time, no one venturing to mention such a circumstance to a tyrant. At last a foreign woman who had a connection with him dared to tell him, whereupon he went to his wife and scolded her for never having, with all her opportunities of knowing, warned him of it. She put in the defense that, as she had never been familiar or at close quarters with any other man, she had supposed all men were like that. He was disarmed. He redeemed himself and became the idolized Napoleon of Sicily when, as Xerxes's fleet moved upon Athens, the Carthaginians sent an armada only less numerous than the Persian to wrest the island paradise from the Greeks. The fate of Sicily was joined with that of Greece when in the same month, tradition said on the same day, Gelon faced Hamilcar at Himera, and Themistocles confronted Xerxes at Salamis. 6. The Greeks in Africa. The Carthaginians had reason to be disturbed, for even on the north coast of Africa the Greeks had established cities and were capturing trade. As early as 630, the Dorians of Thera had sent a numerous colony to Cyrene, midway between Carthage and Egypt. There, on the desert's edge, they found good soil, with rain so abundant that the natives spoke of the site as the place where there was a hole in the sky. The Greeks used part of the land for pasturage, and exported wool and hides. They grew from the silphium plant a spice that all Greece was eager to buy. They sold Greek products to Africa, and developed their own handicrafts to such a point that Cyrenaic vases ranked among the best. The city used its wealth intelligently, and adorned itself with great gardens, temples, statuary, and gymnasiums. Here the first famous Epicurean philosopher, Aristippus, was born, and here, after much wandering, he returned to found the Cyrenaic school. Within Egypt itself, normally hostile to any foreign settlement, the Greeks gained a foothold, at last an empire. About 650, the Milesians opened a factory or trading post at Naucratis, on the Canopic branch of the Nile. Pharaoh Psamtik I tolerated them because they made good mercenaries, while their commerce provided rich prey for his collectors of customs revenues. Ahmose II gave them a large measure of self-government. Naucratis became almost an industrial city, with manufactures of pottery, terracotta, and faience. Still more, it became an emporium of trade, bringing in Greek oil and wine and sending out Egyptian wheat, linen and wool, African ivory, frankincense, and gold. Gradually, amid these exchanges, Egyptian lore and techniques in religion, architecture, sculpture, and science flowed into Greece, while in return Greek words and ways entered Egypt and paved the way for Greek domination in the Alexandrian age. If in imagination we take a merchant vessel from Naucratis to Athens, our tour of the Greek world will be complete. It was necessary that we should make this long circuit in order that we might see and feel the extent and variety of Hellenic civilization. Aristotle described the constitutional history of 158 Greek city-states, but there were 1,000 more. Each contributed in commerce, industry, and thought to what we mean by Greece. In the colonies, rather than on the mainland, were born Greek poetry and prose, mathematics and metaphysics, oratory and history. Without them, and the thousand absorbing tentacles which they stretched out into the Old World, Greek civilization, the most precious product in history, might never have been. Through them, the cultures of Egypt and the Orient passed into Greece, and Greek culture spread slowly into Asia, Africa, and Europe. Chapter 8. The Gods of Greece. 1. The Sources of Polytheism. When we look for unifying elements in the civilization of these scattered cities, we find essentially 5. A common language, with local dialects, a common intellectual life in which only major figures in literature, philosophy, and science are known far beyond their political frontiers, a common passion for athletics, finding outlet in municipal and interstate games, a love of beauty locally expressed in forms of art common to all the Greek communities, and a partly common religious ritual and belief. Religion divided the cities as much as it united them. Under the polite and general worship of the remote Olympians lay the intenser cults of local deities and powers who served no vassalage to Zeus. Tribal and political separatism nourished polytheism and made monotheism impossible. In the early days, every family had its own god. To him the divine fire burned unextinguished at the hearth, and to him offerings of food and wine were made before every meal. This holy communion, or sharing of food with the god, was the basic and primary act of religion in the home. Birth, marriage, and death were sanctified into sacraments by ancient ritual before the sacred fire, and in this way religion suffused a mystic poetry and a stabilizing solemnity over the elemental events of human life. In like manner, the gene, the phratry, the tribe, and the city each had its special god. Athens worshipped Athena, Eleusis Demeter, Samos Hera, Ephesus Artemis, Poseidonia Poseidon. The center and summit of the city was the shrine of the city god. Participation in the worship of the god was the sign, the privilege, and the requisite of citizenship. When the city marched out to war, it carried the form and emblem of its god in the forefront of the troops, and no important step was taken without consulting him through divination. In return, he fought for the city, and sometimes seemed to appear at the head or above the spears of the soldiers. Victory was the conquest not only of a city by a city, but of a god by a god. The city, like the family or the tribe, kept always burning, at a public altar in the Prytaneum or town hall, a sacred fire symbolizing the mystically potent and persistent life of the city's founders and heroes. And periodically the citizens partook of a common meal before this fire. Just as in the family the father was also the priest, so in the Greek city the chief magistrate or archon was the high priest of the state religion, and all his powers and actions were sanctified by the god. By this conscription of the supernatural, man was tamed from a hunter into a citizen. Liberated by local independence, the religious imagination of Greece produced a luxuriant mythology and a populous pantheon. Every object or force of earth or sky, every blessing and every terror, every quality, even the vices of mankind, was personified as a deity, usually in human form. No other religion has ever been so anthropomorphic as the Greek. Every craft, profession, and art had its divinity, or as we should say, its patron saint. In addition, there were demons, harpies, furies, fairies, gorgons, sirens, nymphs, almost as numerous as the mortals of the earth. The old question, is religion created by priests, is here settled. It is incredible that any conspiracy of primitive theologians should have begotten such a plethora of gods. It must have been a boon to have so many deities, so many fascinating legends, sacred shrines, and solemn or joyous festivals. Polytheism is as natural as polygamy, and survives as long, suiting well all the contradictory currents of the world. Even today, in Mediterranean Christianity, it is not God who is worshipped so much as the saints. It is polytheism that sheds over the simple life the inspiring poetry of consolatory myth, and gives to the humble soul the aid and comfort that it would not venture to expect from a supreme being unapproachably awful and remote. Each of the gods had a mythos, or story, attached to him, which accounted for his place in the city's life, or for the ritual that honored him. These myths, rising spontaneously out of the lore of the place and the people, or out of the inventions and embellishments of rhapsodists, became at once the faith and the philosophy, the literature and the history of the early Greek. From them came the subjects that adorned Greek vases and suggested to artists countless paintings, statues, and reliefs. Despite the achievements of philosophy and the attempts of a few to preach a monotheistic creed, the people continued to the end of Hellenic civilization to create myths and even gods. Men like Heraclitus might allegorize the myths, or like Plato adapt them, or like Xenophanes denounce them. But when Pausanias toured Greece 5 centuries after Plato, he found still alive among the people the legends that had warmed the heart of the Homeric age. The mythopoetic, theopoetic process is natural, and goes on today as always. There is a birth rate as well as a death rate of the gods. Deity is like energy, and its quantity remains, through all the vicissitudes of form, approximately unchanged from generation to generation. 2. An inventory of the gods. 1. The lesser deities. We shall force some order and clarity upon this swarm of gods if we artificially divide them into 7 groups: sky gods, earth gods, fertility gods, animal gods, subterranean gods, ancestor or hero gods, and Olympians. The names of all of them, as Hesiod said, it were troublesome for a mortal man to tell. 1. Originally, so far as we can make out, the great god of the invading Greeks, as of the Vedic Hindus, was the noble and various sky itself. It was probably this sky god who, with progressing anthropomorphism, became Uranus, or heaven, and then the cloud-compelling, rain-making, thunder-herding Zeus. In a land surfeited with sunshine and hungry for rain, the sun, Helios, was only a minor deity. Agamemnon prayed to him, and the Spartans sacrificed horses to him to draw his flaming chariot through the skies. The Rhodians, in Hellenistic days, honored Helios as their chief divinity, flung annually into the sea 4 horses and a chariot for his use, and dedicated to him the famous Colossus. And Anaxagoras almost lost his life, even in Periclean Athens, for saying that the sun was not a god, but only a ball of fire. Generally, however, there was little worship of the sun in classic Greece, still less of the moon, Selene, least of all of the planets or the stars. 2. The earth, not the heavens, was the home of most Greek gods. And first the earth itself was the goddess Ge, or Gaea, patient and bountiful mother, pregnant through the embrace of reigning Uranus, the sky. 1,000 lesser deities dwelt on the earth, in its waters or in its surrounding air. Spirits of sacred trees, especially the oak, Nereids, Naiads, Oceanids, in rivers, lakes, or the sea, gods gushing forth as wells or springs, or flowing as stately streams, like the Meander or the Spercheius, gods of the wind, like Boreas, Zephyr, Notus, and Eurus, with their master, Aeolus, or the great god Pan, the horned, cloven-footed, sensual, smiling nourisher, god of shepherds and flocks, of woods and the wild life lurking in them, he whose magic flute could be heard in every brook and dell, whose startling cry brought panic to any careless herd, and whose attendants were merry fauns and satyrs, and those old satyrs called Sileni, half goat and half Socrates. Everywhere in nature there were gods. The air was so crowded with spirits of good or evil that, said an unknown poet, there is not one empty chink into which you could push the spike of a blade of corn. 3. The most mysterious and potent force in nature being reproduction, it was natural that the Greeks, like other ancient peoples, should worship the principle and emblems of fertility in man and woman, along with their worship of fertility in the soil. The phallus, as symbol of reproduction, appears in the rites of Demeter, Dionysus, Hermes, and even of the chaste Artemis. In classical sculpture and painting, this emblem recurs with scandalous frequency. Even the great Dionysia, the religious festival at which the Greek drama was played, was introduced by phallic processions to which Athenian colonies piously sent phalli. Doubtless, such festivals lent themselves to much lusty humor, as one may judge from Aristophanes. But all in all, the humor was healthy and perhaps served the purpose of stimulating eros and promoting the birth rate. The more vulgar side of this fertility cult was expressed in the Hellenistic and Roman periods by the worship of Priapus, born of an amour between Dionysus and Aphrodite, and popular with vase painters and the mural artists of Pompeii. A lovelier variation of the reproductive theme was the veneration of goddesses representing motherhood. Arcadia, Argos, Eleusis, Athens, Ephesus, and other localities gave their greatest devotion to feminine deities, often husbandless. Such goddesses presumably reflect a primitive matrilinear age before the coming of marriage. The enthronement of Zeus as father god over all gods represents the victory of the patriarchal principle. The probable priority of women in agriculture may have helped to give form to the greatest of these mother deities, Demeter, goddess of the corn or the tilled earth. One of the most beautiful of Greek myths, skillfully narrated in the hymn to Demeter once attributed to Homer, tells how Demeter's daughter Persephone, while gathering flowers, was kidnapped by Pluto, god of the underworld, and snatched down to Hades. The sorrowing mother searched for her everywhere, found her, and persuaded Pluto to let Persephone live on the earth 9 months in every year, a pretty symbol for the annual death and rebirth of the soil. Because the people of Eleusis befriended the disguised Demeter as she sat by the way, grieved in her inmost heart, she taught them and Attica the secret of agriculture, and sent Triptolemus, son of Eleusis' king, to spread the art among mankind. Essentially, it was the same myth as that of Isis and Osiris in Egypt, Tammuz and Ishtar in Babylonia, Astarte and Adonis in Syria, Cybele and Attis in Phrygia. The cult of motherhood survived through classical times to take new life in the worship of Mary, the Mother of God. 4. Certain animals in early Greece were honored as semi-deities. Greek religion was too anthropomorphic in its sculptural age to admit the divine menageries that we find in Egypt and India, but a vestige of a less classical past appears in the frequent association of an animal with a god. The bull was sacred because of its strength and potency. It was often an associate, disguise, or symbol of Zeus and Dionysus, and perhaps preceded them as a god. In like manner, the cow-eyed Hera may once have been a sacred cow. The pig, too, was holy because of its fertility. It was associated with the gentle Demeter. At one of her festivals, the Thesmophoria, the sacrifice was ostensibly of a pig, and possibly to it. At the Feast of the Diasia, the sacrifice was nominally to Zeus, really to a subterranean snake that was now dignified with his name. Whether the snake was holy as supposedly deathless, or as a symbol of reproductive power, we find it passing down as a deity from the snake goddess of Crete into 5th century Athens. In the temple of Athena, on the Acropolis, a sacred serpent dwelt, to whom each month a honey cake was offered in appeasing sacrifice. In Greek art, a snake is often seen about the figures of Hermes, Apollo, and Asclepius. Under the shield of Phidias's Athene Parthenos was wreathed a mighty serpent. The Farnese Athena is half covered with snakes. The snake was often used as a symbol or form of the guardian deity of temple or home. Perhaps because it prowled about tombs, it was believed to be the soul of the dead. The Pythian games are thought to have been celebrated at first in honor of the dead Python of Delphi. 5. The most terrible of the gods were under the earth. In caves and clefts and like nether chambers dwelt those Chthonian or earthly deities whom the Greeks worshipped not by day with loving adoration, but at night with apotropaic rites of riddance and fear. These vague non-human powers were the real autochthonoi of Greece, older than the Hellenes, perhaps older than the Mycenaeans, who probably transmitted them to Greece. If we could trace them to their origin, we might find that they were the vengeful spirits of the animals that had been driven into the forests or under the soil by the advance and multiplication of men. The greatest of these subterranean deities was called Zeus Chthonius, but Zeus here meant merely God. Or he was called Zeus Mylikios, the benevolent god. But here again the words were deceptive and propitiatory, for this god was a fearful snake. Brother to Zeus was Hades, lord of the underworld that took his name. To placate him, the Greeks called him Pluto, the giver of abundance, for he had it in his power to bless or blight the roots of all things that grew in the soil. Still more ghostly and terrible was Hecate, an evil spirit that came up from the lower world and brought misfortune through her evil eye to all whom she visited. The less learned Greeks sacrificed puppies to keep her away. 6. Before the classical age, the dead were regarded as spirits capable of good and evil to men, and were appeased with offerings and prayer. They were not quite gods, but the primitive Greek family, like the Chinese, honored its dead beyond any deity. In classical Greece, these vague ghosts were more dreaded than loved, and were propitiated with aversion rituals, as in the festival of Anthesteria. The worship of heroes was an extension of the cult of the dead. Great, noble, or beautiful men or women could be raised by the gods to immortal life and become minor deities. So the people of Olympia offered annual sacrifice to Hippodamia, Cassandra was worshipped at Laconian Leuctra, Helen at Sparta, Oedipus at Colonus. Or a god might descend into the body of a mortal and transform him with divinity. Or the god might cohabit with a mortal and beget a hero god, as Zeus without Mina begot Heracles. Many cities, groups, even professions traced their origin to some god-born hero. So the physicians of Greece looked back to Asclepius. The god was once a dead man, ancestor, or hero. The temple was originally a tomb. The church is still in most lands a shelter for relics of the sacred dead. In general, the Greeks made less distinction between men and gods than we do. Many of their gods were as human, except in birth, as our saints, and as close to their worshippers. And though they were called immortals, some of them, like Dionysus, could die. 2. The Olympians. All these were the less famous, though not necessarily the less honored gods of Greece. How is it that we hear so little of them in Homer and so much of the Olympians? Probably because the gods of Olympus entered with the Achaeans and Dorians, overlaid the Mycenaean and Chthonian deities, and conquered them as their worshippers were conquered. We see the change in action at Dodona and Delphi, where the older god of the earth, Gaea, was displaced in the one case by Zeus, in the other by Apollo. The defeated gods were not wiped out. They remained, so to speak, as subject deities, hiding bitterly underground, but still revered by the common people, while the victorious Olympians received on their mountaintop the worship of the aristocracy. Hence Homer, who composed for the elite, says almost nothing of the nether gods. Homer, Hesiod, and the sculptors helped the political ascendancy of the conquerors to spread the cult of the Olympians. Sometimes the minor gods were combined or absorbed into the greater figures, or became their attendants or satellites, very much as minor states were now and then attached or subjected to greater ones. So the satyrs and Sileni were given to Dionysus, the sea nymphs to Poseidon, the mountain and forest sprites to Artemis. The more savage rites and myths faded out. The chaos of a demon-haunted earth yielded to a semi-orderly divine government that reflected the growing political stability of the Greek world. At the head of this new regime was the majestic and patriarchal Zeus. He was not first in time. Uranus and Cronus, as we have seen, preceded him, but they and the Titans, like Lucifer's hosts, were overthrown. Zeus and his brothers cast lots to divide the world amongst them. Zeus won the sky, Poseidon the sea, Hades the bowels of the earth. There is no creation in this mythology. The world existed before the gods, and the gods do not make man out of the slime, but beget him by union among themselves or with their mortal offspring. God is literally the Father in the theology of the Greeks. Nor are the Olympians omnipotent or omniscient. Each limits the other, or even opposes the other. Any one of them, especially Zeus, can be deceived. Nevertheless, they acknowledge his suzerainty and crowd his court like the retainers of a feudal lord. And though he consults them on occasion and now and then yields his preference to theirs, he frequently puts them in their place. He begins as a sky and mountain god, provider of the indispensable rain. Like Yahweh, he is, among his earlier forms, a god of war. He debates with himself whether to end the siege of Troy or make the war more bloody, and decides for the latter course. Gradually he becomes the calm and mighty ruler of gods and men, bestriding Olympus in bearded dignity. He is the head and source of the moral order of the world. He punishes filial neglect, guards family property, sanctions oaths, pursues perjurers, and protects boundaries, hearths, suppliants, and guests. At last he is the serene dispenser of judgment, whom Phidias carves for Olympia. His one failing is the youthful readiness with which he falls in love. Not having created women, he admires them as wonderful things, bearing even to the gods the inestimable gifts of beauty and tenderness, and he finds it beyond him to resist them. Hesiod draws up a long list of the divine amours and their glorious offspring. His first mate is Dione, but he leaves her in Epirus when he moves to Thessalian Olympus. There his first wife is Metis, goddess of measure, mind, and wisdom. Gossip says that her children will dethrone him, therefore he swallows her, absorbs her qualities, and becomes himself the god of wisdom. Metis is delivered of Athena within him, and his head has to be cut open that Athena may be born. Lonely for loveliness, he takes Themis for his mate, and begets by her the 12 hours. Then he takes Eurynome, and begets the 3 Graces. Then Mnemosyne, and engenders the 9 Muses. Then Leto, and fathers Apollo and Artemis. Then his sister Demeter, and has Persephone. Finally, having sown his wild oats, he weds his sister Hera, makes her queen of Olympus, and receives from her Hebe, Ares, Hephaestus, and Eileithyia. But he does not get along well with Hera. She is as old a god as he, and more honored in many states. She is the patron deity of matrimony and motherhood, protectress of the marriage tie. She is prim and grave and virtuous, and frowns upon his escapades. Moreover, she is an excellent shrew. He thinks of beating her, but finds it easier to console himself with new amours. His first mortal mate is Niobe. His last is Alcmena, who is descended from Niobe in the 16th generation. He loves also with Greek impartiality his handsome Ganymede, and snatches him up to be his cupbearer on Olympus. It was natural that so fertile a father should have some distinguished children. When Athena was born in full development and armament from the head of Zeus, she provided the literature of the world with one of its most hackneyed similes. She was an appropriate goddess for Athens, consoling its maids with her proud virginity, inspiring its men with martial ardor, and symbolizing for Pericles the wisdom that belonged to her as the daughter of Metis and Zeus. When Pallas the Titan tried to make love to her, she slew him and added his name to hers as a warning to other suitors. To her, Athens dedicated its loveliest temple and its most splendid festival. More widely worshipped than Athena was her comely brother Apollo, bright deity of the sun, patron of music, poetry, and art, founder of cities, maker of laws, god of healing, and father of Asclepius, far-darting archer and god of war, successor to Gaia and Phoebe at Delphi as the holiest oracle of Greece. As god of the growing crops, he received tithe offerings at harvest time, and in return he radiated his golden warmth and light from Delos and Delphi to enrich the soil. Everywhere he was associated with order, measure, and beauty, and whereas in other cults there were strange elements of fear and superstition, in the worship of Apollo and in his great festivals at Delphi and Delos, the dominant note was the rejoicing of a brilliant people in a god of health and wisdom, reason and song. Happy, too, was his sister Artemis, or Diana, maiden goddess of the chase, so absorbed in the ways of animals and the pleasure of the woods that she had no time for the love of men. She was the goddess of wild nature, of meadows, forests, hills, and the sacred bough. As Apollo was the ideal of Greek youth, so Artemis was the model of Greek girlhood, strong, athletic, graceful, chaste, and yet again she was the patroness of women in childbirth, who prayed to her to ease their pains. At Ephesus she kept her Asiatic character as a goddess of motherhood and fertility. In this way the ideas of virgin and mother became confused in her worship, and the Christian Church found it wise in the 5th century of our era to attach the remnants of this cult to Mary, and to transform the mid-August harvest festival of Artemis into the Feast of the Assumption. In such ways the old is preserved in the new, and everything changes except the essence. History, like life, must be continuous or die. Character and institutions may be altered, but slowly. A serious interruption of their development throws them into national amnesia and insanity. A thoroughly human figure in this pantheon was the master craftsman of Olympus, that lame Hephaestus, whom the Romans knew as Vulcan. At first he seems a pitiful and ridiculous figure, this insulted and injured Quasimodo of the skies, but in the end our sympathies are with him rather than with the clever and unscrupulous gods who maltreat him. Perhaps in early days, before he became so human, he had been the leaping spirit of the fire and the forge. In the Homeric theogony he is the son of Zeus and Hera, but other myths assure us that Hera, jealous of Zeus's unaided delivery of Athena, gave birth to Hephaestus without the aid of any male. Seeing him to be ugly and weak, she cast him down from Olympus. He found his way back and built for the gods the many mansions in which they dwelt. Though his mother had dealt so cruelly with him, he showed her all kindness and respect, and defended her so zealously in one of her quarrels with Zeus that the great Olympian seized him by the leg and hurled him down to the earth. A whole day Hephaestus fell. At last he landed on the island of Lemnos and hurt his ankle. Certainly thereafter, before that, says Homer, he was painfully lame. Again he found his way back to Olympus. In his resounding workshops he built a mighty anvil with 20 huge bellows, made the shield and armor of Achilles, statues that moved of their own accord, and other wonderful things. The Greeks worshipped him as the god of all metal trades, then of all handicrafts, and pictured the volcanoes as the chimneys of his subterranean forges. It was his misfortune that he married Aphrodite, for it is difficult for beauty to be virtuous. Learning of her affair with Ares, Hephaestus fashioned a trap that fell upon the lovers as they loved, and then the limping deity had his lame revenge by bringing his fellow gods to look in laughter upon the bound divinities of love and war. But to Hermes, Homer tells us, Apollo said, "Hermes, son of Zeus, wouldst thou in sooth be willing, even though ensnared with strong bonds, to lie on a couch by the side of golden Aphrodite? Then the messenger answered him, Would that this might befall, Lord Apollo, that thrice as many bonds inextricable might clasp me about, and that ye gods, I and all the goddesses too, might be looking on, but that I might sleep by the side of golden Aphrodite. Ares, Mars, was never distinguished for intelligence or subtlety. His business was war, and even the charms of Aphrodite could not give him the thrill that came to him from lusty and natural killing. Homer calls him the curse of men, and tells with pleasure how Athena laid him low with a stone. He covered as he lay 7 acres of the field. Hermes, or Mercury, is more interesting. In origin he is a stone, and from the cult of sacred stones his worship is derived. The stages of his evolution are still visible. Then he is the tall stone placed upon graves, or he is the daimon, or spirit, in this stone. Then he is the boundary stone, or its god, marking and guarding a field, and because his function there is also to promote fertility, the phallus becomes one of his symbols. Then he is the herm, or pillar, with carved head, uncarved body, and prominent male member, which was placed before all respectable houses in Athens. We shall see how the mutilation of these hermi on the eve of the expedition against Syracuse provided the proximate cause for the ruin of Alcibiades and Athens. Again, he is the god of wayfarers and the protector of heralds. Their characteristic staff, or caduceus, is one of his favorite insignia. As god of travelers, he becomes a god of luck, trade, cunning, and gain, therefore an inventor and guarantor of measures and scales, a patron saint of perjurers, embezzlers, and thieves. He is himself a herald, bearing the billets and decrees of Olympus from god to god or man, and he moves on winged sandals with the speed of an angry wind. His running about gives him a lithe and graceful form, and prepares him for Praxiteles. As a swift and vigorous youth, he is the patron saint of athletes, and his shamelessly virile image has a place in every palestra. As herald, he is the god of eloquence. As celestial interpreter, he is the first of a long hermeneutical line. One of the Homeric hymns tells how, in his youth, he stretched strings across a tortoise shell, and so invented the lyre. Finally, it comes his turn to appease Aphrodite, and their offspring, we are told, is a delicate hermaphrodite, sharing their charms and named from their names. It was characteristic of Greece that, in addition to deities of chastity, virginity, and motherhood, it should have a goddess of beauty and love. Doubtless, in her Near Eastern origins, and in Cyprus, her half-Oriental home, Aphrodite was first of all a mother goddess. To the end of her tenure, she remained associated with reproduction and fertility in the whole realm of plant, animal, and human life. But as civilization developed and increasing security obviated the need for a high birth rate, the aesthetic sense was left free to see other values in woman than those of multiplication, and to make Aphrodite not only the embodiment of the ideal of beauty, but the deity of all heterosexual pleasure. The Greeks worshipped her in many forms, as Aphrodite Urania, the heavenly, the goddess of chaste or sacred love, as Aphrodite Pandemos, the popular, the goddess of profane love in all its modes, and even as Aphrodite Kallippagos, the Venus of the lovely Nates. At Athens and Corinth, the courtesans built temples to her as their patron saint. At the beginning of April, various cities in Greece celebrated her great festival, the Aphrodisia, and on that occasion, for those who cared to take part, sexual freedom was the order of the day. She was the love goddess of the sensual and passionate south, ancient rival of Artemis, the love goddess of the cold and hunting north. Mythology, almost as ironic as history, made her the wife of the crippled Hephaestus, but she consoled herself with Ares, Hermes, Poseidon, Dionysus, and many a mortal like Anchises and Adonis. To her, in competition with Hera and Athena, Paris awarded the golden apple as the prize of beauty. But perhaps she was never really beautiful until Praxiteles reconceived her, and gave her the loveliness for which Greece could forgive all her sins. To the legitimate or illegitimate children of Zeus we must add, as major Olympians, his sister Hestia, goddess of the hearth, and his unruly brother Poseidon. This Greek Neptune, secure in his watery realms, considered himself fully the equal of Zeus. Even landlocked nations worshipped him, for he commanded not only the sea but the rivers and the springs. It was he who guided the mysterious subterranean streams and made earthquakes with tidal waves. To him Greek mariners prayed and raised appeasing temples on perilous promontories. Subordinate deities were numerous even on Olympus, for there was no end to personifications. There was Hestia, the Roman Vesta, goddess of the hearth and of its sacred fire. There was Iris, the rainbow, sometimes messenger for Zeus. Hebe, goddess of youth, Eileithia, who helped women in childbirth, Dike, or justice, Tyche, or chance, and Eros, or love, whom Hesiod made the creator of the world, whom Sappho called a limb-dissolving, bittersweet, impracticable wild beast. There was Hymenaeus, the marriage song, Hypnos, or sleep, Oniros, or dream, Geras, old age, Lethe, oblivion, Thanatos, or death, and others beyond naming. There were 9 muses to inspire artists and poets, Clio for history, Euterpe for lyric poetry accompanied by the flute, Thalia for comic drama and idyllic poetry, Melpomene for tragedy, Terpsichore for choral dance and song, Erato for love verse and mimicry, Polymnia for hymns, Urania for astronomy, Calliope for epic poetry. There were 3 Graces and their 12 attendants, the Hours. There was Nemesis, who meted out good and evil to men, and visited with disaster all who were guilty of hubris, insolence in prosperity. There were the terrible Erinyes, the Furies who left no wrong unrevenged. The Greeks, with deprecating euphemism, called them well-wishers, Eumenides. And finally there were the Moirai, the Fates or Allotters, who regulated inevitably the affairs of life and ruled, some said, both gods and men. In that conception, Greek religion found its limit and flowed over into science and law. We have left for the last the most troublesome, the most popular, the most difficult to classify of all the Greek gods. Only late in his career was Dionysus received into Olympus. In Thrace, which gave him as a Greek gift to Greece, he was the god of liquor brewed from barley, and was known as Sabazius. In Greece he became a god of wine, the nourisher and guardian of the vine. He began as a goddess of fertility, became a god of intoxication, and ended as a son of God, dying to save mankind. Many figures and legends were mingled to make his myth. The Greeks thought of him as Zagreus, the horned child born to Zeus by his daughter Persephone. He was the best beloved of his father and was seated beside him on the throne of heaven. When the jealous Hera incited the Titans to kill him, Zeus, to disguise him, changed him into a goat, then a bull. In this form, nevertheless, the Titans captured him, cut his body into pieces, and boiled them in a cauldron. Athena, like another Trelawney, saved the heart and carried it to Zeus. Zeus gave it to Semele, who, impregnated with it, gave the god a second birth under the name of Dionysus. Mourning for Dionysus's death and joyful celebration for his resurrection formed the basis of a ritual extremely widespread among the Greeks. In springtime, when the vine was bursting into blossom, Greek women went up into the hills to meet the reborn god. For 2 days they drank without restraint, and like our less religious Bacchanalians, considered him witless who would not lose his wits. They marched in wild procession, led by Maenads, or madwomen devoted to Dionysus. They listened tensely to the story they knew so well of the suffering, death, and resurrection of their god, and as they drank and danced they fell into a frenzy in which all bonds were loosed. The height and center of their ceremony was to seize upon a goat, a bull, sometimes a man, seeing in them incarnations of the god, to tear the live victim to pieces in commemoration of Dionysus's dismemberment, then to drink the blood and eat the flesh in a sacred communion, whereby, as they thought, the god would enter them and possess their souls. In that divine enthusiasm they were convinced that they and the god became one, in a mystic and triumphant union. They took his name, called themselves, after one of his titles, Bacchoi, and knew that now they would never die. Or they termed their state an ecstasis, a going out of their souls to meet and be one with Dionysus. Thus they felt free from the burden of the flesh, they acquired divine insight, they were able to prophesy, they were gods. Such was the passionate cult that came down from Thrace into Greece like a medieval epidemic of religion, dragging one region after another from the cold and clear Olympians of the state worship into a faith and ritual that satisfied the craving for excitement and release, the longing for enthusiasm and possession, mysticism and mystery. The priests of Delphi and the rulers of Athens tried to keep the cult at a distance, but failed. All they could do was to adopt Dionysus into Olympus, Hellenize and humanize him, give him an official festival, and turn the revelry of his worshippers from the mad ecstasy of wine among the hills into the stately processions, the robust songs, and the noble drama of the great Dionysia. For a while they won Dionysus over to Apollo, but in the end Apollo yielded to Dionysus's heir and conqueror, Christ. 3. Mysteries. There were essentially three elements and stages in Greek religion: Chthonian, Olympian, and mystic. The first was probably of Pelasgo-Mycenaean origin, the second probably Achaeo-Dorian, the third Egypto-Asiatic. The first worshipped subterranean, the second celestial, the third resurrected gods. The first was most popular among the poor, the second among the well-to-do, the third in the lower middle class. The first predominated before the Homeric age, the second in it, the third after it. By the time of the Periclean Enlightenment, the most vigorous element in Greek religion was the mystery. In the Greek sense, a mystery was a secret ceremony in which sacred symbols were revealed, symbolic rites were performed, and only initiates were the worshippers. Usually the rites represented or commemorated in semi-dramatic form the suffering, death, and resurrection of a god, pointed back to old vegetation themes and magic, and promised the initiate a personal immortality. Many places in Greece celebrated such mystic rites, but no other place in this respect could rival Eleusis. The mysteries there were of pre-Achaean origin, and appear to have been originally an autumn festival of plowing and sowing. A myth explained how Demeter, rewarding the people of Attica for their kindness to her in her wanderings, established at Eleusis her greatest temple, which was destroyed and rebuilt many times during the history of Greece. Under Solon, Pisistratus, and Pericles, the festival of Demeter at Eleusis was adopted by Athens and raised to higher elaboration and pomp. In the lesser mysteries, held near Athens in the spring, candidates for initiation underwent a preliminary purification by self-immersion in the waters of the Ilissus. In September, the candidates and others walked in grave but happy pilgrimage for 14 miles along the sacred way to Eleusis, bearing at their head the image of the Chthonian deity Iacchus. The procession arrived at Eleusis under torchlight and solemnly placed the image in the temple, after which the day was ended with sacred dances and songs. The greater mysteries lasted 4 days more. Those who had been purified with bathing and fasting were now admitted to the lesser rites. Those who had received such rites a year before were taken into the hall of initiation, where the secret ceremony was performed. The mystai, or initiates, broke their fast by participating in a holy communion in memory of Demeter, drinking a holy mixture of meal and water, and eating sacred cakes. What mystic ritual was then performed we do not know. The secret was well kept throughout antiquity, under penalty of death. Even the pious Aeschylus narrowly escaped condemnation for certain lines that might have given the secret away. The ceremony was in any case a symbolic play, and had a part in generating the Dionysian drama. Very probably, the theme was the rape of Persephone by Pluto, the sorrowful wandering of Demeter, the return of the maiden to earth, and the revelation of agriculture to Attica. The summary of the ceremony was the mystic marriage of a priest representing Zeus with a priestess impersonating Demeter. These symbolic nuptials bore fruit with magic speed, for it was soon followed, we are told, by a solemn announcement that Our Lady has borne a holy boy, and a reaped ear of corn was exhibited as symbolizing the fruit of Demeter's labor, the bounty of the fields. The worshippers were then led by dim torchlight into dark subterranean caverns, symbolizing Hades, and again to an upper chamber brilliant with light, representing, it appears, the abode of the blessed. And they were now shown in solemn exaltation the holy objects, relics, or icons that till that moment had been concealed. In this ecstasy of revelation, we are assured, they felt the unity of God and the oneness of God in the soul. They were lifted up out of the delusion of individuality and knew the peace of absorption into deity. In the age of Pisistratus, the mysteries of Dionysus entered into the Eleusinian liturgy by a religious infection. The god Iacchus was identified with Dionysus as the son of Persephone, and the legend of Dionysus Zagreus was superimposed upon the myth of Demeter. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 6, Side 2. In the age of Pisistratus, the mysteries of Dionysus entered into the Eleusinian liturgy by a religious infection. The god Iacchus was identified with Dionysus as the son of Persephone, and the legend of Dionysus Zagreus was superimposed upon the myth of Demeter. But through all forms, the basic idea of the mysteries remained the same. As the seed is born again, so may the dead have renewed life, and not merely the dreary, shadowy existence of Hades, but a life of happiness and peace. When almost everything else in Greek religion had passed away, this consoling hope, reunited in Alexandria with that Egyptian belief in immortality from which the Greek had been derived, gave to Christianity the weapon with which to conquer the Western world. In the 7th century there came into Hellas from Egypt, Thrace, and Thessaly another mystic cult, even more important in Greek history than the mysteries of Eleusis. At its source we find, in the age of the Argonauts, the obscure but fascinating figure of Orpheus, a Thracian who, in culture, music, and poetry, says Diodorus, far surpassed all men of whom we have a record. Very probably he existed, though all that we now know of him bears the marks of myth. He is pictured as a gentle spirit, tender, meditative, affectionate, sometimes a musician, sometimes a reforming ascetic priest of Dionysus. He played the lyre so well and sang to it so melodiously that those who heard him almost began to worship him as a god. Wild animals became tame at his voice, and trees and rocks left their places to follow the sound of his harp. He married the fair Eurydice, and almost went mad when death took her. He plunged into Hades, charmed Persephone with his lyre, and was allowed to lead Eurydice up to life again, on the condition that he should not look back upon her until the surface of the earth was reached. At the last barrier, anxiety overcame him lest she should no longer be following. He looked back only to see her snatched down once more into the netherworld. Thracian women, resenting his unwillingness to console himself with them, tore him to pieces in one of their Dionysian revels. Zeus atoned for them by placing the lyre of Orpheus as a constellation among the stars. The severed head, still singing, was buried at Lesbos in a cleft that became the site of a popular oracle. There, we are told, the nightingales sang with especial tenderness. In later days it was claimed that he had left behind him many sacred songs, and perhaps it was so. At the behest of Hipparchus, says Greek tradition, a scholar named Onomacritus, about 520, edited these as the Homeric lays had been edited a generation before. In the 6th century or earlier, these hymns had acquired a sacred character as divinely inspired, and formed the basis of a mystical cult related to that of Dionysus, but far superior to it in doctrine, ritual, and moral influence. The creed was essentially an affirmation of the passion, or suffering, death, and resurrection of the divine son Dionysus Zagreus, and the resurrection of all men into a future of reward and punishment. Since the Titans, who had slain Dionysus, were believed to have been the ancestors of man, a taint of original sin rested upon all humanity, and in punishment for this, the soul was enclosed in the body as in a prison or a tomb. But man might console himself by knowing that the Titans had eaten Dionysus, and that therefore every man harbored in his soul a particle of indestructible divinity. In a mystical sacrament of communion, the Orphic worshippers ate the raw flesh of a bull as a symbol of Dionysus to commemorate the slaying and eating of the god, and to absorb the divine essence anew. After death, said Orphic theology, the soul goes down to Hades and must face judgment by the gods of the underworld. The Orphic hymns and ritual, like the Egyptian Book of the Dead, instructed the faithful in the art of preparing for this comprehensive and final examination. If the verdict was guilty, there would be severe punishment. One form of the doctrine conceived this punishment as eternal, and transmitted to later theology the notion of hell. Another form adopted the idea of transmigration. The soul was reborn again and again into lives happier or bitterer than before, according to the purity or impurity of its former existence. And this wheel of rebirth would turn until complete purity was achieved and the soul was admitted to the islands of the blessed. Another variant offered hope that the punishment in Hades might be ended through penances performed in advance by the individual, or after his death by his friends. In this way a doctrine of purgatory and indulgences arose, and Plato describes with almost the anger of a Luther the peddling of such indulgences in the Athens of the 4th century B.C. Mendicant prophets go to rich men's doors and persuade them that they have a power committed to them of making atonement for their sins or those of their fathers by sacrifices or charms, and they produce a host of books written by Musaeus and Orpheus, according to which they perform their ritual and persuade not only individuals but whole cities that expiations and atonements may be made by sacrifices and amusements does he mean ceremonies, which fill a vacant hour and are equally at the service of the living and the dead. The latter, the ceremonies, they call mysteries, and these redeem us from the pains of hell. But if we neglect them, no one knows what awaits us. Nevertheless, there were in Orphism idealistic trends that culminated in the morals and monasticism of Christianity. The reckless looseness of the Olympians was replaced by a strict code of conduct, and the mighty Zeus was slowly dethroned by the gentle figure of Orpheus, even as Yahweh was to be dethroned by Christ. A conception of sin and conscience, a dualistic view of the body as evil and of the soul as divine, entered into Greek thought. The subjugation of the flesh became a main purpose of religion, as a condition for the release of the soul. The brotherhood of Orphic initiates had no ecclesiastical organization and no separate life, but they were distinguished by the wearing of white garments, the avoidance of flesh food, and a degree of asceticism not usually associated with Hellenic ways. They represented, in several respects, a Puritan reformation in the history of Greece. Their rites encroached more and more upon the public worship of the Olympian gods. The influence of the sect was extensive and enduring. Perhaps it was here that the Pythagoreans took their diet, their dress, and their theory of transmigration. It is worthy of note that the oldest Orphic documents now extant were found in southern Italy. Plato, though he rejected much in Orphism, accepted its opposition of body and soul, its Puritan tendency, its hope of immortality. Part of the pantheism and asceticism of Stoicism may be traced to an Orphic origin. The Neoplatonists of Alexandria possessed a large collection of Orphic writings, and based upon them much of their theology and their mysticism. The doctrines of hell, purgatory, and heaven, of the body versus the soul, of the divine Son slain and reborn, as well as the sacramental eating of the body and blood and divinity of the god, directly or deviously influenced Christianity, which was itself a mystery religion of atonement and hope, of mystic union and release. The basic ideas and ritual of the Orphic cult are alive and flourishing amongst us today. 4. Worship. Greek ritual was as varied as the kinds of deities that it honored. The Chthonian gods received a gloomy ritual of appeasement and riddance, the Olympians a joyful ritual of welcome and praise. Neither form of ceremony required a clergyman. The father acted as priest for the family, the chief magistrate for the state. Life in Greece was not as secular as it has been described. Religion played a major part in it everywhere, and each government protected the official cult as vital to social order and political stability. But whereas in Egypt and the Near East the priesthood dominated the state, in Greece the state dominated the priesthood, took the leadership of religion, and reduced the clergy to minor functionaries in the temples. The property of the temples, in real estate, money, and slaves, was audited and administered by officials of the state. There were no seminaries for the training of priests. Anyone could be quietly chosen or appointed priest if he knew the rites of the god, and in many places the office was let out to the highest bidder. There was no hierarchy of priestly caste. The priests of one temple or state had usually no association with those of another. There was no church, no orthodoxy, no rigid creed. Religion consisted not in professing certain beliefs, but in joining in the official ritual. Any man might have his own creed, provided that he did not openly deny or blaspheme the city's gods. In Greece, church and state were one. The place of worship could be the domestic hearth, the municipal hearth in the city hall, some cleft in the earth for a Chthonian deity, some temple for an Olympian god. The precincts of the temple were sacred and inviolable. Here the worshippers met, and here all pursued persons, even if tainted with serious crime, could find sanctuary. The temple was not for the congregation, but for the god. There, in his home, his statue was erected, and a light burned before it which was not allowed to die. Often the people identified the god with the statue. They washed, dressed, and tended the image carefully, and sometimes scolded it for negligence. They told how at various times the statue had sweated, or wept, or closed its eyes. In the temple records a history was kept of the festivals of the god, and of the major events in the life of the city or group that worshipped him. This was the source and first form of Greek historiography. The ceremony consisted of procession, chants, sacrifice, prayer, and sometimes a sacred meal. Magic and masquerade, tableaus, and dramatic representations might be part of the procession. In most cases the basic ritual was prescribed by custom, and every movement of it, every word of the hymns and prayers, was preserved in a book kept sacred by the family or the state. Rarely was any syllable or action altered, or any rhythm. The god might not like or comprehend the novelty. The living speech changed, the ritual speech remained as before. In time, the worshippers ceased to understand the words they used, but the thrill of antiquity supplied the place of understanding. Often the ceremony outlasted even the memory of the cause that had prompted it. Then new myths were invented to explain its establishment. The myth or creed might change, but not the ritual. Music was essential to the whole process, for without music, religion would be difficult. Music generates religion as much as religion generates music. Out of the temple and processional chants came poetry, and the meters that later adorned the robust profanity of Archilochus, the reckless passion of Sappho, and the scandalous delicacies of Anacreon. Having reached the altar, usually in front of the temple, the worshippers sought with sacrifice and prayer to avert the wrath or win the aid of their god. As individuals, they might offer almost anything of value: statues, reliefs, furniture, weapons, cauldrons, tripods, garments, pottery. When the gods could make no use of such articles, the priests could. Armies might offer part of their spoils, as Xenophon's 10,000 did in their retreat. Groups would offer the fruits of the field, the vines or the trees, more often an animal appetizing to the god, sometimes on occasions of great need a human being. Agamemnon offered Iphigenia for a wind. Achilles slaughtered 12 Trojan youths on the pyre of Patroclus. Human victims were hurled from the cliffs of Cyprus and Leucas to satiate Apollo. Others were presented to Dionysus in Chios and Tenedos. Themistocles is said to have sacrificed Persian captives to Dionysus at the Battle of Salamis. The Spartans celebrated the festival of Artemis Orthia by flogging youths, sometimes to death, at her altar. In Arcadia, Zeus received human sacrifice till the 2nd century A.D. At Massalia, in time of pestilence, one of the poorer citizens was fed at public expense, clad in holy garments, decorated with sacred boughs, and cast over a cliff to death with prayers that he might bear punishment for all the sins of his people. In Athens it was the custom, in famine, plague, or other crisis, to offer to the gods, in ritual mimicry or in actual fact, one or more scapegoats for the purification of the city. And a similar rite, mimic or literal, was annually performed at the festival of the Thargelia. These victims in Athens were called pharmakoi, which meant originally magicians. Pharmakon meant a magic spell or formula, then a healing drug. The question whether the pharmakoi were really slain is in dispute, but there is little doubt that the sacrifice was originally literal. In the course of time, human sacrifice was mitigated by restricting its victims to condemned criminals and dulling their senses with wine. Finally, it was replaced by the sacrifice of an animal. When, on the night before the Battle of Leuctra, in 371 B.C., the Boeotian leader Pelopidas had a dream that seemed to demand a human sacrifice at the altar as the price of victory, some of his counselors advised it, but others protested against it, saying that such a barbarous and impious obligation could not be pleasing to any supreme beings, that Typhons and giants did not preside over the world, but the general father of gods and mortals, that it was absurd to imagine any divinities and powers delighting in slaughter and sacrifice of men. Animal sacrifice, then, was a major step in the development of civilization. The beasts who bore the brunt of this advance in Greece were the bull, the sheep, and the pig. Before any battle, the rival armies sent up sacrifices in proportion to their desired victory. Before any assembly in Athens, the meeting place was purified by the sacrifice of a pig. The piety of the people, however, broke down at the crucial point. Only the bones and a little flesh, wrapped in fat, went to the god. The rest was kept for the priests and the worshippers. To excuse themselves, the Greeks told how, in the days of the giants, Prometheus had wrapped the edible portions of the sacrificial animal in skin and the bones in fat, and had asked Zeus to choose which he preferred. Zeus had with both hands chosen the fat. It was true that Zeus was enraged upon finding that he had been deceived, but he had made his choice and must abide by it forever. Only in sacrifice to the Chthonian gods was everything surrendered to the deity, and the entire animal burnt to ashes in a holocaust. The divinities of the lower world were more feared than those of Olympus. No common meal followed a chthonic sacrifice, for that might tempt the god to come and join the feast. But after sacrifice to the Olympians, the worshippers, not in awed atonement to the god, but in joyous communion with him, consumed the consecrated victim. The magic formulas pronounced over it had, they hoped, imbued it with the life and power of the god, which would now pass mystically into his communicants. In like manner wine was poured upon the sacrifice and then into the cups of the worshippers, who drank, so to speak, with the gods. In the theosoi, or fraternities, into which so many trade and social groups in Athens were organized, this idea of divine communion in a common religious meal formed the binding tie. Animal sacrifice continued throughout Greece until ended by Christianity, which wisely substituted for it the spiritual and symbolical sacrifice of the Mass. In some measure, prayer too became a substitute for sacrifice. It was a clever amendment that commuted offerings of blood into litanies of praise. In this gentler way man, subject to chance and tragedy at every step, consoled and strengthened himself by calling to his aid the mysterious powers of the world. 5. Superstitions. Between these upper and nether poles of Greek religion, the Olympian and the subterranean, surged an ocean of magic, superstition, and sorcery. Behind and below the geniuses whom we shall celebrate were masses of people poor and simple, to whom religion was a mesh of fears rather than a ladder of hope. It was not merely that the average Greek accepted miracle stories, of Theseus rising from the dead to fight at Marathon, or of Dionysus changing water into wine. Such stories appear among every people and are part of the forgivable poetry with which imagination brightens the common life. One could even pass over the anxiety of Athens to secure the bones of Theseus, and of Sparta to bring back from Tegea the bones of Orestes. The miraculous power officially attributed to these relics may well have been part of the technique of rule. What oppressed the pious Greek was the cloud of spirits that surrounded him, ready and able, he believed, to spy upon him, interfere with him, and do him evil. These demons were always seeking to enter into him. He had to be on his guard against them at all times, and to perform magical ceremonies to disperse them. This superstition verged on science, and in some measure forecast our germ theory of disease. All sickness, to the Greek, meant possession by an alien spirit. To touch a sick person was to contract his uncleanliness, or possession. Our bacilli and bacteria are the currently fashionable forms of what the Greeks called keres, or little demons. So a dead person was unclean. The keres had gotten him once for all. When the Greek left a house where a corpse lay, he sprinkled himself with water from a vessel placed for such purposes at the door, to drive away from himself the spirit that had conquered the dead man. This conception was extended to many realms where even our bacteriophobia would hardly apply it. Sexual intercourse rendered a person unclean. So did birth, childbirth, and homicide, even if unintentional. Madness was possession by an alien spirit. The madman was beside himself. In all these cases, a ceremony of purification was considered necessary. Periodically, homes, temples, camps, even whole cities were purified, and very much as we disinfect them, by water, smoke, or fire. A bowl of clean water stood at the entrance to every temple, so that those who came to worship might cleanse themselves, perhaps by a suggestive symbolism. The priest was an expert in purification. He could exorcise spirits by striking bronze vessels, by incantations, magic, and prayer. Even the intentional homicide might by adequate ritual be purified. Repentance was not indispensable in such cases. All that was needed was to get rid of the evil possessive demons. Religion was not so much a matter of morals as a technique of manipulating spirits. Nevertheless, the multiplication of taboos and purificatory rites produced in the religious Greek a state of mind surprisingly akin to the Puritan sense of sin. The notion that the Greeks were immune to the ideas of conscience and sin will hardly survive a reading of Pindar and Aeschylus. Out of this belief in an enveloping atmosphere of spirits came 1,000 superstitions, which Theophrastus, successor to Aristotle, summarized in one of his Characters. Superstitiousness would seem to be a sort of cowardice with respect to the divine. Your superstitious man will not sally forth for the day till he have washed his hands and sprinkled himself at the 9 springs, and put a bit of bay leaf from a temple in his mouth. And if a cat cross his path, he will not proceed on his way till someone else be gone by, or he have cast 3 stones across the street. Should he espy a snake in his house, if it be one of the red sort, he will call upon Dionysus. If it be a sacred snake, he will build a shrine then and there. When he passes one of the smooth stones set up at crossroads, he anoints it with oil from his flask, and will not go his ways till he have knelt down and worshipped it. If a mouse gnaw a bag of his meal, he will off to the wizard and ask what he must do. And if the advice be send the bag to the cobblers to be patched, he neglects the advice and frees himself of the ill by rites of aversion. If he catches sight of a madman or an epileptic, he shudders and spits into his bosom. The simpler Greeks believed, or taught their children to believe, in a great variety of bogies. Whole cities were disturbed at short intervals by portents or strange occurrences like deformed births of animals or men. The belief in unlucky days was so widespread that on such days no marriage might take place, no assembly might be held, no courts might meet, no enterprise might begin. A sneeze, a stumble, might be reason for abandoning a trip or an undertaking. A minor eclipse could stop or turn back armies and bring great wars to a disastrous end. Again, there were persons gifted with the power of effective cursing. An angered parent, a neglected beggar might lay upon one a curse that would ruin one's life. Some persons possessed magic arts. They could mix love philters or aphrodisiacs, and could by secret drugs reduce a man to impotence or a woman to sterility. Plato did not consider his laws complete without an enactment against those who injure or slay by magic arts. Witches are not medieval inventions. Note Euripides' Medea and Theocritus' Cymetha. Superstition is one of the most stable of social phenomena. It remains almost unchanged through centuries and civilizations, not only in its bases, but even in its formulas. 6. Oracles. In a world so crowded with supernatural powers, the events of life seem to depend upon the will of demons and gods. To discover that will, the curious Greeks consulted soothsayers and oracles, who divined the future by reading the stars, interpreting dreams, examining the entrails of animals, or observing the flight of birds. Professional soothsayers hired themselves out to families, armies, and states. Nicias, before setting out upon the expedition to Sicily, engaged a troop of sacrificers, augurs, diviners. And though not all generals were as pious as this great slave owner, nearly all were as superstitious. Men and women appeared who claimed inspiration and clairvoyance. In Ionia, particularly, certain women called Sibyls, that is, the will of God, issued oracles believed by millions of Greeks. From Erythrae, the Sibyl Herophila was said to have wandered through Greece to Cumae in Italy, where she became the most famous of her kind, and lived, we are told, 1,000 years. Athens, like Rome, had a collection of ancient oracles, and the government maintained in the Prytaneum men skilled in their interpretation. Public oracles were set up at many temples in all parts of Greece, but the most famous and honored were in early days the oracle of Zeus at Dodona, and in the historical period that of Apollo at Delphi. Barbarians, as well as Greeks, consulted this oracle. Even Rome sent messengers to ask or suggest the will of the god. Since the power of divination was supposed to belong particularly to the intuitive sex, 3 priestesses, each at least half a century old, were trained to consult Apollo through the medium of a trance. From a hollow in the earth below the temple came a peculiar gas, ascribed to the eternal decomposition of the python that Apollo had slain there. The officiating priestess, called Pythia, took her seat on a high tripod over this cleft, inhaled the divine stench, chewed narcotic laurel leaves, fell into delirium and convulsions, and, thus inspired, uttered incoherent words which the priests translated to the people. Very often the final reply admitted of diverse, even contrary interpretations, so that the infallibility of the oracle was maintained whatever the event. Possibly the priests were no less puppets than the priestesses. Sometimes they accepted bribes, and in most cases the voice of the oracle harmonized melodiously with the dominant influence in Greece. Nevertheless, where external powers did not constrain them, the priests taught valuable lessons of moderation and political wisdom to the Greeks. Though they condoned human sacrifice even after the moral sense of Greece had begun to revolt against it, and made no protest against the immoralities of Olympus, they aided the establishment of law, encouraged the manumission of slaves, and bought many slaves in order to give them liberty. They were not in advance of Greek thought, but they did not hinder it by doctrinal intolerance. They gave a helpful supernatural sanction to necessary Greek policies, and provided some degree of international conscience and moral unity for the scattered cities of Greece. Out of this unifying influence came the oldest known confederation of Greek states. The Amphictyonic League was originally the religious alliance of the peoples dwelling around the sanctuary of Demeter near Thermopylae. The chief constituent states were Thessaly, Magnesia, Thyotis, Doris, Phocis, Boeotia, Euboea, and Achaea. They met semi-annually, in spring at Delphi, in autumn at Thermopylae. They bound themselves never to destroy one another's cities, never to allow the water supply of any member city to be shut off, never to plunder, or permit to be plundered, the treasury of Apollo at Delphi, and to attack any nation that violated these pledges. Here was the outline of a League of Nations, an outline whose completion was prevented by the natural fluctuations of wealth and power among states and the inherent rivalries of men and groups. Thessaly formed a block of vassal states and permanently dominated the League. Other amphictyonies were established. Athens, for example, belonged to the amphictyony of Caloria, and the rival leagues, while promoting peace within their membership, became against other groups vast instruments of intrigue and war. 7. Festivals. If it could not end war, Greek religion succeeded in alleviating the routine of economic life with numerous festivals. "How many victims offered to the gods?" cried Aristophanes. "How many temples, statues, sacred processions?" At every moment of the year we see religious feasts and garlanded victims of sacrifice. The rich paid the cost, the state provided the theorica, or divine funds, to pay to the populace the price of admission to the games or plays that distinguished the holy day. The calendar at Athens was essentially a religious calendar, and many months were named from their religious festivals. In the first month, Hecatombaion, July to August, came the Chronia, responding to the Roman Saturnalia, when masters and slaves sat down together to a joyful feast. In the same month, every fourth year, occurred the Panathenaea, when, after 4 days of varied contests and games, the entire citizenship formed a solemn and colorful procession to carry to the priestess of Athena the sacred peplos, a gorgeously embroidered robe which was to be placed upon the image of the city's goddess. This, as all the world knows, was the theme that Phidias chose for the frieze of the Parthenon. In the second month, Metageitnion, came the Metageitnia, a minor festival in honor of Apollo. In the third month, Bidromion, Athens sallied forth to Eleusis for the greater mysteries. The fourth month, Pyanepsion, celebrated the Pyanepsia, the Oscophoria, and the Thesmophoria. In this, the women of Athens honored Demeter Thesmophorus, the lawgiver, with a strange Chthonian ritual, parading phallic emblems, exchanging obscenities, and symbolically going down to Hades and returning, apparently as magical ceremonies to promote fertility in the soil and man. Only the month of Mimacterion had no festival. In the month of Poseidon, Athens held the Italoa, a feast of first fruits. In Gamelion, the Linnea, in honor of Dionysus. In Anthesterion came 3 important celebrations: the lesser or preparatory mysteries, the Diasia, or sacrifice to Zeus Mylikios, and above all, the Anthesteria, or feast of flowers. In this 3-day spring festival to Dionysus, wine flowed freely and everybody was more or less drunk. There was a competition in wine drinking, and the streets were alive with revelry. The King Archon's wife rode on a car beside the image of Dionysus and was married to it in the temple as a symbol of the union of the god with Athens. Beneath this jolly ritual ran a somber undertone of fear and propitiation of the dead. The living ate a solemn meal in commemoration of their ancestors and left for them pots full of food and drink. At the end of the feast, the people chased the spirits of the departed from the house with the formula of exorcism. "Out of the door with you, souls! Anthesteria is over," words that became a proverbial phrase for dismissing importunate beggars. In many parts of Europe, the people still believe that the ghosts of the dead return to earth yearly and must be entertained in a feast of all souls. In the 9th month, Elaphebolion, came the great Dionysia, established by Pisistratus in 534. In that year, Thespis inaugurated the drama at Athens as part of the festival. It was the end of March, spring was in the air, the sea was navigable, merchants and visitors crowded the city and swelled the attendance at the ceremonies and the plays. All business was suspended, all courts were closed. Prisoners were released to let them share in the festivities. Athenians of every age and class, brilliantly attired, took part in the procession that brought the statue of Dionysus from Eleuthery and placed it in his theater. The rich drove chariots, the poor marched on foot. A long train of animals followed as destined gifts for the gods. Choruses from the towns of Attica joined or competed in song and dance. In the 10th month, Munichion, Athens celebrated the Munichia, and Attica, every 5th year, celebrated the Brauronia, in honor of Artemis. In Thargelion occurred the Thargelia, or Feast of the Grain Harvest. In the 12th month, Scirophorion, came the festivals of Scirophoria, Aretophoria, Dipolia, and Buffonia. Not all these feasts were annual. but even for a 4-year period they represented a grateful relief from daily toil. Other states had similar holidays, and in the countryside every sowing and every harvest was greeted with festal conviviality. Greater than all these were the Panhellenic festivals, the Panegyrais, or universal gatherings. There were the Pan-Ionia on Mycale, the Feast of Apollo at Delos, the Pythian festival at Delphi, the Isthmian at Corinth, the Nemean near Argos, the Olympic in Elis. These were the occasions of interstate games, but basically they were holy days. It was the good fortune of Greece to have a religion human enough, in later days humane enough, to associate itself joyfully and creatively with art, poetry, music, and games, even, at last, with morality. 8. Religion and morals. At first sight, Greek religion does not seem to have been a major influence for morality. It was in origin a system of magic rather than of ethics, and remained so in large measure to the end. Correct ritual received more emphasis than good conduct, and the gods themselves, on Olympus or on earth, had not been exemplars of honesty, chastity, or gentleness. Even the Eleusinian mysteries, though they offered supernatural hopes, made salvation depend upon ritual purifications rather than upon nobility of life. Ptychion the thief, said the sarcastic Diogenes, will have a better fate after his death than Agesilaus or Epaminondas, for Ptychion has been initiated at Eleusis. Nevertheless, in the more vital moral relations, Greek religion came subtly to the aid of the race and the state. The purification ritual, however external in form, served as a stimulating symbol of moral hygiene. The gods gave a general, if vague and inconstant, support to virtue. They frowned upon wickedness, revenged themselves upon pride, protected the stranger and the suppliant, and lent their terror to the sanctity of oaths. Dike, we are told, punished every wrong, and the awful Eumenides pursued the murderer, like Orestes, to madness or death. The central acts and institutions of human life, birth, marriage, the family, the clan, the state, received a sacramental dignity from religion, and were rescued from the chaos of hasty desire. Through the worship or honoring of the dead, the generations were bound together in a stabilizing continuity of obligations, so that the family was not merely a couple and their children, or even a patriarchal assemblage of parents, children, and grandchildren, but a holy union and sequence of blood and fire stretching far into the past and the future, and holding the dead, the living, and the unborn in a sacred unity stronger than any state. Religion not only made the procreation of children a solemn duty to the dead, but encouraged it through the fear of the childless man that no posterity would inter him or tend his grave. So long as this religion kept its influence, the Greek people reproduced themselves vigorously, and as plentifully among the best as among the worst. And in this way, with the help of a merciless natural selection, the strength and quality of the race were maintained. Religion and patriotism were bound together in 1,000 impressive rites. The god or goddess most revered in public ceremony represented the apotheosis of the city. Every law, every meeting of the assembly or the courts, every major enterprise of the army or the government, every school and university, every economic or political association was surrounded with religious ceremony and invocation. In all these ways, Greek religion was used as a defense by the community and the race against the natural egoism of the individual man. Art, literature, and philosophy first strengthened this influence and then weakened it. Pindar, Aeschylus, and Sophocles poured their own ethical fervor or insight into the Olympian creed, and Phidias ennobled the gods with beauty and majesty. Pythagoras and Plato associated philosophy with religion and supported the doctrine of immortality as a stimulus to morals. But Protagoras doubted, Socrates ignored, Democritus denied, Euripides ridiculed the gods. And in the end, Greek philosophy, hardly willing it, destroyed the religion that had molded the moral life of Greece. Chapter 9. The Common Culture of Early Greece. 1. The Individualism of the State. The two rival zeniths of European culture, ancient Hellas and Renaissance Italy, rested upon no larger political organization than the city-state. Geographical conditions presumably contributed to this result in Greece. Everywhere mountains or water intervened. Bridges were rare and roads were poor. And though the sea was an open highway, it bound the city with its commercial associates rather than with its geographical neighbors. But geography does not altogether explain the city-state. There was as much separatism between Thebes and Plataea, on the same Boeotian plain as between Thebes and Sparta, more between Sybaris and Crotona on the same Italian shore than between Sybaris and Syracuse. Diversity of economic and political interest kept the cities apart. They fought one another for distant markets or grain, or formed rival alliances for control of the sea. Distinctions of origin helped to divide them. The Greeks considered themselves to be all of one race, but their tribal divisions, Aeolian, Ionian, Achaean, Dorian, were keenly felt, and Athens and Sparta disliked each other with an ethnological virulence worthy of our own age. Differences of religion strengthened as they were strengthened by political divisions. Out of the unique cults of locality and clan came distinct festivals and calendars, distinct customs and laws, distinct tribunals, even distinct frontiers, for the boundary stones limited the realm of the god as well as of the community. Cujus regio, ejus religio. These and many other factors united to produce the Greek city-state. It was not a new administrative form. We have seen that there were city-states in Sumeria, Babylonia, Phoenicia, and Crete hundreds or thousands of years before Homer or Pericles. Historically, the city-state was the village community in a higher stage of fusion or development, a common market, meeting ground, and judgment seat for men tilling the same hinterland, belonging to the same stock and worshipping the same god. Politically, it was to the Greek the best available compromise between those two hostile and fluctuating components of human society, order and liberty. A smaller community would have been insecure, a larger one tyrannical. Ideally, in the aspirations of philosophers, Greece was to consist of sovereign city-states cooperating in a Pythagorean harmony. Aristotle conceived the state as an association of freemen acknowledging one government and capable of meeting in one assembly. A state with more than 10,000 citizens he thought would be impracticable. In the Greek language, one word, polis, sufficed for both city and state. All the world knows that this political atomism brought to Hellas many a tragedy of fraternal strife. Because Ionia was unable to unite for defense, it fell subject to Persia. Because Greece, despite confederacies and leagues, was unable to stand together, the freedom which it idolized was in the end destroyed. And yet Greece would have been impossible without the city-state. Only through this sense of civic individuality, this exuberant assertion of independence, this diversity of institutions, customs, arts, and gods, was Greece stimulated by competition and emulation to live human life with a zest and fullness and creative originality that no other society had ever known. Even in our own times, with all our vitality and variety, our mechanisms and powers, is there any community of like population or extent that pours into the stream of civilization such a profusion of gifts as flowed from the chaotic liberty of the Greeks? 2. Letters. Nevertheless, there were common factors in the life of these watchfully separatist states. As far back as the 13th century B.C., we find one language throughout the Greek peninsula. It belonged to the Indo-European group, like Persian and Sanskrit, Slavonic and Latin, German and English. Thousands of words denoting the primary relations or objects of life have common roots in these tongues, and suggest not only the predispersion antiquity of the things denoted, but the kinship or association of the peoples who used them in the dawn of history. It is true that the Greek language was diversified into dialects, Aeolic, Doric, Ionic, Attic, but these were mutually intelligible and yielded, in the 5th and 4th centuries, to a koine dialectos, or common dialect, which emanated principally from Athens and was spoken by nearly all the educated classes of the Hellenic world. Attic Greek was a noble tongue, vigorous, supple, melodious, as irregular as any vital speech, but lending itself readily to expressive combinations, delicate gradations and distinctions of meaning, subtle philosophical conceptions, and every variety of literary excellence from the many-billowed surge of Homer's verse to the placid flow of Plato's prose. We do not know how ancient Greek was pronounced. The accents that trouble us so much were seldom used by the classical Greeks, but were inserted into ancient texts by Aristophanes of Byzantium in the 3rd century B.C. These accents should be ignored in reading Greek poetry. Greek tradition attributed the introduction of writing into Greece to Phoenicians in the 14th century B.C., and we know nothing to the contrary. The oldest Greek inscriptions, dating from the 8th and 7th centuries, show a close resemblance to the Semitic characters on the 9th century Moabite stone. These inscriptions were written in Semitic fashion from right to left. 6th century inscriptions, for example at Gortyna, were made alternately from right to left and from left to right. Later inscriptions are from left to right throughout, and certain letters are turned around accordingly. The Semitic names for the letters were adopted with minor modifications, but the Greeks made several basic changes. Above all, they added vowels, which the Semites had omitted. Certain Semitic characters denoting consonants or breathings were used to represent A, E, I, O, and U. Later, the Ionians added the long vowels eta, or long E, and omega, long or double O. 10 different Greek alphabets struggled for ascendancy as part of the War of the City-States. In Greece, the Ionian form prevailed and was transmitted to Eastern Europe, where it survives today. In Rome, the Chalcidian form was adopted from Cumae to become the Latin alphabet and ours. The Chalcidic alphabet lacked the long E and O, but, unlike the Ionian, retained the Phoenician vowel as a consonant, a V with approximately the sound of W. Hence the Athenians called wine oinos, the Chalcidians called it voinos, the Romans called it vinum or vinum, we call it wine. Chalcis kept the Semitic kopa, or Q, and passed it on to Rome and ourselves. Ionia abandoned it, content with K. Ionia represented L as A, Chalcis as L. Rome straightened up the latter form and gave it to Europe. The Ionians used P for R, but in Greek Italy the P sprouted a tail and became R. The earliest uses of writing in Greece were probably commercial or religious. Apparently priestly charms and chants are the mother of poetry, and bills of lading are the father of prose. Writing split into 2 varieties, the formal for literary or epigraphic purposes, the cursive for ordinary use. There were no accents, no spaces between words, no punctuation points, but a change of topic was marked off by a horizontal dividing stroke called the paragraphos, that is, a sign written on the side. The materials used to receive writing were various. At first, if we may believe Pliny, leaves or the bark of trees. For inscriptions, stone, bronze, or lead. For ordinary writing, clay tablets, as in Mesopotamia, then wooden tablets covered with wax, which were popular in retrospect with schoolboys. For more permanent purposes, papyrus, which the Phoenicians brought from Egypt, and, in the Hellenistic and Roman periods, parchment made from the skins or membranes of goats or sheep. A metal stylus was used on wax tablets. On papyrus or parchment, a reed dipped in ink. Wax writing was erased with the flat butt of the stylus, ink with a sponge. So the poet Martial sent a sponge with his poems to his friend, so that they might be wiped out with a stroke. Many a critic will mourn the passing of this courtesy. In no field have the old words so regularly come down to us as in that of writing. Paper, of course, is papyrus, and once again, in the cycle of fashion, the substance is a compressed plant. A line of writing was a stikos, or row. The Latins called it a versus, or verse, that is, a turning back. The text was written in columns upon a strip of papyrus or parchment from 20 to 30 feet long, wound about a stick. Such a roll was called a biblos, from the Phoenician city, so named whence papyrus came to Greece. A smaller roll was called biblion. Our Bible was originally ta biblia, the rolls. When a roll formed part of a larger work, it was called a tomos, or cutting. The first sheet of a roll was called the protokolon, that is, the first sheet glued to the stick. The edges of the roll were smoothed with pumice and sometimes colored. If the author could afford the expense, or the roll contained important matter, it might be wrapped in a diphthera, or membrane, or as the Latins called it, a vellum. Since a large roll would be inconvenient for handling or reference, literary works were usually divided into several rolls, and the word biblos, or book, was applied not to each work as a whole, but to each roll or part. This book is continued on Cassette 7, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 7, Side 1. Since a large roll would be inconvenient for handling or reference, literary works were usually divided into several rolls, and the word biblos, or book, was applied not to each work as a whole, but to each role or part. These divisions were seldom made by the author. Later editors divided the histories of Herodotus into 9 books, the Peloponnesian War of Thucydides into 8, Plato's Republic into 10, the Iliad and the Odyssey into 24. Since papyrus was costly and each copy had to be written by hand, books were very limited in the classic world. It was easier than now to be educated, though as hard as now to be intelligent. Reading was not a universal accomplishment. Most knowledge was handed down by oral tradition from one generation or craftsman to the next. Most literature was read aloud by trained reciters to persons who learned through the ear. There was no reading public in Greece before the 7th century. There were no Greek libraries till those collected by Polycrates and Pisistratus in the 6th. In the 5th century we hear of the private libraries of Euripides and the Archon Euclides. In the 4th, of Aristotle's. We know of no public library before Alexandria's, none in Athens till Hadrian. Perhaps the Greeks of Pericles' day were so great because they did not have to read many books, or any long one. 3. Literature. Literature, like religion, divided and united Greece. The poets sang in their local dialects and often of their native scenes. But all Hellas listened to the more eloquent voices and stirred them now and then to broader themes. Time and prejudice have destroyed too much of this early poetry to let us feel its wealth and scope, its reputed vigor of utterance and finish of form. But as we move through the isles or cities of 6th century Greece, our wonder rises at the abundance and excellence of Greek literature before the Periclean age. The lyric poetry reflected an aristocratic society in which feeling, thought, and morals were free so long as they observed the amenities of breeding. This style of urbane and polished verse tended to disappear under the democracy. It had a rich variety of structure and meter, but seldom shackled itself with rhyme. Rhyme was mostly confined to oracles and religious prophecies. Poetry meant to the Greeks feeling, imaginatively and rhythmically expressed. While the lyric singers tuned their lyres to love and war, the wandering bards in great men's halls recited in epic measures the heroic deeds of the race. Guilds of rhapsodes built up through generations a cycle of lays centering around the sieges of Thebes and Troy and the homing of the warriors. Song was socialized among these minstrels. Each stitched his story together from earlier fragments, and none pretended to have composed a whole sequence of these tales. In Chios, a clan of such rhapsodes called themselves Homeridae, and claimed descent from a poet, Homer, who, they said, was the author of the epics that they recited throughout eastern Greece. Perhaps this blind bard was but an eponym, an imaginary ancestor of a tribe or group, like Helen, Doris, or Ion. The Greeks of the 6th century attributed to Homer not only the Iliad and the Odyssey, but all the other epics then existing. The Homeric poems are the oldest epics known to us, but their very excellence, as well as their many references to earlier bards, suggest that the surviving epics stand at the end of a long line of development from simple lays to lengthy, stitched songs. In 6th century Athens, possibly under Solon, probably under Pisistratus, a governmental commission selected or collated the Iliad and the Odyssey from the epic literature of the preceding centuries, assigned them to Homer, and edited, perhaps wove them, into substantially their present shape. It is one of the miracles of literature that poems so complex in origin achieved in the end so artistic a result. It is quite true that both in language and in structure the Iliad falls considerably this side of perfection, that Aeolian and Ionic forms are mingled as if by some polyglot Smyrnan, and that the meter requires now one dialect and now the other, that the plot is marred by inconsistencies, changes of plan and emphasis, and contradictions of character, that the same heroes are killed 2 or 3 times over in the course of the tale, that the original theme, the wrath of Achilles and its results, is interrupted and obscured by 100 episodes apparently taken from other lays and sewn into the epic at every seam. Nevertheless, in its larger aspects, the story is one, the language is powerful and vivid, the poem is all in all the greatest that ever sounded on the lips of men. Such an epic could have been begun only in the active and exuberant youth of the Greeks, and could have been completed only in their artistic maturity. Its characters are nearly all warriors or their women. Even the philosophers, like Nestor, put up an enviably good fight. These individuals are intimately and sympathetically conceived, and perhaps the finest thing in all Greek literature is the unbiased manner in which we are made to feel now with Hector and now with Achilles. In his tent, Achilles is a thoroughly unheroic and unlikable figure, complaining to his mother that his luck does not befit his semi-divinity, and that Agamemnon has stolen his plum, the unhappy Briseis, letting the Greeks die by the thousands while he eats and pouts and sleeps in his ship or his tent, sending Patroclus unaided to death, and then rending the air with unmanly lamentations. When finally he goes into battle, he is not stirred by patriotism, but mad with grief over the loss of his friend. In his rage he loses all decency, and sinks to savage cruelty with both Lycaon and Hector. In truth, he is an undeveloped mind, unsettled and uncontrolled, and overshadowed with prophecies of death. "Nay, friend," he says to the fallen Lycaon, who sues for mercy, "die like another. What wouldst thou vainly weeping? Patroclus died, who was far better than thou. Look at me. Am I not beautiful and tall, and sprung of a good father, and a goddess the mother that bare me? Yet lo, death is over me, and the mighty hand of doom. There cometh a dawn of day, a noon or an evening, and a hand that I know not shall lay me dead." So he stabs the unresisting Lycaon through the neck, flings the body into the river, and makes one of those grandiose speeches that adorn the slaughter in the Iliad, and laid the foundation for oratory among the Greeks. Half of Hellas worshipped Achilles for centuries as a god. We accept him and forgive him as a child. At the worst, he is one of the supreme creations of the poetic mind. What carries us along through the Iliad when we do not have to study or translate it is not merely these characterizations, so numerous and diverse, nor merely the flow and turmoil of the tale, but the rushing splendor of the verse. It must be admitted that Homer repeats as well as nods. It is part of his plan to recall as in refrain certain epithets and lines. So he sings with fond repetition of "When appeared the morning's daughter, rosy-fingered dawn." But if these are flaws, they are lost in the brilliance of the language and the wealth of similes that now and then, amid the shock of war, calm us with the quiet beauty of peaceful fields. As when flies in swarming myriads haunt the herdsman's stalls in springtime, when new milk has filled the pails, in such vast multitudes mustered the long-haired Greeks upon the plain. Or, as when among the deep dells of an arid mountainside a great fire burns its way, and the thick wood before it is consumed, and shifting winds hither and thither sweep the flames, so ranged Achilles in his fury through the field, from side to side, and everywhere o'ertook his victims, and the earth ran dark with blood. The Odyssey is so different from all this that from the outset one suspects its separate authorship. Even some of the Alexandrian scholars suggested this, and all the critical authority of Aristarchus was required to hush the dispute. The Odyssey agrees with the Iliad in certain standard phrases: owl-eyed Athena, long-haired Greeks, wine-dark sea, rosy-fingered dawn, which may have been taken from the same hoard and poetical tradition into which the authors of the Iliad had dipped their pens. But the Odyssey contains an array of words apparently brought into use after the Iliad was composed. In the second epic we hear frequently of iron, where the earlier one spoke of bronze. We hear of writing, of private property and land, of freedmen and emancipation, none of which are mentioned in the Iliad. The very gods and their functions are different. The meter is the same dactylic hexameter as in all the Greek epics, but the style and spirit and substance are so far from the Iliad that if one author wrote both poems, he was a paragon of complexity and a master of all moods. The new poet is more literary and philosophical, less violent and warlike than the old, more self-conscious and meditative, leisurely and civilized, so gentle indeed that Bentley thought the Odyssey had been composed for the special benefit of women. Whether here, too, we have poets rather than a poet is harder to say than in the case of the Iliad. There are signs of suture, but the stitching seems more skillful than in the older epic. The plot, though devious, turns out in the end to be remarkably consistent, worthy almost of contemporary fictioneers. From the beginning, the conclusion is foreshadowed, every episode advances it, and its coming binds all the books into a whole. Probably the epic was built upon pre-existing lays, as in the case of the Iliad, but the work of unification is far more complete. We may conclude with a high degree of diffidence that the Odyssey is a century younger than the Iliad, and is predominantly the work of one man. The characters are less vigorously and vividly conceived than in the Iliad. Penelope is shadowy, and never quite emerges from behind her loom except in the end, when a moment of doubt, perhaps of regret, flits through her mind at the return of her master. Helen is clear and unique. Here the launcher of 1,000 ships and the cause of 10,000 deaths is still a goddess among women, maturely lovely in her middle age, gentler and quieter than before, but as proud as ever, and taking gracefully for granted all the attentions that hedge in a queen. Nausicaa is a pretty essay in the male understanding of women. We hardly expect so delicate and romantic a picture from a Greek. Telemachus is uncertainly drawn, infected with hesitation as by some Hamlet touch. But Odysseus is the most complete and complex portrait in Greek poetry. All in all, the Odyssey is a fascinating novel in engaging verse, full of tender sentiment and adventurous surprise, more interesting to an unwarlike and aging soul than the majestic and bloody Iliad. These poems, sole survivals of a long succession of epics, became the most precious element in the literary heritage of Greece. Homer was the staple of Greek education, the repository of Greek myth, the source of 1,000 dramas, the foundation of moral training, and, strangest of all, the very Bible of orthodox theology. It was Homer and Hesiod, said Herodotus, probably with some hyperbole, who gave definite and human form to the Olympians and order to the hierarchy of heaven. There is much that is magnificent in Homer's gods, and we come to like them for their failings. But scholars have long since detected in the poets who pictured them a rollicking skepticism hardly befitting a national Bible. These deities quarrel like relatives, fornicate like fleas, and share with mankind what seemed to Alexander the stigmata of mortality, the need for love and sleep. They do everything human but hunger and die. Not one of them could bear comparison with Odysseus in intelligence, with Hector in heroism, with Andromache in tenderness, or with Nestor in dignity. Only a poet of the 6th century, versed in Ionian doubt, could have made such farcelings of the gods. It is one of the humors of history that these epics, in which the Olympians have essentially the function of comic relief, were reverenced throughout Hellas as props of respectable morality and belief. Eventually the anomaly proved explosive. The humor destroyed the belief, and the moral development of men rebelled against the superseded morals of the gods. 4. Games. Religion failed to unify Greece, but athletics periodically succeeded. Men went to Olympia, Delphi, Corinth, and Nemea, not so much to honor the gods, for these could be honored anywhere, as to witness the heroic contests of chosen athletes and the ecumenical assemblage of varied Greeks. Alexander, who could see Greece from without, considered Olympia the capital of the Greek world. Here, under the rubric of athletics, we find the real religion of the Greeks, the worship of health, beauty, and strength. To be in health, said Simonides, is the best thing for man, the next best, to be of form and nature beautiful, the third, to enjoy wealth gotten without fraud, and the fourth, to be in youth's bloom among friends. There is no greater glory for a man as long as he lives, said the Odyssey, than that which he wins by his own hands and feet. Perhaps it was necessary for an aristocratic people, living among slaves more numerous than themselves and frequently called upon to defend their soil against more populous nations, to keep in good condition. Ancient war depended upon physical vigor and skill, and these were the original aim of the contests that filled Hellas with the noise of their fame. We must not think of the average Greek as a student and lover of Aeschylus or Plato. Rather, like the typical Briton or American, he was interested in sport, and his favored athletes were his earthly gods. Greek games were private, local, municipal, and pan-Hellenic. Even the fragmentary remains of antiquity reveal an interesting range of sports. A relief in the Athens Museum shows on one side a wrestling match, on another a hockey game. Swimming, bareback riding, throwing, or dodging missiles while mounted were not so much sports as general accomplishments of all citizens. Hunting became a sport when it ceased to be a necessity. Ball games were as varied then as now and as popular. At Sparta, the terms ball player and youth were synonyms. Special rooms were built in the palestra for games of ball. These rooms were called sphyristeria, and the teachers were sphyristai. On another relief, we see men bouncing a ball against the floor or the wall and striking it back with the flat of the hand. We do not know whether the players did this in turn, as in modern handball. One ball game resembled Canadian lacrosse, being a form of hockey played with rackets. Pollux, writing in the 2nd century of our era, describes it in almost modern terms. Certain youths, divided into 2 equal groups, leave in a level place, which they have prepared and measured, a ball made of leather about the size of an apple. They rush at it as if it were a prize lying between them, from their fixed starting points. Each of them has in his right hand a racket, ending in a sort of flat bend whose center is woven with gut strings, plaited like a net. Each side strives to be the first to drive the ball to the opposite end of the ground from that allotted to them. The same author pictures a game in which one team tries to throw a ball over or through an opposed group until one side drives the other back over their goal line. Antiphanes, in an imperfect fragment from the 4th century B.C., describes a star. When he got the ball, he delighted to give it to one player while dodging another. He knocked it away from one and urged on another with noisy cries. Outside, a long pass, beyond him, overhead, a short pass. From these private sports came local and incidental games, as after the death of a hero like Patroclus, or the successful issue of some great enterprise, like the march of Xenophon's 10,000 to the sea. Then came municipal games, in which the contestants represented various localities and groups within one city-state. Almost, but not quite international, were the quadrennial Panathenaic Games, established by Pisistratus in 566. Here the entries were mostly from Attica, but outsiders were welcomed. Besides the usual athletic events, there were chariot races, a torch race, a rowing race, musical competitions for voice, harp, lyre, and flute, dances, and recitations, chiefly from Homer. Each of the 10 divisions of Attica was represented by 24 men chosen for their health, vigor, and good looks, and a prize was awarded to the most impressive 24 for fine manhood. Since athletics were necessary for war, and yet would die without competitions, the cities of Greece, to provide the highest stimulus, arranged Panhellenic Games. The oldest of these were organized as a regular quadrennial event at Olympia in 776 B.C., the first definite date in Greek history. Originally confined to Elians, within a century they were drawing entries from all Greece. By 476 the list of victors ranged from Sinope to Marseille. The Feast of Zeus became an international holiday. A truce was proclaimed to all wars in Greece for the month of the festival, and fines were levied by the Elians upon any Greek state in whose territory a traveler to the games suffered molestation. Philip of Macedon humbly paid a fine because some of his soldiers had robbed an Athenian en route to Olympia. We picture the pilgrims and athletes starting out from distant cities a month ahead of time to come together at the games. It was a fair as well as a festival. The plain was covered not only with the tents that sheltered the visitors from the July heat, but with the booths where 1,000 concessionaires exposed for sale everything from wine and fruit to horses and statuary, while acrobats and conjurers performed their tricks for the crowd. Some juggled balls in the air, others performed marvels of agility and skill, others ate fire or swallowed swords. Modes of amusement, like forms of superstition, enjoy a reverend antiquity. Famous orators like Gorgias, famous sophists like Hippias, perhaps famous writers like Herodotus, delivered addresses or recitations from the porticos of the Temple of Zeus. It was a special holiday for men, since married women were not allowed to attend the festival. These had their own games at the Feast of Hera. Menander summed up such a scene in 5 words: crowd, market, acrobats, amusements, thieves. Only free-born Greeks were allowed to compete in the Olympic Games. The athletes from Athlos, a contest, were selected by local and municipal elimination trials, after which they submitted for 10 months to rigorous training under professional paidotrobai, literally youth rubbers, and gymnastai. Arrived at Olympia, they were examined by the officials and took an oath to observe all the rules. Irregularities were rare. We hear of Eupolis bribing other boxers to lose to him, but the penalty and dishonor attached to such offenses were discouragingly great. When everything was ready, the athletes were led into the stadium. As they entered, a herald announced their names and the cities that had entered them. All the contestants, whatever their age or rank, were naked. Occasionally a girdle might be worn at the loins. Of the stadium itself, nothing remains but the narrow stone slabs towed by the runners at the starting point. The 45,000 spectators kept their places in the stadium all day long, suffering from insects, heat, and thirst. Hats were forbidden, the water was bad, and flies and mosquitoes infested the place as they do today. Sacrifices were offered at frequent intervals to Zeus, averter of flies. The most important events were grouped together as the pentathlon, or 5 contests. To promote all-around development in the athlete, each entry in any of these events was required to compete in all of them. To secure the victory, it was necessary to win 3 contests out of the 5. The first was a broad jump. The athlete held weights like dumbbells in his hand and leaped from a standing start. Ancient writers assure us that some jumpers spanned 50 feet, but it is not necessary to believe everything that we read. The second event was throwing the discus, a circular plate of metal or stone weighing about 12 pounds. The best throws are said to have covered 100 feet. The third contest was in hurling the javelin or spear, with the aid of a leather thong attached to the center of the shaft. The fourth and principal event of the group was the stadium sprint, that is, for the length of the stadium, usually some 200 yards. The fifth contest was wrestling. It was a highly popular form of competition in Greece, for the very name Palaestra was taken from it, and many a story was told of its champions. Boxing was an ancient game, almost visibly handed down from Minoan Crete and Mycenaean Greece. The boxers practiced with punching balls hung on a level with the head and filled with fig seeds, meal, or sand. In the classic age of Greece, that is, the 5th and 4th centuries, they wore soft gloves of oxhide dressed with fat and reaching almost to the elbow. Blows were confined to the head, but there was no rule against hitting a man who was down. There were no rests or rounds. The boxers fought till one surrendered or succumbed. They were not classified by weight. Any man of any weight might enter the lists. Hence weight was an asset, and boxing degenerated in Greece from a competition in skill into a contest in brawn. In the course of time, as brutality increased, boxing and wrestling were combined into a new contest called the Pancration, or Game of All Powers. In this, everything but biting and eye-gouging was permitted, even to a kick in the stomach. 3 heroes whose names have come down to us won by breaking the fingers of their opponents. Another struck so ferociously with straight extended fingers and strong sharp nails that he pierced the flesh of his adversary and dragged out his bowels. Milo of Crotona was a more amiable pugilist. He had developed his strength, we are told, by carrying a calf every day of its life until it was a full-grown bull. People loved him for his tricks. He would hold a pomegranate so fast in his fist that no one could get it from him, and yet the fruit was uninjured. He would stand on an oiled quoit and resist all efforts to dislodge him. He would tie a cord around his forehead and burst the cord by holding his breath and so forcing blood to his head. In the end he was destroyed by his virtues. For he chanced, says Pausanias, on a withered tree into which some wedges had been driven to separate the wood, and he took it into his head to keep the wood apart with his hands. But the wedges slipped out, he was imprisoned in the tree, and became a prey to the wolves. In addition to the pentathlon sprint, there were other foot races at the games. One was for 400 yards, another for 24 stadia, or 2 2/3 miles. A third was an armed race in which each runner carried a heavy shield. We have no knowledge of the records made in these races. The stadium differed in length in different cities, and the Greeks had no instruments for measuring small intervals of time. Stories tell of a Greek runner who could outdistance a hare, of another who raced a horse from Corona to Thebes, some 20 miles, and beat it, and of how Phidippides ran from Athens to Sparta, 150 miles, in 2 days, and at the cost of his life brought to Athens the news of the victory at Marathon, 24 miles away. But there were no marathon races in Greece. In the plain below the stadium, Olympia built a special hippodrome for horse races. Women as well as men might enter their horses, and as now the prize went to the owner and not to the jockey, though the horse was sometimes rewarded with a statue. The culminating events of the games were the chariot races, with 2 or 4 horses running abreast. Often 10 4-horse chariots competed together, and as each had to negotiate 23 turns around the posts at the ends of the course, accidents were the chief thrill of the game. In one race with 40 starters, a single chariot finished. We may imagine the tense excitement of the spectators at these contests, their wordy arguments about their favorites, their emotional abandonment as the survivors rounded the last turn. When the toils of 5 days were over, the victors received their rewards. Each bound a woolen fillet about his head, and upon this the judge placed a crown of wild olive, while a herald announced the name and city of the winner. This laurel wreath was the only prize given at the Olympic Games, and yet it was the most eagerly contested distinction in Greece. So important were the games that not even the Persian invasion stopped them, and while a handful of Greeks withstood Xerxes' army at Thermopylae, the customary thousands watched Theagenes of Thasos, on the very day of the battle, win the Pancratiast's crown. "Good heavens!" exclaimed a Persian to his general. "What manner of men are these against whom you have brought us to fight? Men who contend with one another not for money, but for honor." He, or the Greek inventor of the tale, did the Greeks too much credit, and not merely because the Greeks should on that day have been at Thermopylae rather than at Olympia. Though the direct prize at the games was little, the indirect rewards were great. Many cities voted substantial sums to the victors on their return from their triumphs. Some cities made them generals, and the crowd idolized them so openly that jealous philosophers complained. Poets like Simonides and Pindar were engaged by the victor or his patrons to write odes in his honor, which were sung by choruses of boys in the procession that welcomed him home. Sculptors were paid to perpetuate him in bronze or stone, and sometimes he was given free sustenance in the city hall. We may judge the cost of this item when we learn, on questionable authority, that Milo ate a 4-year-old heifer and Theagenes an ox in a day. The 6th century saw the peak of the splendor and popularity of athletics in Greece. In 582, the Amphictyonic League established the Pythian Games in honor of Apollo at Delphi. In the same year, the Isthmian Games were instituted at Corinth in honor of Poseidon. 6 years later, the Nemean Games were inaugurated to celebrate the Nemean Zeus. And all 3 occasions became pan-Hellenic festivals. Together with the Olympic Games, they formed a periodos, or cycle, and the great ambition of a Greek athlete was to win the crown at all of them. In the Pythian Games, contests in music and poetry were added to the physical competitions, and indeed such musical tilts had been celebrated at Delphi long before the establishment of the athletic games. The original event was a hymn in honor of Apollo's victory over the Delphic Python. In 582, contests were added in singing and in playing the lyre and the flute. Similar musical contests were held at Corinth, Nemea, Delos, and elsewhere, for the Greeks believed that by frequent public competitions they could stimulate not only the ability of the performer, but the taste of the public as well. The principle was applied to almost every art, to pottery, poetry, sculpture, painting, choral singing, oratory, and drama. In this way and others, the games had a profound influence upon art and literature, and even upon the writing of history, for the chief method of reckoning time in later Greek historiography was by Olympiads, designated by the name of the victor in the one-stadium foot race. The physical perfection of the all-around athlete in the 6th century generated that ideal of statuary which reached its fullness in Myron and Polyclitus. The nude contests and games in the Palestra and at the festivals gave the sculptor unequaled opportunities to study the human body in every natural form and pose. The nation unwittingly became models to its artists, and Greek athletics united with Greek religion to generate Greek art. 5. Arts. Now that we come at last to the most perfect products of Greek civilization, we find ourselves tragically limited in the quantity of the remains. The devastation caused in Greek literature by time and bigotry and mental fashions is negligible compared with the destruction of Greek art. One classic bronze survives, the charioteer of Delphi. One classic marble statue, the Hermes of Praxiteles. Not one temple, not even the Theseum, has come down to us in the form and color that it had for ancient Greece. Greek work in textiles, in wood, in ivory, silver, or gold is nearly all gone. The material was too perishable or too precious to escape vandalism and time. We must reconstruct the ship from a few planks of the wreckage. The sources of Greek art were the impulses to representation and decoration, the anthropomorphic quality of Greek religion, and the athletic character and ideal. The early Greek, like other primitives, when he outgrew the custom of sacrificing living beings to accompany and serve the dead, buried carved or painted figures as substitutes. Later he placed images of his ancestors in his home, or he dedicated in the temple likenesses of himself or of those whom he loved as votive figurines that might magically win for their models the protection of the god. Minoan religion, Mycenaean religion, even the chthonic cults of Greece were too vague and impersonal, sometimes too horrible and grotesque, to lend themselves to aesthetic form. But the frank humanity of the Olympian gods, and their need of temple homes for their earthly stays, opened a wide road for sculpture, architecture, and 100 ancillary arts. No other religion, possibly excepting Catholicism, has so stimulated and influenced literature and art. Almost every book or play, statue or building or vase that has come down to us from ancient Greece touches upon religion in subject, purpose, or inspiration. But inspiration alone would not have made Greek art great. There was needed a technical excellence rising out of cultural contacts and the transmission and development of crafts. Indeed, art to the Greek was a form of handicraft, and the artist grew so naturally out of the artisan that Greece never quite distinguished them. There was needed a knowledge of the human body, as in its healthy development the norm of proportion, symmetry, and beauty. There was needed a sensuous, passionate love of beauty that would hold no toil too great that might give to the living moment of loveliness a lasting form. The women of Sparta placed in their sleeping chambers figures of Apollo, Narcissus, Hyacinthus, or some other handsome deity, in order that they might bear beautiful children. Cypselus established a beauty contest among women far back in the 7th century, and according to Athenaeus, this periodical competition continued down to the Christian era. In some places, says Theophrastus, there are contests between the women in respect of modesty and good management, and also there are contests about beauty, as for instance in Tenedos and Lesbos. 1. Vases. There was a pretty legend in Greece that the first cup was molded upon Helen's breast. If so, the mold was lost in the Dorian invasion, for what pottery has come down to us from early Greece does not remind us of Helen. The invasion must have profoundly disturbed the arts, impoverishing craftsmen, scattering schools, and ending for a time the transmission of technology. For Greek vases after the invasion begin again with primitive simplicity and crudity, as if Crete had never lifted pottery into an art. Probably the rough mood of the Dorian conquerors, using what survived of Minoan Mycenaean techniques, produced that geometric style which dominates the oldest Greek pottery after the Homeric age. Flowers, scenery, and plants, so luxuriant in Cretan ornament, were swept away, and the stern spirit that made the glory of the Doric temple contrived the passing ruin of Greek pottery. The gigantic jars that characterized this period made small pretense to beauty. They were designed to store wine or oil or grain, rather than to interest a ceramic connoisseur. The decoration was almost all by repeated triangles, circles, chains, checkers, lozenges, swastikas, or simple parallel horizontal lines. Even the human figures that intervened were geometrical. Torsos were triangles, thighs and legs were cones. This lazy style of ornament spread through Greece and determined the form of the dipylon vases at Athens, so called because they were found chiefly near the double gate of the city at the Ceramicus. But on these enormous containers, usually made to receive the human dead, black silhouettes of mourners, chariots, and animals were drawn, however awkwardly, between the pattern's lines. Towards the end of the 8th century, more life entered into the painting of Greek pottery. 2 colors were used for the ground. Curves replaced straight lines. Palmettes and lotuses, prancing horses, and hunted lions took form upon the clay, and the ornate oriental succeeded the bare geometric style. An age of busy experimentation followed. Miletus flooded the market with its red vases, Samos with its alabasters, Lesbos with its black wares, Rhodes with its whites, Clazomene with its grays, and Naucratis exported faience and translucent glass. Erythrae was famous for the thinness of its vases, Chalcis for brilliance of finish, Sicyon and Corinth for their delicate Proto-Corinthian scent bottles and elaborately painted jugs like the Chigi vase in Rome. A kind of ceramic war engaged the potters of the rival cities. One or another of them found purchasers in every port of the Mediterranean and in the interior of Russia, Italy, and Gaul. In the 7th century, Corinth seemed to be winning. Its wares were in every land and hand. Its potters had found new techniques of incision and coloring, and had shown a fresh inventiveness in forms. But about 550, the masters of the Ceramicus, the potters' quarter on the outskirts of Athens, came to the front, threw off Oriental influence, and captured with their black figureware the markets of the Black Sea, Cyprus, Egypt, Etruria, and Spain. From that time onward, the best ceramic craftsmen migrated to Athens or were born there. A great school and tradition formed as through many generations son succeeded father in the art, and the making of fine pottery became one of the great industries, finally one of the conceded monopolies, of Attica. The vases themselves now and then bear pictures of the potter's shop, the master working with his apprentices, or watchfully supervising the various processes, mixing the pigments and the clay, molding the form, painting the ground, engraving the picture, firing the cup, and feeling the happiness of those who see beauty taking form under their hands. More than 100 of these Attic potters are known to us, but time has broken up their masterpieces, and they are only names. Here on a drinking cup are the proud words, Nikosthenes me poesen. Nikosthenes made me. A greater than he was Exesius, whose majestic amphora is in the Vatican. He was one of many artists encouraged by patronage and peace under the Pisistratids. From the hands of Clytius and Ergomatus came, about 560, the famous Francois vase, found in Etruria by a Frenchman of that name, and now treasured in the Archaeological Museum at Florence. A great mixing bowl covered with row upon row of figures and scenes from Greek mythology. These men were the outstanding masters of the black figure style in 6th century Attica. We need not exaggerate the excellence of their work. It cannot compare either in conception or in execution with the best work of the Tang or Sung Chinese. But the Greek had a different aim from the Oriental. He sought not color but line, not ornament but form. The figures on the Greek vases are conventional, stylized, improbably magnificent in the shoulders and thin in the legs, and as this continued through the classic age, we must assume that the Greek potter never dreamed of realistic accuracy. He was writing poetry, not prose, speaking to the imagination rather than the eye. He limited himself in materials and pigments. He took the fine red clay of the ceramicus, quieted its color with yellow, carefully engraved the figures, and filled out the silhouettes with brilliant black glaze. He transformed the earth into a profusion of vessels that wedded beauty and use: hydria, amphora, inochoe, kylix, crater, lekythos, that is, water jug, two-handled jar, wine bowl, drinking cup, mixing bowl, and unguent flask. He conceived the experiments, created the subjects, and developed the techniques that were taken up by bronze workers, sculptors, and painters. He made the first essays in foreshortening, perspective, chiaroscuro, and modeling. He paved the way for statuary by molding terracotta figures in 1,000 themes and forms. He freed his own art from Dorian geometry and Oriental excess, and made the human figure the source and center of its life. Towards the last quarter of the 6th century, the Athenian potter tired of black figures on a red ground, inverted the formula, and created that red figure style which ruled the markets of the Mediterranean for 200 years. The figures were stiff and angular, the body in profile with the eyes in full view, but even within these limits there was a new freedom, a wider scope of conception and execution. He sketched the figures upon the clay with a light point, drew them in greater detail with a pen, filled in the background with black, and added minor touches with colored glaze. Here, too, some of the masters made lasting names. One amphora is signed, painted by Euthymides, son of Polyus, as never Euphronius, which was to challenge Euphronius to equal it. Nevertheless, this Euphronius is still rated as the greatest potter of his age. To him, some think, belongs the great crater on which Heracles wrestles with Antaeus. To his contemporary Sosius is attributed one of the most famous of Greek vases, whereon Achilles binds the wounded arm of Patroclus. Every detail is lovingly carried out, and the silent pain of the young warrior has survived the centuries. To these men, and now nameless others, we owe such masterpieces as the cup in whose interior we see Dawn mourning over her dead son, and the hydria in the Metropolitan Museum of Art at New York that shows a Greek soldier, perhaps Achilles, plunging his lance into a fair and not breastless Amazon. It was before such a vase as one of these that John Keats stood enthralled one day, until its wild ecstasy and mad pursuit fired his brain with an ode greater than any Grecian urn. 2. Sculpture. The Greek settlement of Western Asia and the opening of Egypt to Greek trade towards 660 B.C. allowed Near Eastern and Egyptian forms and methods of statuary to enter Ionia and European Greece. About 580, two Cretan sculptors, Dipoinus and Syllis, accepted commissions at Sicyon and Argos, and left behind them there not only statues but pupils. From this period dates a vigorous school of sculpture on the Peloponnese. The art had many purposes. It commemorated the dead, first with simple pillars, then with Hermes, whose head alone was carved, then with forms completely chiseled in the round, or with funeral steely reliefs. It made statues of victorious athletes, first as types, later as individuals, and it was encouraged by the lively imagination of Greek faith to make countless images of the gods. Until the 6th century, its material was most frequently wood. We hear a great deal of the chest of Cypselus, dictator of Corinth. According to Pausanias, it was made of cedar, inlaid with ivory and gold, and adorned with complicated carvings. As wealth increased, wooden statues might be covered, in whole or part, by precious materials. Indeed, it was thus that Phidias made his chryselephantine, that is, gold and ivory statues of Athene Parthenos and the Olympian Zeus. Bronze rivaled stone as sculptural material to the end of classical art. Few ancient bronzes have survived the temptation to melt them down, but we may judge from the perhaps too ministerial charioteer of the Delphi Museum, circa 490, how near to perfection the art of hollow casting had been carried since Ricus and Theodorus of Samos had introduced it into Greece. The most famous group in Athenian statuary, the The Tyrannosides, Harmodius and Aristogeiton, was cast in bronze by Antenor at Athens shortly after the expulsion of Hippias. Many forms of soft stone were used before the sculptors of Greece undertook to mold harder varieties with hammer and chisel. But once they had learned the art, they almost denuded Naxos and Peros of marble. In the Archaic Age, 1100 to 490, the figures were often painted, but towards the end of that age it was found that a better effect could be secured in representing the delicate skin of women by leaving the polished marble without artificial tint. The Greeks of Ionia were the first to discover the uses of drapery as a sculptural element. Egypt and the Near East had left the clothing rigid, a vast stone apron nullifying the living form. But in 6th century Greece, the sculptors introduced forms into the drapery and used the garment to reveal that ultimate source and norm of beauty, the healthy human body. Nevertheless, the Egypto-Asiatic influence remained so strong that in most archaic Greek sculpture the figure is heavy, graceless, and stiff. The legs are strained even in repose. The arms hang helpless at the sides. The eyes have the almond form and occasionally an oriental slant. The face is stereotyped, immobile, passionless. Greek statuary in this period accepted the Egyptian rule of frontality. That is, the figure was made to be seen only from the front, and so rigidly bisymmetrical that a vertical line would pass through the nose, mouth, navel, and genitals with never a right or left deviation, and no flexure of either motion or rest. Perhaps convention was responsible for this dull rigidity. The law of the Greek games forbade a victor to set up a portrait statue of himself unless he had won all contests in the pentathlon. Only then, the Greeks argued, would he achieve the harmonious physical development that would merit individual modeling. For this reason, and perhaps because, as in Egypt, religious convention before the 5th century governed the representation of the gods, the Greek sculptor confined himself to a few poses and types, and devoted himself to their mastery. 2 types above all won his study: the youth, or kouros, nearly nude, slightly advancing the left leg, with arms at the side or partly extended, fists closed, countenance quiet and stern; and the kore, or maiden, carefully coiffured, modestly posed and draped, one hand gathering up the robe, the other offering some gift to the gods. History till lately called the kourai Apollos, but they were more probably athletes or funerary monuments. The most famous of the type is the Apollo of Tenia, the largest the Apollo of Sunium, the most pretentious the throne of Apollo at Amyclae near Sparta. One of the finest is the small Strangford Apollo in the British Museum. Finer still is the Choiseul-Gouffier Apollo, a Roman copy of an early 5th century original. To at least the male eye, the kourai are more pleasing. Their bodies are gracefully slender, their faces are softened with a Mona Lisa smile, their drapery begins to escape the stiffness of convention. Some of them, like those in the Athens Museum, would be called masterpieces in any other land. One of them, which we may call the Kore of Chios, is a masterpiece even in Greece. In them the sensuous Ionian touch breaks through the Egyptian immobility and Dorian austerity of the Apollos. Archimus of Chios created another type, or followed lost models, in the Nike or Victory of Delos. Out of this would come the lovely Nike of Paeonius at Olympia, the winged Victory of Samothrace, and in Christian art the winged figures of cherubim. Near Miletus, unknown sculptors carved a series of draped and seated females for the temple of the Branchidae, figures powerful but crude, dignified but ponderous, profound but dead. Sculpture in relief was so old that a pretty legend could undertake to describe its origin. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.